do. A boss in corners. Does Vinny he has the ball in hand! Gabriel!
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? She did! Chop across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Back. We're all feeling absolutely delightful here in Dortmund, a city with a population of around 612,000 normally, But this weekend, we can add about 3,000 or so to that total, as Pokemon players have come all over the world to compete here for the first EU regional of the season. A city, Dortmund, that has rich mining history. That's why you can see all this mining stuff here on the set. But today, someone will be digging their way to try and get the Stellar Crown victory here in Dortmund. But it's not just me taking you through this regional here this weekend. I am joined by the angelic Amy, marvellous Mike, ravishing Ross, and old silly Shay over here as well. Amy, how are we feeling this weekend?
Absolutely ecstatic. I'm so proud to be bringing the first European regional event of the year to Dortmund with all of my best caster friends. So I honestly could not be more overjoyed to be here.
And what about yourself, Mike? How are you feeling?
I mean, it's a new season, new format. We've got all the different changes to the structure of the season. So we're going to be seeing a lot of competitors traveling to more events, really putting in that extra work. And I'm excited to kick it off here in Dortmund.
We are indeed kicking it off here. And as you said, Mike, Ross, this is our first event here, but we have loads more planned. Why don't you talk to the people what we have coming up soon?
Wow, we've got a very large schedule coming up. I love seeing at the beginning of the season, nothing's grayed out. It's all nice and colourful. We've got everything to look forward to. We start in Dortmund. We move to Lille, which is great because we don't have to get on an aeroplane. We go to Gdansk. We've got Latin American internationals in Sao Paulo. We're going back to Stuttgart. We've got Birmingham, which is closer to Cornwall, so loving that for the UK regional. We've got EUIC in London. We've got Seville. We've got Utrecht. Our final regional level event in Europe this season in Bologna. And you want to get to that one. The food is spectacular. Before we have our second NAIC in a row in New Orleans and finish off in Anaheim, Worlds, Beaches. I mean, come on. How does that schedule not look amazing?
No, you're right. It looks absolutely fantastic. Amy, any standouts for you there on that event schedule?
Honestly, I'm excited to go to as many events as I can this season. My intention is to try and get to all of the European events and at least 2 ICs. So fingers crossed for me and my travel exploits.
I love that. What about yourself there, Mike? Any standouts there in that schedule?
I mean, I think the standout is we're getting to go to these same places and build up the history. You know, we're going to have regular champions at these events. So we're looking back at Dortmund last year with Owen Kammerman. Can he get Dortmund again this year? And I think that history of building up in the same places is really fun for the competitive space.
It really is, you know, those new places. I must say my standout, though, it has to be Birmingham. That's like 10 minutes away from me. So I absolutely love that. But we mentioned, you know, World Championships there right at the end of the schedule there. Mike, if players want to go there, how do they qualify?
I mean, there's loads of points on offer for these players. As you can see right here, I mean, Amy, you've got so many of your locals who are looking to go through and make it through here, whether it's juniors, seniors or masters.
So many, and honestly, they've just got a lot of work ahead of them. These stellar competitors need to do a lot to get that crown. First place will get them an automatic invite to the World Championships, and second place onwards get loads of lovely championship points. Now, the difference between this season and last is that the Masters division for European competitors are going to need to get 125. They need to get the top 125 placement instead of points this year. So that is a placement figure, which we've not had before. You need to stay in that top 125, and obviously that's going to change as the season goes on. Players are going to go up and down that leaderboard, and we're going to see people kind of hop, skipping and jumping over one another to get in that close margin of the top 125 competitors.
Yeah, it's going to make it really interesting. And I know towards the end of the season, you know, players sort of in that 120 to 130 bracket, they're going to be jostling. Those last events are going to be crucial. But Mike, to be fair though, it's not just championship points that we can win here this weekend, is it?
Well, no, people are traveling all around the world, not just to compete and make it to Worlds, but to make as much money as possible. And it's made it even more possible for those players who want to travel around because they can start using that prize money. As you can see right now, $10,000 for first place. And if you win an event, you also get that qualification for the World Championship. So you can start dedicating your money towards going towards more events. Same thing goes for those who are regularly making top 32. You can start making back the money you contributed towards the event and try and travel to more. And of course, for the juniors and seniors, still a lot of money on the line. And we can't forget about the boosters. We all love getting boosters at events, whether it's on the local ones where you get a few here and there, all the way up to these big events, we get multiple booster boxes to take away.
Yeah, and your booster box is always fun, isn't it, to be fair? Open those packs, you never know what you're going to get. Big fan of that. Now, people, I have been saying this is our first event here in Europe. I can't say first event of the season because there was an event 2 weeks ago in Baltimore. Had about 2,300 Masters competing. Ross, how did that day one metagame sort of look?
Oh, that day one metagame was very interesting. Now, do remember, in Baltimore, they were not in the same format we are here. We are in the Stellar Crown format. Stellar Crown is legal. That was not the case over in Baltimore. But hopefully in a second, we'll get the graphic here where we can see the day one. Here we go. We can see Drago there, most played deck. And it really was a lot of dragons. We have Drago, we got Raging Bolt, and then we had Charizard. Now, Lugia sitting down there at 7%. I'm going to give you a little bit of a tease as we look through the rest of the results in Baltimore. That Lugia number is going to go up, but you'll notice those free decks at the top there. Your Drago, your Raging Bolt, your Charizard. That is a lot of what we've come to expect.
Really is. I think the star of the show here in day one has to be that Teal Mask Ogerpon occupying, what, just over 30% of that day one metagame. You know, just Teal dancing its way here around the tables, here, there, and everywhere. I'll be intrigued to see if we have a similar amount of Teal Mask Ogerpon here in Dortmund. But Amy, day two, Ross already gave us a little bit of a hint of what happened. What else occurred?
In day two, it really shook things up, and those standings really did have a big swap around as Raging Bolt swoops off the graphic, disappears entirely, playing a bit of hide and seek with us there, as Lugia rockets its way up to the top, and Snorlax takes over, creeping onto the end that with Control. Control's in a really great place right now. It definitely was for Baltimore. Will it be able to continue to perform this weekend? We have lots to see, and we're going to have to find out whether we can have a similar showing for Control this weekend.
Yeah, you know, it's in a good place. I would not be surprised. So then, Mike, how did that top 8 sort of pan out there in Baltimore?
Well, it was interesting because we mentioned the Snorlax jostling to the top, and that also turned out to be great for the Lugia V-Stars that piled up into that top 8, 3 of them in the top 8. And that's where you start to see the decks that do well often do well off the back of other decks doing well. And there was a lot of Snorlaxes just missed out on the top 8. But the interesting cornerstone control from Nolan coming in. Nice to see a different deck. But it was really Henry Chow with that Gardevoir. So unexpected to see it revitalized and doing well here. But I think where we saw the last graphic with the Lugia V-Star and the Drago V-Star dominating the percentage of the meta, I think that's really represented here with a few standout alternative decks to compete with them.
Yeah, you know, then that sneaky little Roaring Moon EX coming in there, piloted by Emmett. You know, they get second place at the World Championships as well. So maybe Roaring Moon's starting to, you know, have a bit more of a cemented place in the meta game. But Ross, the finals, had a deck that I don't think many people were expecting. I was, though. Why don't you talk to us about that?
Well, it's a deck that everybody's calling Turbo Gardevoir, although honestly calling it Turbo when it's a stage 2, I'm not sure how much I believe that. What I do believe is that Gardevoir is still absolutely a player, or at least it was in the pre-Stellar Crown metagame. We'll have to see what happens when we introduce Stellar Crown. We see Kieran Farrar there with Lugia taking second place. Really, really great showing for Lugia as a whole, going from kind of a fringe deck in day one, all the way up to 3 in top 8 and a second place finish. But Henry Chow with that Gardevoir, bringing it home. Gardevoir, it was not that trendy a pick going into the event, but it went and took down the whole gosh darn thing.
It did, and the event after I picked it at Wells to do well, so that seems to be the tail of the tape there. If you're a Gardevoir player, wait for me to pick it and then play it for the next event, and it tends to do well. But you mentioned actually something there, Ross, is that this is the first event where Stellar Crown is legal. So everything happened in Baltimore, maybe not as impactful here, we're not sure. So I'm gonna put everyone on the hot seat a little bit here. I want a Stellar Crown hot take. And who I'm gonna start with? Amy, give us your hot take here.
I think Raging Bolt is going to absolutely storm through the competition. I think that its aggressive stance is going to take everyone down. I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop the rampage.
Lukewarm at best there, I think.
Lukewarm at best. Go on then, your turn then, Mike. Give us a hot take. Give us a hot take, come on.
I think some of those chefs out there who cook decks up, we're going to see at least 2 interesting new decks making top 8, because Stellar Crown has so many interactions we haven't fully worked out. I think this is the event for those deck builders to come through, come up with something spicy.
All right, now I'm gonna dial you in a little bit there, because I feel as if what exactly is a new innovative deck? I want a definition, because you could just start claiming anything at this point.
You know when we see the meta share and there's the little unknown saying unclassified?
Okay.
comes into that category.
Okay, so we got 2 unclassified decks in top 8 from Mark. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Come on
That's
then,
a little
Ross.
more specific than something unknown might do quite well.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Okay, that's
Go on
a
then, Ross.
hot take. Sell a crown. Tarappa goes, more like Tarappa goes home disappointed. My hot take is, firstly, I'm going to give you a 2-part. Firstly, Tarappa goes, yeah, he's not doing that well this weekend. There is going to be a better deck using Area 0 underdepths this weekend. I'm not saying top 8 or any of that. I'm just saying Tarappa goes, nah, mate, but there is a better deck with Area 0 underdepths somewhere in this field.
Interesting. Will this better deck, will it be using Terrapagos as the Terra activator?
No.
Or really?
No. We don't need no Terrapagos, Shay.
I combine their hot takes. I reckon Raging Bolt and Area 0 working synergistically, go nice and wide, go big, could be the combo.
Raging Bolt with the Area 0. I mean, it could work.
That would be spicy,
Give it
but it
some-
wouldn't be unclassified now, would it, Mike?
I wasn't saying, I was just helping you guys out. A little bit of support there.
So, do you people at home, do you agree with any of those hot takes? Do you disagree? Or have you got some other hot takes? To be fair, if you have, get involved down there on the socials. I want to see, well, everyone, I want to see all your opinions. Let us know. And if you're going to post on X or Instagram, make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. And there's a chance that you get your post featured on stream. That's a bit of fun, isn't it? And while you're there, you might as well head over to the Twitch and the YouTube. Make sure to follow both of those, because you don't want to be missing any Pokemon action, do you? I mean, because that would just be a bit ridiculous.
I mean, hello to all the guys early in the stream. It's always great seeing the people there waiting for the stream to go live. We know you're the ones we want to be shouting out every single event, so hello there.
The real misplay is not watching every round of the stream.
Yes. Yeah. But imagine missing part of the first EU regional here.
Can't imagine it, Shay.
I couldn't imagine it. I mean, I'll be watching every second. So, yeah, make sure you guys are at home. Now, we actually alluded to this a little bit here, is that we've had the new invite structure and stuff like this. That means that also our regional tournament structure has slightly changed. So what we're going to do is get all familiarised ourselves with that. So we've got a quick video to run us through the new tournament structure. And then after that, we're going to get our round 3 feature match started here in Dortmund. So I don't want you to go anywhere. Watch the video, watch round 3, and we'll be back real soon.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own deck with exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game. Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench. Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them. And Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has a benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in Dortmund. We have got a mining history. We're digging up some winners. That's going to take a couple of days. For now, I'm Ross, and I'm here with a lovely Mike. How you doing, Mike?
I'm very excited to be back. It's been a while. The last event was EUIC. Laid a bit dormant, and I've come back now, ready to watch the new format, see how the EU circuit goes this year, and I'm so excited to watch how that jostling of the top 1-2-5 goes throughout the year, and those winners are going to mean so much more now that it secures them that World's invite.
Yeah, last time I was there, it was at Worlds. That was in the Shrouded Fable format. And of course, before then, our last couple of European regionals were in the Twilight Masquerade format. So three tournaments in a row, 3 different formats. Things are going to be weird. We do have information. It is just imperfect information. We can look at the results in Japan when they had a very similar format, and I have. We can look at the results of grassroots tournaments. Need to give a shout out to our friend Joe, one of our other casters here, who does a great job amalgamating those grassroots tournaments and weighting that information. So we've got 2 kind of metagame breakdowns we can look at, both of which are very imperfect, both of which agree Raging Bolt is the #1 deck in the format.
I heard the best way to describe the way the format develops was the lovely Azul on stream said something I thought blew my mind. He said, if every format starts at 0, ends at 100, we're sort of now about 20 in, as we've got the Japanese knowledge, we've got everyone's testing beforehand, and that's going to evolve as the format goes on. We might never reach 100 because the next format might come around, but right now we're a little bit developed into it, and we'll be seeing those innovators who've been holding back that information throughout the testing period come to their first event and try and disrupt the meta.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We've got some really good deck builders, really good innovators in, North America, Europe, Oceania, Latin America, etc. They've seen the Japanese results. They're really good players, they're really good deck builders. They pay attention to what's happening in Japan because they get the cards before we do. So they've got all that information, all of that time, and they've been cooking, and you're not taking, your spiciest decks. They're not going to your online tournament. They're not going to your local League Cup. You'll play a League Cup. If you're that good, you'll probably win your League Cup. You don't need your spice. You're saving that for the first regional of the tournament. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here. I'm hearing rumors, like it's been 2 seconds since I said I didn't believe in Terrapagos. And while we had a minute, I started looking down through some players, looking what decks they brought to the tournament. Seeing some of the players playing Terrapagos, I'm already having some regrets here, Mike.
You got to believe in the Turtles, and I think one thing you got to believe in is that early rise to the top of the leaderboard is always going to give you a foot forward, but it's not always going to take you to the top for the rest of the season. Here are the early risers who've done well at locals. Some of them may have traveled out to Baltimore as well, try and get some points there. But as there's a best finish limit of 5, those tournaments that are earning more points, like the ICs, like all these regional level events, it's really important to get 3, 4 top finishes at them to rise you to the top, and it might happen late in the season. You might end up getting a massive jump towards the end. So early rise is a good position to be, but you cannot rest here.
Not at all. There are some names you recognise there. Miloslav Posledny, Christian D'Onofrio, Ethan Wild, Pedro Henio Torres. Those are, players with which we are very familiar. But one thing to remember is most of the good players are going to hit their best finish limit for League Cups and League Challenges with first place finishes, because they're just going to keep going to more until they do. Some players have actually already done it. Some players haven't. It is going to be the regionals and the internationals. That is what is going to separate out that top 125. And I am fascinated by North American internationals. I think that is going to be maybe the most exciting tournament of the year, because it's the last big one to get points at. It's an international, and it's kind of, we're pretty much going to lock it after that, I believe.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we're going to basically have North American International is going to be the end. So there's going to be one last giant tournament where, there's going to be like 50, 60, 70 people that are so high on the leaderboard, they're locked, they've got their invite.
And there's some players that we're pretty sure we're going to be seeing high on that leaderboard, and we'll be watching them at this event in particular. And I think you mentioned the players you're looking out for earlier, and we're not going to give any teasers, but there's some interesting decks amongst the top players. We're always looking forward to see what Tord creates early on in a format. And Consta, the Calamer brothers, both performing so well last season, and we have the Kammerman brothers as well. We have a lot of brothers here in the European region looking to rise to the top together, and you could put any of them on this screen right now.
Well, you could. Now, I have to tell you, it's very sad news. Razwolp did register as not at the tournament, but now Tord and Consta are both 1-0, and I've just been told in my ear what deck they're playing, so I think we're allowed to give it away on stream.
I wouldn't.
No, I've been told we can. I've been given a nod.
Oh,
this is not on me. No, I'm giving it away.
Oh, go on then.
Consta is on Lugia. Tord, he might be holding a Snorlax. Don't tell anyone. He's playing Terrapagos.
My goodness. I mean, I think if we can safely say there's one card to look out for from the new set, it would definitely be Terrapagos. I mean, you just never know what it's going to do, because there's so many different ways to play it. You can play more tanky versions. You can play ones that utilize the first attack, ones that use the second attack. The card has a lot of versatility, and for some decks, they're not even going to use it to attack. They're just using it purely because it is a Terra-type Pokemon that allows them to go wide with that Area 0 under depths.
While you mention that, the discussion we were having yesterday when we were doing our run-through, there are a bunch of cards right now, Area 0 under depths, Knocked Owl. They're going to lead people into some terrible mistakes. Can you explain? Because you gave us the phrase. I'm going to let you explain it.
Yeah, I mean, try and work out how to spell it in the chat. Terrible mistakes.
Yeah.
But the idea that there is a lot of cards right now that have the text if a Terra Pokemon is play or if a Terra Pokemon knocks out the active. And so there's going to be a lot of people utilizing those cards and not using them when a Terra Pokemon is in play at the right time.
Yep.
And consequently, they're going to make those mistakes under the pressure of the tournament. We've all been there. We've all had a little tryout of Briar or Area Zero Under Depths or Noctowl and accidentally used them at the wrong time and thought, my goodness. Thankfully, when we're playing on live, we're able to let the game work out whether it's going to work or not. But in person, that doesn't happen. So there's going to be a lot of mistakes happening where people pick up their decks at the wrong time or put down another bench Pokemon at the wrong time.
Yeah, and of course with Area Zero Under Depths, it gives you 8 bench Pokemon if you've got a Terra Pokemon in play. But if you fill up your bench and there's no Terra Pokemon, you can't put it down as an extra. You need to have a Terra Pokemon down, excuse me, to activate those extra bench spaces.
Yeah, and people will be accidentally locking their benches. And we also know that Control is in a good spot right now. So,
yes.
The Flute will be bringing out some Pokemon to block up that bench. So, yeah, watch out for all of these cards interacting in fun ways. It's definitely one of the more complex formats we've seen in a while. So it's really going to bring the skill out of our best players and let them rise to the top.
Yeah, if I had to explain Stellar Crown as an expansion, I would say very few new decks. Terrapagos, that's about it in terms of new decks. That's all you're getting. But there are a lot of other cards you're going to see out there. We have got your Sparkling Crystal to reduce the attack cost of your Terra Pokemon. We've got Noctowl that searches out 2 trainers. Area Zero Under Depths that gives you a bench of 8 Pokemon. We've got things like Grand Tree that can help you get your Stage 2s out a lot faster. Glass Trumpet, it's an item card that accelerates energy to 2 of your benched colorless Pokemon. So we're going to see a lot of old decks with new tricks and things like Dragapult, which was falling off quite nicely. But then it gets stuff like Sparkling Crystal and Briar, and it's like, hello, straight back up again. It's a player now.
I think that's the key to this set is so many of these cards interact with potential past cards and also future cards. So we're always going to have to keep an eye out for normal type Pokemon, for the Glass Trumpet. We're always going to have to keep an eye out for decks that will utilize that going wide with the Area Zero Under Depths. And so it's going to make sure people really improve their deck building and don't rely on copying decks from elsewhere. And hopefully we'll see some of that at this event. I said it in my prediction earlier, I reckon some of the best players will be coming to this event and cooking up interesting decks. But you never know, right? Perhaps I'll be saving that for a future event because I haven't quite fully refined it yet.
Depends how confident they are. Well, what I'm confident in is my prediction. Let's have a look at the cast of predictions.
I don't know why. I know what you've predicted.
2.9% of the metagame this weekend is Miraidon EX. My theory here is Lugia is a good deck, and I think we're going to see more Lugia. You know, if you look at the grassroots tournaments, the Japanese meta, Lugia is quite low down. I think we're going to see more Lugia, and Miraidon is very good into Lugia. It's got some rough matchups. It's got some good matchups, and, you know, we saw Nighttime Academy at Worlds making it a much better deck because your electric generators hit better. I like that, and then I've gone for Unfair Stamp just in case my Miraidon prediction isn't great. Now, you did predict the big shiny turtle. Explain yourself, Mike.
I just think it's a great card. I just looked at it and I went, there's lots of different ways this can be played. I can't work out the best way to play it, but I know someone smarter than me will. And the same thing with Briar. I just think that ability to take an extra prize card at the end of the game can change the route you take. With Dust Noir in the format as well, there's so many ways that Briar can interact with that end game and completely change up how you play the game. You can go behind earlier with a 2-prize deck, where previously it was a race of 2-2-2. Now you can go behind and still win the 2-2-2 thanks to Briar and Dust Noir. And of course, our fellow co-casters have gone for some great cards there. We'll let them talk about it another time, but I will back your Miraidon. It's been my deck. I've been grinding on ladder. I think it's a fun one to play, and it's easy to transfer a very similar list from before. I don't think it's quite ready for the Area Zero Underpath, but maybe we'll see future Terra Lightning basic Pokemon that will integrate better, because the Mewtwo feels a little bit clunky at the moment.
It is.
So.
It is a little bit clunky. There are better ones coming. Although I will say I have seen some lists coming out of Japan that play your Terra Mewtwo so that you can play Area Zero Under Depths, so that Raikou Lightning Rondo becomes a really powerful attack. It doesn't always work. It can be a bit of a pain to get going, but when it goes, it does. I do need to say, I probably should have switched out Unfair Stamp for Sparkling Crystal.
I was going to say, none of us saying Sparkling Crystal or Dragapult is crazy.
But I'm the only one that didn't predict a Stellar Crown card in there, and I feel quite bad about that, because first regional of a new set, and I'm the only one not picking a new set card.
Well, you're already down every time we do the cast predictions, because Miraidon sits there firmly ever since it's come out.
So hey, I switched it for the other Miraidon for a while, thank you very much. And when I switched it for the single prize Miraidon, that had some very good, I believe it was Yuho Kalama got a top 8 with that deck of the regional in Europe last year when I predicted it. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to predict Miraidon EX if I don't think it has a chance. I know it's a fringe deck, Mike. I know it's not one of the big players in this metagame. I understand that. I've got faith. I believe.
Everyone said that, and then Jesse Parker came through and went so long without getting beaten at Worlds, so definitely watch out for it. But you guys are probably wondering, we keep yapping about everything going on.
What was the unbeaten deck at Worlds, all through Swiss?
It was Miraidon.
It was Miraidon,
yes,
wasn't it?
Yeah, and...
Sorry, I interrupted there.
Yes, all right. I just want to make sure the people at home know what they're waiting for, because we have games going on right now in the hall. Round 2 is currently being played out. Once that's ready, we'll get streaming round 3 as soon as it is ready to go. So don't worry about us filling for time. We are just making sure the next round is ready for you. And with the new round structure, we'll have 8 rounds today. So we'll be streaming rounds 3 through 8. And then tomorrow we'll be streaming rounds 11 and 12, and then the asymmetrical top cut through to the final. So make sure you stick around for all of those games. Plenty of action here on the stream, and of course you want to stick around for those new decks. We'll be making sure to get those, and also let us know in the chat if there's any decks you want to see. You want to see Miraidon?
I want to see Miraidon.
I'm sure people in the chat want to see Terapagos now. Now they've heard that it's a little bit out there.
There is another deck that I'm not supposed to mention on stream yet, but I'm going to do it, Mike. There's 7 of them in the room. You know what deck I'm talking about.
I'm not sure I do, actually.
Oh, really?
I mean, go ahead.
It's Clorf.
Clorf.
There are 7 people. Now, we do have to have the final numbers. It's 1,815 players, 1815. 7 of them are playing Clorf. It's a small percentage, I admit, but there are 7 of them out there. Now, you mentioned the 8 rounds. Very, very important to note. If you're going for day 2, a tie is a loss. Ties are still relevant. They still get you 1 match point. They're still good for seeding, etc., figuring out. But if you want to go for day 2, there's 8 rounds. You need 18 points. You need 6 wins. A tie is the same as a loss in terms of trying to make day 2. If you take 3 combination of ties and losses, you are out. If there's more than 2,048 people, 2049 and above, we add a round, and it's 21 points, so you can either go 7-2 or you can go 6-0-3. Ties can be relevant.
Yeah.
But with fewer than 2048 players, we've got 18-15 here, a tie is a loss in terms of trying to make top cut. The top players, the ones...
5-0-3. All right.
And get...
You could go 5-0-3.
You get 5-0-3?
Yeah. It's 8 rounds, right? 5 wins, 3 ties. That's 18 points.
That is 18 points.
There we go.
Our tie's maybe not a complete loss then.
Do you know what? With Ross, I love the moment when you have like a eureka moment.
I did have a eureka moment right there.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, eureka moments for Ross. He's going to be telling everyone about this. He's going to be going out there. By the way, 5-0-3 will get you in. And maybe you guys at home are new with this format. Before we had the 19-point entry where yes, ties were almost ideal at some point along the journey.
Needed a tie at some point during the day.
Basically was like a win. Whereas now, ties, you have to really, like, you're walking on thin ice then. You cannot get a loss at that point. Yeah. So
we're going to see fewer ties this day. 100%. I'm absolutely convinced. Both in terms of deck selection and in terms of play style, top players will not want to tie. Ties are bad, much worse than they were last time round, even though you can go 5-0-3.
I mean, if we had infinite time right now, I think Control would be the strongest deck in the format.
Oh, yeah.
But because of the challenge of ties being a bit less ideal, I think Control has to really work out a way to win a game quickly, especially if you lose that first game. So Control in a great spot as a deck in infinite time format, but trying to fit it in a best of 3 50-minute round, it's very tricky. So only the best Control players will come out on top. Looking at people like Alessandro, see if they can bring the new list with Pidgeot. And there's so many different cards out there that could work synergistically with it.
You essentially need to go unbeaten if you're playing Control in this format. It's something you've been talking about since we got here. You need to go unbeaten with Control, because if you take a loss in a game, that means that the chance of winning 2 more games in the match in 50 minutes is, it's not impossible, but we've seen for years now, it is all near enough. It is not happening. So if you play Control, you'd better win game 1, and then you can either win game 2, or game 2 can not finish and not count. It doesn't really matter. You cannot take any losses really at all if you're playing Control.
And Control always is an interesting spot at the beginning of the format, because the decks are at their simplest. They haven't adapted to the format, so you can punish them with Control. But also, you don't know what decks are going to be brought necessarily. You haven't got an exact meta share to understand, so you don't know what you're meant to be targeting. So only the best control players really refine their lists early on. A lot of other control players rely on that sort of skeleton list that comes off the back of the first event, and then they adapt it. So that's why I'll be looking out for those best players. I'm going to be checking out what they're playing here later on, because there's definitely an innovation waiting to happen for control right now.
Yeah, we got some players in Europe, Sander Wojcik, Alessandro Comascoli, Stefan Eriksson, you know, players that are always looking for that next big control deck. What we're looking for is round 3, and we're going to take a very quick break now, so you can go grab yourself a nice cold beverage, that's fine, but don't go far. We are going to be back with round 3 action very shortly indeed. Don't go far, it's just a quick video. How did it not come up at all yesterday? The 503 got cut.
Welcome to the Pokémon World Championship 2024! We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon!
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful one-prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using one-prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against these certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in 1 turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon. forcing the opponent into what players call an 8 prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attack of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen Power EX, a 2 prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of Trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench-protecting Wave ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Raging Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Lovely view over one of the rivers there over in Dortmund. And I heard a rumor that there was a big mine or a big steel refinery in Dortmund that they literally took apart and moved to China and reassembled and is still there to this day. And that lake is kind of there in that area where that all happened, which is kind of amazing. I'm Ross, this is Mike. Mike, ever moved a steel refinery to another country?
Not on the top. I used to live in Sheffield, which was known for its steel.
Yes.
So I've been amongst the steel refinery culture and the old steel refineries and what they do to change them. But hearing they moved one out of here because it was so good, that's pretty cool. And obviously the mining history here. We have a lot of autumnal stuff around. We've got the Pumpkaboo here. My favourite, Metagross over there.
Yeah, your favourite Pokemon, Mike. You're living large.
Yeah, I love it. And with the best trainer to ever have a Metagross, Steven there. I mean, honestly, the way this event has panned out, everyone is having such a good time already, just being back. I think that's the key here. Doesn't matter where we were, we could be anywhere in the world. The fact that everyone is back together playing Pokemon, and to do it in such a beautiful city like Dortmund, what a treat we're in for.
It is, and it's interesting because there is a bigger gap between North American Internationals and Worlds time-wise than there is between Worlds and the start of the new season, Baltimore in North America, Dortmund here. But it doesn't feel like it. It feels like we had Worlds, we all exhaled, we all kind of went away for a little bit, regrouped, recharged, and we're back. And even though the break's a little bit shorter, it doesn't feel like it. Now, I am trying to track a couple of players, and I'm doing this kind of on the fly on the laptop we got here. But Kaya Lichtleitner, very well-known German player, one of the top players in the world, currently sitting at 2-0. So that's somebody I am tracking in, will be for the weekend. Tord, last I checked, still at 1-0. So will we have updates?
It takes a while for these players to separate. There's a lot of people right now looking to get 2-0. And that's the advantage you've got with Swiss is early on, those good players will find their way to the top. And it's when they start facing off against each other. And that's what we love doing on the stream games.
Oh, yes.
Is finding those titans against each other, battling, whether it be with decks that they're familiar with or whether it be seeing the innovation of one of the players. We'll hopefully be showing off as much of that as possible. And I think one thing we're really looking out for is what is the meta here? Because we mentioned we're understanding the meta from Japan. We know that things like Raging Bolt are going to be doing well here, but has that actually turned into it? Especially Raging Bolt, such a simple deck early on in the format, you can play it optimally, where some of the more complex decks tend to refine their way through the format, recognize what everyone else is doing, put in those good cards for the meta, and work out a way to beat them. And if you can predict that now, that takes a real genius to do so. And so we'll be hopefully seeing some of those come through.
Agreed. Now, there's several issues there. Like, let's say you want to play Raging Bolt, right? Let's say it's, I don't know, 20 to 25% of the meta is what I'm expecting. We'll share the full figures when we have them. I know there's 7 Cloth. That I was able to check. I'm afraid the rest, we will have to wait. Our 2.9% Miraidon. That's all I know off the top of my head. But we're going to have a decent amount of Raging Bolt here. It's going to be the most played deck. I'm pretty confident about that. But it's also a deck which is, I think the way I like to describe it is unsubtle. You want to go second, have a big start with things like Professor Sarda's Vitality, get a bunch of energy on, smash for big KOs. Are you worried playing Raging Bolt? Firstly, that everyone knows what you're doing and they're after you. And secondly, that you're going to have to play a couple of mirror matches. And it's a mirror where it can be harder to separate in terms of your play skill because the lists are a bit more similar and a bit more streamlined.
But there's sometimes subtlety doesn't need to be required in Pokemon, because if you just knock out the biggest threat on the board, then you're not going to be worrying about anything later on. You can just keep swinging after that. And one thing we're interested about this tournament is which Stellar Crown cards are going to be coming out on top. And we like to have a bit of fun with that.
We do.
At these events, we form a bracket for you guys to decide what you think is the best card. And we have chosen 8. And anything below this, we feel like it could have switched in. There was a few that we thought about.
We had a good old argument over this yesterday. Grand Tree, Joltik, these were cards we were considering. They didn't make the cut.
But look at the top of that bracket. That is a stacked top half there. I think we're going to be certainly seeing some close matchups. I always find it interesting with these. We kind of know at the start which one is going to make it, whereas I think this is one of the most balanced community prediction brackets we've had, where I genuinely don't know how some of these are going to go.
No, it's going to be very, very interesting. I know what my top 2 seeds are there. I've got 2 seeds, which I'm putting above everything else. I'm not going to tell you what they are right now, because that would kind of ruin things a little bit. I don't want to influence anybody, but there's 2 cards I'm particularly looking out for.
And my 2 caster picks, Terrapagos, Briar. They're going to have to knock each other out early on.
You're going to have a caster pick in the second round, but you're not going to have a final, which is a little bit sad. But, you know, we put that list together. There was a handy little argument, the forecasters sitting around in the hotel yesterday trying to figure out which of those 8 cards should go on the bracket. But we've done our bit at this stage. You know, it's going to be up to you guys at home to figure out how those cards go through the bracket and which ones end up getting all the way to the top. We did ace specs at Worlds, and I don't think many people were surprised that Prime Catcher did go through. I think we've got a closer one here.
Well, I think we've been informed. Do you know which card you're getting for this first debate?
I don't. No one's told me.
Wow. I have Area Zero Under Depths. So I think it's fair to say that of all the cards of this current format, this was the one that was most hyped because it could interact with so many different decks and do something that completely breaks the format. Having 8 bench Pokemon...
Okay, you got 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, I got a little bit of an early start.
No one was listening. Go!
That's all right. I'll balance it out by talking a bit slower here. So Area Zero Under Depths, 8 Pokemon wide. That allows you to put more of those cards that allow for consistency onto your board. And the best thing about it, as soon as that stadium goes, you can discard things like Squawkabilly, like Luminion, that you don't want in play anymore. And it allows you to reach those big numbers with cards like Palkia, Terrapagos, Raikou, and really hit big knockouts where before you were limited by the 5 wide bench. It makes you also start to think about it, like, do I need to protect the bench? No, I'll just go wide.
And we're done.
Everything's there.
No, Mike, you had your 30 seconds, mate. We're done.
Okay. Well, we'll leave it to them to decide the rest. Well, what have you got then?
I can't remember which card I've got. I'm hoping somebody's going to tell me.
Sparkling Crystal?
Is it Sparkling Crystal? Ah, you don't stand a chance here, Mike.
3, 2, 1, take it away.
It's an ace spec. It's so good. It's only 1 card in your deck. You can only play 1 ace spec, and this is the best ace spec in the set. Don't look at the others. This is the best one. Oh, Dragapult, single energy attacker. Charizard, single energy attacker. All of those Celoterra Pokemon like Terrapagos need 3 different energies. No, you need 1 different energy. Turn 1 using your Ogerpon to go and do 100 to the active, 100 to the bench. Yeah, that was a ruling nobody believed, but it's real because of Sparkling Crystal. You know what's good? Extra energy, and extra energy you don't need on all your Terra Pokemon.
I mean, I hate to break it to you, but the benefit of it being so good they only did it once is actually a negative, because you can only put one of them in your deck and you can't put all the other cool ace specs in your deck. You mentioned Prime Catcher. Literally before we started this, you went, oh, of course, Prime Catcher's the best ace spec out there. And then suddenly you're telling them that they're going to have to replace it with a different ace spec.
Yeah, all of those Charizard decks could play 4 Charmeleon if they want to. They don't, but they all do choose to play an ace spec, so... yeah, I'm not buying a you can play 4 of it argument, because we can play 4 of every other card and people don't. Ace specs are special. What else is special? You lovely ladies and gentlemen watching at home, and you're so special, you get to be the ones that make the decision here. You can go for Sparkling Crystal or Area Zero Underdepths. It's up to you. You can make the choice. Just remember that voting is going to be legal on Twitch only. You won't be able to vote on YouTube. You can go to Twitch, vote, come back, and then watch on YouTube, that's fine, but make sure you go to Twitch to vote, and I believe we're opening to vote any second, and then we'll see how much Sparkling Crystal has won by. Oh, I should say, by how much Sparkling Crystal has won. Grammar is important, Mike.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, we'll leave it to them. I don't need to speak anymore. You had your 30 seconds. You went, I need to try and bump it up afterwards, but it's fine. You do you.
And your hand signals there, they meant nothing, did they, Mike? Still a little...
I didn't say anything.
Big fish, little fish.
I didn't say anything. Big, small bench, big bench. Terrapagos. There we go.
Not bad,
we're going to be going into our round 3 as soon as we can. And we'll see what the decks we'll be getting as well. We'll let you guys know. But we're having a little bit of fun while we wait for the next round to start. I think this is the big challenge now with these events, is people want those wins so much that they're really trying to find the final win condition after the time. So rounds are going to time and frequently going all the way. So hopefully these players are finding the results they need to make it through to that day 2. And as we mentioned before, top 125 now in Europe. So important to make those big finishes, make it through to day 2, go deep into day 2 and get as many points as possible. And for a lot of these players, day 2 is a must. If they don't make day 2, then that is not enough for the event. For a lot of new players who are coming along, day 2 is the goal. So a huge range of ability at these events with different goals to reach.
Yeah, and it turns out the results are in. Nobody mentioned that I might have made a public top 10 list where I put Area Zero Underdepths number 1. Oh, and it has won. And unfortunately was not close. And I hate to say it, that's the right choice.
Small bench, big bench, Terrapagos is now the new way to go. What a win.
That is the right choice. To be fair, like you say, I did publish the top 10 list, as I tend to do, and there was another card which some people thought I should have put over Area Zero Underdepths. I actually put it as a number 1 card in the entire set for me personally. I think it's not just Terrapagos, but we see Palkia. I just saw a Palkia played by a good friend sitting at 2-0 at the moment. Palkia, there was a 2-week period where this became legal in Japan, where Palkia was the unquestioned best deck in the format. It's fallen off since then, but it's still very good. We see things like Raikou in Lightning decks being better now. Some people are even playing Asui and Zoroark V-Star. Because,
that can
again,
hit big numbers, right?
It's very big numbers. I adore Area Zero Underdepths. And look, I gave a spirited argument, Sparkling Crystal, but I think maybe the people at home can see in my eyes I didn't really believe it. Yeah. Area Zero Underdepths was the right choice in that first round of the bracket.
I mean, realistically, we could have said nothing and they would have probably voted the same. I don't know if we have a huge amount of influence here, but maybe some of you viewers needed to get a little bit of education on what's so powerful about these cards. We'll be interested to see how the rest of that community vote goes throughout the tournament. But now we're looking at what decks are going to be using those cards, and Area Zero Underpath, we mentioned Raging Bolt being really strong. I think that's probably one of the strongest users of it, whether it be from you putting it down or whether it be from recognizing your opponent has it in their deck and utilizing it with that Ogerpon EX. So definitely watch out for that. Sparkling Crystal, though, we haven't given Dragapult EX enough time on the stream so far. None of us put it in our caster picks. We haven't really mentioned it, but I think it's in a very strong position right now.
It's a very good deck. It's in a very strong position, and essentially the deck hasn't really changed very much, except one of the issues of it was always a 2-energy attack, which sounds a bit silly. We always had options. We had things like Xatu, which could accelerate the energy. There were always things that could do it, but the idea to just go 1 energy, go. That was what it was missing. And now we can go Sparkling Crystal, 1 energy, and we're off. And you've got Briar to take those extra prizes. Important to note, Briar only takes extra prizes from the active. So if you drop those 6 damage counters with Dragapult's attack and KO on the bench, that does not give you another extra prize, or else it would probably be the best deck in the format by a mile. But those 2 cards added in have made a huge difference. Our co-caster Joe described the attack of Dragapult many times as the best attack in the game. I don't think he's wrong. I just think it was a little bit awkward, and I think that awkwardness has been largely stripped away here.
Well, what we found was the best way to use Dragapult EX was in Regidrago V-Star.
Yep.
And now people have gone, actually, do you know what? We'll switch it up. Now we've got this Sparkling Crystal. The most effective way to get Dragapult EX to attack is to play a Dragapult EX deck. And now with the consistency of the rest of the build, it can work long-term. So I think it's going to be interesting to see whether that shifts the Regidrago V-Star away. But ultimately, we don't know yet. There is a lot of players out there. There's a lot of deck lists. We're going to have to watch as they bubble to the top and really show what is possible in this current format.
No, all the information we've got tells us Regidrago is probably going to be a legit card. It is probably going to be a card that sees a bunch of play, but it's not actually one which we're too sure about yet. It was very sad. In the World's Meta, I had a bunch of friends asking me, Ross, how do I play Dragapult? What's the best way to play Dragapult? And I gave them the answer you just gave us, Mike. Play Regidrago with a Dragapult, whack it in the discard, copy its attack. In that metagame, the Shrouded Fable metagame, that was the best way to play Dragapult. It's not anymore. Regidrago should still be out there, but make no mistake about it, Dragapult now should be better on its own.
In theory. And then we've got the Radiant Charizard, which was more optimal in the past to work alongside it in Regidrago.
Yes.
And now you're looking and going, maybe with the ability to sprinkle damage about and finish off the game, maybe with a Dust Noir as well, perhaps Radiant Alakazam might find its way back into the list. And I think that's always the juggle. What do we go for, Radiant Alakazam or Radiant Charizard? I think the rest of the build is fairly optimized, and that's what we get to find out here. Whichever the highest performing Dragapult EX is, we'll get to know whether it's Radiant Alakazam, Radiant Charizard, or maybe neither of them. Maybe they're too much of a liability. It's just easy to go more efficiently.
It's never going to work, but I always lament the fact that Radiant Blastoise never saw any play. That could drop good damage counters around the board, but, you know, you need water energy. It was never going to work. I know it's not going to work. I'm not saying play it in Dragapult. I'm just saying I thought that card was going to be great, and it makes me a little bit sad that it never got its time in the sun. Alakazam, though, I agree. Let's move that damage.
Speaking of turtles with Blastoise, we have a bigger turtle now, Terapagos EX, coming through and trying to show us what it's capable of. And I think the key to this card is really about the numbers on it.
Yes.
All of the details that we see across it. 230 HP, great starting point. Being a normal type card now has the Glass Trumpet synergy and Bouffalont synergy. So there's lots of different synergies just based off of the pure stats of it. But it's those two attacks. I think most people are aware of Unified Beatdown, allowing you to hit 30 times the number of your bench Pokemon, and being for a double colorless, you can use a double turbo energy. So we're all aware of that 220 or 240 damage output from that. But Crown Opal, underrated as an attack, mostly due to its cost of being a grass, a water, lightning. But during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from basic non-colorless Pokemon. There is a lot of basic Pokemon right now, and to be able to wall them through Terapagos, it is a great effect. Only downside is you can work around it, but still, a great option in some decks too. So I think Terapagos EX is in a strong position, not just now, but for the rest of its time in Standard.
Yeah, there's a real discussion here about how do you play Terapagos. There is a way to play it where it is just, you play double turbo energy and glass, and you really just go Unified Beatdown, that is a goal. There is another way to play it where you go more heavy on the Glass Trumpet and you actually work towards that Crown Opal attack. I've seen lists that literally don't have the option and lists that do. I'm having a look down around today, and I haven't had a chance to dig through all the deck lists yet, but I had a look at some players. While you were chatting there, Michael, I just looked at the list of names playing Terapagos at this tournament, and it's kind of like a who's who of the Pokemon TCG. There are a lot of very big names, very recognizable players on the deck this weekend, and it's all Terapagos Dust Noir. That's the way it's listed. We'll have to see what the builds are like, but Dust Noir is at least part of the puzzle. It's the Dust Noir that brings it to life, because there's a lot of decks right now that try and do what we call the 2-2-2, where you take out 2 prize cards, another 2 prize cards, another 2 prize cards. If you do that quicker than your opponent, you're never going to lose, and whether that be with Iron Hands to turn 1 prize into 2 prizes, and so on. Terapagos can do the 2-2-2 matchup, but start behind. It can take 2 prize cards, use a Dust Noir to take 1 prize card, use Briar to then finish off the final 2 prize Pokemon for 3 prize cards. So they can go 2, 1 with a Dust Noir, 3, and so they can come back in the game. And so for Raging Bolts, Miraidons, opposing Terapagos decks, it's actually better for them to go behind in the 2-2-2 to finish off that way. And as we mentioned before, the other attack
could be utilized. I don't know if it will be, but the disruption of Terrapagos as well is something that you can really break down opposition decks where you've got consistency, Dust Noir to help take out their consistency cards, and then use an Ino at the end to really challenge them with that one card in hand. So it utilizes disruption, utilizes comeback mechanics, utilizes the going wide with Area Zero Underpath and Terrapagos. You can start with a one prize board state. There's so many benefits to it that it could be utilized very well by a top player.
Yeah, Area Zero Under Depths is a very, very good card. It's a great card. It might be the best card in Stellar Crown. Now, this is very unscientific. I just want to say that. But, you know, while you were chatting there, I had a sneaky look at just a few deck lists of these top players. Seems to be the double turbo build players are favouring.
Yeah.
It seems to be the pure double turbo, no option for the Crown Opal attack. Again, we're talking Tournament 1. We're talking, I've seen a couple of decks. Now, I've picked pretty good players whose decks to look at, but we are not there in terms of information. But the early look seems to be, obviously you play Dust Noir, but you give up on Crown Opal, you go 4 double turbo, and obviously that means you're only putting 4 spots in your deck towards your energy, which opens up more of your deck space for things like your Dust Noir, etc. And look, you've got to cut somewhere. Apparently energy is a way to cut. 4 double turbo, go for that. And Knockdown means this deck is going to be consistent.
Yeah, it's definitely looking forward to the future with the second attack. Because you could, rather than go wide, go narrow and just keep one Pokemon in play.
Oh, yes.
Blocking out all basic attacks. But I think we're getting close. We're getting close to round 3 being ready, so do stick around. We'll be reminding you throughout the day where we're at with the rounds, as it is only 8 rounds today.
Yep.
And tomorrow we'll be showing 2 of the Swiss rounds into that asymmetrical top cut and top 8, top 4 and final. So for you guys at home, make sure to keep sticking around. And as we mentioned, all these fun decks we'll be getting to show you as much as possible.
The round has been paired.
Pairings
are up for round 3, so it means we are very, very close indeed. We will somewhere backstage, there's 1 or 2 people furiously trying to figure out what the best game to show on stream is going to be. It's not us this time, but I'm sure they're going to pick a good one, and I feel good about that.
And it will only get better as the day goes on, as more players start to rise to the top on those EXO records. I think it really gets exciting around 4050 as we start to see the decks that you wouldn't expect to be doing well, but piloted by the right player, the right trainer, they can show off exactly what they're capable of. And, you know, you guys at home will be able to get involved as well by voting for matchups you want to. So we've got lots of opportunity to get the best things here. And also make sure to let us know on social media using hashtag #PlayPokemon which matches you want to see, which decks you want to see, because we do go and check and try and find out what you want to watch. I know you want to watch Clorf.
I want to watch Clorf.
And Miraidon.
I actually want to see some Palkia. I'm starting to see, there's a deck at 2-0 I've just noticed here. I'll be honest with you, I'm always looking at the pairings, the decks. Unless we're in the middle of a game, I'm keeping one eye on the information. I want to share all the cool stories with you guys. There is a Corner Mask Ogerpon EX, Snorlax Control, currently sitting at 2-0. This goes back to your control point there, Mike. Of course, we had a Cornerstone at top 8 in Baltimore last weekend in the previous format. There is a Cornerstone Snorlax sitting at 2-0. I'm not saying it's going to stay there, but I'm saying it's there for the minute, and maybe it keeps going up.
I mean, there's a lot of decks right now where accompanying Fluke could completely destroy their game plan.
Oh, yes.
As the bench spaces are so key right now, whether it be to get that Terra Pokemon out, to be able to go wide with Area Zero Underpath, or it be that you have liabilities within your deck that are consistency cards in most matchups, but you don't want to see them when you're up against the likes of Snorlax. And so we'll see whether that comes through there. I think that's something we're always going to be watching out for, is how's Control doing here? I know you guys at home aren't always the biggest fans of watching the gameplay, but with the need to win here, there's definitely a switch up of how people are playing the decks. Decks that can attack. That's why Cornerstone Ogerpon is so good, and why it did so well before, is because once you know it can wall out your opponent, you can just keep swinging and finish the game as soon as you need to.
And we talked about time and the record that you need in order to actually get up to that day 2 here. That can be important. You can win, you know, these stall decks win very, very slowly, because you get to that point where you're like, I've won! Now let's play the next 20 turns. Whereas at least with Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, you can go, I've won! You know, 4 or 5 attacks, I've actually won, let's go to game 2, let's go to game 3, whatever it might be. It's not, because sometimes you play against those control decks and they're 20 turns away from winning, and you're like, but maybe if I draw this 2-card combination, I can come back. I'm not scooping yet. and I'm not conceding, and it makes the game go a lot longer. And this is an important thing. The clock needs to be thought about. We're playing 50 minutes best of 3 in a situation where ties are, I think, punishing is a polite way to put it.
Yeah, it sounds like we have a match ready to go. So we're just going to try and get them over to the play area for you guys and get that going as soon as possible. And one thing I'm asking you guys in chat is, what's your card to watch out for? We all had our caster picks.
Yep.
And I think some of us, we said those about a week ago, and since then have gone, oh, maybe we should go for this, we should go for that.
Too late now.
What are you guys looking out for? Whether it's a card like Palkia coming back from the past, or whether it be a new card from Stellar Crown, like Briar, Area Zero Under Depths, it could be any of them. Maybe it's a card none of us have even thought about, and that's the exciting thing about having a nice, diverse meta right now, where someone could see a gap in it and find a new way to break it down. I mean, poor old Ogerpon, you know, there's so many different variants of it, but there is one that's never had a chance to shine.
Yeah, Half-Stone Mask Ogerpon, unfortunately, is left out in the cold. Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, we do seeing a bit of play here and there, especially with that Sparkling Crystal ruling, meaning it can use its attack turn 1, going second to hit 2 Pokemon for big damage. Obviously, Teal Mask Ogerpon is just arguably the best card in the entire game right now. You know, we looked at the Baltimore graphic in the open there, and it is half of the top deck, and it is 30% of the meta was playing it or more. And of course, that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon we just spoke about a minute ago, there's one at 2-0, it's part of a control deck. Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, I don't know.
I mean, I just want everyone right now to take a moment to reflect back. If you were involved in the Pokemon community back then, remember back to London Worlds 2022.
I remember that.
Remember there was a particular legendary Pokemon that was bossing it at that event. Palkia V-Star, and it's going to be looking to come back in full flesh here. Area Zero Under Depths takes it wide and allows it to hit even more numbers. So for you guys at home, we thought we'd reintroduce you back to the card, because it's been a while since we've seen it. Subspace Swell, 60 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponents. But I think it's really down to that consistency of Star Portal. Once you use this ability, you can attach 3 water energy from your discard pile to your water Pokemon, so it allows you to open up certain attackers like our wonderful Ogerpon, being able to use both of its attacks. I mean, it's great in many ways. Radiant Greninja, another great option, but also just being able to power up your own Palkia V-Star, a super strong card for that. And its good matchups are really looking to be some of those top dogs, but it's always got to watch out for Miraidon EX. That's why Palkia V-Star has really struggled in recent time, because there is a lot of strong lightning attackers out there, including that Iron Hands, which just takes too many prize cards against Palkia V-Star. But now, with Area Zero Under Depths, it can really utilize its first attack to full strength.
Yeah, it really does. That Subspace Swell becomes so much better. It's one of the only decks in the format, along with Chen Pao, which is really not there much anymore, that can really make the most of Radiant Greninja as an attacker. And, you know, like we saw with Terrapagos, it uses Dust Noir beautifully. The Palkia decks we see at the moment, they are using Dust Noir to its full effect. I've got a question for you, Mike. How many Palkia are currently sitting at 2-0 in the room?
I mean, you know I don't know the answer to this question.
I'm asking you to guess, sir.
Oh, my God. I don't even know how many people are 2-0 right now. It's probably loads, isn't it? Let's say 27.
3. Close.
So not as many as I was thinking. I mean, I was going a bit high there. I thought you were trying to imply that there was loads of them.
There's 3 of them, but 2 of them are from the same country.
Yeah.
There is one country out there that is repping Palkia right now very, very well indeed. And I just want to let you guys know I am lobbying that there is a player on Palkia who does have a pretty favorable matchup in round 3. I'm lobbying hard to get them on stream in round 4 on the next round. I do think we need to see some Palkia on the stream, but for now, we're waiting to see what the matchup we're going to have in round 3 is going to be. And look, we haven't got the full metagame breakdown for you right now, but I can tell you there's a lot of the old favorites out there. Charizard is there, Regidrago is there, your Raging Bolt is there. The decks you're expecting are out there. There's Gardevoir in the field. But it is the differences which are really interesting to us at the start of this metagame. Terrapagos and Palkia and Dragapult. They are the decks that are either new or really coming back into the metagame that you might have either not known about before, Terrapagos, or might have forgotten about. And, you know, who remembers that there was, early on, when Astral Radiance came out, there was I think it was in Melbourne, but it's definitely in Australia, there was a regional where the top 8 was Palkia, 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 Palkia. We had a full top 8 of Palkia, the first regional where Astral Radiance was legal. We're not going to be there today. I'm just saying, it feels a little bit like back then. Palkia's back.
I mean, the challenge for Palkia was it was limited by its maximum damage output.
Yep.
And everyone went, shucks, all these big EXs, I can't knock them out. I guess Palkia's out of the format.
Yes.
And then now, suddenly you're thinking, well, firstly, we've got more space with areas under depths, but you've also got some new attackers. You've also got the ability to have more consistency, which is always useful. And you get to use that huge subspace swell attack, which can knock out a lot of opposing EXs that are 300 HP or more. And the biggest thing about it is you're going to force your opponents to have to really think. There is no deck that makes you think more than playing against a deck that's based off of bench damage. And you're always thinking, if I bench this, that's an extra 20 damage, but how many more can they get? Do they have any damage? And it just completely throws people off, and it can often force misplays just from that alone, because people have to think so hard playing against it.
There's something I've been saying for years, which is if your opponent doesn't do stuff they want to do to try and hurt you, you are already winning. But I've had a question about my pin. And this leads me into an interesting discussion. The pin, by the way, it's the NAIC staff pin, but what's important is it's got Iron Thorns on. Fresh off a win at the World Championships. My question to you, Mike.
Yes.
Where's Iron Thorns this weekend?
I mean, Iron Thorns was a great pick for Hawaii. I just don't know if because it doesn't turn off the terror effect, so Area Zero under decks can still work.
Yep.
There's a lot of consistency right now that is not on EXs and rulebox Pokemon in general.
Yep.
So I think it's in a position where it's not going to be able to keep up with a lot of these newer decks, and I don't think that it does very well in a diverse meta. A new meta tends to come in when you know there's going to be a lot that it can target. And at that event, we knew Pheasantipity EX was going to be huge for a lot of decks. Likewise with Lumineon, Rotom, and all of these 2 prize Pokemon that were utilized for consistency. So a great call back in Hawaii, but maybe not so much here. We'll have to see, though.
Yeah, I mean, if we go by the Japanese data, it's basically fallen out of the metagame. If we go by the community data that Joe put together for us, we could maybe call it the 11th or 12th best deck in the format. And I think you laid it out really nicely there, Mike. At Worlds, the matchups worked in its favor. Here it doesn't. So it's getting a bit of love from me because it won Worlds, and that seems appropriate.
This might be the only time you see it.
Yeah, I might have to retire this pin after this event. But right now, you know, Iron Thorns, great play at Worlds, was awesome. But it does feel like maybe his time is already over.
Yeah, maybe, and I can see our players have arrived at the table, and we'll be watching them prepare shortly, and this will be our first match here in Dortmund, the first match of the European circuit. We're going to be looking at the first match of Stellar Crown here in Europe as well, so many things that are going to be a first here, and what better way to do it than those players on 2-0 in round 3. See those players early on. Maybe they'll be the ones that will watch throughout the whole tournament, make it all the way to the final. But early on, we get to watch some of those interesting decks.
Yeah, we're going to see some interesting decks. And I think I might know what matchup this is.
I do as well.
I've seen... Oh, do you actually know who it is?
I believe it's this table right
that is the table. I think I recognize the player on the left, and I just got to look at the deck on the right, and I know the player on the left is playing the deck on the right. This is actually... I sent a little cheeky message. I said, right, I've seen a player, they're 2-0. If they're 3-0, can we have them on round 4? And apparently they've said, no, you can have them on round 3.
There are cleverer people than us who have been setting this up the last 10, 15 minutes. We were talking about Palkia V-Star.
Oh, yes.
Turns out we're going to be seeing Palkia V-Star. So you guys at home are in for a treat. And the other side will be seeing a little bit of Ancient Box. So very exciting there. These decks are ones that are always going to be in the back of people's minds. One of the strongest single prize decks, and it always finds a way to challenge a lot of the top 2 prize decks.
Yes.
And the other side, you've got a card that we thought would never see again, and then it came back for a few little events here and there, but it was still a little bit off meta. I'm thinking back to Gdansk last year when it made a top 4, and now it's really coming back with a powerful new synergy with Area Zero under depths, and that is Palkia V-Star, the titan back in summer of 2022, but now back to wreak havoc in the new season.
Yeah, we have a couple of French players sitting at 2-0 with Palkia V-Star Dust Noir. It's a deck this is one of the decks I really wanted to see this weekend. Being able to see it as early as round 2 is going to make me very, very happy indeed. And, of course, one of the player I was talking about here is Antoine Boulet, who is a very well-known player in the, in the community. They are known for a lot of work they do, bringing, translation help, and they do a lot helping out the community as a whole. They've become a very popular person over the past few years because they basically spend a lot of their own time for no gain just helping us understand the Pokemon TCG more. They lived in Japan for 9 years. They've got an amazing resume of success over in Japan, topping giant 2,000-plus player, 3,000-player tournaments in Japan. So a popular player, well-known player, very good friend, I need to say. Now, I will say, top 4 at Aichi Champions League, please remember how big and competitive these Japanese tournaments are. Since they moved back to the West, not quite so strong. Lille top 64, Barcelona top 32, but Tokyo Nationals top 64, Aichi Champions League top 4, they are ridiculous achievements if you're familiar with the Japanese format.
And then we have a fun matchup as well on the other side. Maximilian seems to be a local player, and I think that's something always very exciting about the circuit we have. We get to travel all across Europe, and many players will be able to make and have those runs at local events. And we'll be hopefully seeing new faces throughout this season, people taking it that little bit extra seriously and then consequently rising to the top. So hopefully this matchup will be getting underway shortly. I know you guys have been waiting patiently. Round 3 will be kicking off for you guys as soon as possible. Here in Dortmund, our first regional of the 2025 season. Let's kick it off in style.
Oh, and remember that graphic we put up? It said that Ancient Box is a good matchup for Palkia. We put that graphic on the screen. We said that was a thing. It is going to be very interesting to see how that works out. These are 2 decks we might not see all weekend, but we're seeing them now. Let's see some prizes. And for Maximilian here, oh, we're already shuffling it back up again. Not entirely sure why. There were a couple of Irida there. Antoine has prized a few one-offs, nothing too much. Oh, wait.
That's 2 Palkias, and for those of you a little bit confused, we just
the wrong way around.
Switch over those prizes for you. So yeah, the right prize is there for Antoine, the left prize is for Maximilian, and we'll hopefully see if there's a way to find another Palkia, because 2 Palkia in the prize cards, not ideal.
That is not. I've got some really bad news. I've just had a look at Antoine's deck list.
Yep.
Do you want to guess how many copies of Palkia Antoine plays?
Is it just the 2?
It is a 2-2 Palkia line.
What about a Hisuian Heavy Ball? That's often a...
Hisuian Heavy Ball, there is 1 in the deck. Antoine needs to find that as fast as possible. We have a Duskull in the active. We have a Radiant Greninja on the bench. But that Hisuian Heavy Ball just became the most important card in Antoine's deck. They are playing a 2-2 Palkia line, and both Palkia V are prized. That's horrendous prizes right there, Mike.
Yeah, it couldn't be much worse. And I think that's one of those where now that the decks have so many different powerful cards, especially with Area Zero Under Depths, you have to go so wide with all these different Pokemon that people are falling a little bit short on their counts. Typically, Palkia in the past would play 3-3, but now we're having to find a bit more space. Having to go down to that 2-2. But thankfully, there is a way to play around it. You don't have to just use that Palkia V-Star.
No, there are other options. You've got Dusknoir there, you've got Radiant Greninja, there are other Pokemon available. It is not ideal. Now, we do see a Froakie coming down here. That's an actual Froakie, because there is actually a bit more going on in Antoine's deck here, which is always, you don't see Froakie very often there.
No, people will be working out what that's going to evolve into, and I think the fighting Terra type of the Greninja EX could be very useful when it comes to knocking out things like Terrapagos, as well as other normal type or lightning type Pokemon in the format. And the Pokestop there for Maximilian, getting 2 ancient cards into the discard pile and an Ultra Ball. And I think I see the Prime Catcher in the hand there. So that's going to make things a little bit... Oh, it's a Secret Box, I apologize. Secret Box in the hand there. So we'll be able to get lots of things set up here, but really needs to find a way to get energy into the discard pile and hopefully a Professor Sada, but not really finding a way to do that right now.
No, it's going to all be off that secret box, I think, there. You need to be basically getting rid of your entire hand. You need an energy. You need Professor Sada. We're not actually going for that. I was thinking maybe a turn 1 KO on the Dust Skull, but we're not going that. We're going Adventurous Discovery here. We're going to draw some cards. We're going to put some cards into the discard, but we can say goodbye to that turn 1 attack. It looks like for the time being. There is no Dark Patch in the deck. There generally isn't. I wouldn't expect it, but just confirming there is no Dark Patch, so say goodbye to the turn 1 attack. And here's what's interesting. Antoine played a Nest Ball. If Maximilian knows Antoine is playing Palkia, Maximilian knows all the Palkia V are prized. But Maximilian might not know that. It's only round 3.
I mean, potentially, it depends on the starting hand, right? If there is a way to get that Greninja X going early, it's a great attacker in this matchup. A larger Pokemon, harder to knock out, very consistent, only needs the 1 energy and will allow you to set up for the rest of the game.
Yep.
So early on, a Greninja X could be a huge, like that Shinobi Blade. Search your deck for a card and put it into your hand, whilst also taking knockouts. That's crazy.
170 while getting your Hisuian Heavy Ball. Now, Palkia V-Star hits the discard, as does Irida. That seems like, does Antoine have a rare candy in hand? Because if they do, oh, and I think they do, Mike, because they've gone and searched out that Greninja. And look, if you're Antoine here, worst case scenario, 2 Palkia V prize, but you get your turn 2 Greninja going first. Oh, things are changing. There's the rare candy. Do we have an energy and a switching card? We have an Irida. So I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, typically, when you see something like a Greninja X in a deck, you're thinking, well, now you have to include rare candy, which makes it more clunky and so on and so on. But when you've already got the rare candies in there for the Dust Noir, it naturally fits in as a 101 line. And as you can see here, pretty consistent to get it. We only need to use the Irida to find that a rare candy, just finding it in the starting hand. So didn't take a Pokemon off the Irida, just the switch, and the other card in hand, probably an energy, but this is the thing. You're not just sat in a tough position.
Is there an energy? Tell me there's an energy in hand.
You can then find any card you want, so you can keep that consistency going from this point on.
It's a rescue stretcher to get an energy. Now you could, you don't want to use Radiant Greninja. That'd be too risky. You attach it to Greninja EX, you take the KO, 170 damage, and you search your deck for any card, which could be the Hisuian Heavy Ball, or maybe Antoine goes, I've got a 1-card hand, this is too risky, I'm getting a supporter.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what the prize card afterwards is, but you don't get to check the prize card until you've taken that card from your deck, as you have to resolve the attack first. I'm sure Antoine right now will be like, please let me have a check to see if it's a Palkia first, but you can't do that. So you're going to be looking to set up a little bit wider, and this Greninja is going to be lasting a while, as Ancient Box has got a little bit to do before it can ramp up to that kind of damage output.
No, Greninja's got really big HP. 310 HP, hitting for 170. 170 is often not enough. It's one of its weaknesses, is the fact that that 170 is not a good number. But against this deck, that 170 is a great number. So take your time. Probably even better than Palkia, honestly. Maybe I don't even need Palkia.
Yeah, that's a good matchup for it. Now Maximilian's going to look to try and get the Ancient card count in the discard pile up, but we'll need to find a way to get some energy in play. Looking to get a Poké Gear, and no supporter there, it looks like. There were quite a few supporters early on found. One off the Pokestop. I think there was 2 in hand. And so it's hoping to try and find a Professor Sada's Vitality, and it's...
We need a basic. Right now, Maximilian needs a basic really badly, because Antoine's got a very easy KO coming up next turn. Maximilian needs another basic here just to stay in the game. Now, there are quite a few cards in hand, and... Okay, we have at least... Secret Box is still there, so... Yeah, there's no way Maximilian... Okay, and there is also a... Oh, I've forgotten its name. The Ancient Volcarona.
Slitherwing.
Thank you, Sliverwing. That is in hand as well, so there's no chance of Maximilian getting benched this turn.
Don't let Sierra hear that, because...
I know, I felt so bad. I just completely blanked.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting idea from Maximilian, trying to recognize that fighting damage is great right now, and that's where Antoine's got the Greninja, fighting a great type in the format as it attacks for weakness into a lot of Pokemon. But Secret Box going to be discarding 3 cards there, the Ultra Ball, Superior Energy Retrieval, and an Ancient Pokemon. So
Slitherwing, we just went through this, Mike.
That is a Slitherwing. But at this point, it being a Slitherwing is completely irrelevant. All that matters is it's an ancient card.
Absolutely.
It's doing its job as an ancient card.
Because that is, of course, what your Roaring Moon does. 70 damage with Vengeance Fletching. 70 damage plus 10 more for each ancient card in your discard pile. And of course, what you want to do is get as many ancient cards in the discard as you like, so you can come up and just do big damage. Problem is, it's going to take so much to get up to that 310. There is a point where this ancient box starts one-hit KOing 2 prizes. So Antoine needs to get as big of a lead as they can before that starts happening.
And with the Dust Noir, it does 130 as a damage output. So you've really got to hope that a Greninja comes down or something like that. You know, the Cursed Blast, putting 13 damage counters into play, that's always going to be an option to think about. But for now, we're really looking at Maximilian's board and wondering, is it possible to get the attack off here? And it's all going to come down to energy in the discard pile. This is the challenge of Ancient Box, is that early puzzle to try and get your attacker set up. Once you've got your first few attackers set up, generally you can solve it for the rest of the game and continually attack unless disruption has a big effect. But for the most part, it's the first one that's the hardest.
Yeah, absolutely it is. You need to get rolling. When you're in the mid-game, you're fine, but early on, you've got so much you need to get going early doors. Get your Pokemon, get your energy in the discard, draw into your Professor Sada's Vitality. And it does look like there's one in hand, but it doesn't look like there's any energy in the discard. Oh, no, there is one energy in the discard, but you're not getting full value. You'll get an attack off. What you really want to do is also get an energy on your bench Roaring Moon so that next turn you're not reliant on having a supporter to attack. But that is not the case here, just an energy to the active for Maximilian.
Well, speaking of energy, there's another one. And now with the Radiant Greninja in play, will allow some draw. And this is what we mentioned. Once you start getting the energy in play, it tends to be fairly comfortable going forward. That Ancient Booster Energy Capsule going to be vital here to put it out of range of the 170 damage output of the Greninja EX. An effective 200 hit points on that Roaring Moon. And now we just got to see whether Maximilian can get that first.
Oh, Counter Catcher comes down. Of course, Maximilian behind on prizes. Counter Catcher is on, brings up that Greninja, which is a very useful draw engine. There's not a great attacker in this matchup because you're not hitting good numbers, but it is a good draw engine. And oh, adding insult to injury, Maximilian uses Counter Catcher, brings up Greninja, and then uses his own concealed cards on Greninja to show Antoine what they're going to be missing.
Well, it seems to be setting up fairly well for Maximilian. And I think this is the question for him is, I don't know the route now in this matchup. And that's the challenge of bringing a deck like Ancient Box into a new format. You know the patterns, the different knockout numbers you have to get across the board. But you've just been presented with Greninja EX and a deck that is completely unfamiliar to you. You're wondering, what do I have to do in this matchup to map out the prize cards correctly? So those early counter catchers, you're having to do it based off of foresight. And hopefully for Maximilian here, that foresight is the right decision. Getting rid of that draw engine, recognizing a low hand size for Antoine, and having enough damage to knock out the Greninja.
7 ancient cards in the discard means 140, which just gets over that 130 of Radiant Greninja. Still a way away from hitting those 2 prize Pokemon 4 KOs, though, which is quite important. Important also to note, Roaring Moon, weak to grass, not to fighting, as some of these Darkness Pokemon do tend to be in the trading card game. So that 200 HP actually represents a bit of a barrier to Antoine right now. Is there... Now, we could use Dusclops here. There is 1 Dusclops in Antoine's deck. It would require giving up a prize, and giving up a prize to then take a 1 prizer here is really not what you're looking for. But that would allow Antoine to get over that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
And the challenge as well, you could, find a way to knock out one of the benched ones, but equally, you're then leaving a Roaring Moon with 2 energy on it and an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule in play. So you really want to be knocking out the powered-up Roaring Moon as 2 dark energy when there's no more energy in play except for the active is quite a tough position to come back from for an Ancient Box.
This is where Palkia would come in handy. Palkia would be the perfect attacker here, build up a big bench, and then go and take out that active Roaring Moon, because you can get to bigger numbers than Greninja can. Unfortunately here, with Antoine only just having benched their first Palkia of the game, that's not an option. Palkia's not attacking this turn. It has to be Greninja, so your options are free. You try and attack the bench, you try and get you hit the active but don't KO, or you use Dusclops. Not a great Pokestop there, losing 2 energy, and then immediately using your Rescue Stretcher to get it back.
And you can see it attaching another energy to Greninja EX. There is the first attack, which we've been talking about, allowing you to hit for 170, Shinobi Blade, and search your deck. But the Mirage Barrage,
attack 2 energy.
It's an attack we often don't see being used very, as typically Greninja EX known for its low energy cost on the attack. But it does do a lot of damage across the board.
Does 120 to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. Here's a problem, though. Antoine can now use that next turn to finish off this active Roaring Moon. But Roaring Moon has 140, Radiant Greninja has 130. There's nothing to KO here unless a Flutter Mane hits the board. Antoine's not getting a double knockout next turn, and that's what they really need here.
There is a Lost Vacuum as well, so potentially could leave
I like that.
Roaring Moon with the damage on, remove the tool on a future turn.
So there were 5 options.
Yeah, there's lots of options, and I think that's the exciting thing about Greninja, being able to search for those cards through its attack, but then also having such a powerful supporter like Irida that can tutor out the exact items you need.
And of course, let's not forget, if Antoine really needs a Lost Vacuum, well, they just use an attack that lets them search their deck for any card they want. There's no, maybe Antoine's got the Lost Vacuum. No. If they want it, they definitely have it.
Well, you guys at home are joining us in our first game of the stream. It's round 3 here in Dortmund, and we have amazing deck variety as we have a new format with Stellar Crown. So make sure to stay tuned and see all these decks. For now, Antoine Boulay with a interesting take on Palkia V-Star with that Greninja EX in the active, and an old favorite of many players, Ancient Box, one of the most accessible decks in the format, many locals picking it up, but still a challenging deck to pilot, especially into an unknown format like this, where you have to really work out what your opponents are capable of, and Maximilian trying to navigate that right now with the Roaring Moons.
Yeah, there's a lot of Roaring Moon there, and we got 2 energy on the active, heavily damaged, could be code of a Lost Vacuum, but currently sitting there. We have a couple Roaring Moon sitting on the bench, but they are not yet with any energy or anything else. They're just kind of sitting there chilling. For now, this is where you need to start getting a bunch more energy on the board if you are Maximilian. But with not having had your Pokemon KO'd last term, that means you don't need to work on your active, so any supporters you might play, any energy from your hand, they can at least all go to the bench here, so Maximilian can start getting set up. Looks like we're eyeing up a Poké Gear here.
Yeah, it does have the Professor Sada's Vitality in hand, so not too worried about getting that, but maybe in this situation, looking to use an Explorer's Guidance instead, just to try and dig a bit deeper, improve that damage output through discarding ancient cards. Doesn't, in fact, find one, and so will be left empty-handed after that Poké Gear.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but sometimes it is worth there. Of course, when you're playing these Ancient Box decks, you need to make sure that you're stretching. When you're against a 2-prize deck like Antoine is playing, don't worry about the Duskull. They're going to KO themselves to use that Curse Blast ability. You are going to have to be KOing your Greninja and your Palkia, so it is all about trying to get up to those big numbers as fast as possible. You have to go a bit more turbo than you would against single-prize decks. So here comes the Professor Sada's Vitality, and this is what you're looking for. 1 energy onto each of the benched Roaring Moon.
Much more efficient this time around, and you can now see to chain attacks for Maximilian, it should be fairly simple, as it will just require an attachment here and there. And in fact, one of them could be set up now to swing straight away in the next turn. And it's really just going to be about damage output. Another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule seems relevant with the Greninja here. And it's only 1 Lost Vacuum, so you can't chain Lost Vacuums getting rid of those tools. It reduces your damage output because you're not discarding it. But if you can survive for 2 turns, as this active one has done, it can completely revolutionize the way you end the games. It takes so many more attacks to knock out all of these ancient Pokemon.
Oh, absolutely. We see the, treble hit off of the Pokestop here. So you've got some options, things like Ultra Ball to discard extra ancient Pokemon in your hand or ancient cards in your hand, if you so wish. And yeah, the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is huge, because you're looking to work towards a point where you're 1-hit KOing for 2 prizes and they're 1-hit KOing for 1. But if you can start making them 2-hit KO in the early game for 1 prize, then you're not just, skewing the mass in your favor in the late game. You're doing it in the early game as well, and that is where things really get out of hand. It's how this deck can really start to dominate.
Interesting for Maximilian, because of a lack of early discard of energy, has now discarded a Superior Energy Retrieval and a Super Rod, typically a vital card to keep throughout the game.
Yep.
You need to recover that energy late game. But Maximilian hasn't done a huge amount of discarding of the energy early on, so can risk discarding those at this stage.
Absolutely can. We do see a bunch of cards in... Oh, no, what we...
So it's for the attack. How much damage is that doing to the Greninja EX right there?
Oh, I cannot make... yes, I can. 170. So that would be 10 cards in the discard, and that is a total of 170. So yeah, 70 base plus 100 means there must be 10 ancient cards in the discard, which does mean that Greninja will go down next turn. Does Antoine have the Lost Vacuum? Do they want the Lost Vacuum? Here we go. Oh, it's Prime Catcher and an Ultra Ball off of the Pokestop.
Fascinating, though, that a Pokestop came with it. Everyone talking about Palkia V-Star and how strong it is in this current format due to the ability of it to go wide with Area 0 under depth. Antoine here bringing Palkia V-Star for a completely different reason, has acknowledged that the Pokestop can allow for consistency, and consequently, when you get that Greninja EX into play, you can utilize other people's Area 0 under depths.
Yeah, Antoine actually is not playing Area 0 under depths in their deck. They are not going wide here, but they are giving themselves the option if other people are. Let's make no mistake, it still uses the card, but only if other people do first. Here comes a Dusknoir down on... Oh, there's a Dusclops, actually, is it not?
Dusclops, yeah.
That is a Dusclops down onto the field. Now, that allows you to KO it while dropping 5 damage counters all onto the same Pokemon. Antoine could use this to KO the active, but the problem there is if Antoine does this, they're not KOing another Pokemon, although they could then use Greninja's second attack and just start going nuts with damage all over the field.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's something we've got to look out for here.
Prime Catcher comes down onto that Greninja. Well, Maximilian KO'd Antoine's Greninja. It's only fair if we turn and turn about. Now, here's the thing. Maximilian's deck plays Pecharunt for switching. Could we see... Could Antoine be trying to trap this in the active, or are we just going for a double KO? Probably just a double KO, but you never know.
I think that might have been... Was that a Lost Vacuum off the prize cards? Maybe that was why we went for the...
Oh, Lost Vacuum may have been prized.
So lots to look out for. And this is what we were talking about earlier on in the pre-show and the little bit of time we had between the pre-show and now, is there is a lot of intricacy in the format right now, and the smarter players than us are working out ways to link those decks up. And Antoine, in this situation, has come up with a crazy new archetype.
I love it.
Not even utilizing the Area 0 under depths with the Palkia V-Star and recognizing how powerful the Dusknoir. We saw a little bit of Palkia V-Star with Dusknoir in the previous format. Started to pop up towards the end. Now people are transforming it going into this one. And I guess the Greninja EX a great metacal on the deck too.
Absolutely, it is. Now, Antoine can take a KO on the Greninja here, but then Maximilian will actually take a KO and jump up by a prize. Maximilian will go up 4-3. So here comes the Ino from Antoine here. Both players shuffle their hands, put them at the bottom of their deck, and then you draw a number of cards equal to your remaining prizes, which in this case is going to be 4 for each player. But these Ancient Box decks, when they lose their Greninja, they can sometimes draw quite awkward hands because of the way the deck works. Maybe that's what Antoine's relying on here.
And we saw the previous Earthen Vessel only found 1 energy out of the deck. So Antoine might be assuming Maximilian only had energy in hand. So by doing the Ino, you force the energy back into the deck. So Greninja might not be an out of this Ino. But yeah, this is an interesting position because sometimes the board wipe is one of the most effective ways to disrupt Ancient Box. So maybe using a Greninja EX now into a Radiant Greninja later on, they'll be able to destroy the board of Maximilian.
Absolutely, and that could work, quite frankly. Now, we do finally... We're quite far into this game. We're 20 minutes into this game, Mike, and we finally get Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Interesting to note, we are 20 minutes in. We might not get a game 3 here, and we've already talked about how bad ties can be. So the winner of this game 1 is getting more important every minute that ticks by.
And that's a challenge for Ancient Box, being a 1-prize focused deck. You're forcing your opponents to take 6 prize cards, which makes the games go on a bit longer. And so some of the strongest Ancient Box players, their greatest skill is the fact that they're able to scoop at the right times.
Absolutely. Now, we saw Antoine there. They put their hand on the energy and then took it off. I think they were maybe thinking Mirage here. They could have potentially done it twice in a row, hoping Maximilian didn't have a switch out for the Greninja. Changed their mind, just took the straight KO on the Greninja. But there was that moment where Antoine put the hand on the energy and it looked like maybe they were thinking about a Mirage. Did not come to pass.
Trekking Shoes, a wonderful card for these aggressive discarding decks. Allows you to decide whether you want it or not. And they're looking to keep that card there. Trekking Shoes is one of my favorite cards. It allows you to thin down your deck to a 56-card list and just be more consistent.
I love that. There's been a lot of cards in the past that have done that. 56-card list and then 4 cards at draw. We saw Judge Whistle played like that for a while at some point, which was very bizarre kind of card. But here comes your Pokegear 3.0. We look at the top 7 cards of our deck. We find a supporter card. It goes into our hand. Ooh, final card is an Explorer's Discovery?
Guidance.
Guidance, thank you. That card always gets me. Explorer's Guidance. I said it right like 4 times.
There it is.
Got it wrong at the end. We got there in the end.
And it's one of those cards early on that can be quite frustrating to see because it doesn't get energy into play. But at this stage where you've got enough energy on your Roaring Moons and you've just been disrupted, it's a great way to dig deeper. Typically a card that discards so much from the top 6 or top 5, top 7, whatever it is, it can be quite risky to play. But in this deck, when you've got so many cards you're happy to discard and ways to get back the ones that you're not happy to discard is a great addition. And debating now whether to play it, it also thins down that deck. So in that end game, you typically have a deck that you have complete control over, whether it be through Super Rod or Pal Pad getting back in those cards. So I'm going to be using Explorer's Guidance here, the Pal Pad, and a few ancient cards that Roaring Moon straight away.
Yeah, Maximilian's 2 KOs away from winning here. Maximilian is going to get a KO on the Greninja this turn. That's going to put them down to 2 prizes. They need 1 energy on the bench Roaring Moon to have an attack next turn. And if they KO a Palkia V-Star, that is going to be the game. I can see how Antoine can take 2 prizes next turn, but the problem is, oh no, not even quite. Right, here's the maths I'm doing in my head as I'm talking. Roaring Moon's got 140 HP. Dust Noir drops 13 damage counters. If Roaring Moon had 130 HP, Antoine could actually KO both these Roaring Moon next turn and win the game. But it doesn't. And here's the problem. Antoine cannot go Duskull and Dust Noir because they're only going to have 2 prizes remaining. If they do that, Maximilian will win the game.
Yeah, and that Palkia V-Star at this late stage is 280 hit point in range of the Ancient Box deck. So Maximilian will be recognizing that as the final 2 prize cards, or in the case of a Dust Noir or Dusclops being used for that Cursed Blast, it would only be the 1 prize card required. So this Greninja knockout, it's been a nuisance this whole time, but at the right slot for Maximilian, that is going to put him into a great position for the end game. Just recognizing how much damage it is there. I think Antoine just making sure to know how much damage output is capable from Maximilian's deck right now, plus Explorer's Guidance. And that will be the knockout on the Greninja EX, most likely.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. It's already, there was enough last turn. Last turn, it did 170. It doesn't have 340. It's got 310. The KO on the Greninja is not an issue. That was settled before we started this turn. The issue is whether there are 18 ancient cards in the discard to get, oh, no, not even 18, 21, sorry, to get a KO on the Palkia. So, are we there yet? Not to sound like my kids when we're driving, but are we there yet, Mike?
I mean, there's also, can you knock out the Palkia V-Star now? That's a counter catcher. So it could even be possible to knock out the Palkia V-Star and leave the Greninja EX in play. But one thing that is interesting here is because Maximilian needs to have 3 Pokemon in play, cannot leave 2 because they could be knocked out through the Dust Noir routes that we've mentioned before.
I don't think they can at this stage. Because Dust Noir does 130. Oh, yeah. Antoine's only going to have 2, you need 2 prizes to win.
Yeah, so he could have just left the 2 in play, because by putting that 3rd one down without an energy, that is a liability to be gusted up, potentially.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I mean, it's more of a liability when things like your Greninja EX are left on the board, but it's not left on the board here. And here's the thing. I ran through this a second ago. I don't think the maths works out for Antoine at this point. Roaring Moon having 140 HP is saving Maximilian here. Dust Noir cannot get a KO on Roaring Moon. It is 10 damage short, 1 damage counter short. Antoine cannot combine a Dusclops and a Dust Noir without giving up 2 prizes and giving Maximilian the win. Antoine can take 1 prize while leaving a Roaring Moon with 10 HP remaining. Unfortunately, now if Antoine can knock out both of them with all the energy, they probably win the game from here. But
there is also potential to gust up that Roaring Moon now that it's been put in play and then use a Greninja to set up the other 2 or something like that. There's a lot of options in these kinds of decks, and I think it's really going to come down to the end game. What does Antoine see as the best option? That there is always a little sneaky route that we can't see when these top players play out their final turn, and it could require something like a poker stop to hit one of those pieces. And here we go, Night Stretcher, 2 of those. That could be very useful at this stage.
Do we know if Maximilian still has access to Pecharunt EX? Like, is it discarded? Is it in the deck? Is it in the prizes? I don't know where the Pecharunt is. I've lost track of the Pecharunt, Mike, because I think at this stage, I don't know if Antoine can win with damage, not in the traditional route. It might be, like you say, a Gust and try and strand that Roaring Moon. So in that situation, Pecharunt would basically make that a non-option. And there is a Pecharunt EX in Maximilian's deck. There's only one, but there is one in there.
Yeah, a great option, knowing that something like Snorlax Control could be very powerful in a format. Great way in these end games to guarantee not getting disrupted. It's also a great attacker if you have it in play and you're able to get energy on it. With no Dark Patch, it could be a bit tough, but there we go. The Dust Noir is in play, and we'll be seeing plenty of Curse Blasts throughout the weekend. One of the most powerful cards in the format. Many people overlook how powerful it is to manipulate prize cards, control what prize cards your opponent on, especially when it comes to endgame disruption.
And there's the INO. Interesting. INO coming down before Dust Noir. Antoine could potentially put Maximilian to a 1-card hand if they'd use the Dust Noir first, but choosing to use the INO put Maximilian down to a 2-card hand. Clearly wants to see what cards they get from the INO before they commit to the Dust Noir.
Exactly, so an Ultra Ball going to be coming down. And this is the challenge at this stage. The options, he's still got the V-Star to be able to get as much energy
I like the
play.
Mew. 0-card hand, but Mew can get you back up to 3 cards in hand. Mew, the perfect card to draw off an Ultra Ball to a 0-card hand. And we're going to see Mew drawing 3 cards here. Love Mew.
Let's see, Antoine, what have you got? Is that...
Nest Ball.
Nest Ball.
Nest Ball's being played, looking for a basic Pokemon. It's Pheasantipity, which is going to draw... Antoine's gone from a 0-card hand to a 6-card hand here by virtue of the Mew and the Pheasantipity here. So Antoine's not lacking in terms of options here. But at this stage...
There it is.
There's the counter catcher onto the Roaring Moon. They were already behind on prizes. And this is what Antoine needs to do. Buy 1 or 2 turns and hope. But if Pecharunt is available for Maximilian, this will unfortunately be a moot point.
There's a Nest Ball there as well.
Here comes the Nest Ball. If Pecharunt's in deck, there is no question what Maximilian is searching for here.
Oh, is that it there?
I cannot make it out well enough. Yes, it is. Pecharunt is in the deck.
Oh, but just worried about putting a 2-prize liability in play, potentially?
Well, yeah, see, putting a 2-prize liability is a bit of an issue, and,
but there's 2 prize cards left for Antoine.
Yeah, there's not a huge amount of cards left. It is a bit of a target, but...
That's the maths that's going on right now for Maximilian, just trying to work it out, and does put it down in play. Is going to be able to send one of those benched Roaring Moon fully powered up to attack into the Dust Noir.
Ooh, here's an interesting little wrinkle.
Go on.
Pecharunt, if you move a Roaring Moon into the active, it becomes poisoned, loses 10 HP, comes into Dust Noir range. I know the Dust Noir's about to get KO'd, but still.
And you can't use a Dust Noir with 1 prize card remaining either.
Unfortunately not. This Dust Noir going down does get rid of that, but still, it's a fun interaction, all right?
Ancient Booster Energy Capsule completely squandered your plan as well.
But Antoine still has Lost Vacuum, or did they use that already?
They didn't use that, but it wouldn't poison it because the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule denies.
Oh, of course it is. Turns off the poison. Never mind. I know it's irrelevant, but it's a fun little interaction, all right? It makes me happy. So
we're really trying to work out the end game here. This is what this whole weekend is going to be about. For you guys at home who are watching, we have so many different ways to change end game states, whether it be through Dust Noir, whether it be through Briar, whether it be through Disruption. These final turns are so key for everyone watching, and that's going to be 1 prize card remaining for Maximilian. Can Antoine find a way to work around this board state? It's tough. 3 prize cards seems near impossible at this stage.
We saw them shaking their head there, and it does look like cards are being picked up. There will be a concession from Antoine, and Maximilian will win game 1 here with just 20 minutes remaining going into game 2. Maximilian takes a 1-0 lead. And at this stage, it is going to be exceedingly difficult for Antoine to win 2 games on the bounce. Maximilian, you either win game 2 or game 2 doesn't finish, and you get your free match points and you move on with a 3-0 record with Ancient Box, not one of the top choices coming into this weekend, Mike.
Well, we got to look back to the beginning of that game with the prize cards. 2 Palkia Vs in the prize card makes it really tricky, but finding that Greninja EX early on, great value. It'll be interesting to see how Antoine changes it up going into the next game. But we mentioned time, such a big factor here now. Tie's not an ideal outcome for any player at the event. So being able to have a deck like Ancient Box that has a slower game plan because it has 1 prize Pokemon that takes at least 6 turns for your opponent to knock out. It's going to be an interesting day for Ancient Box, whether it can find a way to fill out those games and get the wins.
It is going to be a very interesting game indeed. We are setting up for game 2, and the name of the game, if you're Antoine here, is Speed. How fast can I play here? Can I get 2 quick wins in... Well, you need to be in position in game 3 to win in the final 3 turns. We see 2 Fluttermane prize for Maximilian, not a huge deal. Antoine Prime Catcher prized, so nothing terrible there, but that Squawkabillion Prime Catcher for Antoine is not ideal.
No, starting the Duskull, generally going to be the case for a deck playing that thicker Dusknoir line. 3 Duskull there. And starting with the 1 prizer can be quite useful going into Ancient Box, force them to have to get that kind of a knockout. But the Fluttermane in the active, sometimes in some matchups, that is the ideal start. In other ones, you don't want it in play.
You don't, and we didn't see it hit the board last turn, and of course this is in Dusknoir range, so this does give Antoine an easy target.
And Greninja.
Yeah.
Both Greninjas.
Both Greninja.
Haven't said that in a while.
No, indeed we have not. So it's one of the cards you really would rather not have on the bench. Radiant Greninja and Fluttermane are the only Pokemon in Maximilian's deck that are in range of a Curse Blast from Dusknoir, and that is something that we know Antoine's deck wants to do here. It's just unfortunately not doing it as well as they might like. That game 1 did not go as they were hoping. But we do see the Froakie come down, and we saw how good an attacker that was in game 1. But here, crucially, choice. Greninja EX or Palkia V-Star. You can have whichever one you want.
Yeah, and we mentioned before about board wipes being so powerful. You could even use the Greninja in turn 2 if you're able to use Palkia V-Star's Subspace Swell onto the Froakie, and then, or Star Portal, sorry, and then evolve it later on. You can get those 3 energy in play, so lots to think about. And you know, the more you watch these matchups, you start to notice it's 10 damage short here. I need to get this over here. And so with this Dusknoir line, it's going to be so important throughout the weekend, whether it combined with a Hawlucha, whether it be combined with the right damage output of the main attacker through Subspace Swell, or your Terapagos Unified Beatdown. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
It is going to be nice to see how we go about this. We do have an Earthen Vessel from Maximilian, discarding an energy, searching out a couple more energy, doing that early game search, trying to figure out what's going on, what's in the deck, what's prized, what's available, and what is not. Lots of energy, at least 4 energy in hand for Maximilian. Do they have another Pokemon?
That's a good question. They have a Trekking Shoe, so might look to try and dig a bit with that, but maybe it could be just the 1 Pokemon here for Maximilian.
Any of those Pokemon on Antoine's side of the board could evolve and attack next turn.
And it was a very energy-starved start for Maximilian last time, and now it's too much energy.
Got 4 energy in hand. This could be exactly what Antoine needs to get back into this best of 3. That Fluttermane will go down to a Rare Candy Dusknoir or a Rare Candy Greninja Switch energy or a Palkia Evolve energy in the discard. It's a bunch of different routes.
Ooh.
And we do see, what was that?
That was Earthen Vessel into an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. The Poker Gear could find an Explorer's Guidance or a Professor Sada's Vitality to try and see more cards, but this could be the final option here.
This does look like it is this or bust. We have a supporter card here.
Oh,
we have an
there we go.
Explorer's Guidance and a second one. Chance of hitting a Pokemon of this are incredibly high. So it does look like Explorer's Guidance is going to get Maximilian out of a pretty big jam here. Look at the top 6 cards of your deck. 2 go into your hand. One of them's got to be a Pokemon, Mike.
And that's the challenge. When you're using Explorer's Guidance, you almost don't want to have to get something. You want to have choice over the best cards there. But if you're having to take the Pokemon, you might have to take another Fluttermane or a Slitherwing, and then you have to discard those really powerful cards around it. So this could be a tough Explorer's Guidance to choose here for Maximilian.
Yeah, the only thing we know for certain is if there is a Pokemon there, it is coming out regardless of what it is. Let's take a look at the hand. What have we got? There is a Sliverwing, there is a Roaring Moon, there is a Great Tusk, there is an Ultra Ball. So there's a lot of options there in terms of Pokemon.
I think that's come out very nicely there for Maximilian. One of the stronger Explorer's guidances you'll see, discarding ancient cards as well to increase the damage output for future Roaring Moon attacks.
Yeah, being able to lose a Sliverwing, Great Tusk, they're cards that don't really do anything for you in this matchup. So getting rid of both of them to power up your attack while grabbing a Roaring Moon and an Explorer's Guidance the next turn. Yeah, that was about the best case scenario. So a very nervous start here. And I don't know how likely it is, but if I'm Antoine, if I can be attacking with Radiant Greninja this turn, oh, I'm loving that.
You got to think from Maximilian's point of view, starting off this game, wouldn't know whether Antoine had access to Area 0 under depth. So would be thinking, I've got to go really narrow because of the potential for Palkia to be able to knock me out with just the bench Pokemon on Antoine's side.
Yes.
I've got to force that challenge. Now that Maximilian has seen Antoine probably not playing it after seeing the Pokestop, can probably assume that can go a little bit wider now, recognizing that the damage output for Palkia is limited to below 200. I think it's with 2 bench Pokemon would be the case. So you can have 2 bench Pokemon and safely have an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on a Roaring Moon, and it'd be too big for anything on Antoine's side to knock out, unless there was a Dusknoir involved.
200 damage would be Antoine having 5 bench Pokemon and Maximilian having 2. So Maximilian with 2 bench Pokemon would allow Antoine to hit for 200.
Yeah.
So Maximilian would have to stick to 1 bench Pokemon to avoid the Palkia KO on a Roaring Moon with an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to it.
There we go.
Here comes a Nest Ball, and it seems like we're going to grab that Radiant Greninja, and I think Maximilian sticking to 1 bench Pokemon here is aspirational. Is a polite way to put it. I don't think that's going to happen.
Antoine's turn very quick there, just getting the Greninja X in play and passing. So giving Maximilian a bit of time to set up and really increase that damage output. Taking the Explorer's Guidance, I believe, off of that last Explorer's Guidance.
Yes.
So we'll be able to dig really deep through the deck here. And with a bit of extra time, that is the dream for Ancient Box.
Yeah, and this is not the start Antoine wanted. There was a situation where they were able to evolve into Palkia V-Star, get some energy onto Radiant Greninja, knock out the Flutter Mane while putting damage on the Roaring Moon to put that well into range of a Dusknoir, really getting a fast start. And instead, it was Rare Candy Greninja EX pass. Maximilian now has the possibility of KOing the Duskull, with a Roaring Moon, taking the first prize with a decent setup. And that is not how this matchup is supposed to go.
Another pass.
Oh, my goodness. We're on to turn 3 for Maximilian here. Antoine down a game and just passed 2 turns in a row.
If you ask any Ancient Box player, what do you need more of? They'd always say time early on.
Yes.
And you are being given time early on right here. And especially after winning game 1, Maximilian is going to be feeling very confident with this start. And the more Roaring Moons that are set up to be able to chain them throughout the game, the easier it gets for Maximilian, especially when there are 6 prize cards still on the board.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want as the Ancient Box player, like you say. Time to set up. It's getting Ancient Pokemon in the discard. It's getting Roaring Moon onto the bench. It's getting energy onto your Roaring Moon. Because there comes a point in the late game where the deck basically plays itself. You've got 2 energy on each of your Roaring Moon, enough Pokemon in the discard or the other ancient cards to get the KO, and you just like Vengeance Fletching, just every turn until you win the game. But it's getting to that point, and Antoine here, through no fault of their own, is giving Maximilian all the time they need. Maximilian's not had a fast start this game. This is like their 3rd turn, and they've not launched an attack yet, but it doesn't even matter.
Well, the dream way to start the stream for any Ancient Box fans out there. Maximilian just continuing to blitz through the deck and show the power output of this strong archetype that is always something you have to think about, because 140 HP, potentially up to 200 HP on a single prize basic Pokemon is always a lot to talk about. We mentioned how the Dusknoir can only put 13 damage counters in play. Are people going to have to start combining it with Hawlucha and all sorts of crazy stuff like that? Antoine is really going to have to hope for some kind of disruptive miracle to be able to destroy this Ancient Box in the late stage. It's getting very tricky as the game goes on.
You're just asking for so much. We finally get a Roaring Moon into the active, and then we get the Roaring Moon using that Venging Fletching, KOing on the Duskull, and this is a very bad situation if you're Antoine, if you are the Palkia player, because you're down on prizes. Do they even have an energy with which to attack this turn? Oh, they have an Irida, so they can get an energy.
I think that must have been off the top, surely. The Irida being such a vital card to continually string attacks. Antoine last game discarding an Irida in their first supporter turn because they had two. This time, really trying to dig deep for one. And they are going to be hoping for a miracle with how much they have to pull back here. But the Greninja EX is a strong attacker in this matchup. That 170 damage, whilst continuing the consistency, is going to be key. But when you start putting liabilities in play like Pheasantipity EX, it's just opening up a quicker route to victory for the Ancient Box deck. Maximilian will be eyeing up that Pheasantipity EX and thinking, next turn I'll have a go at that.
The last thing you want to do here is when you're behind, the whole point here is that Ancient Box are trying to skew the prize race in their favor, and your job is to make it as hard for them to do it as possible. If they take the first prize and then you put 2 prize liabilities down on the bench, 210 is a lot different to the 280 on the Palkia V-Star, the 310 on the Greninja EX. That is not that difficult to reach up and get.
And Ancient Box so comfortable going behind, typically uses counter catchers for Gust, only having the one boss in the deck and the power pad to recycle it. So almost going ahead is a problem for Maximilian, but as we all know, Ancient Box, once it goes ahead, it stays ahead, typically.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the problem you've got here. If you're against Ancient Box and you fall behind and they're in a good position, this is what we see. We do finally see that Lost Vacuum getting rid of the Lost Vacuum. We are going to see Greninja take a KO on the Roaring Moon. Antoine is off here. They've taken their first prize, but Maximilian is very well set up at this point.
Yeah, they're going to need to focus on knocking out any possible attacker on Maximilian's side and hope that maybe with some disruption later, some poor draw for Maximilian, they're unable to chain attackers, as Maximilian has a Roaring Moon with an energy on, and if they can power this up, it will start the chain. But without a Professor Sada's Vitality, it might be the next Roaring Moon or the one after that that becomes too difficult to play, and then consequently will lose a few turns back in favor of Antoine.
Yeah, and, every time we count out Roaring Moon, this Ancient Box deck, it seems to come back. NAIC, we didn't give it much of a chance, but it had a good run there. Worlds, it was not one of the favored decks, but we did see Sakuya Ota actually go and win the junior division using this deck. And now we're seeing it in round 3 of Dortmund doing very well. Looks like Maximilian just is on course for a victory here in our first stream game, round 3 overall. Maybe it's time to take this deck a little more seriously. What are you looking at, Mike?
See if there's a Professor Sada's Vitality in there, which there is, and that will increase the energy in play and maybe set up a scenario where 2 Roaring Moons are ready to attack. But so much recovery in the deck, because it blitzes through the deck so fast with the Pokestop and the Explorer's Guidance, you have to have energy recovery, you have to have Pokemon recovery, you have to have supporter recovery, and it has that contingency built in for the discard of any useful cards and can get them back.
Yeah, and of course we do see that superior energy retrieval there is getting rid of a Flutter Mane and an Explorer's Guidance. That's 2 more cards hidden in the discard that have that Ancient tag on. That's an extra 20 damage for those Roaring Moon and Maximilian here. Does not look like the clock is going to be any kind of reason why they win here. It looks like they are on the route to a clean 2-0 victory over Antoine Boulet here in round 3.
Only thing Maximilian has to watch out for now is decking out.
Yes.
That is always a challenge of Ancient Box. You often see them teetering on the side of 1 to 5 cards in deck, and so the badly timed situation could go against. And that's why Maximilian does play that great tusk to be able to catch other people off guard and do the same to them. But as long as they keep the deck size nice and big and continually swing for the rest of the game, Maximilian should be in a strong enough position here to finish off ahead. Just got to worry about powering up those future attackers and chaining it through to the end.
Yeah, I've just had a sneaky look at Antoine's list here. There's nothing there to force the discard in Antoine's deck. You wouldn't expect there to be, but I've just had a look just in case. Doesn't look like Antoine's going to be able to force an early deck out from Maximilian.
There's things like, it's not necessarily in this deck, but you got to always think about stuff like Ogerpon using Sob to trap a Greninja in the active.
Absolutely.
Which isn't in the decks. There's all these things you should be playing around just in case, and that's the exciting thing about a new format. You have no idea what people's 60s are looking like. As a knockout is taken on Pheasantipity EX, opting to use the boss rather than any of those Ancient supporters to get more energy available, recognizing how important that Pheasantipity EX is, and Antoine now far behind, but has to find a way to take out this Roaring Moon and disrupt.
Now, the good news is the KO should be pretty easy. Either using Subspace Wow, the ability... Oh, no, that's not the ability, is it?
attack
Using
subspace
Star
well.
Portal, thank you very much, the ability to get the energy onto Palkia, or just switching into the Greninja because there's no Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so Greninja can get a clean KO on the Roaring Moon. The KO here for Antoine isn't an issue. The issue is you're 2 prizes down against a single prize deck. 1 game down with 6 minutes on the clock, and your opponent has had a decent start. But at least Antoine should be able to knock all the energy off the board here to put Maximilian into an awkward situation.
Yeah, I wonder last turn, Maximilian going aggressive with the boss's orders onto the Serendipity X, rather than using the Professor Sada's Vitality to get more energy in play. Potentially a mistake there, because more energy in play is safety. Even though you're going to lose out on a knockout on that particular turn, it might be better long-term to have that energy available.
Here comes the INO, so Maximilian's going down to a free card hand, and this is Antoine's chance to get back in this game. This is what they need to do. Put Maximilian down to a free card hand and hope Maximilian does not get any energy for a couple turns. And you might have noticed Antoine cheekily putting a second energy onto the Greninja there, opening up the possibility of Mirage Barrage.
Here we go, 2 energy onto the active Palkia V-Star, 1 onto the Palkia V, setting up these attackers to chain them. And unfortunately, the Pokestop will remain in play no matter what, just because both players have no way to get rid of that now. But we will see a knockout. All energy removed from play, and it's now Antoine asking the question, will Maximilian find a way to get another attack off here? Here we go.
So, oh, they did just top deck a Pokegear 3.0. They've got Explorer's Guidance in hand.
Greninja draw with the energy.
Yeah, they have got some options. Here we go, Sliverwing. Oh, they've just got Counter Catcher.
Very smart, though. Pokestop before shuffling that deck up, knowing that the Sada is at the bottom.
Yes.
You can discard the cards that were remaining in the deck before that INO.
Means you're definitely not going to hit the Professor Sada off of the Pokestop and lose it. Hitting that Counter Catch is pretty big. Antoine is... Oh, no, Antoine's actually... No, you are ahead on prizes. That's not going to be any good right now. But you can draw cards with Greninja.
This is the question. You can draw cards with Greninja. You then will draw cards with Professor Sada's Vitality.
Hit Secret Box.
You've got to be careful with all this draw now, because you might end up getting quite thin on that deck. So resource management for Maximilian is key at this late stage. You can see what that's about 10 cards left in deck. And so we'll have to just try and manage those resources well, but while getting plenty of attacks in. And will the Palkia V-Star be in range this turn? That's the big question.
Oh, and if you're Antoine, you're probably thinking back to that very first turn of this game too, thinking, why did my opponent have to hit that Explorer's Guidance off that last card of the Pokegear? Although, to be fair, Antoine did not launch an attack for several turns, so maybe it was a moot point anyway. Here comes Secret Box, which has become the ace spec of choice in these ancient decks. You discard 3 cards from your hand, and then you go and get a tool, a supporter, and a stadium, and an item.
You can see Antoine very helpfully sharing the damage output for the Roaring Moon there. You can see about 250 right now, I think, is Antoine's estimate. Obviously, they have to check as the attack goes through, but we're reckoning around 250 for the attack at this stage, which could knock out the Palkia V-Star with a few more discards. The supporter for turn will likely be another card, so that's 260, and then we saw an Earthen Vessel. If that discards a card as well, then we're going to be making it. So first bit of the puzzle, get some energy in play. Antoine adds 1 to the count, 260. Will any of these cards be Ancient Bone that can be discarded with the Earthen Vessel to hit that 280 for the Palkia V-Star knockout?
Doesn't look like it. Pecharon, Ultra Ball, and a middle card's escaping me for the moment. But I'm pretty... Oh, it's Penny, so it's not an ancient card. So here we go. That Earthen Vessel. Oh, it should actually put Maximilian up to 270. We're not actually there yet. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference in the outcome of this game necessarily, but it does at least give Antoine 1 more turn. And you know that Palkia's not going to be in the active at the end of the next turn.
And we think back to those prize cards. There was quite a lot of ancient cards in the prizes. You know, there's 2 Fluttermane, an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, which I think still remain in there. So that could have limited the damage output here for Maximilian.
It's an interesting point because the Fluttermane don't really do much in this matchup, but they're actually really useful discard fodder.
And the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule that was put into the Lost Zone by the Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, that would have been the extra 10 needed, but Antoine lost zoned it. So when it's in the lost zone, it does not count. So assuming Antoine's count is correct, that should be 200. Here we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 270. You need 21 to KO Palkia, and that is not enough. Maximilian going, no, there must be 21. I'm going to count again. I will find that 21st card. I'm sorry, Maximilian, I counted along and I found 20 as well.
And we've all been there where you then start looking through the rest of your discard pile and start thinking, surely there's some elsewhere.
No, Antoine's counting up as well. Oh, Antoine's doing it in fives. Thank you, Antoine. That actually helps us out quite nicely. There's your 15. And there we go. It is only 20. Maximilian's counted. Maximilian's counted a second time. Antoine's counted. Palkia remains with 10 HP.
My goodness, that ancient Boosteri capsule removed through the lost vacuum has become vital in hindsight. When we saw that go, we were thinking that's put it in range at the time. It removed the 200 HP, took it down to 140 for the Greninja X. Now it looks like it's saving the Palkia V-Star. So Antoine looking to disrupt again, as Maximilian will have to make a few more adjustments now, as they have lost a turn in favor of Antoine.
Here's the problem, though. Time should be called about now, which means Antoine's got this turn plus 2 more to take 4 prizes, which means you have to take one with Dust Noir, but that gives up a prize. Oh, there has been a bit of a time extension, apparently, so time has not actually yet been called, which is huge, because it means Antoine might get 3 more turns to take 3 more prizes. When time has been called, we will confirm that for you guys.
There we go, that's the first. And now this is the challenge. Another attacker with energy removed. So Maximilian has to find a way to get more energy in play. That seems to be one there.
Yeah.
But has put the Flutter Mane forward. So that is going to mean another energy will need to be put into play. So that Flutter Mane...
There's no access to Petra Run at the moment. Is there a supporter card? Oh, Penny.
Oh, Penny.
So Penny will pick up the Flutter Mane, which will then put the Roaring into the active.
And can be discarded to put the damage output a little bit higher. I know the Roaring Moon got knocked out, so that will help as well. But you need to start chaining attackers, because if Antoine knocks out that Roaring Moon, there'll be no attackers left for Maximilian.
What is absolutely crucial here is that Antoine gets 3 turns, not just the 2 for time. Antoine needs a 3rd turn to take 3 prizes.
And the Super Rod will be taking damage output out of the deck. So you've got 1 Roaring Moon going back in, so that brings us back down to 270 for the output for Maximilian. This is the intricacy of the ancient count. How many of us have played the deck and put stuff back in with Super Rod and completely forgotten that that reduces your damage output?
I definitely have done that, Mike. I've done that. Let's just say I only ever did it once, and people can probably believe me on that one. Wouldn't fall for that twice.
We've all only ever done it once.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was a pass? Was that... What's happened here?
It looks like...
I think that was a pass last turn.
And then did Antoine KO the... Yes, it was. There's a confirmation on the screen. So it was a turbo turn from Antoine there, just saying, I am going to have time to win this. Now, we've not been told time has been called, and until I get a word in my ear, we are going to assume time has not been called. It is time now, so we do see the dice coming out there. So Antoine is going to be turn 1, but that is fine. Okay, so we see the dice turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. That's fine. Antoine needs 2 KOs, Antoine has 2 turns, but with Maximilian having 3 prize cards remaining, oh, yeah, Dust Noir, there's no Dust Gold down to get Dust Noir out. That's upsetting, because it actually would totally be irrelevant right now, but it looks like we see Counter Catcher, no attack from Maximilian yet, hoping to trap this Palkia in the active. Does Antoine have any switching options available left in the deck? I'm sure I saw a switch there.
Or is that the Dust Gold?
There is a base set switch definitely in the deck.
And a Dust Gold might be coming out now to open up more options too. So Antoine in the driver's seat, finally in this game. It felt like it was never going to happen. And in the final moments, racing ahead to try and get these knockouts. It was that Palkia V-Star surviving with 10 hit points remaining that made a massive difference.
Maximilian can't win this game anymore. I don't think. Because Maximilian's got 1 turn remaining, turn 2, to take 3 prizes. And this deck does not take multiple prizes. There is actually a weird way you could potentially do it with Flutter Mane if you've got the right energy.
Yeah, you ain't getting energy on Flutter Mane now. It's not in play. This is a final moment for Antoine.
Technically possible with Flutter Mane, but yeah, you're right, it's not happening.
and you can see here, Antoine playing cards rapidly, recognizing there's a route to victory, will hope to try and find a way to switch out that active.
There is, like I say, there's one base set switch in the deck. It's easy to spot when you see Antoine flicking through their deck. I don't believe there's any other switching options in deck. Let's be clear, I'm looking as they're flicking through, right? I've not got a great look.
Prizes, right?
But it does look like we are searching out a Dusk Noir here. Of course, cannot be evolved this turn because the Dusk Skull only just came down.
Thinning the deck, maybe
Absolutely.
the Pokestop's available.
Yeah, Pokestop, of course, will search out that switch. It is an item card. I don't know if Antoine's got any switching cards in hand. You think they'd have played it by now.
Trekking Shoes, discarding the Ino.
Draws the switch. That was a switch. The second card of a Trekking Shoes was that lovely base set switch. My favorite version of switch, if anyone at home cares. And that means that Antoine is going to be able to switch into that fresh Greninja. Greninja EX will KO Radiant Greninja, proving that it is the superior Greninja. And, fun little side note, lets Antoine search whatever card they want.
And there's energy across the board and all the 2 retreat Pokemon as well. So any attempts from Maximilian to gust up and stall out the end won't need a switch card anymore. Retreats will be possible. So Antoine now going to be taking a knockout, search the deck for any card they want, and Maximilian has to find a way to disrupt in these final turns. They cannot win at this stage. What can Maximilian do in these final moments? We'll be using Pokestop, discarding their full deck, no options available, and is just going to have to watch as Antoine takes it in the next turn.
Worth noting, Maximilian will not deck out here. When turn 3 is over, the game is over. It will never go back to Maximilian for Maximilian to actually deck out. So Antoine will need to take a KO here, which shouldn't be an option, but, you know, just in case. Now we see a bazillion cards coming down here, but is it enough? I wasn't counting, I'm going to be honest with you, Mike.
I think...
Oh, Antoine's reaching for dice. That means it's probably not enough to KO the Greninja. So we pass to Antoine. Antoine draws a card, KOs a Roaring Moon, takes game 2, and we have a 1-1 tie here. So maybe the players can go 5-0-3 and get into top cut that way. Otherwise, a tie is a bad result if they're looking for day 2.
Well, they can still make it in if they keep winning from now on. 2-0-1 for both players. It's not a bad position to be in. It can often change who you play against. You avoid all those EXO people potentially unless you get paired up. So, you know, an early draw is fine. They've got experience on the feature table. It can be difficult playing under that kind of pressure as well. And so the experience they're gaining from that, you know, all of this is leading up to that day 2. We're early doors. Round 3 is just finishing at the moment. So these players have a long journey ahead of them before they have to start worrying about ties being relevant too much.
No, you're right. We are only in round 3 out of 8. There is a long way to go, and it's a prediction I've been making for a while, but I think there is a big result coming from Antoine in the near future. I'm not saying it's going to be this event, but I'm saying you look at some of the results they had in those Japanese tournaments, which are generally bigger than our tournaments. Those Japanese tournaments are incredibly difficult, and, you know, Antoine's had multiple big results in those Japanese events. Hasn't yet translated those to those big results. Few day 2s here and there, but Antoine has not had that big result since, you know, moving back to France, leaving Japan, joining our rating zone, and I think it's coming. I don't know if it's going to be today, this season, whatever. I am sure at some point we're going to be commentating an Antoine Billet final.
And of all the players who could know the new format well, the person who translates them first. Well, let's have a little look at how the game went for Antoine and Maximilian. It was a strong game 1 indeed for Maximilian, finding those attackers turn on turn, and it was that Explorer's Guidance, the first one, that really worked in favor of Maximilian. There you see the first knockout. I think this is the key. Hit that knockout early and keep swinging. Maximilian was able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that Greninja EX that was so big in this game 1. Unfortunately, not enough, but in game 2 came through with some key knockouts. Maximilian had a really good start in game 2, started taking those first prizes, but the deck kind of sputtered and ran out of steam a little bit. And as Maximilian was taking some turns off, in comes Palkia V-Star to start taking some prizes. And of course, that one turn with that 1 damage counter making all the difference.
Just unfortunate, not quite reaching it there. The lost vacuumed Ancient Boots Ceremony Capture, you see at the bottom of the screen, was reducing the damage output by 10. And towards the end of the game, just ran out of steam. Ancient Box struggles when it can't quite hit the numbers it needs to. and Antoine able to disrupt and finish off the game. And you see every time they're counting,
it always ended up as 20.
Yes.
No matter how many times they counted, it was always 20. So unfortunately for Maximilian, it was not enough, and that meant that Antoine could protect that Palkia. It meant Maximilian had to go after it later. We finally found that base set switch off that second card from Trekking Shoes. Antoine took a KO, and that forced Maximilian into having to use Gust. And that was unfortunately one step too far as Greninja took that final prize.
We alluded to it in game one. Greninja EX, a great attacker in this matchup. Cheap energy cost.
Yep.
Too big for most Roaring Moons to be able to take it out unless you really reach at the end. And also in that position where it can find a card from your deck so you can continually do what you need to do turn on turn. So I love the inclusion of Greninja EX there for Antoine, but both players coming out with a tie. And, you know, it's a fine result at this stage. Hopefully for them, they continue their streak. For Maximilian, a great experience in the home country, being able to play on the feature table.
Absolutely. You know, we like telling the story to players here. And, you know, I know Antoine well. I can tell their story quite nicely. I do need to mention, last weekend, do you know where Antoine was?
Go on.
Tokyo Champions League.
Oh, really?
Playing in the Tokyo Champions League last weekend in Tokyo with actually some cards in the Japanese set Paradise Dragona that we're going to get in Surging Sparks. So Antoine not just seeing those cards early, also playing the Sapporo Champions League recently. So lots of, you know, really playing in multiple formats at once. But we've had our round 3 match. We need to be setting up for round 4. So we're going to take a quick break here, grab ourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go far. We're going to be back shortly.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
To share a love of the game. Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina, up a shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequacy, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion. Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Argentina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regi Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earth and there is the handle! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion!
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much. As Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is going to be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the raid has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Terravelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much this things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day 1, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm going to show up to Worlds next year, so I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional
is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Hey trainers, Joe Bernard here. The new Stellar Crown expansion gives Terra Pokemon a huge boost, with 5 new payoff cards which reward putting Terra Pokemon center stage when building your decks. The Area 0 Underdepth Stadium allows players with a Terra Pokemon in play to have up to 8 Pokemon on their bench. This is fantastic for certain attackers which benefit from larger bench sizes, and could be handy to open up more bench spaces for additional support Pokemon in a number of decks. The Sparkling Crystal A-Spec tool reduces the attack cost of Terra Pokemon by 1 of any energy, making some Terra Pokemon's expensive attack costs much more manageable with this easily searchable tool. The Briar Supporter allows a Terra Pokemon to take an additional prize card when taking a knockout on your opponent's active Pokemon. You can only play Briar when your opponent has 2 prize cards remaining, so this is a massive comeback card for Terra decks. Noctowl's Jewel Seeker ability allows players with the Terra Pokemon in play to search for any 2 trainer cards from their deck. This is an extremely versatile and powerful ability that players can use either for setting up their board or to piece together huge combo turns. With Glass Trumpet, players choose 2 of their benched colourless Pokemon and attach a basic energy from their discard pile to each of them. This gives colourless attackers a major upgrade, but some decks may simply use this item to ramp energy all over their board because certain attackers can use energy from anywhere in order to wreak havoc with high damage output. With these 5 terrific cards, we're certain to see old favourites adjusting their strategies, and we may even see one archetype manage to include all 5 of these Terra payoff cards into one deck. Stay tuned to see how our players adapt with the new cards from Stellar Crown, and let us know your favourite card of the set.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dortmund. We're in Germany. I'm Ross, and I had to say goodbye to Mike, which is a bit sad. I was enjoying chatting to Mike, but I've replaced him with Amy. How you doing, Amy?
I'm very well today, thank you. Very excited to see all the action. I was watching backstage our last game where you were commentating with Mike, and we've already had an exhilarating start to the day, so I can't wait to dip my toes into more action.
Yeah, we're really dipping into this new format. We've already seen Palkia without Area 0 Underdepth. Like, that's one of the main reasons Palkia is supposed to be good. But apparently we have a different way to play it. With Ancient Box, a deck that everyone always says is not good, but then just keeps winning. Let's not forget it was a world champion deck this past season in Junior Division. So we're still waiting to see Terapagos, we're still waiting to see Dragapult, and then the big boys like Charizard, Raging Bolt, etc. So there's still some work to be done here, but we've had 1 round. We'll show you everything we can.
There's so much to come, so many amazing decks. People really have been in the kitchen for this one. And it's not just Palkia that will be making a splash. There are so many decks that you do utilize Area 0. And maybe decks that are trying to monopolize on using other people's Area 0. So extending their own board when they can, but not putting Area 0 in their own deck, thinking, I'll just use it when I can utilize someone else's.
Now, I've got a question for you, Amy. Ooh. It is a very important question. Now, there's only 7 Clorf in the room.
Okay.
So I'm not going to ask you how many are 3-0.
Okay.
But I am going to ask you if you think there is a 3-0 Clorf in the room.
You know what? I reckon there is a 3-0 Clorf, because I'm going to say it. I rate Clorf in this meta right now. I really do.
Well, Fabio Gomez would agree with you right now, Amy. There is a 3-0 Clorf in the room, and I know not everyone on production wants me to talk about Clorf and try and get Clorf on stream, but I'm telling you, if we get a Clorf at 4-0, 5-0, it might be time to bring out the crab hands. I'm just saying there is a Clorf at 3-0, and I'm sorry, but if I was watching the stream, I'd want to know about this 3-0 Clorf.
I think it's an understandable statement, and we can definitely be Clorf supporters this weekend. I'm on the Clorf train. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for the crabs. They're coming. We've got a whole beach going on.
There's a lot of 3-0 decks, to be fair. We're only 3 rounds in. We're 1,815 players. But, we are keeping track of this. Like I say, we did get Palkia and Ancient Box on last round. We're tracking the Terrapagos. We're following those turtles around.
Oh, yeah.
And I got to say, I went swimming with turtles. I went snorkeling with turtles at the World Championships in Hawaii. That was fun. I saw turtles up close there. I'm hoping we can see some turtles up close here. We're just waiting for confirmation that the players have their headphones on. I think they might.
And not only that, but we also have a Raging Bolt stomping into the format. And its stomping ground is certainly not stopping here, as we can see our fantastically well-known Philip Schultz on screen against Tom Cedric this round. And we're going to be seeing those turtles against dinosaurs going into an Ancient versus Stellar showdown.
Yes, Tom Cedric is going to be on that Raging Bolt deck, and Philip Schultz is going to be on that Terrapagos deck. That is not Philip Schultz's achievements. They are Antoine's achievements from the previous round. Philip Schultz did not get top 4 at the IG Champions League, but is a very accomplished player, has been for many years, of course, brother of former world champion Robin Schultz, and they play together, they test together. They often bring the same list to tournaments, and I know that they test with Tor. They often bring the same deck as Tord, who we have already said is on the Terrapagos train this weekend. So 3-0, one of the best players in Europe. You need to be watching this. Here we go. EUIC top 4. Oof. EUIC top 8. Multiple regional titles.
It's not understated to say that he's definitely one of the most accomplished players in Europe of all time. When you've got a steady showing of fantastic results like that through 2016 all the way until today, really, he's well set to go far in this tournament.
Yeah, first EUIC, I believe, was 2016, and we saw a result all the way from back then. So we've got got Tom Cedric. We have got ourselves Philip. We've got Raging Bolt, and both of these decks are playing Briar. Look at the prizes. Ooh. One counter catcher for Philip and the Radiant Greninja for Tom Cedric.
I tell you what, I'm not a big fan of that Rotom in the prize cards there, being one of the early engines for getting all of those colorless Pokemon into your hand or into play.
Yeah, we are rolling here. Philip starts with a Hoot Hoot, and then we see the Buddy Buddy Poffin going to search out a couple of cards. There is still one Fan Rotom in the deck. There's 2 that Philip plays.
Goodness.
And I think we could see that. It could only be used on your first turn of the game, but you can search for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. They do not have to be basic Pokemon.
Nope.
And Noctowl has 100 HP. So you can search them out ready for turn 2.
Yep, you pop them in your hand. It doesn't need to be a basic Pokemon. You can just get ready. And with the Pidgeot line as well, being able to be accessible through the Fan Rotom as well, it's just a really fantastic utilization Pokemon. It's not fantastic late game, but it really doesn't matter. It's also a very valid attacker. Maybe not in this matchup so much, but certainly many others.
Yeah, single energy 70 if there's a stadium in play, can get those basics quite easily. Looks like we are just going for a Duskull and a Hoot Hoot here, not filling up the bench too much too early. Worth noting, Philip does play 2 Buffalant. Oh, here we go. It was already in hand. There we go.
Fantastic.
Does need to be slightly careful here, because, of course, Area 01 Depths only turns on when you got a Terrestrial Pokemon in play, so you need to make sure Terrapagos is one of your first 5 bench to open up the extra spaces for Area 01 Depths.
I suppose one of the nice things about the Duskull being down is you can open that space up yourself without popping the Terrapagos on the bench yet. Now, there is one in hand, so we still have that potential, and you guys get the special treat of seeing one of the 1/1 lines in Philip's deck that's quite unique. Tell us about it.
In Philip's deck, the 1/1 line, the Regidrago. Regidrago V-Star, which is only being played for the V-Star power. You discard the top 7 cards of your deck and then put 2 cards from the discard into your hand. They do not have to be cards that were discarded from the top 7. Nope. It's played as a 1/1 line. It's purely for the ability. And if Area 01 Depths gets taken away, and you have to discard bench Pokemon to go down to 5, well, Regidrago's a great option.
I think it's a fantastic addition to this list, but it's not one we see commonly in kind of the early Terrapagos lists that we've been seeing at local events, at Cups and just weekly events. Yeah, so I really like that inclusion personally.
And Philip passes, has left the bench space open, but has not benched that Terrapagos. One fun little fact, Tom Cedric is playing one of the Sliver Wing, which for 2 energy does 120, and then 90 to itself. No one really cares about that. It can KO a Terrapagos and can get going turn 1 because of Professor Sada's Vitality. Philip knows this. Now, Philip plays 2 Bouffalon.
Okay.
Which will reduce damage by 60 if they're both on the field. So basically, if and when Philip discovers a Sliverwing, you can only bench Terrapagos when you've also got 2 Bouffalon down or the Sliverwing is unavailable. There's going to be a lot of awkward back and forth in this matchup, Amy. I'm a little bit excited about it.
I honestly think it's going to be a fantastic matchup for exactly that reason. Tom Cedric has the Slitherwing accessible to them. But once Philip discovers the Slitherwing, the back and forth that they're going to be able to play is fantastic. Philip hasn't disrespected the Slitherwing. They've included the Bouffalon and kept it flowing.
And not every Terrapagos deck plays a Bouffalon. We were literally arguing about this in the hotel yesterday when we were trying to do that bracket of top 8 cards from the set. And one of the things we said was we've all seen too many Terrapagos lists that have chosen not to play the Bouffalon. But Philip is only playing 2, so if one ends up prized, you know, Bouffalon, I don't want to be rude, but I'm going to say it. It's a herd animal. It's kind of pointless on its own.
Aww.
But you get 2 of them, they combine, they make the curly wall, and then we've got that minus 60 going on, and things get so much more fun.
I adore that. Curly wall, of course, needs 2 Bouffalon in play to be active, so it's really important those Buffalo come in pairs. And here we go with the first Pokestop. Oh, okay. All right. Let's go. 2 of 3.
Prime Catcher and Pokemon Catcher. So Tom Tom Cedric, not afraid of flipping for gusting here. And here's the thing, were that Terrapagos to be on the bench, if I'm Tom, I'm going for the Sliverwing. It might not be an option. We need to see how his hand's doing.
I was going to say this is a really unfortunate hand for Tom Cedric. As a well-known Raging Bolt player myself, I'm not loving the lack of Pokemon. And now lack of supporter from that Pokegear, completely not seeing a single supporter to help them out. I think Tom Cedric is going to have a really bad start for this game.
That is a bad miss. The Pokegear 3.0, you look at the top 7 cards of your deck, you find no supporters, you do nothing. That card just gave you a -1 hand size. We've got a Pheasant Dippity in the active. Is that going to be it?
I think that's it. That's a pass.
Oh, that is not ideal. Now, one thing that is very, very important to remember here is Terrapagos cannot use Unified Beatdown turn 1 if you go second. Philip went first.
Ooh.
So this is totally on the board right now. Only plays double turbo, but that's fine. You will be hitting with a full bench with Area 0 underdepths. You hit 220. Pheasant Dippity has got 210. So what we need here, Area 0 underdepths, full bench of 8 Pokemon, double turbo energy, and this is where Noctowl uses Jewel Seeker. We've got Rare Candy and Counter Gain. Oh, you know what's happening here.
Counter Gain?
Is that Counter Gain?
I believe it's...
Oh, it's a Feather Ball. That makes way more sense. Counter Gain hasn't been re-released yet.
No,
that's in the next set.
But I love this Feather Ball tech. A lot of people are playing Feather Ball in this list just to seek out that Pidgeot, so you don't have to use a quick, Ultra Ball. From your Noctowl, you can prioritize Noctowl for other cards that aren't going to discard things for you. So we're using 2 Jewel Seekers, seeking so many little glittery gems, including, of course, our stadium, extending that bench magically here into a switch, into Terrapagos. The pieces are falling together. We're going to go for the Rare Candy into the Pidgeot. We've got a quick search online. Going for the Nest Ball first to fill the bench, though.
Here we go, and we do see a Bouffalon double turbo energy KO with Unified Beatdown, and Tom Cedric is unfortunately out of Pokemon, and Philip Schultz has won game 1. This is one of the reasons, Amy, the people are hyping Terrapagos. Fine, if you go second turn 1, you can't attack. Weirdly, Raging Bolt can, more on that later. But if your opponent passes with 1 Pokemon active, oh, that is where you go. And I just want everyone to note how easy that was for Philip to go Full bench because you've got the knockdown searching 2 trainers. Those 2 trainers go and get you your Pidgeot. Your Pidgeot goes and gets you any card you want. And oh, look, that was how fast that game was.
It was. It went by so quick. Unfortunately, game 1 wasn't so serendipitous for poor old Pheasantipity.
Well, let's have a replay of game 1, and I think we might even be able to get most of the game into that replay because there wasn't much there. Here comes Tom Cedric, and we see the failure of that Pokegear to go and get a supporter card, and that was the moment you see it on Tom's face there. That is a moment he knows he's passing of a Pheasantipity in the active, and then all we need here is just Pidgeot for the double turbo, KO, Philip wins game 1.
Absolute poetry in motion as we see Terrapagos doing what Terrapagos do best and just filling that board, everything perfect, the Noctowls, just everything went Philip's way there. And unfortunately, not so much for poor old Tom Cedric with just a lone Pheasantipity and no supporter to save them from that Pokegear 3.0.
No, and that's not what you expect from a Raging Bolt deck, right? Generally speaking, with Raging Bolt, what you're really looking for is you go second and then use Professor Sada's Vitality. You draw a bunch of cards, you attach a bunch of energy, you want that turn 1 KO. One of the things that's so great about Sliverwing in this deck is that you can go Professor Sada's Vitality, attach for turn, KO Terrapagos, turn 1 going second, because you are allowed to attack. Turn 1 going second is why Sliverwing ends up in the deck. The problem here is that if you have that kind of start, it doesn't always work. But Amy, tell us more about Raging Bolt.
I love Raging Bolt EX, and no, it's not just because there's a Grass-type Pokemon in the deck. Now, it can deal some absolutely tremendous damage with Bellowing Thunder, dealing 70 damage for each energy you discard from your Pokemon, and then your friendly Teal Mask Ogerpon manages to Teal Dance all of the energy onto itself for Raging Bolt to discard for this damage. Now, it has some really great matchups. Unfortunately, it doesn't usually suffer from slow starts like we just saw, so maybe it'll have a resurgence. And Briar, one of our new cards today, allows the Teal Mask Ogerpon to take extra prizes, which we love to see against cards like Charizard, who is weak to that grass typing.
Yeah, now we didn't see it much. We didn't see it at all in game 1, but the prize map can get funky in this game.
Oh, yeah, it can.
Because both players are playing Briar,
which
if you got 2 prizes remaining, you play this, and then you take a KO with Terra Pokemon, you take an extra prize. But then also, Phillips is playing the Dusknoir that KOs itself to drop damage counters to give your opponent a prize. So we're going to have to track all of this. If we have a real game 2 that goes a distance, this is stuff we're going to have to track. And by the way, just in case anyone at home is getting a bit worried, you weren't missing anything. Sleeves are being changed.
But important things to be done when you're playing a high-level event such as Regional Championships. Here we go.
So it looks like Philip is once again going first here, using that Nest Ball, going to search out a Pokemon. And we could once again see that Fan Rotom being the choice because it's not 1 Pokemon, it's 4.
Yep, essentially might as well be 4 Pokemon as you can search that out. But as you well noted in game 1, can only be using that ability on your first turn.
I definitely did not go to a pre-release, bench Fan Rotom and go, I'm going to save that ability for next turn when it's more useful, because that would have been a really silly thing to do, Amy, and I would not do that.
It would be such a shame if you did that when you were playing against me at a pre-release, wouldn't it?
I didn't do it against you. I did it round 1.
Oh, was it round 1?
Yeah, round 2. By round 3, I'd figured the card out properly. But yes, I did do that round 1. Thanks for telling everyone, Amy.
You're welcome.
Tom Cedric here has chosen to go second. Lost game 1, has the choice, chosen to go second, which tells you what you need to know about these Raging Bolt decks. Game 1 was an aberration, an anomaly. It was not the way the deck is supposed to go. You want to go fast. You want to get that first KO going second with the Raging Bolt deck. And it is, of course, Fan Rotom off the Nest Ball.
Now, it's easy to note that the prize mapping in this game will be incredibly difficult for both players with Briar on the cards. Tom Cedric might have an easier time because there are more single prize Pokemon on Philip's bench in order to be able to eschew that prize card in a way that benefits Tom Cedric. However, we do have that Slitherwing, which might change things up a little bit and give Philip the upper hand in a very roundabout way when Tom Cedric's using it in order to knock out Philip's Terrapagos. It's going to get funky up in here.
And the thing to remember about Briar is that when it activates, you take an extra prize if you KO with your Terra Pokemon. Doesn't matter what you KO, plenty of stuff on Philip's board is going to be in range of an attack from that Teal Mask Ogerpon. So Tom could well be attacking with that when Philip gets down to 2 prize cards remaining. As it is, Philip has a decent setup. We've got Hoot Hoot, we've got Pidgey, and we're passing over to Tom, who, hey, has 2 Pokemon and a Nest Ball for a 3rd.
Whoa, that's so many Pokemon, more than we saw the entire first game from Tom. But thank goodness, because now we get to see the full power of Raging Bolt at its best.
And it looks like an entire deck of gold energy, which isn't particularly relevant.
But it's nice.
I see Tom Cedric flicking through his deck, and I'm like, that's pretty cool. Kind of wish I had an entire deck of gold energy.
I can't talk. My Raging Bolt deck is exactly the same. I love Raging Bolt, and so I've done exactly the same as Tom Cedric. We're on the same page.
Now, of course, what we see Tom eyeing up here from the Nest Ball is that Squawkabilly, another card, which is only good on your first turn, lets you discard your hand and then draw another fresh new hand, and that's an extra 6 cards.
Absolutely.
And we see this, it's a staple in Raging Bolt, because the whole point of the game is, the whole point of the deck is, go fast from the beginning, draw as many cards as you can, get energy down on the board, and use those huge attacks nice and early. That's the goal here. One important thing to note about Philip's deck, only plays double turbo. There's no other energy in the deck, which means Unified Beatdown isn't actually maxing out at at 240 HP, 8 bench Pokemon times 30. It's actually maxing out at 220. Raging Bolt has 240. And sure, you can use your Dusclops, etc. to bridge that gap, but that is going to be an awkward interaction as we go through. Philip is not hitting 240 with Terrapagos naturally.
No, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for Philip, for sure. And I think that's the problem with these 2 decks when they go head-to-head. They're both quite aggressive. And when aggressive decks go head-to-head like this, if someone misses a beat, if you miss the crucial knockout, that can be game-breaking.
No, it absolutely can. If Tom's deck works nicely, you've got to like the idea here. And we do see that Slitherwing coming down nice and early, no mucking about. But there is a Boofalo. Now, here we go. We do see Prime Catcher used super early on the only Hoot Hoot on the field. If Tom can get a knockout on this Hoot Hoot, that is going to mean that Philip does not have access to Knockdowl for at least another turn, and we saw how useful Knockdown was back in game 1.
Knockdow's crucial to Philip's early game setup. Only managing to get 1 Hoot Hoot down means that if Tom Cedric certainly gets this knockout, it hopefully might stifle Philip enough that he does begin to slow down. If Tom Cedric continues that ferocious pace of Raging Bolt, then we could see a really early lead. And I think the aggressive play is the correct play from Tom Cedric here, especially when game 1 was mopped up quite so quickly.
Agree entirely. Here comes the ancient, the earthen vessel. Discard a card from your hand, go and search for 2 energy. So that's going to get energy in the discard. Very useful for Professor Sada's Vitality. He goes and grabs 2 energy out of the deck. Energy is not an issue at this point. Well, the first one. It is Professor Sada's Vitality. If Tom can find one of those, KO on the Hoot Hoot, and the prize isn't the really important thing here. The important thing is, we saw last game, Philip went Knockdown into Pidgeot, search for what I want, my deck is rolling. Tom Cedric's trying to stop that right now.
And I think it's a valid play. I think it's the most important thing right now is dealing with the most active threat on Philip's board, which is just a sweet Hoot Hoot.
Oh, here comes Pokestop. Big hit off the Pokestop. It is a Pokegear 3.0. Tom's hand is mostly energy right now. I don't think he's got access to Professor Sada's Vitality. We see Tom eyeing up the energy. There is no surprise what he's searching for here.
Here we go.
Is he going to hit Professor Sada's Vitality off these 7 cards?
Come on, please. I want to see it.
Oh, yes. No issues. Actually, it might have been 2, actually.
Oh, I'm so thrilled. I love to see a game coming together. We're going to see whether this does stop Terrapagos in its ferocious path, whether it's going to be enough to slow Philip's train down or not. And I love that we get to see this. Poetry in motion. Professor Sada coming through, managing to get the essential energy to KO this Hoot Hoot.
And it's really important to note that, of course, you know, Raging Bolt, Bellowing Thunder, you discard as much basic energy as you like from your Pokemon and do 70 for each one discarded. Well, here, you only discard one energy, you take the prize, but it means that your setup remains largely intact. You're not using a whole bunch of energy here. Now, where's the energy? Oh, it's probably going to be discarded from the... Oh, it's going to be interesting to see where the energy gets discarded from, because Raging Bolt can chain attacks, Slitherwing can take out Terrapagos, and your Teal Mask Ogapon can be very nice for taking a prize later on in the game. It is just from the active.
The Slitherwing doesn't actually need the grass energy, though, because it only uses fighting-type energy, which does make it quite awkward to set up. So I imagine it's going to come off the Slitherwing in this instance, but you're so right, Ross. The Slitherwing is still a danger to Philip's setup, board, and game progress in this matchup.
But interestingly, it came off the Raging Bolt.
It did.
It did come off the Raging Bolt. Either way, it doesn't really matter, because at this point in the game, you spread energy around. You just need energy on the board. For the first couple of turns, it's going to be the Raging Bolt show, unless that Terrapagos becomes an issue. But one important thing to note, there's already one Bouffalon on the field for Philip.
Yes.
You've got to imagine the second one might be coming down if you are Tom, so you're not planning for that yet. Do we know if the second Bouffalon is prized? I didn't get a good enough look.
No, it's now just been drawn from the Pheasantificity!
Yay!
Flip the script, turning the page.
And there is a Terrapagos down, so you can fill the bench here, if you like, knowing that Area 0 Underdepths will open up more in the future. Does Philip have much of a play here,
I was going to say, we need the Area 0 Underdepths now, though, in an ideal world, with almost a full bench currently. Pokestop not really getting us closer. Noctowl can't get us closer because we're out of Hoot Hoots.
It did hit resets. Sorry, unfair stamp, though.
That is true.
And Tom did take a prize last turn. So I'm not saying it is the right time in the game, but I'm saying right now, Philip could put Tom down to a 2-card hand with, you know, free energy on the board, but, you know, no draw. Well, I suppose there's one Teal Mask Ogapon, but not a great draw engine. If Philip wants to buy a bit of time to set up, that could be a fun way to go about doing so.
It really could. And I mean, Tom Cedric's hand is quite large as well. So having a large pool of cards in hand, Philip might presume.
Oh, it's gone to the front of the hand, Amy.
Oh, here we go. It might happen.
I think it might actually happen. We might be seeing the unfair stamp. We're going to see a counter catcher first, bringing the Squawkabilly active.
Yes,
So and here we go. I love this play. Make Tom do more things. Trap a Pokemon in the active. So now you've got to get that out the active, and now 2-card hand. I love the unfair stamp here. It's the reason why you play it.
Honestly, forcing Tom to use unnecessary resources on retreating a Squawkabilly is likely going to have to be an attach for turn and retreat. Tom's hand was really strong. Shuffling in, not maybe as effective as an Iono, but still really damning when you're only going down to 2 cards. Is it going to be enough? Probably not.
Unfortunately for Tom Cedric, it might not be enough right now. Philip draws 5 cards off the unfair stamp. It is very literally unfair by name and unfair by nature. And now the question is, does Philip actually have an attack to fire off this turn?
I'm going to be honest with you, Ross. I'm not seeing it. There's a switch. Like, I think an attack can be made.
Yes.
But does it KO? Because we don't have an Area 0 Underdepths.
It would do 150, 130. So no, right now you'd be 2-hit KO in the Squawkabilly. And you'll be leaving Terrapagos in the active, not under Bouffalon protection.
I'm not personally a big fan of that. I feel like we need our Bouffalon friends on that bench right now to protect our sweet Terrastalize Terrapagos EX. And unfortunately, it's just not there right now. And although Tom definitely will have a hard time, thanks to the 2-card hand, it's gonna be a tough one for sure.
Here we go. Switch into the Terrapagos and then use Professor Turo's scenario to pick up the Rotom, which is no longer giving any value, and play down the Bouffalon in its stead. So now it is under Bouffalon protection, and that makes a huge difference because now Slitherwing can't come and KO. I did not think Philip would put it active without the Bouffalon curly wall there to protect, and he hasn't. Good work.
We were so right on that one, right on the money, Russ. And over to Tom Cedric's turn as we do place the damage on the Squawkabilly. So maybe that'll come up later. Going straight in for the Pokestop.
Oh, not a great Pokestop. 2 energy and a Raging Bolt. Having energy in the discard is useful, but I mean, the hand, it looks like it's 2 Teal Mask Gogapon and a Nest Ball.
It very much is, and that is not what we want to see. Almost anything but. Unfortunately, there's not much in deck other than maybe a Pheasantipity that's going to be able to give us a hand, so I imagine that's what's going to be taken, and a Flip the Script might be helpful, but not on this turn. It can't be utilized right now as Squawkabilly hasn't been KO'd. I imagine Tom Cedric is just getting ready to future-proof for future turns and is probably going to have to allow the KO on this Squawkabilly.
But it is interesting to note, Philip plays 2 Countercatcher and is behind on prizes right now. And there is a Hoot down on the bench. And actually, did he just top deck a Countercatcher? Or did I see things? I did it very fast. I might be wrong about that.
I think it might be a Night Stretcher.
Yeah, it was a Night Stretcher. Oh, and there's actually not much going on in Philip's hand at all. Philip has very little.
Just gone for the KO. Just going for it, and I don't blame him.
No, just finishes off that Squawkabilly, takes the 2 prizes, and we're rolling back over to Tom Cedric.
Let's see if Tom Cedric can do much else this turn. I'm not sure a Pokestop could go much worse other than discarding some Professor Sada, which luckily hasn't happened yet, so there's a little bit of hope there. And now Flip the Script can be utilized from Pheasantipity to draw a further 3 cards. So
Tom just needs an energy.
Honestly, yeah.
And he's got an energy retrieval in hand.
Okay, we're gaming.
So, oh no, 2 energy. The maths works out really awkwardly here. So it's 70 damage per energy discarded. 4 energy is 280, but Terrapagos has an effective 290 because of the extra 60 from Bouffalant. So you would actually need a 5th energy to go up to 350, reduced to 290.
Here it goes. We need the Professor Sada here. We've got a Pal Pad. We've got, ooh, a Pokegear and an Earthen Vessel. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer to the Professor Sada. I'm not sure what order I would sequence this in personally, Ross. Would you go for the Pokegear first and then the Pal Pad later, or would you Pal Pad now to increase the chances of Sada?
If I've got a Sada in the discard pile, I would be tempted to Sada now just because that gives me, it's awkward for the later game, but it does give me a better chance of hitting Professor Sada now. And getting the Professor Sada now guarantees me the KO on Terrapagos, which right now is my main goal. I want to get that Terrapagos off the board. And like I say, 4 energy will hit 280, but Bouffalant will bring it down to 220, and that will not be a KO. There is actually already 4 out, though.
Yes,
oh, of course, because we got the Teal Mask attachment.
Yeah, we're dancing.
Oh, we actually got another. No, we don't even need Sada. Yeah, we're good. Just attach the Raging Bolt. Do whatever else you want. I'm cool. Oh, hits Professor Sada from the Pokestop is not ideal, but you still do have the Pal Pad here, so you can get this 2 Sada back in, then use your Pokegear. And actually, this has worked out even better, because now you've still got the Professor Sada are all now in the deck, but you've lost 2 extra cards from the Pokestop. So you have actually increased your chances of hitting Professor Sada off the Pokegear. Not that you necessarily need to this turn, but more energy is always better.
Honestly, and this is why I love the power of Raging Bolt. Again, because it utilizes grass types. But more importantly, dancing grass types, as our Teal Mask Ogerpon friends made that 1 Earthen Vessel into the knockout potential we needed without the use of a Professor Sada. But that doesn't mean we can't continue to build the board and Professor Sada anyway. So we're going to go ahead and continue this onslaught. I imagine trying to set up either the Slitherwing or another Raging Bolt. I imagine Raging Bolt would be the pick right now because the Slitherwing is kind of being blocked by the big curly wall, but later it still might be able to be utilized.
It's still a decent attacker. It can still take out several things in the deck. Right now, I'm kind of loving Tom Cedric's position. You've got the Raging Bolt, you attach to the active, and you're going to get the KO on the Terrapagos here. And then from there, you're 1 prize up, 3-2, but then there is a Pheasantipity you could potentially go after. And Philip is going to have a hard time responding. There's no Duskull down, so you're not going to see any Dusknoir or Dusclops shenanigans to try and, hit the numbers. I don't think Philip's getting a return KO next turn. And that means Tom Cedric's going to have like 2 turns of Raging Bolt. Here is Professor Sada's Vitality. And crucially, second Raging Bolt, it's got an energy on now.
And we love to see it. Professor Sada, a little bit fashionably
2 energy on now, Amy.
Ooh, we're rolling. And the prize map looks great for Tom Cedric as well, as we're taking a knockout on this Terrapagos EX, putting them down to 3 prize cards remaining, which puts them in a nice position for attempting to avoid a possible Briar turn. If they go 2 prize cards now, 2 prize cards next turn, maybe on the Pheasantipity or another Terrapagos if we see one, it means that Philip will not be able to utilize Briar in this game.
No, Tom Cedric would never have a two prizes remaining, so Philip's Briar would never be able to be activated. There is a weird kind of play which is off the table now. If Philip was able to have a Dusclops this turn, or a Dusk Noir, there would be a way where you could essentially use your own Dusk Noir to put Tom down to 2 prizes, to activate the Briar. That is always an option that Dusk Noir can do to kind of sort yourself onto the right prize map, but there's no Duskull down. It's all a moot point at this stage, unfortunately. But we do see another Terrapagos come down, Amy, so more beatdown?
We will, hopefully so. Again, I think we're going to need another area. We need the area 0. We just have not found one yet. Now, we do have Noctowl in hand, so we're going to have a hoot of a time in a minute when we manage to, there we go ahead and jump into the deck and grab 2 trainer cards using its fantastic dazzling ability, Jewel Seeker, seeking out 2 trainer cards that we need, and I think it's probably looking like
Rare Candy,
yeah, Rare Candy, Countercatcher. I'm not sure. Yeah, and then I suppose we use Pidgeot for the Area 0?
We absolutely can. There's an Ultra Ball, 2 Ultra Balls in hand, so that does give access to the Pidgeot if you need it. Oh, there's a Feather Ball in hand as well, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Although we also need an energy, there's so much we need now to manufacture a knockout. And like you said earlier, quite rightly so, even with a full board, because of the effect of the double turbo energy, we're not taking a knockout on Raging Bolt.
No, and that's the biggest issue for me for Philip here. You get a full bench of 8, you do 240, but you had to use double turbo, which minuses 20 from your damage, which brings you down to 220, which leaves you short. And firstly, there is no Duskull down to evolve. Secondly, even if there was, you put Tom down to 2 prizes remaining. But then again, maybe you then use Briar, and it gets so complicated, this matchup, and I love it, but does mean there's quite a lot to track here.
It's honestly a mathematical enigma, and I love that we're having to consider the prizes and what order they're taken in so closely. It makes it like a mini game on top of this game of Pokemon trading card game where you're thinking about what order am I taking these prize cards in, because it is so important now with Briar, and it's going to be this way for a little while, where any deck that can utilize a stellar terrestrialized Pokemon is going to be able to do that Briar turn, and then you've got to kind of tiptoe around her, and it can make it quite difficult.
It can make it pretty awkward. Briar, Duskull, all these other things. But the maths is working against Philip here with the numbers that are being hit. Tom Cedric can just hit those numbers with Raging Bolt as often as you like, with your Bellowing Thunder attack. Philip does have a real limit on the amount of damage is being done. So it does look like we got an Ultra Ball coming down here from Philip, and a sleeve being changed out there as we do so. But it seems like the sleeve has been changed. We're shuffling up here, and then we're going to go and get... Did we see what Pokemon he got from the Ultra Ball? Has he picked it yet?
I didn't quite see it. I'm not sure, and I'm not... With a knockout here, Philip can get a knockout if they get all of the pieces of the puzzle they need right now. We've got the Area 0 under depths. We still require an energy. We've got the Countercatcher right in hand, and that's going to bring something forward that we can KO with Terrapagos.
Yeah, Pheasantipity is in range. Tailmask Ogapon is in range. You got to think it would be the Pheasantipity here, just because it's the better draw engine.
I don't know. I don't know whether I would choose the Terra Pokemon to take away that Briar turn potential.
Yeah, but there's 2 of them in play, so if you get rid of one, there's still 1 remaining. It does get more energy on the board, which is the argument against it, but either way, Area 0 under depths does come down here. And here's an interesting one. We've got ourselves Blood Moon Ursaluna, but again, it hits 240, and it can be used for a double turbo, but again, it's reduced down to 220 because of that double turbo.
Which is great numbers for Pheasantipity or Tailmask Ogapon, but Raging Bolt is still in the active currently. Not for long, I imagine, but it still does pose quite the threat.
I mean, there is an argument here to potentially just ignore Raging Bolt, use your counter catcher and your boss's orders, and just try and go after bench Pokemon instead. The problem is you're then giving Tom the ability to stream attackers quite easily there, and Tom is already up by a prize. So, in fact, if Philip takes a 2-prize knockout this turn, Tom can win next turn.
Yep.
With, oh no, he couldn't, because he'd need to use Briar, and you can't use that on Raging Bolt, and you're not carrying a 2-prize Pokemon with Teal Mask Ogerpon. Probably, it would be a lot to ask.
It would. It would be a lot to ask. We don't have any 2-prize Pokemon in range right now. Pheasantipity would definitely be the more obvious target for Ogerpon, and definitely can be achieved, but not right now.
We'd need a combination of 6 energy between both Pokemon, and that would be a lot to ask. It would basically be 6 energy on a Teal Mask Ogerpon, so not relying on that too much. Now, we do see a Suian Heavy Ball coming down. Means Philip is going to be able to have a look at his discard there. He's got 7 bench Pokemon. Oh, is that Noctowl in play?
Yes.
I think it is. So he's got 8 bench Pokemon there. Got the Noctowl, the Pheasantipity, the Terrapagos, the 2 Bufalot, the Pidgeot, the Regidrago, and the Hoot.
We're having a good time when we finally got a board like this. It took a while, but it doesn't matter. Area Zero has blessed us with a gigantic board, and it does mean that Tom Cedric can bench more Pokemon if they please as well.
But here's the issue here. Tom Cedric now puts, well, 220 damage. Like we said, it's a little bit short, and there is a fun play that can be made here. Tom Cedric plays 3 stadiums. If you retreat the Raging Bolt and replace a stadium after playing 1 more basic Pokemon, you would have to discard one of your Pokemon in play, and you can discard the Raging Bolt and get rid of all that damage Philip just did. It's one of the fun plays you can make with Area Zero Underdepths to actually save your own Pokemon. There's a Greninja.
Oh,
and we've got Pokestop in hand.
Oh, here it goes. You're joking me.
This actually could be a play right now.
Now, it's a rough retreat cost, though.
Yes, it is a retreat cost of 3 if you don't have... I'm not saying you will do it. You might be far enough in the prize race that you don't mind. You know, you can go down to 1 prize remaining here and just let Philip have the KO. I'm just saying it's an option. Now, the maths here. Blood Moon Ursaluna is a basic colorless Pokemon.
Yes.
So it's, again, 5 energy. Yeah, because 4 energy, you're doing 220. That's not enough. So you do need to go 5 energy here, up to 290, and that would be enough to KO the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh, there's potential there. There is a lot of potential there, because the Blood Moon Ursaluna has the double turbo energy on it. So then, you know, we might be able to get there with an Ogerpon.
Well, I was talking about the energy for the Raging Bolt there.
Oh,
the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
No, would need a lot more, actually, yeah. No, you're quite right.
Can we just say no for the Teal Mask Ogerpon?
Oh, come on.
It's not working, Amy.
Dang
So it's got effective 320, so that is 11, 10 energy. So it would need 8 energy on the Teal Mask Ogerpon plus the Prior.
No. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Well, just say no, right?
Okay.
Not working. If the KO's coming down, but honestly, if I'm Tom Cedric, just get the KO of Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
Yes, you could take the 2 prizes off the board. It's not that important.
No.
Take the KO, give up the Raging Bolt, take a final prize next turn and win the game.
Absolutely.
And you never go down to 1 prize remaining, so you never turn on Briar.
Love it. Love to see it. Still a really great prize map. Makes it nice and simple for Tom Cedric. No dancing around Briar.
Yeah.
She doesn't like dancing.
No, not a fan. Not a fan. Here comes the Earthen Vessel, discarding a Nest Ball here. Going and searching out a couple of energy. We have got enough energy on the board right now. There's 5 energy on the board. That is 350. Reduced down to 290 because of Bufalot's Curly Wall. But there's 260 on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So the KO is on board. The question now is, how well can Tom Cedric set up for the following turn?
I think rather well. Tom Cedric's deck is rather thin at this point, so they know what's in the deck. And it's just about how many of those cards they'd like in hand right now. Is it worth leaving an ironable amount of good cards in the deck, knowing roughly what might be in there? Or are they going to say goodbye to the Area Zero, knowing that it's going to reduce Philip's damage output?
I like this. Force Philip to have to get more bench Pokemon as well as a new Area 0 Underdepths. One thing you're probably going to see from Tom here is discarding the energy on the active Raging Bolt. Saying to Philip, okay, fine. KO my active, but leave all the rest of my energy on the board. I'll have free energy on the board. Oh, and by the way, my Sliverwing, in case you haven't noticed, 2 fighting energy. Sliverwing is ready to attack next turn, so that Burning Turbulence can be quite nice. Unlike, oh no, it is going off that, so Burning Turbulence is not going. We're just leaving the energy on the Teal Mask Ogerpon instead.
I don't mind that personally. I think knowing that Slitherwing can't KO the Terrapago, probably quite fair. Would only be able to take out those Bouffalante because of the curly walls.
Yeah, there's no real great options there for low HP Pokemon, but you've got an energy on your Raging Bolt, so next turn, you probably are just going to Raging Bolt again. Attach an energy. What have we seen?
Oh, I rather like this. We've gone for the Area 0 Underdepths, Regidrago, and now we're going to be able to get things potentially back from the discard pile to help rebuild the board, and that's exactly what this card is in the deck for, is the V-Star ability there. Never attacking with Regidrago. We're just making sure that we're able to get resources back fast enough to make a retaliation, which is exactly what we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, you don't play the energy to attack with Regidrago. You don't play any dragon Pokemon other than Regidrago. You're not using it for an attack here, but you're using it. And it's one of these things, when we first saw V-Star powers, I really thought we were going to see a lot of these Pokemon like this that have these draw or recover V-Star powers being teched into decks just for the sake of it. We didn't see too much of it as we've been going through since Brilliant Stars, but this is what I always imagined. I don't have a V-Star power I want to use. I don't know, one line of Regidrago, and here comes an I-Know. Tom Cedric goes down to 1 card in hand. Now, if it's an energy, a fighting energy specifically, that will mean an attack with Raging Bolt next turn is on the board.
Now, quite cleverly, Tom Cedric left 3 cards exactly in their deck. If they were able to know what those cards were, then they could have quite cleverly made this turn in their favor, knowing that Fezandipity will draw the rest of those.
Yeah, Fezandipity getting an extra 3 cards. It's really annoying when you I-Know your opponent to 1 and they're just kind of like Fezandipity or Greninja or Mew or Bibarel or a million other. We got so many draw engines nowadays. It does, if you can get one of those established on the board, it really does weaken the power of I-Know.
Looks like we're considering the switch, yep, and Countercatcher as the 2 cards from Regidrago's V-Star ability.
Oh, no guesses for what you're getting with that Countercatcher. We've just been talking about it. Get rid of that Fezandipity. Because, yeah, sure, Teal Mask Ogerpon's a draw engine, but only if you have grass energy in hand. So you take out that Fezandipity, really hurt Tom.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it mitigates that possibility of Tom having known what the last 3 cards in deck were, choosing not to Pokestop or utilize any other draw engines, and they may not get the card they need. So I think taking out that Fezandipity at this stage is perfect timing.
Yeah, that was one of the least surprising countercatchers I have ever seen. We do actually just... Oh, and actually, now what just so happened there was Blood Moon Ursaluna attacking for 0 energy.
Perfect!
Which means it does hit 240 because you don't have the -20. So this is where Philip gets back into the game. We've talked a lot about that double turbo, stopping Blood Moon Ursaluna hitting the key numbers, and that's true. But it's a 5 colorless energy attack, reduced by 1 for each prize card your opponent's taken. Tom Cedric's taken 5 prizes. You are now one-hit KOing anything on Tom's board. Tom has to win next turn.
Oh my goodness, here it is. That's it. The energy retrieval takes it. And they're able to KO the Blood Moon Ursaluna, taking that final prize card. Tom rampages across Philip's gigantic board and takes the win, bringing it back to 1-1.
Yeah, went and got that fighting energy to attack to that Raging Bolt so that you could use the attack, and that meant you did have enough energy to go and get the KO. You had the right number of energy to go and get that KO, and that made the difference. So now we sit at 1 game each, and if I'm Tom Cedric, I'm not terribly happy because that is how I imagine the game to go.
Yes.
Yeah, fine. Blood Moon Ursaluna can one-hit KO when I've taken 5 prizes, but actually Philip's deck struggles to one-hit KO my main attacker.
Yes.
And I should be faster because I can attack. Turn 1 going second, and my opponent can't. I should be in a good position this game, and the only reason I lost game 1 is because I had a completely uncooperative hand that didn't let me play the game. Game 2, I had a hand that let me play, and I won.
Serendipity is usually really helpful in decks, but in game 1, it completely betrayed poor old Tom Cedric there, and it was a bit of a non-starter. We didn't even get off the mark. And so I feel like Tom Cedric was thinking, oh, great, Terrapagos, fantastic matchup for me. Theoretically, on paper, really great into Terrapagos for all the reasons you highlighted, Rush, is so right. But then having that really disappointing start made it so difficult. And now we're going to have a real battle for the ages as game 3 is going to begin, with both players knowing what's going on with each deck and seeing whether that struggle comes to light. Ooh, dear. 2
knockdown prized for Philip, and that means I run to the deck list and have a little bit of a look-see. And, oh, it is a free line for Philip. So there is 1 knockdown available. That is absolutely huge. Now, we have 10 minutes remaining, but the clock is a bit of a lie in matchups such as this. Because if I'm Tom, I'm thinking 3 2-prize KOs. That's my route to victory.
Yes.
I'm playing 2 Pokemon Catcher, I'm playing a Prime Catcher, I'm playing a Boss's Orders, so I have access to Gusting, and 3 of these cards can be grabbed off a Pokestop. My goal here is not to win in 10 minutes. I don't need to win in 10 minutes. I need to have taken 2 prizes in 10 minutes.
Perfect.
And if I've taken 2 prizes in 10 minutes, I will have 2 extra turns. I'm either turn 0 and 2 or 1 and 3. At which point I can use those 2 turns to take 2 prize knockouts and win. Philip might try and limit the number of 2-prize Pokemon if that's where we're going, but that's where we are for Tom. For Philip, it's a similar kind of thing, but it's going to be a bit more awkward.
I'd be feeling relatively confident to say that we're definitely going to have a conclusion to this best of 3 because of exactly that. We've got big Pokemon, big hitters, lots of aggression, and those 2 extra turns each in time just gives us that wiggle room that the focus can be making sure that we're playing seamlessly right now. No rushing, just getting what needs to be done. Now the Hoot Hoot and Fan Rotom coming out to begin with. Absolutely fantastic play from Philip, but I worry for the lone Hoot Hoot. I imagine we'll definitely be getting some more so that we don't have a repeat of last game.
That would be a little bit sad. Now, from Philip's point of view in this game, if things get a bit trickier, Philip is not playing that much Gusting. We've got Counter Catcher, which only works to be behind on prizes, and we've got ourselves Boss's Orders, 1 copy only. And Philip can't really KO Raging Bolt in the early game.
No.
Which means that Philip basically has to go after the bench in order to get an early win, as in a win in the short amount of time we got remaining, but does not necessarily have the Gusting options to do so. Tom can KO the active a lot more easily, and if Philip puts a single prize, has better Gusting options. So I am liking Tom in a short game 3 here.
I do, I know, honestly. And also even just starting the Radiant Greninja.
Depending on the start.
Depending on the start, of course. So I'm feeling quite confident that we're going to see a really fantastic battle here and a true back and forth. We've got some fantastic looking setup. I think from both sides, honestly, I'm feeling good about both. We've got Ultra Balls in hand for Philip. We're moving on to Tom Cedric right now, and we've got the Greninja, plenty of energy, and I think we're going to be rocking and rolling with this.
It's not a huge... It looks like it's going to be an early Iono here from Tom Cedric. He doesn't seem to have any other basic Pokemon or Pokemon Search, so it might be a case here of play the Earthen Vessel, get an energy in a discard, very important for Professor Sada. Might have to Iono early, which of course you don't really want to do, because if you Iono early, that means you don't have Professor Sada, and... honestly, you only play 1 Iono in the deck, but that hand seems like it needs a full refresh.
It really does, and it's such a shame almost because there's a Terrapagos EX prime for KOing in the active spot right now, which Raging Bolt absolutely can achieve in this situation, in this circumstance, but only with a Professor Sada's vitality.
Who's Raging Bolt? Is this Sliverwing territory? Because the Bouffalon protection is not in place. They're out to lunch. They're on a break. They're not doing what they need to be doing, and they have left Terrapagos exposed.
Oh, no!
But I think Philip might get away with this, unless I've missed something in Tom's hand. And bearing in mind, we're getting little glimpses of the hand, Amy.
We do. I think so. I think you're right. But it's all down to this concealed cards. It's all down to the concealed cards. Now, taking some energy out, great idea. I love the 2 grass-type energy, just in case we get an Teal Mask Ogerpon, because we can continue drawing cards. So if Greninja does bless us with no Sada, but, and the but being crucial enough, that we do get a Teal Mask Ogerpon, then we might be gaming. But unfortunately, if we don't have an ancient Pokemon, we're still a bit in a bit of a rut.
Yeah, this is the best you can do right now. Use Greninja, hope to draw something off your concealed cards.
Here we go.
But you've got the INO as your I've got nothing else going on. It's a boss's orders.
Is it an Ultra Ball? No, it's a Pokemon catcher, I think. So we are just going to have to go for the INO and pray.
Yeah, that was the issue there. Didn't get anything off of their concealed cards. So you play an INO, you cross your fingers. You do get a new hand of 6 at least.
Yeah. And to the merit of Tom Cedric, not that he were to know, but Philip did have a pretty good hand, so maybe this will slow Philip down too. We don't know.
Oh, we got 2 rare candy and double turbo. That's not a great hand from Philip I'm seeing there. Counter catcher, nest ball.
Ooh, if the INO sticks and the top deck isn't good, we might get away with it, Tom Cedric. We might get away with it, friend. But we've gone for the Teal Mask Ogerpon, dancing away there. Got another Earthen Vessel being played this turn. Oh!
And there's a Squawkabilly in hand.
Of course.
So that's why we're getting rid of the Professor Sada here. You're going to discard it using Squawkabilly, Squawk and Seize anyway, so you can discard it off the Earthen Vessel. If you weren't going to Squawk and Seize, no, you would never discard Professor Sada's Vitality with an Earthen Vessel. That would be ridiculous.
No, we can't use it this turn. INO's already been in action, so Professor Sada's going to have to wait. She cannot come through the door yet. There is no space. INO has taken that step. So going in with the Earthen Vessel, going ahead and grabbing some more energy to discard and potentially attach one as well this turn. Might see the attach for turn before the Squawk and Seize.
I would imagine so. There's already 2 energy in the discard,
Yeah.
so you need some energy in the discard for Professor Sada's Vitality, but you don't, you need to be a little bit careful there.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the Squawk and Seize. Here's the attachment on the Raging Bolt. Here's the Squawk and Seize.
Oh.
After a switch cart, getting the Raging Bolt into the active. Well, here's the thing. We're going to be able to use...
Oh, I like this hand.
Burst Roar.
Ooh.
We don't see much Burst Roar. Burst Roar is basically an admission that your first turn did not go as well as you wanted. But it depends on what you draw from your Squawk and Seize. If you've got too many cards you can't discard, you actually have to turn down the Burst Roar. But you have to use Switch Cart before you Squawk and Seize. So you're leaving the option open. Now, did we use Burst Roar there or not?
I don't think we have, because I think that's a pretty nice hand. We've got the Professor Sada, we've got an energy, it's grass. I think we're just passing there.
Yeah, and there's 5 cards in hand, so that was very much Tom Cedric leaving the door open for Burst Draw, but then going, my hand's too good, I'm not discarding it.
I'm not having that. And I think it also gives Philip a bit of a nod in that Tom Cedric does have a good hand. Not going for the Burst Draw does kind of signify, my opponent's got this. That's not great.
Unified Beatdown does 130. Philip is not able to get an Area 0 under that. Here comes Professor Sada's Vitality, and this is what Tom's looking for. We got 3 minutes remaining, but it looks like we are going to get the KO on the Terrapagos. Doesn't even look like it. This one's easy. 4 energy, no Bouffalon protection. There's a 5th energy on the board, and this is exactly what Tom's looking for. 6th energy on the board with Teal Mask Ogerpon. 7th energy not coming out. I was just on a roll.
Tom Cedric going for all the grass energy, +1 fighting type. No, we're gonna reconsider. It's very important in Raging Bolt to remember that Pokemon are gonna get KO'd. So is it worth just discarding the energy? Knowing that we have a Professor Sada in hand, it seems that that's been the choice.
Yeah, the thinking here is, well, even if there's no Area 0 under depths, I'm going to get KO'd by a Terrapagos next turn.
Oh, I was wrong. I missed all the Sada, though. So maybe brave, but equally probably presuming a KO is coming regardless.
Yeah, if I'm Tom Cedric here, I'm thinking Terrapagos Double Turbo is literally all Philip needs to get a KO here.
Yeah.
Let's not muck about too much. The chance of me losing my energy is high enough then I'm just going to get rid of it myself, because the worst case scenario, and here comes the Terrapagos. The worst case scenario here is that you keep the energy on the activists, get KO'd, you give up 2 prizes and a bunch of energy.
It's not far-fetched, that's the thing. It's Pidgeot, so we're able to quick search for that energy if we need it, but not seeming like we're going to need it.
No, I like this. You play the counter catcher onto the Squawkabilly because you can get the Squawkabilly now. There is a possibility that in Eternal 2, Area 0 Underdepths has gone away. You can't get Squawkabilly, but you can still get that Raging Bolt. So
ooh, this is nice.
You're getting the more awkward KO now because you can, leaving the easier KO for later in Eternal 2 if you're unable to do it.
I think this could go either way at this point. Before time gets called, both players are going to have taken a 2-prize knockout, meaning that theoretically either player can win. This could come down to the wire. This could be so very close.
To be fair, and we need to mention this, it's not just that you can go after that Raging Bolt later. Dust Noir. We've not seen it at all this game.
No, we haven't.
But it is in Dust Noir Rain. So actually, Philip can win next turn. Yeah, Philip can win next turn. That is possible. Philip is setting up a Dust Noir KO on the Raging Bolt. So I like this a lot.
I like it too. We're going to see some good plays, because up until this point, it's kind of been like Dusk, we haven't seen any of it. But now we're going to see some Duskull through Dusk Noir action.
Yeah, so we've got Raging Bolt in the active. And here's the thing, from Tom's side of the board, the rest of the game's pretty straightforward. What? Oh. Now, time has just been called. Tom is turn 0. Now, you know that play I said about earlier where you fill up your bench and replace the stadium to get rid of a damaged Pokemon?
Oh, yeah.
And how you didn't really need to? Yeah, now he needs to. Now it would be a phenomenal play to get rid of the potential for the Dust Noir KO on the bench Raging Bolt.
But do we have it?
I don't think he's got the hand to do it. I'm just saying it would be great if he could.
It would be so good. It would be great. And it would be the first one that we're seeing today, although I imagine there have been plenty of fantastic plays utilizing those Area 0 of your opponents to do such magical plays as to kind of take risky Pokemon off the board entirely. Going for another dance there with Teal Mask Ogerpon, but still not seeing a stadium to replace.
We need 2 basic Pokemon and a stadium.
It's a lot to ask for, isn't it?
Well, there is an energy retrieval, so could you maybe Ultra Ball for a Teal Mask Ogerpon, then energy retrieval for a Grass Energy, try and use that to go and draw a card, which could be the stadium. Again, we're round the houses here, but that's basically where we are.
I think great minds think alike. I think that might be what's happening. And then I've been proved completely wrong almost immediately by the discarding of the 2 Grass Energy. I think we might be considering Pheasantipity instead.
There was no KO last turn, unfortunately, so Pheasantipity won't be drawn. No, there was a KO. There was a KO.
Yeah,
I'm still thinking about the damage Raging Bolt.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're getting 3 extra cards here with the Pheasantipity, and that means that Tom has got more options. We need a basic Pokemon, and we need a stadium of any description.
We have 1 basic in hand.
Yeah, that Sliverwing will do very nicely.
Here we go.
Do we see a stadium? No, it's a Pokemon catcher, an Earthen Vessel, and a Pokegear 3.0. There's no stadium here.
No stadium.
Oh, that would have been such a good play from Tom, because Philip needs Rare Candy, Dust Noir, Double Turbo Energy, and Gusting. But if Philip gets that next turn, he will win the game before Tom has a chance to come back.
And we've got 2 Hoot-Hoots, so that's a potential of 2 Noctowl. There's so much potential to get all sorts here. Well, this KO might not be enough.
Is there any way we could have a look at the prizes of Philip? Because Philip had 2, was that last game or this game?
No, that's this game. 2 Noctowl prized, but...
Are they taken out? Are there any Noctowl left in the prizes?
I believe there will be.
Oh, there's 1 there, we're good.
There's 1 in hand, yeah. And then, but by taking a knockout with a Dusk Noir, we might find that Philip then draws into the other Noctowl, and you might be able to kind of combo off the prize cards here if the right ones haven't been taken.
So there's 1 prize, which means 1 left in the deck, which you could draw, or 1 in the discard, which you could get off the Dust Noir KO. So it's Rare Candy, Dust Noir, Double Turbo, Gusting.
Here we go. Oh, we've got an Ursaluna from the Nest Ball there. Going, Ultra Ball, here we are. There's the Dusk Noir. Rare Candy, Dusk Noir, seeing it happen, going for that huge knockout on the previously damaged Raging Bolt, taking 2 prize cards, retreat into...
And there we go. We don't even need anything else because, of course, Blood Moon Ursaluna, when your opponent's got 1 prize card remaining, can hit 240 for 0 energy. It's not reduced by 20, so you don't need the gusting, you don't need the energy. That Blood Moon Ursaluna came through, and like we said earlier, it's not that great until your opponent's got 1 prize card remaining, and then it becomes awesome by getting rid of the Dusk Noir to put your opponent down to 1 prize card remaining. That let Blood Moon Ursaluna do its thing.
And that's really the power in the Duskull line right now, is being able to manipulate your opponent's prize cards, being able to go, actually, no, actually, you know what? You are on 1 prize card. And then you're right, it takes that Pokemon card that you think, oh, crumbs, oh, the energy's going to reduce its damage. You're like, actually, wait, no, I can sort this out myself. You take that prize card, please, so that I can go ahead now and win.
Yeah, and that happens so fast. We're talking about all the options. The Blood Moon Ursaluna hit the board, and then 2 seconds later, it's taking that last KO. And I'll tell you what, there were 2 games there where Philip made great use of that Blood Moon Ursaluna because it can attack for 0. We're used to things like Radiant Charizard that always needs an energy, or if you're playing your Stellar Crown pre-release, you might be thinking of the Crabominable, which always needs an energy.
Yep.
But this Blood Moon Ursaluna, if your opponent takes 5 prizes, 0 energy attack, and again, it's not just a 0 energy, it's not putting double turbo, hitting for 240 rather than 220, and being able to KO the Raging Bolt, so you don't need gusting. That was key at the end of the game.
That was absolutely the most important play of that game, and it really turned it around. And we were predicting that that was going to be close, but I was not expecting it to be quite that close with all of the twists and turns. But the Dusk Noir at the end really came through and made it stance.
And we need to point out here, had Tom Cedric found a stadium, he could have gotten rid of that damaged Raging Bolt, and Robin is not taking 4 prizes on that final turn. And we saw Tom Cedric digging and digging and digging. He whiffed the stadium. If he didn't whiff the stadium, he might well end up winning that 3rd game and that whole best of 3. That's the margins we're talking about here. Let's be clear, that last turn from Philip, phenomenal, ridiculously well played. But we do need to mention that whiff of the stadium. So, Amy, replay.
Well, didn't that game go down a storm? We got to see the full power of both of these decks really going for it with that really big start. The KOs were coming through. We got down to 1 prize card and just absolutely went with it. We saw the power of Raging Bolt come through. We got to see Philip using that Legacy Star, which was incredible and really unexpected from a Terrapagos deck.
Yeah, here we see it. We're in game 2, and Philip comes up with a big KO with that Blood Moon Ursaluna. That was the first time we saw it come through, but it didn't actually matter because Tom Cedric was able to get the energy that they needed, and we see Philip conceding game 2 as Raging Bolt is about to KO that Blood Moon Ursaluna. But then, Amy, then we go to game 3, and we see that both players had a decent setup. We see Tom Cedric drawing there. Early on in the game, we had to Squawk and Seize. We had to do the turn 1 INO, neither of which were ideal, but then we started getting the big KOs. We see the lack of KO from this Terrapagos, but this was the damage that led to the Dusk Noir KO later in the game.
It was so crucial, and not taking a 1-hit KO in this format is actually beneficial a lot of the time now, which is something we haven't seen for a while. Being able to leave meticulously placed damage to utilize later is finally relevant again. We're not needing to take out big 1-hit KOs in order to make a comeback and win, as Philip beautifully displays in this masterclass of just how powerful that Dusclops line can be.
Yeah, and we see here we're getting towards the end of game 3. Pidgeot comes into the active with that free retreat, and this is where Philip puts on the masterclass. Tom has 2 prize cards remaining. Blood Moon Ursaluna goes down. So we're going to see the Dusk Noir getting evolved up into in just a second. So there's the Rare Candy. It's the Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball for the Dusk Noir. Dusk Noir comes into play. Dusk Noir gets KO to take out the Raging Bolt, which puts Tom to 1 prize card remaining, which means Blood Moon Ursaluna can attack deck for free for 240, KO the Raging Bolt, and that was the end of game 3 that gave Philip the victory 2-1.
Absolutely beautiful and really displays how versatile Terrapagos can be. Ross, you were saying that you weren't rating Terrapagos this weekend. What do you think now?
I think we're at the first regional of the season, and here's the thing, right? I've said this for years. Good predictions can be bad and bad predictions can be good. My prediction of Terrapagos not being good was based on the information we had coming in. The Japanese information, the metagame we've seen from there for over a course of a few months, the information from the grassroots tournaments in this format. But that, as I said with Mike in the Open, does not take into account the European players taking that information, bringing their best version of the deck, which they probably haven't been playing at League Cups and League Challenges, to the regional and changing the information. And when the information changes, my opinion can change. And look, I'm happy to be proven wrong because it means things are getting more exciting.
That was the best excuse I've ever heard in my life. You've practiced this before, haven't you?
I spend way too much time talking about card games, and that is part of what happens because of it. But it's right. When we get to a regional, things change and our opinions change based on new information. And I love it.
I do love it too, and honestly I think that's one of the beauties of this format, is that there is so much to give and there's so much to learn. But it is now time for us to Cursed Blast off, and we'll see you back in just a moment for the next set.
All it takes is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables, we can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight, united as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of Basic Energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of Basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: Basic Energy and Special Energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each Basic Energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have one Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom, and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome, and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. Never be the same.
I went to my first tournament in 2009, and I don't remember exactly anymore, but I was just really into the game, was playing with my brother, and I think we saw like an advertisement for the German nationals, and we're like, let's try, maybe let's try to win this. And yeah, then we went to the nationals and really enjoyed it, so kept going. My favorite deck of all time was probably Seismitoad Giratina from 2015-16, because it was the first deck I really had success with competitively, and it was also a deck which wasn't very popular before I played it, and then got pretty popular, so it's always going to be like very special for me. I still really enjoy going to tournaments, just playing every now and then, and yeah, so just meeting friends, playing some Pokemon is basically just my motivation now. I wouldn't really say idol, but I'm really looking up to, of course, Todd and Azul, which are two best players in the world right now, and they're just so consistent, and I was just also innovating the decks and always coming up with great new ideas, and that's definitely inspires me to also maybe still try.
Welcome back, trainers. Are you ready to bring the noise? Because my name is Amy Wasley and I'm here with the fantastic Shea Burton. How are we feeling today, Shea? You ready to be back?
Yeah, I'm ready. I was born ready, especially after seeing that ecstatic game there at the end with the crazy turn of just the Cursed Blast plus the Ursaluna coming in, attacking for 0 energy. Quite honestly, it was poetry in motion. I hope you guys enjoyed it at home. And I just hope, let's all us Arceus together, that our next round will be just as entertaining.
I'm sure it will be. There's so many great matchups going on. We've got some incredible decks that are 4-0 right now. We've got so many players who have really been bringing it, clearly been practicing a lot at home, and I think that this could be our stellar crowning moment. I think we could really have quite the show here in round 5.
Yeah, I really hope so. You know, I was doing a little bit of walking around the tables last round, and I saw some quite fun little decks doing quite well. Hopefully one of those might make it to our stream feature match. More on that later. But I guess one deck I saw that was doing really well was a sneaky little Hydrapple. Ooh. And as I was walking past the table, I was just counting him out of gas energy, and I was like, that right there is a Hydrapple swinging for a lot of damage right there. So I was like, and then I looked over at his opponent, and his opponent was just like, uh-oh. So I don't think any of us had Hydrapple on our bingo card to do well, right?
No, not at all. And as a grass type aficionado, I honestly, I really enjoy Hydrapple. It's a really fun deck. If you haven't given it a go yet, I would honestly recommend jumping on PTCG Live and giving it a test run, and then maybe taking it to locals after this weekend, because it is a lot of fun. But speaking of fantastic new cards that are here from Stellar Crown, we have our community choice bracket.
Oh, here we go. So there we see the Area 0 Under Depths taking a very commanding victory. That's what I probably would have assumed. So looks like we're going to have another one of these brackets. So people at home, in case you don't know what's going on, me and Amy will take about 30 seconds or so to debate on what card is better. So if we are going to do that second bracket there, it could be Terrapagos versus Briar. And then you guys get to vote at home and decide whose debate was better or what your favorite card is. And whichever one, wins, progresses to the end.
Yeah, honestly, I think both are really strong cards. I think this one's going to be quite the showdown. I could see these going neck and neck, really could. So, but they are very different. One's a supporter card, one is a Pokemon. Which is going to come out on top? Which is going to be more versatile in this format? So there's a lot to play for. They're very impactful cards on today and probably going forward too.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they're all really fun cards, and I actually have confirmation of what cards we will be debating and who's got them. So, I have Briar. And that means you have Terrapagos EX, Amy. How are you feeling about that one?
I'm feeling pretty good about that. I quite like my little guy. I'm ready.
Okay, so do you fancy getting started?
Go on, I reckon I can do it.
So
I reckon I can.
30 seconds over to Amy in 3, 2, 1. Go on, then.
Okay, all right. So, Terrapagos EX, not only a Terra Pokemon, so can utilize the amazing Area Zero, but also it can do a lot of damage for just 1 double turbo energy with Unified Beatdown. It has a lot of promise, not only now, but going forward in the format, because it utilizes so many colorless Pokemon, but also it can be used in lots of different decks just to widen your board. So it's utilizing not only itself, but it can be used to help other decks too. So Terrapagos is the ultimate best
Stop
friend.
now! Rambling. Going on a bit too long there. You know, it's a good card, you know. But I think...
Oh, you just said it. You just said it's a good card.
Yeah, it's a
Thank
good
you.
card.
Yeah, thanks, Shay.
Yeah, good.
Okay,
But
Shay.
we're not here to debate good cards.
Oh, you're
We're
not?
here to debate great cards. Come on now.
Let's go. Okay, Shay, it's your turn in 3, 2, 1.
I don't think we even need 30 seconds for this. We all know how strong taking extra prize cards can be in a Pokemon TCG. We see Iron Hands having its stamp on the metagame. If you turn back the clocks a little bit, you'll see Arceus, Dialga, Palkia GX with that Ultra Creation that was taking multiple prizes. How about taking extra prizes not tied to a single attacking Pokemon? How about let's take some extra prizes with whatever Terra card you like. Till Muskogabon, have a go. Fair enough.
No more, Shay.
Yeah.
No more.
Okay.
You're done.
Wow, okay, that was a quick 30 seconds, that was.
It was.
That seems to fly by.
The voting is open now on Twitch. So if you're not already on there, you should go and join into the broadcast live, only live. So that's why you need to be here in the action so that you can get involved and fight for the fittest. Do you think the Terrapagos EX should win, or...
Do you think Briar should win? I just thought you'd do a little Terrapagos.
Yeah, you have to do yours
so I
too.
thought I'd get involved as well. So, you know, Briar, take an extra prize card,
Hey, you've
people.
had
Come
your
on.
time.
No, who's going to stop me? Yeah, make sure to get involved there on Twitch. When that poll is live, wherever you vote for, the powers in your hands at home will progress through to the end of the bracket. So vote for your favorite card and vote for whose pitch you think was better.
Will Terrapagos or Briar join Area Zero Underdepths? Both of them are utilized, can be utilized with the card. It's a Terra Phenomena mixture. We're having a bit of Terra soup right now, getting all of them in there, getting them in the mix. But which one's going to be best? Which one's going to come out on the top?
Yeah, only one way to find out. That's why you guys voting. But you're right, all these cards, well, we just saw them. They was all in the same deck in the last round, right? Yeah. The Area Zero, then you have, 8 cards on your bench. Terrapagos is the activator for that. Does a lot of damage as well, very good. And then Briar, in combination with Dusknoir, taking 3 prize cards in a turn, it just gets a bit out of hand, in my opinion. So, yeah, that just shows you how absolutely stellar this this last set is that all these cards are so good. I was saying this off air actually, that it's very rare we've had a set that just takes the meta game and just shakes it like this and just who knows what comes out on the other end. There's so many impactful cards, so many of them are splashable as well.
Yes.
So you can see them here, there and everywhere. So yeah, I'm a big fan.
Very much so. And not only that, but there's so much to consider when you're changing prize mapping so heavily right now as well. But the results are in.
Here we go. Come on, show me that Briar win. Come on. Yes! Get it!
It was a little closer.
Come on.
It was a bit closer.
It was.
I'll take it. Fine. I suppose maybe Briar's a little more versatile.
You know, I'll be honest. I'm going to be honest here, Amy and chat. I actually thought Terrapagos was going to win that. If I had to pick before, I would have picked Terrapagos for sure. So thank you, chat. You're looking after me, looking after Alberts. Love to see it. And Briar marches through to the next round. Speaking of next round, though, here we go. We got our Swiss Round 5 feature match here at Dortmund Regionals. And we have Luke Kirkham on our right, playing against Cohen Moores on the left.
I'm really excited. Luke Kirkham is such a lovely person. We've played against him many a time over in the UK. And then, of course, Cohen is here with their Dortmund Regional top at 128 last year.
Yeah, so maybe Cohen likes this, likes the Dortmund venue. He's here again. And, he might be thinking, what, 128? I want to progress that a little bit. And you know what, Cohen? You're doing a fantastic job of doing that so far, my friend. Let's see how this progresses. But over to Luke there, like you said, a player in the UK, has been playing for a long time. You know, top 4 there at Gdansk, top 4 at Arnhem 2015, World's top 128 2019, and a regional top 8 Liverpool 2016. I think there's one actually off there, top 4 ECC all the way back in the day as well. And Luke Kirkham, you know, fantastic player. And you know what about Luke Kirkham? Very popular for playing off-the-wall kind of decks. And I have a feeling, Amy, he's playing something a bit off-meta right now.
I have a feeling you might be right, Shay. However, Cohen also is bringing the fire today and making sure that we're going to have quite the showdown. Now, I'm going to be interested to see how these decks interact with one another. I imagine it's not something you've seen before. So get ready for the showdown of the Titans. Let's see if Cohen can continue this Dortmund streak as they have done before, or whether Luke is going to storm into day 2, rocking, like you say, quite the unusual pick for this event.
Yeah, we've been talking around it, so let's reveal.
Oh, go on.
Luke Kirkham's deck. He is playing a little bit of that gouging fire EX. Sometimes you see it as a one-off in the Charizard EX archetype, but Luke says, you know what? I think it's quite good. So how about we run a few of those, 3 of those in total, and just attack with that as often as possible. Speaking of gouging fire, there's currently 1 in the prize cards there for Luke, and that 1 copy of Radiant Greninja. Cohen is playing that Raging Bolt. Currently, those prizes don't sit too bad, I think, in my opinion. But it looks like we are going to get ready to get our round 5 feature match started here at Dortmund Regional. Don't forget, it's the first regional of the season here in Europe. And Cohen is kicking us off, who has led that 1 copy of Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Ooh, I'm not sure I like that start, though. Teal Mask Ogerpon against fire types? Shay, what's going to happen with that?
That Ogerpon's going to have to try and teal dance its way out the active at a really fast pace, as Cohen there is going to play the Earthen Vessel, discarding 1 basic energy to search your deck for 2 more. And what's really good about getting an Earthen Vessel turn 1, Amy, is that Cohen will be able to have a look at what he has prized. Worth noting, though, Luke also hasn't got the greatest of leads there with that Luminion V in the active, so Luminous Sign will not be getting activated in this game.
No, this poor little fishy might not be helping us out much right now, unfortunately. No. But luckily for Luke, Cohen doesn't seem to be posing too much of a threat. Going first is Raging Bolt's kind of no-go move. We're not loving that. It's okay. We get to get some energy. We get to start setting up a little bit, but it doesn't get you very far. Yeah,
worth noting, I mean, we didn't get to see the dice roll on camera, but I mean, Gouging Fire is also a deck that probably wants to go second. So I wonder, you know, when both decks want to go second, whether, you know, it has to go first. The opponent's thinking, oh, I don't want to go first, though. Like, you know what I mean? As we do, so that Earthen Vessel concluding, going to grab that lovely holographic fighting energy and that lightning energy as well. And actually having a quick look at Cohen's hand, I think this might be a concealed cards and prey hand next. I didn't see any other ball search. There might have been a trekking shoes, but that Radiant Greninja might have to sort of pull Cohen out of this, because we've already seen that Teal Dance being used already.
The Greninja let us down last round, but will the concealed cards come through this time? We'll find out after a trekking shoe.
Yeah, going to put the shoes on. Whoop, he took it, so it must have been good. Cohen, what was it? Oh, it was a Raging Bolt. That's a nice pair of shoes right there for Cohen. Come on, lace them up real tight, my friend.
Absolutely smashing. Getting exactly what we could have wanted, really. I don't know whether it's worth benching the Greninja at this stage, or whether it's just going to be a pass, because actually this sounds really nice for next turn.
Yeah, you got the energy in hand.
Yeah, just going to pass it over to Luke, and let's see what Luke has cooked up for us today.
Now, everybody, Gouging Fire is perfectly capable of swinging for 260 damage this turn. Let's see if Luke can immediately start applying that pressure. We are going to see a Nest Ball concluding. And I think we saw a Pheasant, not a Pheasant Deputy, I apologize, a Squawkabilly top deck, so we can see that Squawk and Seize, and Luke will be able to turbo through his deck. So let's actually have a quick talk about Gouging Fire while Luke concludes his deck search here, because it might be a card that not everyone's super familiar with. It's a basic Pokemon, ancient Pokemon, 230 HP, and has that Flare Blitz attack for 3 fire, well, 2 fire energy and 1 colorless. There's 260 damage, but then it cannot use this attack again until it leaves the active spot, as we do see the heart. No, we do see, sorry, the Gouging Fire reacts, concluding off that nest ball. And here we go, Squawk and Seas, Amy, 6 new cards.
6 brand new cards for us to feast our eyes on. We really are in for a treat here. Okay, we got a Mew. We can definitely thin the hand. Trekking shoes on both sides. We're all running around in this matchup. Not taking the Ultra Ball.
We need a Professor Sada, though, if we want to start seeing an attack this turn. We also need to maneuver that Luminion V out the active.
Ooh, that's rather hunky-dory. There's a Monkey Dorian deck, and that's going to help us to get those essential damage numbers around on Cohen's board. So although we're going to be doing double damage to Cohen's grass types, we also might have a little bit of damage spreading later that could help us with those essential knockouts.
Yeah, worth noting that Monkey Dory can help that Gouging Fire with that Flare Blitz attack reach numbers it really has no right to be reaching, in my opinion. But it's really, really nice. Probably not going to be too useful in this matchup, though, as we do see an Entei V coming down. This is actually really interesting, because when you're hitting into grass types, you don't realistically need to be hitting for that big Flare Blitz. So how about a little bit of a Burning Wonder instead? That could get you there, while also activating Fleet Footed to draw extra cards if you desire.
Yeah.
UEX, Serendipity EX, a full bench. Here we go, Amy. 2 off the restart.
Let's go,
boss. Oh, and a Hearthstone Ogerpon. I was hoping to talk about that a little bit later, but we're not going to get to talk use that so much this game. But worth noting that Dynamic Blaze on the Hearthstone Ogerpon deals a terrific 280 if it's hitting into Evolved Pokemon.
Absolutely. So that can really hit for some big numbers as well. But it's just a pass.
Okay.
Luminion is being quite the fishy little guy stuck there in the active for now.
Okay, so we're going to see the Magma Basin there used for Luke to attach that Gouging Fire. Cohen's going to bench the Raging Greninja, activate concealed cards, and let's see what happens.
It's not a shabby hand. It's really not a shabby hand. We've got a Nest Ball. We can thin the deck a little bit. We can go ahead and grab another Ancient Pokemon, making full use of our Professor Sada's Vitality, which I believe was already in hand from last turn. So actually, we're looking kind of good. I rather like this turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a matchup of 2 prize knockouts every turn. So if Cohen can be the first one to do that, it really puts the onus on Luke to being able to respond. Luke, if got the KO last turn, would 100% be in the driver's seat, but, you know, had a turn off, and now Cohen has the chance to sort of steamroll ahead. I think actually has like 3 copies of Professor Sada, as we do see the Earthen Vessel going to grab a basic fighting and a basic grass as well.
And it'll only take 3 energy discarded with Raging Bolt to KO this Luminion.
Yeah.
So it's well within range, because the energy that's on the Teal Mask Ogerpon was from the previous turn. So if we need to use that for a retreat cost, we're still in range of a knockout this turn.
Yep. And he still has Till Dance to use as well to get extra energy in play. Quite honestly, Cohen energy is not going to be a problem for now.
Not at all.
As we are going to see the Professor Sada being used there, going to attach the grass energy and the fighting and draw 3 as well. And I think, is that the secret box we drew into there? Was that Prime Catcher?
Ooh, there's an Ace Spec.
It was Prime Catcher, I apologise.
I love a good Prime Catcher.
We've got the Switch card as well off the Till Dance Speeding, can preserve those 2 energy. Wow.
Oh my goodness. They're getting everything you could possibly want. This is a Raging Bolt's dream.
Yeah, everyone batten down the hatches, because there's bolts flying here, there, and everywhere right now. Look at this intimidating board for Luke to try and deal with. Goodness gracious. You couldn't have drawn up a better turn there for Cohen. If he tried, as we are going to see the attack there, discarding 3 energy, 210 damage, bye-bye Luminion, and Cohen has taken out his first 2 prize cards here, battering thunder in his way into the lead.
Of course, we promote Mew V. That nice free retreat cost will give Luke flexibility with the Magma Basin, being able to attach Fire-type energy from his discard pile, 20 damage onto whichever Pokemon it lands on. Ooh.
Did see a flip the script there. Going to draw 3 cards. We see an Ultra Ball Dark Energy and the Ogerpon. No, Ogerpon was not very helpful. Us and get sent straight to the discard pile, as well as that 1-off Fluttermane again. Probably not too helpful in this matchup. So not a bad Ultra Ball discard there from Luke. And let's see what he takes.
No, I'd say that was a really strong Ultra Ball target. But unfortunately, unlike the name, it doesn't seem that Flip the Script has particularly strengthened Luke's position here. Going for another Gouging Fire. Again, thinning the deck, getting more Pokemon on board. But not really helping our position much at the moment. If Luke is able to thin his hand down a little bit more, that would be ideal so that Mew can use its restart ability to draw up to 3 cards in your hand.
Yeah.
But 2 Boss's Orders is kind of blocking that.
It really is.
Ooh, however, maybe bossing the Ogre because now we've attached the Dark Energy for turn. We can Magma Basin, free retreat, boss up the Ogre and take a return KO? Are we gonna see it?
We can KO the active Raging Bolt, but I guess you would be able to at least get cards out the hands.
Yeah, because they're just kind of blocking that Mew from drawing cards. But no, Luke's done the smart thing, leaving the easy KOs for later and taking out the threatening Raging Bolt inactive.
Yep, that's a big Blaze Blitz KO, I should say there. And it is over to Cohen. Can he respond? We'll need to find Professor Sada. Oh, there that is. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Attach 2 more energy and then gets to draw 3 as well. Wow, this is just an explosive game so far.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, we do see the Lost Vacuum.
I don't know if Lost Vacuum is particularly relevant in this matchup, but I love it. But yeah, being able to get rid of that Magma Basin.
Yeah, could get rid of Magma Basin because Luke did actually have to discard 1 on turn 1, so that would be 2 gone, and then Cohen would still have all his stadiums available to replace as well. We do see a Teal Dance being used as well. Cohen, goodness gracious.
Oh, here we go, comboing off.
All off to the races. There we see Teal Dance again activating. And it's what Cohen just needs to do, is keep energy in play so it's just easy to keep announcing Bellowing Thunder turn after turn.
Oh my goodness, we're just rolling here. This is absolute perfection. Now we can nest ball for Pheasantipity, drawing us 3 more cards after taking 2 to tango and dancing twice with our Ogre 2 nest ball. Oh my goodness gracious. Just burning that other nest ball from the hand, saying actually I
think there's a concession there from Luke.
Gracious.
It was. I think that was a very clever concession there from Luke, as Cohen does take our game 1 here in Dortmund round 5 feature match. It was just off to the races, and that's what we said. This is going to be a matchup of just who's going to get the first 2 prize KO and just not miss. And Luke thinking, I'm already a bit too far behind. I can't win this. Let's shuffle them up and have enough time for a game 2 and 3.
Absolutely. Raging Bolt came in with a big striking thunder and absolutely ran away with it, using all those trekking shoes to get through the deck faster, making sure that, as you say, we're going off to the races. We're making sure that we're going fast enough that although Luke may have the advantage when it comes to typing, luckily, Raging Bolt is fast enough to mitigate a little bit of that danger.
Yeah, you know, Raging Bolt basically saying, oh, Till Mask, are you weak to grass? Well, I've got no weakness, so you can put me in the active and it'll all be okay. Let's have a look at the highlights there from that game 1, because I think there was quite a few. I'm intrigued to see what we have. And so we're going to start the game off there with the opening hands. And, you know, Luke was just sort of kind of on the back foot as early as this turn here, Amy.
Yeah, we went for the nest ball, of course, like looking at that Pheasantipity, just realizing that actually we can get so much potential out of just drawing lots of cards. Cohen really getting through their deck, bringing more power to it. The second nest ball, there it goes. And at that point, Luke realized, no, okay, there's no point in continuing. I am on too much of a back foot. I'm too behind. We have a time limit. We have a schedule to keep to. And it's time to Blaze Blitz into game 2.
So prior to 1 copy of Delphox V could actually be really impactful at KOing Ogre, but it looked like Luke has let Cohen go first and has a lot better of a lead this time. The Squawkabilly. What have you seen there, Amy?
Well, the one of Entavy was also prized, and we obviously saw that Luke attempted to use that to gain an early game advantage last game. So this time, maybe we won't get that joy. But here we go in with Cohen going first again. Going in with the other vessel for that lightning energy. I didn't get a good spot of Cohen's hand. I'm not sure how strong this start's going to be, but I quite like the Squawkabilly for Luke, because at least starting the Squawkabilly is not an on-play effect. You can still use it. It's okay to start it in the active spot. And my word, that grass energy is gorgeous.
Yeah, that is a nice hollow effect there from those play packs. Make sure to get involved at your locals if you like them. And it looks like we are going to see the Earthen Vessel concluding for that grass energy and that fighting energy. It looks like Cohen just consulting the prize cards there. It looks like Iron Up, the Ace-Specs, the Lost Vacuum, the Greninja, and then the Pokemon as well. So it's like checking the one-offs, it seems, and the Pokemon.
I think that's one of the strengths of prize checking quickly, is just making sure that you're seeing the standout cards that matter in each matchup. There's no point in dwindling on cards that don't matter, but those really key cards, like you say, the vacuum to be able to limit Luke's use of his energy engine, really, with those stadiums is so crucial that actually making sure it's there, just keeping a little eye on where things are is important at this stage, especially when we're setting up.
Exactly that. So we're going to see a Teal Dance activation.
Here we go, time to boogie.
Time to boogie. Everyone, we got our shoulders shimmering. You can't see us now. I see another.
Oh, another. Let's keep going.
You do see a nest ball as well.
Here comes the parade. We're going for a 2 to tango.
2 to tango, Teal Dance, draw one.
Oh, we could keep going. It wouldn't be appropriate because we need a Raging Bolt, but it would be funny.
We have to get that Raging Bolt down at some point. I imagine that would be the target of this nest ball. Could be wrong, though.
Could be very much. It could be a Squawkabilly, maybe.
Oh, it is going to be the Raging Greninja.
Nice call. Okay. Nice call. I was going Squawkabilly, but I was wrong.
I was about to say it could be the Raging Greninja. Just trying to get more, well, just get more cards. It's never a bad option.
No, and getting cards into the discard pile at this stage is fantastic as well. Although we're going first, so we can't utilize Professor Sada's Vitality right now, we can still concealed cards to discard 1 energy card from your hand and draw 2 cards. Then we're all ready for our first Professor Sada of the day. And like you say, we get to draw more cards, and that's always good.
Here we go. See a Pokestop coming off that. Concealed cards 1, 2, and the 3rd.
Let's go for it.
Triple items! Goodness gracious me, Cohen. Must be a high level on Pokemon Go. Knows his way around the Pokestop there. And we do see the nest ball for the Raging Bolt as well.
No, that's exactly what we wanted to see, was that extra card just to get the Raging Bolt in the game right now. We can attach for turn potentially too, and my word, that's a strong start for Raging Bolt.
You can't ask for a better start than that. Leave the 1 prizer in the active as well.
Everything.
Just says, go on then, do your worst. That could have drawn up a better turn 1 for a deck that likes to go second. All right, over to Luke now.
Here we go.
What can we do? Luke's deck's very explosive, loves to tee off as early as turn 1. Can we see it?
I mean, it's not a bad hand.
No.
We've got the Forest Sealstone, which I quite like. And we still have Squawkabilly, remember?
Yep.
So although this hand may look a little lackluster right now, we're lucky our friend Squawkabilly is ready to fly away with that hand and retrieve us a new one.
Although it's worth noting, and looking at Luke's list, I don't see a way of swapping your opponent's active without a supporter. So is it worth going for a big Gouging Fire or NTV if you're only taking 1 prize card?
Well, don't forget, Shay, we can't go for the Ante-V yet because that is deep into the prize card.
Yeah, that's definitely not coming out.
So that's definitely not happening, which is the easier Pokemon to set up in this situation, right? It's the Pokemon that has just a 2 energy cost to attack. And so that's theoretically Luke's best go. But as Luke will be realizing right now, the prize cards are a little fishy. And so Luminions come to help out with a judge.
Yeah, now that's not something you expect to see. We do see the Forest Stone activation, well, being attached, I should say as well. But Luminion for judge, I quite like this actually. Basically saying, well, if I can't take 2 prizes first, how about I try and limit all your options? Judge, going to reset both players' hand down to 4. And even though Luke is only going to draw 4 cards as well, has got that bailout of that Forest Stone, because while it's attached to that Luminion V, that tool basically has an ability called Star Alchemy that lets you grab any card you like from your deck once per game. So Luke has a sort of a get out of jail free card, as it were, and Cohen only has those 4 cards, but does have Pokestop, Concealed Cards, and Teal Dance as well. Let's see what Luke draws.
Luke's opened the gates wide here. He has so many options. We still have Squawk and Seize live.
We do.
We have the Forest Sealstone. We have the Pokestop, and we hit 2 out of 3.
Vessel and the Switch card.
That's nice. And we've got the Magma Basin, which we can still utilize. We've got Greninja. We've got Mew. Luke has a plethora of ways of drawing cards, so I imagine if there's something Luke wants, as long as it's not in the prize cards, Luke's going to get it.
Yep, you are 100% correct. We use that Earth and Vessel being played to grab 2 fire energy. So yeah, we know Magma Basin is in hand as well. That's going to be able to attach 1 energy from the discard pile. Fantastic stadium. Doesn't get paid enough, in my opinion, letting you, anytime trainer cards can accelerate energy, you have to take it seriously. As we see the Raging Greninja, going to use this Concealed Cards, draw 2, 1.
Ooh, Bravery Charm.
2. Bravery Charm's nice.
Yeah, we haven't seen that yet, really, at all today. I'm glad to see that it's getting some love. And there we go, replacing, with the Magma Basin, take the 2 damage counters. But then, of course, The Bravery Charm kind of mitigates that a bit. There we go. Now we've got a very brave Gouging Fire. He is so brave. But Greninja's going to sit pretty in the active for now. Off that switch cart. Oh, I like the Jet Energy as well. Oh, I like this. We've got so much pivot, so much card draw. I love Luke's list.
Yeah, the Jet Energy, I was chatting to him before this round and said the Jet Energy is really good against the control matchups. And it just seems majestic to me, just Gouging Fires, just flying around. As we do see Earthen Vessel over there for Cohen, going to discard that Lost Vacuum. So that's something we have to keep an eye on now, because there is one Pokestop down for Cohen and the Lost Vacuum. So the stadium replacements to Magma Basin are dwindling. I'm intrigued to see what else in Cohen's hand after that Judge, because quite honestly, that Judge could decide this game.
It really could. That's the thing. When a Disruption supporter sticks, it can just be absolutely devastating. Now, Cohen has done everything they can to mitigate that factor by having this Greninja. And I love that we went for that over the Squawkabilly. This is why Cohen's out here on, 4-0, not me, with this deck. Because it's clear it was the superior choice. Especially now, because they're able to just draw so many cards. Hopefully they can get themselves out of this sticky situation.
It could be a really important Teal Dance here. We do see a Pokegear. If that Pokegear can find Professor Sada, could be off to the races. Concealed Card's going to draw too. We do play catchers as well, don't forget. Oh, I haven't seen a Pokemon catcher though. This is almost like a one prize hot potato. Like, I don't want to take this one prize knockout. It looks like, well, I don't want to take it either. So Cohen's like, well, if I can't get around that Greninja, it's going to stay there. This is making me laugh. Okay, here we go. Pokegear though, Amy. Look at top 7. Grab any supporter. Let's see what
we need a Professor Sada. There she is. She's two of them, but we're only allowed to take one.
Yep.
The other gets shuffled back into the deck. Professor Sada's Vitality will allow us to attach to our Raging Bolt so that, worst case scenario, we attach for turn on the Greninja, retreat. But it would be nice to have another ancient Pokemon down at this stage so that Sada attaches 2 energy rather than 1. We still get the draw 3 off the Professor Sada's Vitality, but I don't know. It's just it's a sad scenario when we don't get to utilize Sada to her full potential.
Yeah, not as full of vitality as it were. We do see, then there's all the nest balls.
Oh, there they are.
We see a Pokestop. That Pokestop could find a Pokemon catcher. It could.
It could, but also it's going to bump the Magma Base and making it harder for Luke to continue his setup.
Yeah, that is the sort of priority, but the turn isn't over for Cohen here. Here we do see another Nest Ball. Let's see what this one search for. It's going to be another Raging Bolt. It's going to be an Oakapon. It's going to be the Pheasantipity. Flip the script. That's not live yet, though. Luke did not take a KO last turn, but just getting it out there and about. Don't mind that at all.
No.
Just get it out of the deck.
The good Pokemon just to have on the sidelines, ready for when it inevitably happens, because this game of essentially chicken on who's going to take that first prize card has to end at some point.
No! Triple miss! And they got rid of Professor Sada as well. And that Slitherwing. Goodness gracious me. Okay, we're going to see a manual attachment to the benched Raging Bolt. Now, will Cohen pass? It looks like we're going to see...
Oh, my goodness gracious, it's never going to end!
I'm not touching that Greninja!
Oh, now I've got a fun fact for you, Shay.
Okay, give us a fun fact.
Kirkham, with this deck, has won 3 League Cups, securing himself at 200 CP with this exact deck, coming second at 1 and 3 wins. So this deck has been incredibly
so I have to interrupt you there. Just as Trekking Shoes did find the secret box there for Luke. Oh, wow.
I love that choice of Ace Spec because, again, it just gives Luke full flexibility.
Yeah. Basically says... The secrets, you don't know what I'm searching for here, but I get to search for whatever I like. Was it a supporter, a stadium, but Pokemon and a supporter, is it, of the secret box?
I like the secret box being used as the Ace Spec because it gives you that flexibility. Although you have to discard 3 cards and able to use it, I still think this is a great choice considering the amount of different cards that are in this deck that need to be kind of present.
Yeah, search your deck for an item, a tool card, supporter, and a stadium. And the sort of drawback of having to discard 3 is mitigated when you've got restart anyway. It's like, well, I'll discard 3, I'll just draw 3 again.
Yeah, I love that.
We do see the switch card, the boss's orders, and the Magma Base. And do you know what that means, Amy?
Here we go.
That means this one prize hot potato game is now over. Luke has won that game because he will not be taking the 1 prize KO. He'll be taking 2 prize cards, as we do see the stadium replacement as well. Magma Base and activate.
Here we go. There's the 3rd energy. We needed it.
We'll have to put 2 damage counters on there as well. There's the switch card. Got to maneuver the Raging Greninja. Love that. Promoting the restart first. Just to, you know, free
empty
retreat.
the hand. It's perfect. Restart for 3. You could not make it up. It's just poetry in motion. Perfect play there from Luke, making sure that the hand is empty. Mew has a free retreat cost, so there we go. Taking the first big KO from these monstrosity ancient Pokemon.
Yeah, clash of the ancient titans here. Blaze Blitz, 260. Going to scoot that Raging Bolt into discard pile. Over to Cohen now. Going to start the turn off there with that flip the script, drawing 3. Professor Sada, Pokegear, Earth and Vessel.
Nice start.
And that's all he needs. Just be Professor Sada. Would like to get another Raging Bolt if possible.
Yeah.
But has the has the stretcher to grab that as well.
Yeah, night stretcher.
So has the night stretcher. So Cohen's going to do everything he can. But the problem is, in this kind of a matchup, if your opponent takes the first 2 prize KO, it's hard for you to get back in the game. You have to rely on your opponent not being able to take a 2 prize KO. And Cohen doesn't play any combat cards apart from 1 Iono. So Cohen might have to rely on that to get back in this game.
So what Cohen's going to be trying to do here, I think, is probably remove that Magma Basin. I think that's going to be the key to it, because as long as Cohen gets a knockout on this Gouging Fire, Luke won't be able to set up the next one fast enough, potentially, to take a meaningful KO. So I think Cohen's kind of disruption plan has to rely on taking out just some of the smaller factors.
He just drew into the third, Pokestop off that third
there
card
it is.
Just as you say it, you sprung it into existence. And yeah, we're going to see a Teal Dance activation there as well. Current doing everything he can. This is turns planned out perfectly. Couldn't ask for a better. Hasn't activated Pokestop yet. But, you know, with that Iono potentially being very important, you don't want to risk discarding it maybe. So maybe opting not to go for the Pokestop. Does play Power Pad to get it back potentially. Teal Dance activation again.
Here we go.
Reckon shoes have been very important in this matchup, these shoes, let me tell you. Goodness gracious.
Still going the attach for turn.
Yep.
We do need a lot of energy here, because although there's damage on the Gouging Fire, we have to remember it's a very brave Gouging Fire. And so we need a few extra energy, unfortunately, to take a KO, which does make Cohen's job a little bit tougher. But honestly, that energy retrieval was spot on.
Yep. Came in just in the clutch there, letting you get those energy onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon and take a big Bellowing Thunder KO. Right, Luke, you do need to respond here. So Magma Basin or Professor Sada and a turn attachment will get you there. So let's see what Luke has. Remember, only doesn't have many cards in his hand. There's a Professor Sada and an energy in hand, though. So at least a return KO is on the board.
It is on the board. We can do it. It's not an impossibility. Let's have a look. Okay, Luke's got 2 Fire Energy, a Dark, and a Jet left in deck. So we're still gaming. 2 Jet. Wowza. I like that. Great pivoting, especially utilizing it with Mew EX. I love that play. It's one that's quite commonly used in other decks, but honestly, this is so delicious. I love this deck. It is so upbeat. It just doesn't stop.
Yeah, it's also the handy-dandy stuff of playing all basic deck is that it's not hard to get your attackers going around, as we do see that half flame Ogerpon getting sent to the discard pile there, and the Nest Ball going to grab another Gouging Fire. And that means now that Professor Sada is going to be used for full value. And then let's not forget there's Ogerpon are weak to fire, I should say, because they are grass type. So easy KO on the board there for Luke after this big Flame Blitz KO.
It could be all Ogerpon now as we see Luke barraging into the lead. I'm not sure Cohen's going to be able to keep up, because like you say, the disruption cards in Raging Bolt are not that frequent. And Luke does run a similarly aggressive deck as Raging Bolt. So I feel like this could be very much down to a game 3. These ancient Pokemon are both very aggressive. They're both big. And I feel like as long as you get in the lead and stay in the lead, you are absolutely golden. I just don't think there's a coming back from that, surely. You're
100% correct. That Blaze Blitz taking a big KO. You're right. If Cohen just KOs the active, Luke just says, well, I'm just promoting KO. So I think we are going to have to try and see that Iono, if possible, here for Cohen. That's going to be the ideal plan, I believe. The Pokemon Catcher in hand, not terribly sort of important, I'd say, right now.
And with neither deck running Briar, it is literally a 2-2-2 prize map from both sides. And as long as you just keep consistently taking knockouts, that is it. as long as you don't miss a beat, which these decks are very well known for not missing that beat. They are very well known for being the consistent decks. I think there's a strong argument that either of them could take this away.
Yeah, you do see the trekking shoe going to draw into the Raging Bolt there, I should say.
Oh my gosh, the Poké for every single card. Oh, the
Iono! Guaranteed.
Disruption is the name of the game. We've already assessed Cohen's major comeback here could come from Disruption being able to stick, but Luke has a lot of draw on their board, so I'm not sure it's going to be enough. How about you, Shay?
It's going to be interesting. There is no Pheasantipity yet, though, so we'll just be relying on the Greninja and the Mew, as we do see that Power Pad being played now, shuffling 2 copies of the Professor Sada. Love that. So being able to draw into them off the Iono. But actually, don't forget, Forest Hill Stone's still available as well. That's basically whatever I want, I'm going to get.
Yep, I'm going to get it. We said earlier, and we'll say it again. If Luke wants, Luke gets.
Yep, pretty much. There we do see the Iono being played there. That's going to reset Luke's hand down to 2. And Cohen will get 4.
But how meaningful will 2 be when you can draw at least 1 more from you? Possibly, definitely more from Greninja now. We can't use the Nest Ball because we do have a full bench. So it might be enough, but the V-Star
if the action gets KO'd, then there'll be a bench spot free, so just get it out of the hand.
There will indeed.
Was that Pokestop?
Trekking shoes.
Trekking shoes. What?
Oh, what's next?
I think we saw the A-Spec Prime Catcher being put into the hand there off the Pokestop. The triple hit. Oh, no, that's the Pokestop. I apologise.
Let's go.
The script I saw first. Here we go. Oh. Getting rid of a Raging Bolt and a Sada.
I quite like the energy retrieval, though.
Yeah. And to be fair, you've got a Professor Sada in hand.
Yeah.
Don't really need all of them, let's be honest.
Cohen's not missing a beat. Everything is going Cohen's way right now. If they're going to make a comeback, this is how it's going to be. This is their greatest chance. They're putting all odds in their favor to try and stop Luke's rampage.
Yep. So here we go. Bellowing Thunder for KO. We need 4 energy for that. Big KO there for Cohen. It's over to Luke now. Can win this turn if he can piece together the pieces for an attack. Starting off with the V-Star Alchemy. Whatever I want, whatever I get. There's the Magma Basin.
There it is.
That's part 1. There's the turn attach. There's the Magma Basin. There's the retreat and the Blaze Blitz for game. We're going to a game 3 here, Amy. Let's go.
Oh, I'm so excited. This is fantastic. Real Clash of the Titans. Both gigantic, ancient Pokemon, but which will be victorious? We've got the ferocious Gouging Fire and Raging Bolt going head-to-head. We've seen so many battles of Ancient versus Future. Well, no, now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. We're going Ancient versus Ancient, completely different decks, very similar styles, both very consistent. Which is going to come out on top?
Not even are they both like an Ancient showdown. I've only just realised they're both sort of part of that Johto Trio Legendary as well, right? But now they're in the Ancient style, so, the Entei versus Raikou there, as it were. But I knew when I saw this was going to be our round 5 feature match, and we do have our replay ready here, I just knew this was going to be an explosive game. So let's have a look at these sort of highlights we have here for Cohen. Big turn there for Luke, being able to fire off the Blaze Blitz really fast and just go down to 2 prize cards, as we did see. And then Cohen was just constantly on the back foot, was able to respond, did everything he realistically could do to stay in the game with these big bellowing thunders here, for example. But at the end of the day, when you do have Star Alchemy available to you, you can just say, right, what do I need? Magma Basin. That wins me the game. How about I'll just go fetch it? There it is. And then Luke was able to shore up this game too.
Yeah, Luke wasted absolutely no time in showing that he had game. Let's move on. Next.
That Forest Hill Stone, trying to get my words out there, is currently in the prize cards here, though.
Excited.
Yeah, I got too excited.
Oh, no, honestly, this is going to be a good one. We've got all of Luke's toys in the basket this time, as we can see that we don't have those one-offs prize this time.
Could say all the toys available in the secret box.
Oh, loving it, Shay.
In hand as well. Come on. I'll try and make those puns as well. This is something we actually haven't seen in this best of 3. Is Luke Kirkham going first?
Yeah, and I'm not sure about the early secret box. I don't know whether I love it or whether I feel like it is really frustrating to have to discard things from your hand before a deck search. You don't know what is in the prize cards yet. So it feels wrong. It feels wrong. It doesn't, I don't like it. It's nerve-wracking. It kind of emphasizes the word secret a little bit more because you're realizing that actually, I don't know what the correct cards to discard here are. Like, imagine all the rest of the Magma bases are prized now. Yeah. Imagine. They're not, but...
It'd be a fairly quick game through if that did happen.
Oh, it'd be terrifying. So I feel like that's a really tough decision on Luke's part.
Yeah, getting rid of that half-flame Ogerpon, that was always the one to get rid of. It's not very helpful in this matchup. With a secret box, then you grab an item, a tool card, a supporter, and a stadium. And I guess it's worth noting that Luke probably can guess that Cohen doesn't play a lot of hand disruption. So I can say, well, you want to be playing Professor Sada. You don't want to be playing Iron though. So whatever I grab off this secret box, you're not going to shuffle it away. So just using this just to get set up in the game. This could find Squawkabilly, for example. Squawk and Seize. Looks like going for the Judge, though. I love that Judge. Well, did it work? No, it didn't actually work, did it, when you played it before?
No, sadly it didn't stick before, but early game, especially with one Raging Bolt in the active, no Ogerpon on bench, maybe a Judge could stick early on. I think if Luke's feeling like, oh, maybe Cohen doesn't have much in his hand, if that is the case, then we might be able to utilize that next turn. So it's not a bad choice. We have to have a supporter. I like that one as a good choice.
See, Nest Ball for the Flutter main. Again, I think we might be seeing the old let's leave a one prizer in the active dance again.
And see what happens.
And I guess I was just thinking about, I was wrong. Luke did win the game. He played the Judge, didn't he? So that was the last game.
Yeah, it was.
So
absolutely. You're so right. Yeah, it did work. I think, you know, Luke was ahead to begin with, and Cohen was trying to claw his way back, though.
Although worth noting, looks like we're going to see that Squawk and C's been activated, so the Judge will be getting discarded. Or it got discarded off the Ultra Ball, I should say. Ooh, Jet Energy, Flutter main into the active. Look, its ability does activate there, by the way. We do see Squawk and C is going to get 6. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. Not the best of cards there, though. Hasn't got an energy in the discard pile yet, I believe, so won't be able to activate Magma Base in this turn.
No.
Gonna see, it might have to be...
Oh, I actually really don't like that handshake. Can we have a different one?
If only, right? If only. So, yeah, so we do see the Flutter main in the active. So that will turn off Cohen's active Pokemon ability. As it stands now, Raging Bolt does not have an ability, so that's null and void.
Oh, here we go. This is a good hand on the other on the other side of the board. We are trekking for sure. Yep, nice stretcher. Don't want that. We'll have something else.
Lightning energy.
Yes, please.
Oh, my
goodness.
goodness.
Please.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
Cohen in the game 3. Drawing very well. Concealed cards, get that in a discard part. I think Professor Sada's already there.
Yeah.
But again, really want to hit into that Flutter main, though. He might just be like, I don't really want to have to deal with. Oh, has a catcher in hand as well. Oh, my goodness. So he could go around this Flutter main. Pokestart, 1, 2, 5.
Oh, hello.
Cohen. It's turn 1, my friend.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing we don't have right now is another ancient Pokemon. So again, I think it's going to have to be that slightly disappointing Professor Sada's Vitality. It's still going to get this Raging Bolt ready to rumble, but just a little bit. It could have been better. We could have had an S-Ball there. It could have been a touch nicer, but that's another Raging Bolt, I believe.
Do we see the fighting energy? Oh, no,
it's in hand, yeah.
But, was it 7, 14, 21? So could take a KO on the Squawkabilly. Pokemon catcher. Flip a coin there, fed top your opponent's active, and it's ahead.
Let's go. But which target, Shay?
I don't think, is there enough energy to KO the Gouging Fire? There's not. So yeah, it has to be the Squawkabilly. But that's all you need. You just need 2 prize cards this turn. It'd be nice if it was Gouging Fire, but it doesn't matter if it's not. They both give up 2 prize cards nonetheless. That Bellowing Thunder has that 70 times multiplier. So it can hit 210. Can't hit 230 off the Gouging Fires. How about we just KO Squawkabilly instead?
Absolutely. I think it was a great choice. And like we said, the prize map here is simple.
Oh, no.
Each player just needs to go 2, 2, 2, and they win.
Oh, no, Luke. Not like this. Not like this. Does get an Earthen Vessel. But
okay.
That's
hold our horses.
But there's no other cards in the hand.
No.
Nothing else to draw.
We can't do anything with other vessels.
It's just energy, this hand right now.
We don't want energy.
And because we had to attach the Jet last turn, wasn't able to get a basic energy onto the Gouging Fire, so...
Oh, Shay, why does it have to be like this?
Oh, no, not like this, Gouging Fire. Yeah, look, I mean, Magma Basin.
Magma Basin.
We can't energy switch to jet energy because energy switch is just basic energy.
Oh, man.
That would have been an amazing turn if we saw that pan out, but I mean, we could see Gouging Fire's top attack, Heat Blast 60, but we probably just want to leave the Flutter Mane inactive and say, can you try and dance around that? But then Luke knows that the custom catcher, Prime Catcher, I should say, is in the hand, so...
But that is a very brave Gouging Fire.
Oh, it is?
It's a rather
Yeah,
brave
that's a good
Gouging
point,
Fire.
actually, yeah.
So it is going to take a little more effort for Cohen to get enough energy on his Pokemon, especially considering there is 0 energy on their side of the board right now. So maybe that Gouging Fire is safe.
Yeah, I think that's Luke's game plan, just saying, well, I know you've got Prime Catcher in hand, I know you've got a good start, but can you reach this damage? I don't think you can. And this is something we call in the community is like playing to your outs, right? You know, I'm not in the greatest of scenarios, but this is what I have to play to if I want to win. So Luke's just saying, right, can you KO this? No, I hope not. We do see a Nest Ball going to grab the Ogerpon, and that's going to be another way for you to attach your energy via that Teal Dance and get it into play. It's definitely Cohen's game to lose right now. And basically, if Cohen takes 2 prize cards this turn, the game is pretty much over at that point. Luke, you can't be 4 prize cards down in this kind of a matchup. No way.
I mean, so Gouging Fire has an effective 280 HP here, right? So, but it has 20 damage on.
Yes.
So we're at 260 effective HP. So we need to hit 4 energy.
Yep, you need 4. So we'd need the sort of dreamer scenario of double Teal Dance and then a Professor Sada as well. Possible, but a little bit hard. We do see a Pheasantipity hitting the board here. Again, not useful yet, but it's helpful just to get it into play because that's just a card you don't want to draw into off your Teal Dance. And Cohen's doing this masterfully here of just thinning cards out of deck they doesn't want to draw into. So the 1 and 2s of Teal Dance and the 3s of Professor Sada are more likely to hit what he wants to hit.
This dance class is going down very well and making sure that the Ogerpon are more likely to draw into cards that Cohen genuinely needs and wants right now.
Here we
Removing
go.
Magma Basin, going for the Pokestop. Let's see if we can get 3 for 3 again.
3 for 3. Oh, 2.
2 out of 3, I'll take it.
It's not bad. Palpad's not a bad card as well. Energy Retrieval, it's going to get both the grass energy and they're going to disappear straight from the hand and get attached with those Teal Dance.
Here we go.
Cohen putting on a masterclass here, a bit of a Samba.
That's one of our 4 energy attached.
Here we go. There's a second one. So Professor Sada gets you there now. Gets the Earthen Vessel, needed to find that so we could attach off the Bellowing Thunder as well.
That is beautiful timing.
Goodness gracious me.
Even going, I don't need this Poke Gear. I'm going to get rid of it now. Going to go for 2 more energy from the deck using Earthen Vessel, which lets you discard 1 card, go into the deck and grab 2 different types of energy. But that's rather what we're going for right now. Attaching to the Raging Bolt on bench for turn. Professor Sada, Prime Catcher. This could be devastating. This could be game. This could be the moment.
Yep, this could be the swing turn here, because, you just attach fighting, Professor Sada, the lightning, Prime Catcher, and that's all she wrote. We're going to go for a normal catcher instead. Cohen, so now going to be, well, I'm going to have to use the Prime Catcher now.
Here it goes. And I still think it's fine. We're taking out this Gouging Fire. That's Luke's only set-up Pokemon. Luke can't come back from this. I just don't think there's no helping it. I think that's all she wrote. It has to be, surely.
We have to see the judge and pray from Luke there. Just onto the trekking shoes
Oh, my
as well.
goodness.
This is all... Couldn't have asked for a better turn,
really
realistically.
couldn't.
So there we see the fighting energy attached to the benched Raging Bolt. Here we see Prime Catcher. Going to swap it into the active and swap that Gouging Fire with the energy, Amy. Bellowing Thunder for a big swing KO.
I think it's safe to say at this stage that Gouging Fire does not like thunderstorms.
No.
It's not a good day. He's not brave enough. Still afraid of a thunderstorm. So unfortunately, Gouging Fire is going to be going down. Oh, but first we're palpadding in to Professor Sada, making sure that Cohen is future-proofing themselves. The game is not over yet. Cohen needs to make sure that if Luke does go for some heavy disruption next turn, that Cohen still has the potential of winning, using every single card in their arsenal, not letting it be over until it's over.
Here we do see that Bellowing Thunder there. We see 4 energy discarded. 1, 2, 3, 4. Big KO there. Luke Kirkham down to 2. I mean, Cohen down to 2 prize cards, I should say. Luke needs to try and do some sort of hand disruption here. Trekking Shoes, energy. Trekking Shoes again. Oh, no. Energy switch. No. Oh, not like this.
This is it.
Pokestop.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no, I got an Ultra Ball. No. Luminion. Oh, no, the Luminion's gone as... Goodness me. We could see Ultra Ball for flip the script. At the very least.
Oh my goodness gracious, but would it even help? We need so much, and that's another magma basin in the discard pile.
Yeah,
and we can't Luminion for a judge anymore.
No.
So that disruption is off the table. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think it had to be
There's no judge left in deck. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think it got discarded right off the on the turn 1 via the secret box or the Ultra Ball off the secret box.
So maybe that taking the judge off the secret box there might have been the undoing of this potential comeback. That could have been. And that's what I mean about the secret box early. It's so scary to have to make those choices so early on. I'm sorry, Monkey Dory. I don't think you're making enough difference here. So we're going to get rid of the dark energy.
Instead,
concealed
Ultra
cards.
Ball, Nest Ball, no Sada, no Magma Basin.
No.
There could be no chance left. Luke, what can we do? We've got a Nest Ball.
I mean, we've got Mew. We've got a bit more card draw. We could force it. We've got Entei. We do have an Entei V available this game. So, I mean, it's not impossible. And if anyone's going to make this turn work, it's Luke Kirkham.
There's no Gouging Fire left in that deck either.
No.
There's no Gouging Fire left. There's no... We'll see a Delphox. We could see the Delphox.
Unfortunately, Delphox isn't great in this. It only does 120 damage to the active and 120 damage to a bench Pokemon.
There's no... Are we eyeing up a potential Eerie Glow to confuse and burn the active? Try and buy yourself a turn via confusion. Maybe. I mean, goodness, if that's what it's come down to, then maybe that's what you have to do. But let's see what Luke decides to take off his Ultra Ball. That will be able to, guide us into what he's thinking. So Ultra Ball going to discard Switch Cart and a basic Fire. The only real attacking threat was that Delphox, though. You're going to see a fail search on that. So it looks like it was trying to draw into stuff via restart, I would imagine. So let's see. I guess there's a world in which if you was to do Magical Fire twice, you can take 4 prize cards. We see a Jet Energy getting attached. Oh, there is a Delphox off the restart, but again, I just don't see what we're doing with this hand.
No.
And it's just a pass.
Oh, my goodness gracious. So, again, I mean, to Luke's merit, leaving a single prize Pokemon in the active, a single prize Pokemon that stops your opponent's active Pokemon's ability.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the worst call in the world. If Cohen can't drag another Pokemon forward, then yeah, okay, this is valid, this is fair. This is another out for Luke.
Trekking Shoes, going to get rid of Ino. We did see a Teal Dance being used as well. Lightning Energy, that's nice. That means Ranger Bolt can attack.
Do we have a boss's orders?
I think it got discarded.
We have one, but I think you're right.
Discarded,
and then we Palpad it. We've already used Palpad, and that was for 2 Professor Sada. So I actually think that we would be relying on Pokemon catchers here. That would be on the coin flip.
And we've seen 2 of those being played already. So, but even just carrying the active is fine here because it's like, well, I'll go down to 1 prize, and then you can't hot potato me anymore because I just win no matter what you leave in the active. So. Yeah, so it doesn't even really need to play Professor Sada this turn.
This is brutal.
Yeah. As we do see Earthen Vessel going to pluck out that Grass Energy. And Cohen, I think, just needs to try and announce an attack this turn, realistically. Yep. Well, an attack that KO something. As we are going to see a Teal Dance activation again. Little cheeky one.
Yep, never underestimate your opponent. Always do all of your actions. It's so imperative.
There's the turn attached. That Lightning, so Bellowing Thunder is live. Would have to discard 2 energy still to carry that active Flutter Main.
Well, yeah.
Worth noting, there is that.
Take them off the Ogerpon and then you're set, aren't you, really?
Yeah.
So I think that's safe. Oh.
Interesting, going to fighting and the Lightning. Yeah, you got plenty.
You got plenty.
So there's go. That's a KO. Cohen down to 1 prize card now. Luke, gonna have to try and do something. Professor Sada off the top. There is no Guiding Fire left, though. Oh, no, there's one on the bench, I should say. He's been covered by his arm the entire time.
There is one, but...
Flip the script.
Oh, okay.
Is the flip getting script? Is the script getting flipped? So, got the wrong way around.
I think it is the other way around for Luke at the moment. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
it's not been an easy ride, this battle. This game 3 certainly has been troublesome to Luke. And, okay, maybe you were on the money.
Are we going to see the eerie glow? Are we going to see an eerie glow? For one energy, your opponent's active is burnt and confused. Luke saying, please don't have a switch card in that hand.
Oh, I love it.
Raging Bolt does have a 3 retreat cost, I believe, so it's not an easy one.
Oh, no, not burnt anymore.
Not burnt anymore.
Still confused.
That's the important thing, because if you flip to attack and you flip tails, your attack fails and you hit yourself for 30. It's basically saying, I'm buying myself a turn here. Switch card would get around that fantastically, though. Okay. So here we are going to see Professor Siler's Vitality Amy going to attach. Yeah. There we go. So Bellowing Thunder's live on both.
I think if we get enough energy, we might just be able to manually retreat.
Oh, double switch card! No way! After Professor Sada and Cohen takes our Swiss round 5 feature match here in commanding fashion in game 3. Congratulations.
Luke's rampage of his over 200 CP with this deck has finally been stopped in its tracks by no other than another ancient deck, another powerful house, and especially coming in, Cohen with most of their Pokemon being weak to Luke's fire type, still pulls through, clearly going for that regionals top finish places. It just wants to get, I mean, you just want to keep going at this point. You did what, top 128 last year?
Yep.
And now it feels like very much on the road to very well besting that this time.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to beat your previous top 128 placement, you know, a really good way of starting that off is by going on 5-0, right? Like, you know what I mean? How about I play 5 and I win 5? You know?
I'll do.
Don't tie any, don't lose any. I'll just keep winning. And especially if you're playing a deck like a Raging Bolt, where, you know, it's a bit more straightforward. You just draw the right things, you attack, you take prizes fast. Being on a roll with those kind of decks is terrifying, because as we saw in that game, like if you fall behind to a deck like Raging Bolt, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Like it doesn't matter, because they just say, right, I take 2 prizes here, I'll take 2 prizes there, and you know what I'm going to do after that? Shock. I'm going to take 2 prize cards there, and there's nothing you can do about it if you fall behind. So being on a hot roll with a deck like that is fantastic. And when you're 5-0 as well, golly, Cohen is doing fantastic.
Absolutely magical. And really the only thing that can stop that really simple and very effective 2 prize kind of journey into the winning spot is Briar, and Luke wasn't playing a deck that could utilize it.
Yep.
So hey ho, but it is time for us to teal dance our way over to our winners interview.
I'll replay first, I think.
Ah.
No. We have our replay first. So this is how the game 3 planned out there for Cohen. And, you know, Luke, it's just a little bit slight occasion. Was forced to go first. We saw that turn 1 secret box being used. And Luke, you know, was able to take 2 prize cards, but that was after Cohen took his first 2. So Cohen just said, well, you know, try your best, Luke, but I'm just going to keep announcing Bellowing Thunder turn after turn after turn. And quite honestly, there's nothing you can do when the Raging Bolt's bellowing that loudly. All you can do is cower behind, you know, look, batten down the hatches, because Cohen was just able to just keep attacking. I love this play from Cohen. That was a sneaky little play there. Getting the flip the script out early so you can thin it out from the deck, even when you don't use it. That was game 1, I apologize. In game 2, this is where Luke was able to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, this is where it all came back a little bit, and Luke's deck came into fruition. And again, just took that really early lead and kept on going, and just trekking forward like that is what just led straight to a relatively simple but very effective delivery of a win.
Yeah, and even though this game 2, Luke did win here, Cohen did everything he could. Forced that Star Alchemy having to be used there for Luke to actually get out of that late game Iron. But this is the game 3. This is where Cohen was able to get that Squawk ability in the active via a Pokemon Catcher, don't forget, and just take that first 2 prize carry. Luke did everything he needed to. Left the 1 prizer in the active, tried his best, but Cohen was just able to cheat his way out of it. And here we go. This was the second to last attack, I believe. Bellowing Thunder to KO that Fluttermane. And that said, Luke, no matter what you leave in the active, my friend, I'm going to KO it. I love this valiant effort here from Luke there with the eerie glow. But that flipped the script, not the flip the script, the Pokestop, I should say, got the switch cart, and Cohen took it all home.
It did. That switch cart was so... Oh,
it was
getting it off the Pokestop. I've got 2 off the Pokestop. I'm rubbing it in.
Poetic. Like I did say, Cohen knows his way around a Pokestop. Goodness gracious me.
Oh, and the little switch cart took them all the way to the finish line.
Switching the way around in the switch
honestly,
cart, goodness.
It was a valiant effort, as you very well said, and that really could have gone either way. Both players running very ferocious decks.
Yep.
Both very steamrolly, very like kind of linear in what we're trying to achieve. We're just going, okay, no, I need to take lots of 2 prizes. I've got lots of ways to get them into the active. I just need to be consistent with my setup, consistent with my knockouts, and as long as I don't miss a beat, guess what? I win.
Yep, and that's pretty much how that game panned out, right? You know, and unfortunately for Luke, wasn't able to take that 2-prize KO in the first game, and that was it. You're on the back foot straight away. Did everything you needed to. I said left the flutter mains in the active. We saw it in game 2, both players leaving their Radiant Greninja in the active, but eventually, if you're playing that sort of 1-prize hot potato, when one deck plays Pokemon Catcher, like Cohen's, and your one doesn't, it's a lot harder for you to sort of break that sort of lock.
It is indeed, and both decks were playing different types of kind of comeback mechanics.
Yes.
Both decks were saying, okay, I think I can come back from this. I have Judge.
Yep.
Or I have, Pokemon Catcher. And there were different ways that each deck was dealing with that. Ooh, okay, you're kind of trying to do the same thing as me. How do I get one foot in front of the other now and kind of step ahead? Because it's so difficult when both decks are trying to achieve the same thing. In a similar way with this Professor Sada and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, they're very similar. Yeah, Professor Sada.
Yeah, they're so similar.
I did like that we managed to get to see Secret Box there, though. That was really fun, and we got to see it. Probably don't really want to have to use it on your turn 1, as we did see there in the game 3. Like you said, when you haven't been able to consult your prize cards, being forced to discard 3 cards when you don't know what resource you have available can be devastating. But we did see it in that game 2, just instantly catapult Luke back into... well, the win there in that game too. Make no mistake about it. We're talking a lot about Cohen. Luke can still have a fantastic shot at making that day too. So we might be seeing Gouging Fire later on. But who had it on their bingo card at home? Don't lie to me now. That Gouging Fire would have been 4.
I absolutely love it. It's nice to see one of our UK friends, of course, making it with a very unusual deck choice, as Luke Kirkham's very well known for doing. And so they still have an absolutely fantastic day ahead of them. And I imagine lots more fun matchups to come. In this instance, Raging Bolt, my caster pick for this weekend, is still going at it. Here we are, 5-0. Let's see them in day 2, shall we? Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, what my prediction was Palkia. We did see that actually on stream round 3, didn't we? But I don't think it panned out very well there for Palkia. But as I was actually looking around the top table, I did see a little bit of Palkia, to be fair. So, you know what I saw a lot of, though? Terrapagos.
Ooh.
I saw a lot of that. And I guess in theory, when you think about it, right, it's a hard-hitting deck that has Noctowl support to search whatever you like. You got Bufalon even to make yourself more tanky. You got the Bravery Charm, so they're feeling brave as well. Yeah, not hard to see why that's doing well. And we saw it in the last one, I believe, as well.
Yeah, Philip, and it was fantastic. Magical to see. But now it is actually time to teal dance our way over to our winners interview.
Come on.
It is time. Thank you very much, Jamie. I did track down our winner, Kuhn Moores. Congratulations. That was a really nice back and forth best of 3. How did it feel for you?
I mean, it was like the big 2-prize basic deck and against each other. And then like whoever takes the first knockout is very likely to win. And from that, the other player has to win an uphill battle. And luckily in 2 of the 3 games, I could get the first knockout and win it from there.
I think that's very well put. Now, we're used to these big decks, trading 2 prizes. Were you expecting Gouging Fire?
I mean, I certainly did not expect to play it, but I think I knew the deck. I knew like what the cards did and how to beat it.
So you were well prepared. You didn't feel nervous.
I was aware of the deck. Didn't feel nervous playing it.
So Raging Bolt, probably the top pick this weekend, probably the most popular deck. How do you feel about choosing the most popular deck, knowing everyone's countering it?
I mean, it has such a good matchup spread into all the other decks. Like, there are so many like 50-50 matchups, only very few bad matchups, and also quite a few of very good matchups. So honestly, I feel like it would be a great pick this weekend, and that's why I picked it.
I mean, it seems to be working out very nicely for you so far. You've said, you know, these big two-prize decks, fighting back and forth. What can you do to give yourself an advantage and make sure you're on the right end of that?
So one thing I did was, like, when building the deck, I like focus everything onto consistency of the deck, like the turn one consistency. So I don't play Briar, I don't play anything like Bravery Charm, because those cards don't help you turn one. And that's where you need the knockout the most. So I think that really helps in winning these matchups.
I mean, you're 5-0, you're 1 win away from cementing your space in day 2. It seems to be working for you so far. How have your other games been so far? Have they all been pretty straightforward or some nervous moments?
I mean, the games against Charizard are always close, but the other games have felt pretty straightforward to win, I guess.
Okay, so last question then. There's 1,800 people in the room, a lot of different decks. Any decks you don't want to play against?
Snorlax Stall is definitely a bad matchup for the deck. And Ancient Box, I don't know how many people would play it, but that's also like a matchup I really don't want to see today.
I don't have the numbers, but it is out there a little bit. Well, congratulations, 5-0, phenomenal start. And hopefully get that last win. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, thank you very much. And casters, I reckon we can throw it back to you now.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to tell me if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
Hi, I'm Shay Byrne, and today we're going to have a quick look at some EU players who did well at Worlds 2024 in Honolulu. Five-time international champion Tord Reklev had a dramatic Worlds run. He was piloting his trusty Charizard EX archetype, which we saw putting in a strong performance for him in round 6 on stream, with a quick 2-0 victory. Fast forward a few rounds and Tord ended up with 10th place, very narrowly missing the asymmetrical top cut. Owen Cameron, who won 2 regionals earlier in the season, had a terrific world story. Originally, he was testing a few decks, but he really wasn't sold on any of them. In the run-up to the event, he sleeved up 7 different Arceus V-Star decks, 3 different Dust Noir decks, Chen Pao, Regidrago, Charizard EX, and even Golden Go. However, disaster the night before the event, he still didn't have a deck he was happy with. It was then he decided to play Iron Thorns EX, and other high-caliber EU players like Benji Pham, Edwin Mesman, and Owen's brother Brennan were already playing Iron Thorns. He quickly managed to get all the cards, and even got a game win on stream round 3. And to be fair, he made the right meta call, since Iron Thorns went to win the whole event. Jonathan Sharpling, who topped 32 Stockholm regionals with Arceus Armor Rouge, managed to find himself in a winning-in scenario for day 2, with an impressive 5-1-1 record. He was playing Gardevoir EX. This deck would look to attach a ton of Psych Energy via Psychic Embrace to power up attackers like Screamtail and Drifloon for massive damage. However, it wouldn't be easy for Jonathan, as he matched the reigning world champion at the time in his winning-in, Vance Kelly, who managed to win and advance into day 2. Lille 2023 regional champion Costa Kalama had a fantastic showing with his Lugia V-Star deck that would use Primal Turbo from Archeops to power up a myriad of different attackers like Chincino, Iron Hands EX and Weirdeer. He matched his previous terrific run in Yokohama by securing another top 16 finish this year. Who will be making their way towards Anaheim Worlds this weekend though? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream. Well, that was weird, sort of hearing myself do that Worlds recap. And yeah, here we are back getting ready for our round 6 feature match here coming soon. But I've swapped out Amy to get Ross back. Ross, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I realised I was on the stream for the intro, and then all the stuff before round 3, then round 3, then round 4. I took a little break and I'm already back. This is lovely. I like being on stream. I like talking Pokemon.
That's it.
And I get to be here with you again.
Yeah, let's go.
The world's all over again, mate.
Yeah, Worlds partnership, all getting back involved. Speaking of Worlds, though, I was having a little gander who's currently sitting on that 5-0 record. And we just noticed that Rahul Reddy, who got top 9 asymmetrical top cut, finished there at Worlds, is currently 5-0 now with Lugia V-Star as well. So the deck that he played. So could be one to keep an eye out.
Could be. We've actually got some standings, Brennan. This is before the previous round.
Right.
So this is after round 4 standings. But let's take a little bit of a look at who we've got there. And any names jumping out to you there? Oh, Leonard de Klerk's a name we're familiar with. Yuho Kalama.
Yep.
Anyone else you're seeing there?
We have Leonard de Klerk, a fantastic player. Played against him a couple times, and he always beats me as well, funnily enough. We have Philip, who we had on stream as well. Luke Duran, a popular player there coming out of the UK. But yeah, you know, some familiar names. And I think, you know, when you're at a regional, starting off 4-0 and now 5-0 after the last round as well, that this currently, you know, isn't taken into account, it's just a fantastic place to be, especially if you know how this new invite system works, where you have to fall into the top 125 players in Europe. These regional finishes are really important. So if you want to get a good regional finish, you've got to win as much as possible, and starting off 4-0, it's a fantastic way of doing that.
You know what's better than starting 4-0, Shay?
What's that?
Starting 5-0. Now, I have a little Palkia update. So I know it's your pick for this
weekend. That is my pick.
Now, the lovely Anton Boulet, who we had on stream earlier, sitting at 3-1-1, decent record.
Yeah.
But there's another French person in the room playing Palkia, Stefan Ivanov, 5-0. Perfect 5-0 record with Palkia. And I haven't had a look at the list yet, but I do know that, you know, Stefan and Antoine, they are friends. They have been known to test together. So, you know, French players really showing up with Palkia. A couple other names you might recognize on 5-0. Brian de Vries, Stephen Mao.
Yep.
So, you know, players you might have heard of, and obviously Raw Ready, like you said. And look, I'm just saying, we had Stockholm Regionals last year.
Okay.
Azul Garcia Griego comes over for their first European Regional, wins the whole thing, and can we really let it happen again that some American players come over? The last European Regional of the season was won by an American. Can we really have the first European Regional of this season won by a visiting American player as well? It would make a fun story, but I think the players of Europe need to show their mettle here. And if anyone's thinking, hang on a second, what about Bologna? Remember, that was a special event, not a regional.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you know what? I'm feeling a little bit more confident in my cards prediction in Palkia. If two-time NAIC winner Stefan Ivanov, who won it back-to-back, might I say, is also playing the deck, all of a sudden, I'm a little bit more confident in my pick. But I love the way when you're saying, you know, can we really let an American come over and win another regional, as if we have anything to do with that? You were saying that we don't get, we've got no say. We're just here to talk about it. But there is one thing we do have a bit of say over, actually.
Which is?
That's our community bracket, which I think our next round is getting loaded up here. And it looks like it's going to be that Noctowl versus Crispin.
I would very much like to take Noctowl in this bracket after my battering in round 1 when I had to try and argue Sparkling Crystal was better than Area 0 Underdepths. And shall we say, failed rather spectacularly. We only managed 28% of the vote for Sparkling Crystal. It was a landslide for Area 0 Underdepths. So we got Noctowl and Crispin here, both very good cards. We've already seen them popping up in decks. We saw Noctowl on stream earlier with Philip Schultz's Terrapagos. So I'm just saying, you know, these are, I think we picked a good set of 8 cards, but the more I see Bouffalon, the more I'm thinking, maybe it should have been in the bracket.
Oh, yeah, no.
I like Bouffalon.
Yeah, Bouffalon. I'm not sure about that, though. Top 8? I don't know. It's not part of our bracket here anyway, but I've had confirmation. You get to ask for Noctowl, and I guess you receive Noctowl, so you have yourself a little bit of that. I'll be having Crispin, but I think it's only fair that if you've got Noctowl, you should start. So are you feeling ready?
Oh, I'm feeling ready. I'm always ready, Shay.
Always ready. Okay, well, 30 seconds to yourself then. In 3, 2, 1. Go on then, the floor is yours.
We all like jewels. We all like shiny things. Jewel Seeker. As long as you've got a Terra Pokemon in play, which you should if you're playing Noctowl, you evolve into it, you search yourself 2 trainer cards. And I've just double-checked the wording on the screen here. It is 2 trainer cards. Supporters, items, stadiums, tools, whatever you want, any 2 trainer cards. We saw on stream earlier a Featherball and a Rare Candy to go and get that Stage 2 Pidgeot to go and get whatever else you wanted. It is an engine which is going to be great. Fan Rotom gets it out in the early game, It gives consistency.
Stop now. You don't, no. Whatever you're about to say, you're going to hold that there. Stay there, actually. See how long you can say that for. That'd be quite interesting. that was a good debate there. I mean,
you guys can't see my feet. My feet are in really awkward positions right now.
They really are, actually. No, that was good. That was good. Yeah, Noctow's a very, very good card, to be fair. Got some good points across, but...
Okay, you have 30 seconds to prove me wrong, Shay. 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, Pokemon TCG, everyone. What's it about when you boil it all down? The decks that have won, past World Championships. You have to attach energy, and the more you attach, the more you win. Crispin says, hold on, not only can I attach energy like a welder if you were playing all the way back then, but you also get to search your deck for the energy and then attach it. That's going to be an amazing card with the more of these Stellar Terra Pokemon come out, being able to maneuver those awkward energy costs by getting them from the deck and attaching them as well. That can't be right, too.
I don't know, Shay, because we're done. Your time is out. You are up.
I'm looking at my production stuff. Was that really 30 seconds? That went quick. It's just like trying to stitch me up a little bit here. But the voting is now live. So get involved if you are on Twitch. Get involved with a Twitch poll where you can vote for your favorite card. Is it Noctowl? Is it Crispin? You have your say. It doesn't matter what we think, realistically, when it comes to this community bracket. It's all up to you.
And look, we've been doing this for a while. We have sometimes community choice for the games. We have community bracket at most of these events. So by now, you don't have to watch on Twitch. No one's making you watch on Twitch. But we are asking that you have Twitch handy, whether it's on your phone or your tablet or your computer.
Yep.
You can just open it quickly, go get your vote in, and then go back and watch on YouTube. I like YouTube. Me and YouTube, we've got a bit of a thing going on, but I'm telling you, you need to make sure you get to Twitch to get your vote in. What if the side you don't like wins by 1 vote? It's going to be your fault.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. So get involved. I'd say have YouTube open on one tab and Twitch open on the other and just flip between them, as it were. But get involved on that part. It won't be there forever. So open it up, vote for whoever you like. The winner of this poll will advance to the next stage of our community bracket. And from there, we'll just keep battling it out until we crown... Stellar Crown. The best card there from the set. Let's go.
Yeah, I've just had a quick look. We have had the next round paired, so it's not going to be long until we get into round 6. There's a spicy matchup we can't have on stream because Kuhn, who we just saw in the previous round with Raging Bolt, is playing Ethan Wild with Archeops Lugia, who is a player we are, for pretty obvious reasons, tracking quite closely. So, yeah, that's a matchup I think sounds kind of interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be a great matchup. Again, just two sort of high-powered archetypes just slamming into each other. And imagine getting to 6-0 at the first EU regional. Like with this new invite structure, as I say, you have to finish in the top 125 players in Europe to get your invite. So these regional finishes are very important. So how about you just say, right, first big event of the season, I'm just going to go 6. I've got enough hands for that. 6. I need 2 hands, and then not lose a single one. That's a fantastic place to be in. Just think about all the pressure just gets lifted off your shoulders.
And let's not forget round 6, crucial round. 18 match points is what you need to proceed into day 2.
Yep.
So all those 5-0 players right now, if they win this next round, guaranteed day 2. And you're not done at that point because, of course, your match points carry over, and that's how we determine your top 8 selection. But if you get into 6-0, firstly, guaranteed day 2. Secondly, you could have 6 more points than the minimum players. We're playing 4 rounds tomorrow. If you start with 2 wins more than a lot of the field, when there's only 4 rounds to play, you're kind of almost in top 8 already at that point. 8-0, big deal, if you can pull it off.
Yeah, and what a massive advantage you're basically going at. Like you said, basically starting day 2, 2 rounds ahead of everyone else. That is an incredible advantage. That's a good thing when you get to these sort of really high-numbered EXO records, is that you might as well keep playing, right? Yeah, just keep playing, keep winning, and give yourself that massive advantage at catapulting yourself into the asymmetrical top cut tomorrow. And yeah, these players who are at these 6-0, 5-0 records, I should say, are in a fantastic place at doing that.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of the worry, previously was that you would get to this high record, but then maybe you take a draw or 2, and then all of a sudden you're worried that you might be that 1 or 2 people that bubble out of that top 8 cut. You come 9th, you come 10th with the asymmetrical top cut. That is not a worry anymore. Anyone who has the same number of points as the player in 8th place, so let's say 8th place ends up on, I don't know, 31 match points. No one on 31 match points misses top cut, but also if you're the high enough seed, you miss the asymmetrical top cut. So at the World Championships, we saw 9 players who got enough match points, who were tied there, right?
Yep.
So 1 to 7 go straight to top 8, but 8 and 9 have to play for that final spot in top cut. So it's not just about having a better record to give yourself a better chance of top 8, but if you get a good enough record, you can skip a round that a bunch of the players do have to play, and that is a huge advantage.
Yeah, even for like just, you know, like for these sort of advantages they won't even think about, like not having to concentrate for another round, right? Like, I mean, that adds up after a long weekend of Pokemon. If you can just avoid that whole play-in scenario for your asymmetrical top cut, if you can just be safe, like you just get like a free hour back where you can just sit back, relax, try and work out what everyone else is playing in the top cut and just relax. Meanwhile, if you're trying to play in for those last couple of slots, a bit stressful, and I couldn't imagine the heartbreak of then losing that one. You're like, no, getting so close.
Yeah, we talked about Rahul Reddy on 5-0 at this tournament. Well, they were the 9th place player at the World Championships. They played that play-in and then lost. So they ended up being the player that was left out of the top 8 proper. They lost in the asymmetrical round and then had to watch the other 8 players go and play through that top 8 bracket. And by the time you get to 9th place, you don't want to watch other people play the top cut, Shay. No. And look, I know most of the time, the more Pokemon we can play, the better. But when it comes to the top cut, if you can have a free win, gets you closer to that lovely prizes. Speaking of prizes, let's see which of our cards has won the prize of carrying on in the bracket.
Come on, Crispin.
Okay.
That was
a lot
closer than I thought it would be.
I thought that was a slam dunk for Noctowl there. But I think Crispin is one of those cards. It's kind of good now. There is a very good chance that in the future, Crispin will be like the main engine for 2 or 3 really high-level decks. Crispin could be a much, much better card moving forward.
Yeah, as I mentioned, you know, those Terra Stellar Pokemon all have 3 different basic energy and that sort of big attack cost, and Crispin just sort of makes that so much easier to hurdle. We just saw Raging Bolt, for example. I mean, you could play Crispin in there if you realistically wanted to, just for help accelerate those energy. Dragon types also have awkward attack costs, so again, it's a card to keep in your binder, get a place set in the binder. It'll be super helpful later on. But I would say, I thought Noctowl was going to run away with that one. Yeah. So the fact I was a little bit closer, I'm going to put that on my pitching skills.
I think you did a good job.
But also production stuff. Stop giving me the harder ones now. Come on. I'm not sure how I won the last round, I'll be honest.
Well, Briar against Terrapagos?
Yeah.
Extra prizes are always good.
Terrapagos attacks, that's good as well.
I can give you 5 words for why Briar won.
Go on then.
Taking prizes is always good.
And you know, and I'm sure both our players here in our Swiss round 6 will be trying to take prize cards here as well. Matusk on the left, he'll be playing Stephen Mao on the right. This is going to be a great match. 2 players, both 5-0.
Yeah, Matus here is playing Gardevoir, a deck we've not seen on stream so far, but did win last weekend in Baltimore in a slightly different format. And Stephen Mao is going to be playing Charizard, Pidgeot. So Matus here, what have we got? Stuttgart Regional Champion, World's Top 64, and a couple other top 32s to boot.
Yep, I think did that with Vikavolt, that Stuttgart Regional Champions event I was at. Knows his way around the Pokemon TCG. Currently tests and practices a lot with Henry Brand, the 2019 World Champion. But again, Stephen Mao knows his way around the Pokemon TCG. 2012 World's Top 16, World's Top 32 2022, EUIC Top 16, and Arnhem Regional Top 4 as well.
I was at 2022 Worlds, and I can tell you I was nowhere near the top 16 in that particular event. It was fun, though. That was the last time we were in Hawaii before 2024, just a couple of months ago. So, looks like both players are rolling, and I've seen something spicy. I tell you what, it's listed here as a Gardevoir deck, Shay.
Yeah, but it's not, is it?
It's not really a Gardevoir, and in fact, no, I'm officially saying, we scrubbed that. It is not a Gardevoir deck.
It's not.
Because sure, it's got a 3-4-2 Gardevoir line, but you know what it's got a 4-4 line of?
What's that? I think I know, but tell the people anyway.
It's Baynet. We got 3 of the EX and 1 of the single prize that recovers a supporter card from your discard pile. And then it really does look like a 3-4-2 line of Gardevoir, which is awkward, but essentially the Curlier is that important. Right? What do you see? What are you doing?
Stephen's prize, that Prime Catcher. Oh my goodness, the ace back, and it is at the top as well. Win and in. Here we go. Swiss round 6 is about to get started. Matusk on the left versus Steven. Let's see how we go. And Steven has started that one copy of Rotom V in the active, but we'll start the turn with a Buddy Puffin.
Not too bad. That Rotom is often something you want to use on turn 1 anyway here. So you go and search out a couple of basics. And being this Charizard deck, you want to go and get Pidgey and Charmander nice and early. The deck, generally speaking, goes like this. You've got your Pidgeot, which searches any card during your turn. You've got your Charizard that does big damage, accelerates energy to itself with its ability, and becomes stronger the more prizes your opponent has taken. With a bit of cheeky Dust Noir thrown in there, and Briar, and Radiant Charizard. There's a few tricks, but what can you tell me about Bayonet, Shay?
Bayonet is a very, very fun card, and Mateus loves a little bit of item lock here, because that's what Bayonet likes to do. With its Everlasting Darkness attack for 1 Psychic Energy, does 30 damage and stops your opponent from any item cards next turn. Worth noting as well that Poltergeist attack can really add up from Bayonet, which does 60 for each trainer card in your opponent's hand.
Yeah, so Steven there has got the Pidgey and the Charmander. Looked like he was, just, pointing towards that Rotom, but it looks like, considering whether we play an Ultra Ball, we do play an Ultra Ball. Always a big consideration whether you save it to try and get a stage 2 next turn. But it does look like Steven really looking for one more basic here, really looking for that over anything else. It is a second Charmander, really trying to make sure that they get that Charizard going nice and early.
Worth noting, off that Ultra Ball, we do see that Dusclops hitting a discard pile. Steven does play a 2-1-1 line, I should say, so there will be no Dusclops available unless any Super Rod is played. But I was going to see an end of turn over the instant charge, that you draw the top 3 cards of your deck, but it ends your turn.
And at this point, here's the deal. Does Steven know that Matus is playing a Bayonet deck, or is he still thinking it's a regular Gardevoir deck?
He knows now, because that Ultra Ball did discard a copy of Bayonet EX, and now Matus will be able to sort of look through the deck, work out exactly what's prized and what isn't.
And the fact that Steven hasn't immediately picked up that Bayonet says he probably saw it. When you're on the top tables, you do tend to see what the other top players are playing. So it looks like here we got an Ultra Ball, and it's, standard turn 1 deck search. You've got 1 routes on the field. What else can you get?
Yep, fantastic there. Matus is going to just do a little bit of prize checking there as well. There seems to be no sort of super obvious answers here off this early Ultra Ball. Mew EX obviously can let you draw some cards via that restart ability. You can also attack in the Gardevoir deck very easily, that genome hacking. Yep. And you use one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks as this attack.
Shout out to the crew backstage for putting that print of Mew EX up. The users coming out there, absolutely phenomenal. But there's quite a lot of just needs here. Obviously, you're trying to get some shop it down if you're thinking Bayonet can work in this matchup. You need to get, another routes down if you're going for Gardevoir here. There's quite a lot you really need to try and establish when you're moving forward. So we see a second Ultra Ball here for a single Shuppet. And look, this is not an efficient use of resources. Using 2 Ultra Ball, discarding 4 cards to get a Mew and a Shuppet is not really what... That could have been like a Nest Ball and half of a Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, I mean, not the most efficient. This restart could be really important, actually. I haven't had a chance to see what else is in Matusk's hand there, but it's going to have to be pretty important to get out of this. We do this as a basic energy, as it were. So restart for 3. What was that? Nest Ball, Ino, and a basic energy.
Supporter card I don't think's been played yet, so the Ino can come down quite nicely. Nest Ball actually goes for the Spiritomb nice and early. Spiritomb, of course, turn-off abilities of Pokemon V, and given that Steven has got that Rotom in play, it's quite nice to say to Steven, look, I'm using Ino here. Almost went back a few years there.
Yeah.
I'm using Ino here. I'm putting you down to a fresh hand of 6, and I'm going to try and make sure that you've got to have it in this hand, because your Pidgeot's not established and your Rotom's turned off.
Yeah. Fantastic, Kai. Yeah, making that Rotom a 2-prize liability with 190 HP. The Ino being played there. Both players going to get 6, and the hand goes to the bottom. Also makes that instant charge from the Rotom, well, useless for lack of a better term, because all those cards are at the bottom. Let's see what Matusk has here. We'd love to see some rolls, another rolls if possible, some draw power, maybe a second Shuppet, so you're sort of bosses, orders, proof, as it were. I don't see any of that in the hand. I see a lot of supporters, a basic energy, maybe a Shuppet off the top of my head, but it's not looking terribly great. We need to see another Volt, ideally, so if your active gets KO'd, at least you have another one.
Yeah, now this is a big turn. If Steven goes and gets a rare candy Charizard here, or, you know, ideally that and a Pidgeot, that's amazing. Bayonet's Everlasting Darkness turns off item cards. Here comes Arvum, because Everlasting Darkness is going to stop rare candy. And in Steven's deck, there is standard 1 Charmeleon, no Pidgeotto. So you need to get your stage 2s established before Matus can go and turn it off, because Everlasting Darkness, when you haven't had a rare candy yet, is brutal. So here's the rare candy to Steven. Oh, yeah, there's an Ultra Ball in hand. There we go.
Oh, wow. So that means Steven's going to do exactly what he needs to do and sort of play those item cards before they're before they're locked off, I should say. So it looks like we're going to see that rare candy into that Pidgeot. Yeah, it's going to activate Quick Search. And I tell you what, when you get, let's say you do get item locked now via Everlasting Darkness, if you can just Quick Search whatever you need anyway, you have to sort of imagine that sort of really nullifies the effect of the Everlasting Darkness.
And I thought I did spy a rare candy in Steven's hand. Right now, we see him eyeing up Charizard and free Fire Energy. That means that there is going to be rare candy, Charizard, get the energy out, and that is going to be huge. Everlasting Darkness only does 30 damage. Yeah. It's great when your opponent isn't set up, but it becomes much weaker very quickly in the middle of the game.
Yeah, also worth noting that Bennett is weak to dark as well. So that Burning Darkness will have no problem plowing through a Bayonet EX regard. Oh, and that's a concession there for Matos by the looks of it. Basically saying, if you get yourself that Charizard EX rolling, there's not a whole lot I can do about it. And Steven takes a very quick but very commanding Game 1 victory here in our Round 6 feature match.
And I think we just saw what this match boils down to, Shay. Basically, Bayonet cannot stand up against Charizard. No. 2-prize Pokemon, weak to darkness. When Charizard comes out, Bayonet's like, nah, mate, I'm good. We're done.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And obviously, we know that your Gardevoir, similar position, 2-prize Pokemon, weak to darkness. You need Everlasting Darkness. You need it early and often. If your opponent gets a Charizard out, you probably lose the game.
Yeah, it's tough, and not 100% sure what else Bates could do there, but going to give himself as much time as possible for game 2 and 3, and let's see what he can do. But if you're Steven now, you're thinking, you even have to announce an attack and I win that game. That's not bad, is it? You know what I mean? You don't really get many of those games, let's be honest. So
reminds me of a game we had with Tord last season, or maybe the end of the season before, where he was playing he's playing something that had no answer to Duraludon.
Oh, it was Lugia.
There we go.
Top 4, I believe that was. Yeah.
Lugia came down, got the Parasol, and the second Lugia had, the second Duraludon, thank you, had the Parasol attached. Tord just went, no, I'm good. Let's scoop. Let's roll. Next game. And it was that simple. It looks like we've got a similar situation here, but given that this is game 2, you've got to think Matus is going to play it out a little bit longer, see if there's an opening.
Well, you know, if Matuska's going first, he can always do Enveloping Darkness, provided you get Bennett into play turn 2, and prevent any rare candy from ever being played. And it's worth noting, as both players do set up, Steven doesn't play any TM Evolution, so we won't be able to Arven out that. We do see a Pidgey, a Shuppet, and a Curlia prize there. But let's have it. So Mateus is going first, has led the Shuppet as well. So it's going to be very easy to get Enveloping Darkness out nice and early. But yeah, Steven doesn't play TM Evolution, Ross. So we can't see Arven Evolution get your Pokemon to play that way. So if we do see the item lock come out really early, might be able to slow Steven down.
His only option then would be a Charmeleon. I'm looking at Gusting in Matus's deck. We've got a Prime Catcher and 2 Boss's Orders, because you need to make sure that the second Charmeleon hits a field, you Gust it and KO it.
Yes. But also worth noting as well, Matus's list is a little bit sneaky, because we do see the Radiant Alakazam, right? That can move damage around 2 damage via Painful Spoons.
Yep.
And we also see the Gravity Gemstone, which when the Pokemon is attached to is in the active spot, the retreat cost of both active Pokemon is 1 colorless more. So what we could see, if Steven puts down a Pokemon that isn't easy to maneuver, we can see it getting gusted into the active. We can see the Gravity Gemstone to sort of lock it in there, giving it an extra retreat cost. And then we can see the Radiant Alakazam to Painful Spoon the damage off the active to where you want it to be. So if Steven tries to slowly develop a Charmeleon on the bench, Metus doesn't really actually have to gust it to start softening it up via that little combo. So that's something we have to keep an eye out for.
No, it absolutely is. That is one we could have a bit of a play with. So now we get the energy onto the Shuppet. We got Spiritomb on the bench already, but that means there will be no Rotom whatsoever. Metus now knows that is an option for Steven, or at least it was before the Spiritomb hit the bench.
Yes, so this is going to be really interesting. Steven needs to have just a great turn one, realistically. Otherwise, this could get out of hand really fast. We do see a Lost Vacuum. We do see a Forest Seal Stone. We see an Ultra Ball and a Buddy Pop. Okay, that's not bad, actually. So being able to get down some basic Pokemon. Rotom, well, you can't take Rotom off that anyway.
You would not.
Yeah, you can't do that. That would be against the rules. So we are going to see Pidgey and Charmander. It looks like but Steven is going to do a little bit of a prize card check as well.
Yeah, Rotom is not going to be coming out this game. It is not worth Steven's time to try and take out that Spiritomb. And while the Spiritomb's there, Rotom is just 190 HP, 2-prize Pokemon that does nothing. It is not worth the effort, frankly.
Guess it could be a Forest Seal Stone target if nothing else, but that's a bit sad if that's what you have to put it down for, unless you're going to win the game instantly. Buddy Poffin does conclude, though. Going to grab a Charmander and the Pidgey. What I'm trying to see what else is in the hand there? Duskull, Ultra Ball, Lost Vacuum. Okay, this is going to be interesting now. What will this Ultra Ball grab? We do see Forest Seal Stone in the hand.
I would honestly be tempted to go for...
I think it might be the Rotom after all that. Well, I was not bad-mouthing it, but it is going to be with the Forest Seal Stone the way to go.
Yeah, I was just about to change my thoughts there and say, actually, I would get the Rotom, and it is because of the Forest Seal Stone. You need that one Charmeleon in your deck as fast as physically possible. So having a Rotom, and it is the only, and that's what went quiet for a second. I was just looking at the deck list. Yeah. It is the only target for Forest Seal Stone. It's the only thing that can actually use it. So somewhat counterintuitively, even though the ability's turned off, it's the only way to guarantee Charmeleon next turn.
We do see the Forest Seal Stone being used. Start Alchemy to grab the Ino. Going to get a 6 cards. Oh, no Charmeleon there. There's no Ball Search there either. For Steven. Did bench the Duskull there as well before playing the Ino. So I think that's going to be all she wrote. Can't use Instant Charge anymore. Could attach your basic energy, I guess, actually, to bench Charmander, perhaps.
The thing is, the later you leave it to go and get the Charmeleon, the more likely it is your opponent has got an answer to it nice and early, and you do not want that to happen. You need to get that one Charizard rolling quickly, and you know that when you get Charizard rolling, that Everlasting Darkness isn't coming out, because it's only doing 30 damage. As soon as you've got one, your opponent can't use Everlasting Darkness, and then you'll be able to wreck Andy again.
I was about to say, once that Charizard comes out there, that Everlasting Darkness won't be lasting very long, because that will be all she wrote. I can tell you that for free. So it looks like we are going to see Nestball going to grab another Charmander. I like that, though. We're going to attach to a benched one and pass. Okay, can Metus get this item lock rolling? We see a Prime Catcher as well off the top. Curlier, Refinement. Going to maybe use it. I see Trekking Shoes in the hand as well. So we do see some cards we can use. There's a Gardevoir. Trekking Shoes first. Buddy Poffin. Oh, it's not a bad card, actually. Probably not the one you want to see, but not a bad card nonetheless.
No, we're looking for gusting something up here. We don't really want Charmander in the active. You want to try and gust something up. Start hitting it with Everlasting Darkness. Gravity Gemstone would be nice as well. And just try and grind this game down to an absolute halt. Nothing more than just 30 damage a turn. Stop your opponent using Candy.
All right. There is a little backup plan here for Metus. If Bennett doesn't want to show up for whatever reason, young Shuppet could get involved with that Enveloping Shadow, which has a similar attack. Flip a coin. If heads, you try and lock your opponent while doing 10 damage. But there's the Bennett! He's getting involved. He's saying, don't worry about Shuppet, Shay. How about we just do Enveloping Everlasting Darkness instead? So Steven Mao cannot play any item cards here.
No, so here it is all about getting a Charizard in the traditional way. Here comes your Arven. Get to search yourself an item card and a tool. But of course, item cards aren't much use right now. Do remember the rule change that came in. Items and tools are now different categories, so tools can be used, whereas previously that would not have been the case.
And that's why I said the lack of TM Evolution is so important here. Because let's say Steven did play one of those. You just grab your Evolution, attach energy to the active, use that, and then Charmeleon straight into play. But without that, just going to have to grab the Ultra Ball off the Arven and pop it in the hand. Can't play it, though. Just going to have to stay there. And well, what else could you do? It's going to be a pass over to Matisk. Okay, now, Radiant Alakazam could be nice at some point to try and develop. Monkey Dory also achieves a similar thing. I think we see, was Gardevoir EX in hand. Another Curlier Ross, we can refine, draw another 2.
Love drawing as many cards as we possibly can here. That makes me very, very happy. Honestly, there's an argument you kind of want some damage on your own Pokemon just so you've got the Monkey Dories. What you really want to do is take out that Charmeleon the second it hits the board.
Yes.
And Radiant Alakazam isn't going to do everything. Here comes the Monkey Dory. That is going to go down. But that means no Radiant Alakazam as well.
Yeah, maybe, you know, it's just concessions, isn't it? You know, can't use the Radiant Alakazam in this game. Maybe it's more for other matchups. But worth noting, because this is like a Gardevoir deck that's had Bennett fit in it, as we do see Trekking Shoes going to get rid of the Nest Ball, is that there is no Dark Energy in this list. So Monkey Dory only can able to be used via that Luminous Energy, as we do see at the right time there, getting attached.
Yeah, we see the damage going on to the Charmander there. Here comes another Arven.
Yeah, so can grab an item. We know there's no tool cards left, because I think we saw the
Defiance Band
being taken out. So this is just going to be an item card search when you can't play items.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Playing your supporter card to go and get one card that you're not allowed to play is, shall we say, not ideal. No. So at what point do you use Rotom to go and get the Charmeleon?
Oh, was that a split sleeve, perhaps?
It is very much...
It was a split sleeve. So
not even a little bit of a split shade. That is completely wracked. Never mind, we'll fix
That's okay. You know, if you're a player at these big events, it's always good to have spare sleeves for this exact reason right here. So you can just get that swapped out, and then we can have play continue. Well spotted there for Mateus. So I think it's going to cut back over to us while that sleeve does get changed. This game's going to be interesting because the Bennett has just slowed this game down a lot.
Yep.
And with the Monkey Dory, once Gardevoir comes out, right, that's an easy way for you to damage yourself, to just move it over to your opponent. How do you think this game's going to play out? At least, what is Steven going to at least try and do this turn?
I mean, if I'm Steven, I want to try and get that Charmeleon, because my biggest worry here is that Gardevoir EX comes out, puts some energy down on the board, which gets some damage down on the board. Like I said, you want some damage on the board. Monkey Dory can then start moving it around, and essentially what you do is you try and set up either the lone Charmeleon before it's evolved or all 3 Charmander, so that none of them can be evolved. They all are at risk. Any one of them goes down to a single Everlasting Darkness. Obviously, I believe we didn't see the Prime Catcher used from Matus earlier. Nope. Why? Because you want to get that Charmeleon the second it hits the board. You don't always know your opponent's deck, but Charizard decks, I said at the beginning, there's a standard. It is 1 Charmeleon, no Pidgeotto. I'm not saying some people don't shy away from that, but that's standard.
Yep, so it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out. That Charmeleon is sort of Steven's sort of make or break, as it were. Does need to find it, and it's just, it must be so frustrating when you have Arven to grab the Ultra Ball. Like, this would have been what I needed. Hasn't rare candy in hand, so had there not been any item lock, you'd have been off to the races. You'd have been Burning Darkness, Inferno Ray, but Bennett just wags the finger and says, no, there's an item got to stay in that hand there, buddy. So I'm really intrigued to see how the rest of this game pans out. I love the ingenuity, though, of Matus' deck, though. I love having the Luminous Energy, for example, having the Gravitational Stone. It's just so fun.
Yeah, and it really is an issue of take down the Charmander / Charmeleon before they evolve. Once Charizard comes out, it's got too much HP. It's one hit KOing your 2 prizes. You have to turn off Everlasting Darkness, which means that your opponent's going to have their rare candy back. When the Charizard hits the board, the game is basically over. We saw that in game 1. So for Matus here, ideally, you don't really want to knock out this Charizard. This Charmander, it is better to try and spread damage on all the Charmander, because if there's one undamaged, that's one you evolve and hope it survives a turn. If they're all damaged, there's no easy path to evolution.
So Steven did pass his turnover after getting that sleeve change. We do see a Cypher Maniacs code breaking, and you grab any 2 cards and put them to the top of your deck. Fantastic to use in combination with Refinement. So Matus did start to turn off there by using Refinement ×2, discarding the Professor's Research and the Artisan to draw the top 4 cards of the deck. And we do see that Cypher Maniac here being played as well. What do we think he's going to put to the top?
Honestly, right now, you're trying to get a Gardevoir EX out, I would imagine, because that's how you get the combo rolling with Monkey Dory. Gardevoir EX, and if there isn't enough energy in the discard, a way to do that as well. Because you've already got the item lot rolling, you've got your Monkey Dory with the Luminous Energy, but there's no damage to actually move off here, and now it's just you're going after those Charmander. If all the Charmander go down, Steven probably can't win this game. If a single Charizard comes out,
oh wow,
Steven probably can't lose this game. It really is just, can Matus take out the Charmander before the Charmeleon can come out to give that evolution?
So it looks like Steven, all he could do is pass, as Matus was able to just grab the card he took off the Cypher, Cypher Maniac deciphering, and then discard it, and then gets himself another Bayonet here as well. Matus is off to the race. Whatever he likes to do, he can do. There is the Gardevoir. That's what we mentioned there, Ross. So now Psychic Embrace is now live, letting you attach any extra energy, well, Psychic energy from your discard pile to your Psychic types, however many you like. And if you do, you put 2 damage counters. So we're going to swap around the Bayonet. You're thinking, why are we doing that for? What's the point? So now we can use the Adrenaline ability from the Monkey Dory to start softening up the Charmanders on the bench.
Yeah, essentially, we didn't have enough energy in the discard. So you attach 1 discard, which puts 2 energy in the discard, which means you can pop it on the active, and then you can move the full 3 damage counters over to that Charmander. And that's essentially what you're going to do here. You don't want to KO that Rotom V. Having that Rotom V in the active is perfect. You want to 7-hit KO it. Oh, and we're seeing the same trick again. There's not enough energy in the discard, so you retreat to put it in there, damage your own Pokemon, but Adrenabrain it over. And this is what I said earlier. You're not trying to knock out the individual Charizard, the Charmander, sorry. You are trying to get all of them at the same time. That is the goal.
And that would just really slam the door closed there for Steven. So we could see the sort of retreat around as well. We do have the extra energy in play. There we go. So now Adrenabrain is going to be live for the maximum 30 damage, well, 3 damage counters move, I should say. We do see Professor's Churro scenario. That could be very useful for getting the Raging Alakazam into play if Matus likes. But I think right now, this strategy seems to be working just fine. Might not need it.
No, we got 6 damage counters on 1 Charmander, 3 on the other. You're working on the active Rotom as well while you're at it. Next turn, you can put both the Charmander up to 60 damage on the bench, meaning that Charmeleon, if it ever does come out, will just not last. And that is a goal of your Matus here.
Yeah.
Make sure none of those Charmander can evolve. That is the goal.
And there's a concession there for Steven, just saying, right, I don't think Charmeleon's going to show up. I want to try and win this round. So how about I have a little concession here? Even up here at 1-1, Matus doing everything he can, turning off all the lights in the venue, as it were, with that everlasting darkness. And let's see if that darkness will continue here for Game 3.
Right, I've got an awkward question, Shay. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this, but I need to ask the question.
Okay.
We didn't see Rotom V using the tool that turn. We didn't see Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah.
But Spiritomb doesn't stop Forest Seal Stone.
No, it doesn't.
It says basic Pokemon in V have no abilities, but the Forest Seal Stone is not an ability Rotom V has.
No.
It's an ability Rotom V can use, i.e. you can still use Forest Seal Stone when your abilities are turned off by Spiritomb.
Yes.
Why did we not see the Forest Seal Stone in that previous game?
It was prized.
I checked, the Charmeleon was not prized.
Oh no, the Forest Seal Stone was prized.
Was it not attached to the Rotom?
Oh,
I thought it was attached to the Rotom for pretty much the whole game.
That was game 1, wasn't it?
I thought it was the last game.
Oh, wow. Guess we'll find out.
I think we had it there, but the Charmeleon, for whatever reason...
Oh, no, we used it turn 1 to grab the Iono straight away. That was it.
Thank you.
That was it.
That makes a lot more sense. The Charmeleon never came out. And look, some of you watching are going to be thinking, well, hang on a second. We didn't really see a big back-and-forth game in Game 1 or Game 2, and you're right.
Yes.
You didn't see a big back-and-forth in Game 1 or Game 2, because that's this matchup.
Yeah.
One of 2 things happens. Charizard comes out.
Game over.
Game over.
Yeah.
Or the Charmander go down with the Charizard not coming out. Game over on the other way. We're not going to see a big back and forth. That is not how this matchup works.
And going first is going to be really important. I imagine Steven would really want to be going first here, so I imagine he will be. But that's where we could see the little Shuppet coming in with that enveloping shadow, potentially. So here we go. Big sigh there for Matus. Okay, remember the winner of this game here, people at home, will be 6-0 and guarantee themselves a spot in the day 2 here in Dortmund.
Oh, not ideal.
Is that a mulligan?
That was a mulligan from Matus, which gives Steven 1 more card with which to start his turn. And in a game where setting up wins, that is absolutely huge.
Really, you don't want to be giving your opponent extra resources. I can tell you that now. It's not a great way to play the Pokemon TCG if you can avoid it. Shuffling up here. I just can't wait to see how this pans out. It's just not a matchup. You know, we expect to see too much. The ingenuity here of the Bayonet deck, as it were. Looks like,
because Charizard against Gardevoir is pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
It's just Charizard runs through the Gardevoir, game over. This gives you an option. You can still play it like a Gardevoir deck, but you can also play it like a Bayonet deck. That's what we've got here. 1 candy prize for Steven. Crucially, Charmeleon is not in the prizes.
2 copies of Shop It with prize for Metuska there as well. Steven, going to start us off here in our game 3 with that Buddy Poffin. Now, worth noting, Metuska did not lead the Spirit Tomb, so that means instant charge will be able to be used this turn. So Steven will, at the very minimum, be able to end the turn with 3 extra cards. Buddy Poffin is fantastic, though, for getting the Pidgey and the Charmander out as well. That's Raging Alakazam. That's hard to move. Apart from Prime Catcher, I don't see any easy way of maneuvering it, or Professor Choro, but that's going to be stuck there for a while.
Yep, it is not a card Matu's played in game 1 or game 2, which tells you everything you need to know about how useful it is in this matchup.
Yep.
So you got a card which is hard to move, that you don't really want to use, stuck in the active. That is, frankly, not an ideal situation. So now Steven starts off with a Rotom. We've got a Pidgey and a Charmander and a Nest Ball coming down as well here. So there's at least going to be a lot of basics for Steven.
Yeah, that's all you want to do. Get these basics out the deck now. So if you're having to draw into your Charmeleon later on, you have less ones there. And we're going to grab the Dust Skull as well. It's pretty much a staple now in these Charizard decks, that sort of Dust Noir line, because it's so useful with cards like Briar and Defiance Band as Belt, I should say, as well. Ultra Ball as well. This could go and grab the Charmeleon.
This could go and grab the Charmeleon, ready for turn 2. And then your base, because also Steven here is probably thinking the same thing you are. Well, hang on a second. The only way to get that Radiant Alakazam out of the active is with a Professor Turo or a Prime Catcher. I've not seen anything else. Well, if I get the Charmeleon ready to go, I force my opponent. I basically say they cannot Turo and Ino.
Yeah.
But it looks like instead playing a bit safer, just going for the Charmander. Also a pretty good call here, just, you know, bit of extra protection.
Yeah, I guess if you were to take Charmeleon and then I got Ironode, you'd be very sad because it's going to go straight to the bottom. But we are going to see the instant charge there being used. 1, 2, and 3 for Steven and over to Meteska. Right, let's see what he has here. I'm intrigued. So we do see Ultra Ball going to start the turn off as your Professor's Research as well. And that's going to be a Curlier and a Basic Energy hitting the discard pile. Basic Energy hitting the discard pile is fantastic for these Gardevoir EX decks because that's exactly where they want those Basic Energy to be.
Yeah, put them in the discard, attach them from the discard. Job is a good one. Then you get the damage on, which you can move with Monkey Dory to your opponent's Pokemon, and the synergy is beautiful. That extra damage, honestly, between Drifloon, Screamtail, and Monkey Dory, these Gardevoir decks have turned that negative of the damage into a huge positive.
Yeah, they just maneuver that. We saw it. Well, we saw it in game 2, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Meteos was just purposely putting that damage into play and just adrenaline them straight off with that Monkey Dory. So being able to just soften up those bench Pokemon without having to play cards like Bosses or Orders. We are going to see Ultra Ball concluding, going to grab that Shop It. Worth noting there are 2 copies of Shop It prize. There's only 2 available. One of them has just been taken from that Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and energy. Now, this is where it gets awkward. You need an energy, you need a way to move into the active, and you still need to flip ahead. Even if you pull all that off, you still need to flip ahead. Shop It is not a guaranteed item lock. It is a flip, and you get an item lock.
Worth noting, I'm loving that, was it Trickle Boost promo there on the Shop It.
Oh, Trickle Trade
Boost. That's the one. Trickle Trade, that's the one with the booster bundle. Come on. Love seeing that little pumpkin there on that corner of the Shop It. So it looks like we are going to see the Shop It being taken. I think Meteos was just doing a little bit of a prize check search. Don't mind it. That's what you're going to do when you get this far into an event. You're doing well. So, Shop It. So there is a world in which we see Professor Choro scenario, attach, enveloping shadow, heads, and Meteos could be straight back in the driver's seat if that happens, but it's a risky play.
We're asking a lot at this stage for that to come off. And you're right, that is absolutely in the realm of possibility. There's another world where Meteos doesn't pull that off, and Steven does what he did in game 1, where they go, Candy, Pidgeot, Candy, Charizard, yay, I win the game.
Oh, what we are seeing!
Oh, we actually got
Here we go!
Oh, Professor Turo. Okay, here's the flip. Huge
Here we go,
flip.
big coin flip. Here we go.
It's a heads!
Little Shop It that could. Here we go. With that enveloping shadow turning, making it dark here in the venue. Steven cannot play any item card. Did top deck the Charmeleon, though, might I say.
Oh.
Oh, wow. The little Shop It. Look at that. There's a lone Shop It there, everyone at home. If that Shop It goes down, it would have been game over. but the Charmeleon has been found as Steven. So the pendulum of power might be swinging back, but oh my goodness, my heart rate couldn't handle it after that head.
Oh, that's 60 HP on that Shuppet. Very important right now. There is actually a lone Shuppet in play. But the Dusclops, good news. Wait a second. Oh,
does 50.
Yeah, but then Pidgey Gus for 20. Could we see Dusclops doing 50 to Shuppet and then Pidgey doing 20 and then getting the KO?
If you can get the Rotom out of the active.
I don't think there's a way to get the Rotom out of the active, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, we could. Imagine that, Shuppet into Pidgey for game. That will tell you who had that on their bingo card. Spiritomb has come down. Professor's Research has been played there. Restart was used. So Matez will be able to start developing a board here. Oh, this is a game 3, folks. Here we go.
Oh, there was a world in which you could potentially Thornton into a Pidgey, but that was about the only play Steven had to pull off that last turn. So here we go. Have we got the Bayonet EX yet? No, we haven't got it just yet. We do have a Shuppet and a Ralts off of the Buddy Buddy Poffin, though. So that's all well and good. That could have been a little bit nerve-wracking for Matus last term. But the good news is starting to get all the basics out now.
Oh, okay. Now, we would love to see a Bennett here. We don't want to have to be using Shuppet again. Is there Ultra Ball in hand? I think there was. I see trekking shoes. Maybe there wasn't. Okay. Trekking shoes for Bennett. Oh, no, it's a counter catch. I apologize. There's no... Okay, this is...
There's no out. Luminous Energy and Monkey Dory, and there's no out to a Bayonet yet.
They took that... Oh, but there was an Ultra Ball off the trekking shoes. Oh, my goodness. The restart into the research, into the trekking shoes, into the Ultra Ball. This is a game 3, everybody. Luminous Energy attached to the bench and Everlasting Darkness. Steven Mao is still item locked.
That was a pretty brutal Ultra Ball, though. Had to get rid of a Monkey Dory and the Gardevoir EX, both cards that were very, very useful in the previous game. And Steven here, here's the deal. You don't have item cards, but you still have access to supporters. You don't get to use your Rotom. You don't have Pidgeot.
Arven off the top! Sorry to cut you off there, though. So Arven could find the Forest Seal Stone, and that could grab the Charizard EX, I believe.
Yes, that feels like it would work. We said about the interaction between games there. It turns off abilities. Always in Iono as well here.
Okay, maybe the Forest Seal Stone isn't available, I would imagine.
No, Forest Seal Stone can be played under Item Lock. It can be used under Spiritomb Lock. It's a bit awkward, but it does work. Here's a rare candy. That's useless. Nest Ball, useless. Boss's Orders, and another useless Nest Ball here.
Oh, no, under normal circumstances, that Ultra Ball would be exactly what Steven is looking for, but thanks to Everlasting Darkness, remember, their item cards cannot be played. So there's actually no playable cards there in that hand.
And this is where it gets awkward. You're not going to have Monkey Dory available if you're Matus. What you saw last game is not coming back this game. Firstly, there's no rare candy and there's no Curlier on the board. Secondly, you don't have space for the Monkey Dory. It's awkward. You're actually going to have to do it with Everlasting Darkness. So you need to kind of gust now and free hit KO Charmeleon.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easy sort of bench dissecting that we saw in game 1 with that Professor Chura being played. I don't think there's any power pads, so we won't be able to reuse that again. Maybe we could start to see the gravitational gem, the gravity gemstone being used to try and lock that Rotom there. That could also be an option, but definitely not going to be the easy way out. We do see another Iono being played here. Okay, now that's interesting because we know, well, Matus can guess that Steven didn't draw very well off that Iono, so this could be risky.
And with the cards going to the bottom of the deck, you are seeing new cards every time. This is getting Steven closer to a potential Charizard here.
Ooh, I don't know. 2 Pidgeot, a Boss's Orders, and a Buddy Buddy Poffin, I believe that is.
Yeah, and an Ultra Ball at the front, but you're right there. There is no Charizard in hand right now. Prime Catcher would be prime, but it's not there.
You just see the Everlasting Darkness there from Charizard off the top, Ross!
He's got it off of the top. Here comes a Charizard. Now we use the ability, and this is a point where it gets awkward. Now, is there any way that Matus can lock that Rotom in the active, move the damage off with Alakazam, and play an incredibly...
Oh, for sure. That's definitely possible. That's what the Raging Alakazam's for.
But you're doing free damage a turn, and you're healing You're basically
20.
taking 20 off.
Yeah, so you're still leaving 10 on. It's not a perfect.
Moot point. It's already been retreated with the fire energy. Now Charizard comes up. We're going to see the KO on the Bayonet. We don't need the early concession like we did in game 1, but is there any way Matus comes back here? You can no longer use Everlasting Darkness. That attack no longer does enough damage. Do you have an attacker that can take this Charizard out? You've taken no prizes so far.
I think the only way Matus can get out of this is if we see a boss's order or something to that effect into the Rotom, lock it in the active via the Gravity Gemstone, and just, like you said, try and maneuver the damage off. There's no way to sort of get rid of this Charizard EX immediately. Have to go around it. No mistake about it. As we do see the Super, we're going to get back that Radiant Alakazam. That's going to be crucial for that game plan to work, as well as the Monkey Dory and the Gardevoir EX. That is Matus' only play here. We cannot just let this Charizard sit in the active. It's sitting for weakness. It detonates everything it wants.
It does. There's no rare candy, though, in Matus' list. A lot has to be cut to make room for the Bayonet. There's no rare candy, so you are going to have to evolve up the traditional way. Was it a Curlier last turn, or was that a this turn evolution?
Do you mean the Volt? Oh,
the Curlier in the active.
I think active. That was last time.
Okay. So a Gardevoir EX would work here. We get the Luminous Energy onto the Monkey Dory. There is the Iono.
So it's going to have to be into Prime Catcher here then, realistically.
That's the only gusting option you've got.
It's going to have to be Prime Catcher
Or
here.
Counter Catcher. There's one Counter Catcher. So that is still an option.
I think that got put to the bottom. Oh, we do see the Prime Catcher off the Iono, though.
So that for Pheasantiptia, which is a highest HP thing, which is really not going to be attacking.
You need to see the Gravitational Stone, ideally, to get the sort of most ideal version of the sort of lock here, as it were, though, because Pheasantiptia has a 1 retreat cost, so does Rotom, so that would just be a attach retreat, and Charizard comes flying straight back in the active.
Yeah, Dusclops has 2, but it can, of course, KO itself, so you don't want to be trying to block that in the active.
So this could be a very important Curlier here. We would love to see that Gravity Gemstone, not a card we see terribly often, new card from Stellar Crown, as it were. We'd love to see it here.
There's the Gardevoir.
Here we go.
There's the Counter Catcher onto the Charmander.
Well, I guess if you item lock, that Charmander can't. Oh, he got it off the top. The Gravity Gemstone.
That is huge. And now you can start using Monkey Dory and the damage there from the active as well, and really try and chip away at some of these Pokemon. It is a big uphill struggle for Matus. Make no mistake about it, but there is a chance. I'm telling you, there's a chance.
And we see the Gravitation. Oh, Stephen having to pick it up and read it. So in case we don't know at home, while it's attached to the Pokemon in the active, both active Pokemon's retreat cost is increased by 1. So that Charmander now will retreat for 2. So maybe going after Charmander here, what you can do is put damage onto that, then you sort of bring up the Pheasantiptia. Oh, no, can't play the Lost Vacuum, of course. But so you get some damage onto the Charmander, move it off, and then you bring up the Pheasantiptia. So you're sort of getting more turns of something in the active that Stephen can't move.
Yeah, quite possibly here. You still do have a Counter Catcher, which is going to be up for the rest of the game. If you're taking prizes, you are taking them right at the end. You're looking for like that big explosive 6-prize turn, ideally. You do not ever want to leave a situation where Stephen can go, I'm going to promote my Charizard. And attack.
Yep, we do not want to see that. Okay, here comes Arven. And let's see what the Arven grabs here. Oh, was that? Oh, the Forest Hill Stone is in deck. Defiance Banner, I haven't seen it. Obviously, you can still grab an item. Tour card and an item, you just can't play the item, unfortunately. But you can still grab whatever you like.
Yeah, you can grab the item and the tool, but you cannot play the item. You can play the tool. So, you know, it's not all bad. There's options.
So you could grab the Forest Hill Stone. It's a Rotom. Grab any card you like. Thing is, I don't realistically see a magic. Oh, Stephen does play Professor Truro, I believe. No,
I don't.
Oh no, Thornton. Sorry.
Yeah, so Thornton could be used to switch for another basic. But what basic would we want to switch into here? Nothing really helps very much.
That's a great point, actually.
When I was looking for the Pidgeydonk, you could Thornton into the Pidgey to get the cute little KO there. That would have been amazing. That would have been really fun. But no, there's no good retreater here. They're all going to have a retreat cost of 2.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a bit of an issue. So, Matus, I mean, look, we've got a longer game here than we saw in game 1, where it was, you got a Charizard, good game.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So let's see. Does have the Forestall Stone in hand, obviously, we know that. Ideally, you want to use it now, so Mateus can't iron it away, or at least attach it at the very least. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think, unless I'm mistaken, there's like some sort of magic one-card answer here from Steve. I don't think that exists right now.
No.
So let's just see. Having to think, how do I get out of this? Probably wasn't prepared to play around the gravitational gemstone, as it were. I mean, I wouldn't have been, that's for sure.
A gravity gemstone there is really putting in a shift. Yeah, honestly, I would love, if I was Matus, I would love to have a Radiant Alakazam on the board as well.
Yeah.
To really make the most of Monkey Dory and Radiant Alakazam, because I'm not putting enough damage on every turn. Here's a couple of cards drawn with Curlier. And there's, I mean, event space. If event space opens up, something's gone very, very wrong here.
Yeah, worth noting, there has been a time extension added to this game by about 1 minute. I would imagine that is due to those sleeves that had to get changed. Here is a boss's orders.
Okay, so this is, so there's now 1 boss's orders and a prime and a counter catcher remaining in the deck.
And here we go. As you mentioned, it was going to be into that Pheasantipity. That is the sort of maximum amount of HP that Matus can sort of manipulate via a Brain and an Everlasting Darkness and just start softening up stuff on the bench. It looks like that Charmander is going to be the target from that Brain, as we do see Everlasting Darkness onto the active. Okay, over to Steven. Does still have Star Alchemy available, of course. But no, it's going to be a pass back over.
I like the idea of having a Radiant Alakazam and pulling off a 19-hit KO on that Pheasantipity while spreading damage around with Radiant Alakazam and your Monkey Dory. That would be the ideal here, but there's just not a bench space for it.
No, we've already seen Professor Chora being played as well, right? So
yep, we have indeed. It's not
going to be an option. You cannot knock yourself out via Psychic Embrace. You can't knock out your own Pokemon to sort of throw at the bench spot. It's not an option. So yeah, it looks like we're going to see a refinement. It looks like potentially Steven's consulting discard policy and what resources Matheus has available. But no, it looks like we're going to see the Everlasting Darkness instead. Oh no, or not debating it.
Well, we haven't used Monkey Dory yet this game. Oh, but see, here's an issue. Last game, we were able to switch between Bayonet, retreating, discarding energy, and that was fueling the Monkey Dory. We don't have that this game, so there's only so many usage you can have of Monkey Dory.
I thought of a line that Matheus might or could work towards, perhaps. You could manipulate the damage to KO this Charmander eventually. And provided Steven doesn't bench another one, you could then gust up the Charizard, use Poltergeist, and KO it while there's no Charmander left. That could be an option, potentially. Could be something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, that is absolutely an option. And then the Charmander, the items would be on.
But it doesn't matter, yeah.
We need to know how many trainer cards are in the deck. So, Poltergeist does 60 for each trainer card of any description.
Yep.
So, you're looking for what Charizard's got, like 330, so 6.
Tell you what, worth noting, if Matheus was going to try and play this sort of long game, hasn't got that many cards left in deck because of the refinement uses, so cannot really afford to sit here and do this 19 turn KO, as we mentioned. So he's going to have to start, trying to win the game at some point. Ooh, Prime Catcher off the top. That right there can maneuver the Pheasantipity.
Right, with the 3 damage counters on Charizard. Okay, here we go. If you bring up the Charizard, if there's 5 trainer cards in hand, you can get a KO with Poltergeist while using Adrenabrain to KO the Charmander on the bench. That is an option. If there's 1 energy in the discard, which there now is, you can Gardevoir in energy, Adrenabrain to KO the Charmander, and then you Prime Catcher the Charizard up, and if Steven's got 5 trainer cards in hand, Poltergeist will KO. That, I believe, is the line that is a potential out here.
The only problem with that line is, though, it does get really heavily punished by Radiant Charizard.
It gets very heavily punished by Radiant Charizard, but what else are you going to do right now?
You're right.
Actually, I'll tell you what else you're going to do. Look at the board. 2 prizes on Pheasantipity.
Right.
2 prizes on Rotom.
Yeah.
1 prize on Charmander. 1 prize on Pidgey. Did a math, Shay. How many prizes is that?
That'd be a nice grand 6 right there.
That would be a nice round 6. Although, right, Pheasant Dipty's about to get KO'd this turn. So you need to start working on that Rotom V. Or might I suggest maybe bringing it up a little bit? Okay, so we're really just piling damage on here to make the most of Adrenabrain. So now we're going to be using that onto... Okay, love this.
KO.
KO the Pheasant Dipty mid-turn. And now if the wrong Pokemon comes active, you do still have access to Prime Catcher to get the right Pokemon active.
Yep, that's exactly what we're looking at. This is a chess match here. And yeah, I guess you could always promote the Dusclops, because you can just KO it and get it straight back out the active at the very least. That would give Mateus a prize card, though.
I love the cheekiness of this play. Mateus is going to Prime Catcher right now. We know this. It was just like, if you put the right Pokemon active, I can save my Prime Catcher. But we see the retreat. That's basically saying, when I Prime Catcher, my Bayonet becomes back active again. But I love the cheekiness of hoping your opponent puts a one active.
Oh, of course. They do see the Prime Catcher, exactly as you said.
Has to be on the Rotom. It's the only play here. And this, I think, is how the game ends if Mateus is going to win. We're going to do 30 damage of Everlasting Darkness. The Rotom is not KO'd yet, but is 3 turns away from being KO'd. And then we will need to Adrenabrain twice, though. And can we do that in one turn?
Adrenabrain twice?
Well, we need to KO both the Charmander and the Pidgey here. For the 6 prizes total.
Oh, okay.
So you're going to KO the Rotom with Everlasting Darkness in 3 turns' time.
Yeah.
But you're going to need to Adrenabrain to KO on 2 different turns, which will open up a bench space for Steven. Might not be an issue, but it's not the ideal way to go about it. It'll probably be all right.
So we do see Duskull getting benched as well. We're going to see a pass. How many cards left in Mateus' deck? Is that only 2? I feel as if it's going to be on a clock here. Can't obviously deck yourself out. Does he? I guess he might be able to Iono, actually. He doesn't?
It doesn't matter. Mateus needs this turn and then 2 more to win. If there's 2 cards in deck, that's the perfect number. Mateus is going to be fine. Mateus is going to win in 2 turns from now. This turn, you do 30. Next turn, you do 30 and KO Pidgey or Charmander. And then the turn after, you KO Rotom and Charmander or Pidgey, and that's the game.
It looks like we're going to see a Super Rod being taken off the Arven. Obviously, can't play that.
Oh, okay. No, Mateus might have 1 card too few in deck. He needs 3 turns from now.
Right. I mean, it looks like there's 2 there, but, you know, there could be more. It's hard to tell from this sort of vertical angle. We do see Super Rod being taken there off the Arven. Yeah, it's looking rough for Steven. We're just going to have to pass it back over. So there's only 1 card left. Okay.
Got to be recovery or something in Mateus' hand. He's been playing way too carefully to lose by deck out here. So now the Charmander goes down, and there is a prize. And now we see the Rotom going up to 130. So 2 turns from now, we're going to get the win.
You can just, move it off and then Poltergeist for game as well into the Rotom. So there's plenty of ways.
Oh, yeah, the Poltergeist 1 turn early. Well. Of course you can, Jay. Good shout.
Here's Fossil Stone. This could grab the Thornton into Pheasant Dipty, perhaps. Save yourself the active. Oh, no, but Thornton swaps the damage as well, doesn't it? So that wouldn't help.
It would unfortunately not make a huge difference here. There's no supporter which is going to switch it like we see with Professor Turo or Penny or things of that nature. They're not in the deck.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, isn't it? We do see Artisan going to grab the Charmander. Thornton was taken off the Star Alchemy.
I don't see what you even Thornton into. I'm not seeing any kind of line there.
Fez would give you an HP boost at the very least, right?
Yeah, but you know you're losing to Poltergeist at this point. I mean, look at the hand. There's no way there aren't... What we got? We got 130. Yeah, 2. There's no way there aren't 2 trainer cards in Steven's hand, Shay.
Play to your house. It's got to play to your house.
And one of them's... okay, so
here we go. This will tell us. Right? So Thornton swap a basic Pokemon in play with one from the discard pile. Oh! Radiant Charizard could take a big KO.
Radiant Charizard.
Wait,
no,
enough prize cards haven't been taken. Yeah, that doesn't work.
You need 4 prize cards taken for it to be a single energy attacker. Only 3 have been taken. So Charizard will need 2 energy here, and there's no energy already on there. So Combustion Blast doesn't even work, but it is a single prize Pokemon. So you're basically saying to Mateus, well, now you're only taking 2 prizes.
Oh, Collapse Staging to remove that Pidgey.
Oh, I am loving the play in this game. Steven goes, you can take 3 prizes next turn. unless I get rid of the Pidgey and turn my 2-prizer into a 1-prizer, and now what? There is still a route to victory here, though, because that Radiant Charizard... it's got 50 HP. No, 50... No, you can Adrenaline Brain onto the Charizard and then Poltergeist to the EX.
Yeah, you can still do that. That's still a line, I should say.
And I believe there's one boss's orders left in Matus's deck.
We do see the Cursed Blast gone to the Gardevoir EX as well.
But now there is no great way of getting the KO on that Charizard on the bench. That's the only 2-prize attacker.
Oh, we saw the combustion. Because of the Cursed Blast, the Combustion Blast was live. Boss's orders for game there on the last prize to use Miracle Force to close the game out. What a play there from Steven, using Cursed Blast to activate Combustion Blast, KO the Banette, but Matus was able to close the game out with Miracle Force with the Gardevoir. Because that Cursed Blast put Matus down to 1 prize card, a little bit, you know, you have to do what you got to do if you're Steven. Matus could just close the game up.
Yeah, giving up that prize was exactly what was needed. You took the prize away from the Pidgey, but you gave it back with the Dust Globs, and that gave Matus the victory. That was one of my favorite games I have seen in a long time, Shay. Game 1, Charizard Scoop, I'll be honest with you, nah. Game 2, I'm just going to sit here until you give up trying to find the Charmeleon. Fine. Game 3, though. Oh, game 3, we saw the Charizard come out. So Matus had to try and maneuver around that, turn after turn after turn, spreading damage, never letting that Charizard come up, but it fell apart at the end. You had to kind of break that lock, and then Steven came out with a collapsed stadium with a Thornton into the Radiant Charizard, but then Matus was able to navigate around that as well, and that was an extremely close best of 3.
It was.
And after a pretty kind of uneventful game 1 and game 2, we got our money's worth in game 3 there, Shay.
Yeah, that was incredible. We did say, you know, when the Charizard EX comes out, it could be lights off, as it were, for Mateus, but was able to navigate his way out of there. Was a very tough ask there. And Steven's last turn there was incredible, using the Cursed Blast to put Mateus down to 1 prize. Now Combustion Blast is live to KO the active Banette. And if Mateus didn't have the boss's orders, Steven probably would have won that game just right there and then, realistically. But he did, and then Matus was able to win that game 3. But that game 3, what a masterclass. We saw Matus, you know, drawn into the Gravity Gemstone on that exact turn he needed it, was able to use that Adrenaline Brain as much as he needed to as well, and really had to navigate, you know, not being able to have the 2 Banette out, so wasn't able to do that sort of retreat switching with the Psychic Embrace to sort of fuel Adrenaline Brain over and over. Just a masterclass, quite honestly.
Oh, no, it was absolutely a masterclass. And the end of that game happened so fast. You know what, Shay? I think we need a replay.
Yeah, we do.
So let's go back to this game. And I'm going to be honest with you, there's not going to be much from game 1, because game 1 was not all that much of a game. We might get to see the Charizard coming out.
Yeah.
But that is about the most we're going to see. We see the Duskull hitting the bench, and then, of course, we are going to see Rare Candy, Charizard, and that was literally game 1.
I didn't realize the cap was so small there. Into game 2, Matus was able to develop that item lock really early, and Steven was just, you know, stuck. You know, didn't have many Pokemon sort of absorb this damage, was forced to use that Star Alchemy really early, and then used with that Adrenaline Brain, was able to just maneuver those bench Charmander out of play. And Steven just wasn't drawing that much, and Matus was able to just keep applying that pressure, and Steven said, I've had enough of that. But then we got on to game 3, Ross.
And game 3 was a very different beast indeed. We did see the very awesome early Professor Turo scenario to get that Shuppet. We had the huge flip, which came up heads to item lock Steven. Very early, you see Matus celebrating there. Oh, we got it full screen because it was a huge flip there. And then we got the grind. We got the 1 KO with Charizard, I should say. Big KO, 2 prizes, and then we got the grind. We're Everlasting Darkness, we're Adrenabraining energy onto the bench. Matus's bench was not ideal. It wasn't like it was in game 2, but able to piece something together. We saw the KO on the Charmander. And we got down to 3 prizes remaining, but then the Collapsed Stadium takes the Pidgey off the board. The Thornton into the Radiant Charizard to get the KO, but then
the Cursed Blast as well to attack with Combustion Blast, but then we just saw the Psychic Embrace being able to power up Miracle Force, boss's orders, close that game out. that game 3, quite honestly, that replay for game 3 could have been so much longer. There was so much sort of to and fro. We didn't even get to see the gravity gemstone, because that was, you know, that was so impactful. Matheus needed to find it exactly that turn and was able to do it as well. That game 3, golly.
That was a great game 3, very much worth changing my pin for. But I do need to point out that concession in game 1 from Matheus, very, very early. We came down to the wire, and you can see why. That game 2 took a little while. That game 3, there was a Charizard on the board, but it wasn't rare candied out super early. That was a difference. There was a Charizard, and it ground out. And that was what Matheus was saying right at the beginning of game 1.
Yeah.
I'm not probably going to win when you've already got a Charizard out, and I assume you've got one Charmeleon in the deck. So you know what? Let's give ourselves the maximum amount of time for turn 2 and turn 3. If Matheus loses that first game in like 15 minutes, we don't end up with a game 3. But why would you hear me talk about Matheus? We could talk to Matheus.
Let's go talk to Matheus.
Hello, welcome trainers. My name is Amy and I am with our feature match winner, Matheus. How are we feeling after that roaring victory?
Really lived after the sharpened heads. It was like very good, very good.
That was such a momentous moment. How many Shuppet heads have you had to flip today?
Many of them, actually.
Have you hit most of them, half of them? What are we feeling?
Like, I mean, I didn't get banned turn 2 sometimes, so I flipped much more than only 1 per game. So it was like 10 heads, 4 tails or something like that.
Oh my gosh, you're living on the edge of the heads. So what made you pick Bayonet for this event?
So I have been playing this deck for like a year. I made it by myself. It's just still working. Yeah, it's just broken.
I absolutely love that. It's so good to hear that you've kind of buckled down, picked a deck, and stuck with it. That's amazing. Have you got anyone else you know in the room playing a similar deck today?
Yeah, I have 2 friends. One is 5-1, one is 4-1-1. The deck is broken. You guys need to start playing it because it's...
You heard it here first. Start playing some Bayonet in your decks. I love that you've brought some friends and that you all playing exactly the same 60.
Yeah, exact 60.
Oh, I love that so much. But you're so far the breadwinner. You're the most successful with it today. How have you been faring with it at local level? Have you been playing cups and challenges with this deck?
Yeah, I have been playing a little bit. It's annoying if your friends know what you're playing. They, as on stream, choose to go first as a Zard, and you need to flip ahead at least once. But besides that, it's still fun, so...
Amazing. I'm so pleased to hear that. With the changes to the format this season, how is your journey to the World Championships looking?
So far, I have been playing some cups. I want to play at least like 3 regionals. So we'll see. So far, 6-0 on first regional of this season. So hopefully we can keep it up.
Oh my goodness, that is just the dream, especially with a deck that you've cooked up yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us here. We're going to throw it back to the desk. So we'll see you guys very soon.
Hey everyone, hope you've been enjoying the regional so far. And we're going to take a little bit of a break from it to get to know one of our Polish players here, Mateusz. It's good to have you here. How you doing?
Pretty nice. Just get back from the exam, so...
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot to balance right now around your Pokemon play. As someone who's quite a creative deck builder in Pokemon, I've got to ask you, where do you find the time to fit all of that cooking up of your decks around your life?
In the free time, I like to thinking about anything. So that I don't need to worry about all the problems. So I like just to go to the decks, look at the cards, look what can be fun to play, and I'll just crumble it and try it out.
I mean, you have an amazing community around you in Poland where you've got a lot of very creative players. How important is it having that local community who you can rely on to help you create those amazing decks?
I think it's really important, so I can know if my idea is really stupid or it maybe can do something. You know someone that you can test with, so it's also really good. Because on the ladder there are sometimes like the players that can't even do the things that should be done.
Yeah, so you got those amazing top-level players around you to keep testing you, making sure you're pushing yourself. Of course, you've now got regionals in Poland. We had Warsaw last year, Gdansk this season. How important was that for the Polish community to have those big events, those premier events in your country?
I think it's grown our community. Many players attended to these regionals and then think, okay, so it's like this. Maybe I can try it out outside of the Poland. So the community grown a lot. We got more players that we can test with, more even locals. So it's really important for me.
Yeah, for me, Warsaw was my first event to commentate. So Poland's got a special place for me as I love coming back here. And I think one of the great things about Poland is your players you come up with interesting ideas. We've mentioned about your creative deck building. What is it about your community that you think leads you guys to go slightly off meta sometimes?
I'm not sure if it's something that just Polish people do, but I think when someone from close friends look at you that you are doing something weird, they also may want to try it. So I think it's one of these things.
Yeah, I mean, you managed to win Stuttgart Regional with, at the time, a very unused deck with Palkia Vikavolt. And you were the only one of it, I think, on day 2, and you ended up winning the whole event. And I feel like that's common for you, where you're the only deck in day 2 of your archetype. Is that something you enjoy doing, like where you play an unusual deck at a tournament?
Yeah, it's the most fun about playing something weird is that you're surprising your opponent. So it's always fun to look at their reaction. It's something that more players will look at, like my 25th place Banet list recently in the Lille. I think it's more looked than some of the top 8 lists because it's just something new.
So some of your decks, when you come across players who are a little bit stronger and can work out how to beat them, it can often be quite hard for the deck after the unknown factor has been found out to compete. Do you think there's some cards out there that people aren't playing with that are good enough to compete at the top, even if people know how to play against them?
Yeah, like definitely. There are like 2 strategies while building a deck. You can build a really strong deck that just beats everything. It was for me, I just feel like Palkia Vikavolt, and also that more counter thing, Banet, when your opponent know your whole list, it's much worse. But it also still can compete against other players.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Sander does with his crazy decks. Once people know what they're up against, it can't compete as well because people know how to beat it. But of course, we'll be seeing you throughout the season. What's your aims now that you've had a few regional wins, a few top 8s? What's your kind of goal for the season this time around?
I'm currently a little bit busy because of the exams, but I'm trying to be the #1 player in Poland. Just keep it up and yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mateusz. We'll get back to some more regional action for you, and hopefully we'll be seeing Mateusz on those top tables.
Welcome back, Stellar Squad. I'm Amy Worsley, and I'm now here with the fantastic Mike Ellis. Mike, how are we feeling about today?
Oh, I'm loving it. Seeing all the new decks and seeing my boy Mateusz, one of my favorite players, seeing how creative he is on that stage. And that game 3 was fantastic. And I think we can all safely say that's one of the strongest games we've had so far today. But we've still got so many more to go.
The skill floor in that game was so high that I felt like Charizard had it for a moment, and then it was out of reach again, and it felt very back and forth, even though you might think that naturally a rare candy-based list would be immediately on the back foot the moment that Shuppet originally flipped.
Oh, I forgot about that heads.
Item lock. It was just incredible. And we were both watching that game backstage together, and the ups and downs, we were like, whoa, oh, whoa. It was fantastic. So if anyone missed out on the action, don't forget you can always go back and watch those games. Stick around for the action, but I very, very heavily recommend having a look at the masterful plays in that game.
And that was round 6. So we'll be having round 7 coming soon. We're just waiting for all of the games to finish up here in Dortmund. But we've got a little bit of a fun game we've been playing throughout the day, the community bracket, where we get to let you guys at home decide what you think is the best card from Stellar Crown. We're currently on to our final quarterfinal here. Area 0 Under Depths, that was my card, made it through. Did you have any of Briar on Noctowl?
I had Terrapagos, so unfortunately I haven't had a win yet.
Okay, well, do you know what? I'll let you choose out of Glass Trumpet and Fan Rotom. Which one do you want?
Oh, I think I would like Rotom because I'm quite a big fan. Oh!
I mean, it is an amazing card. I'm a big fan of it too. That the 70 damage is something people don't... I'm going to stop talking for you. That's
No, please, carry on.
But yeah, we'll have our little debate here, which one we think is best, and then you guys will get to have a chance to vote for your favourite of the 2 cards. And then it will keep on going throughout the weekend, and we'll crown the greatest card from Stellar Crown.
Absolutely. Couldn't be better said. At the end of the day, we've had so many fantastic cards. It was actually almost difficult to whittle down this list as well. So there were more that almost made the cut. Some honourable mentions being Bouffalon.
Oh, yeah.
Almost made it in. And I think it was Grand Tree as well.
Yeah, it was close. I think there was a few cards we looked at and went, maybe one day these will be amazing. But right now, they're not quite finding the right deck. I think Grand Tree is one of those. Got to check every stage 2 when it comes out, see whether that's worth it. And Stadium Synergy as well, cards that will help you find it. So yeah, we're getting into it shortly.
But Mike, it is time for you to blow your glass trumpet in 3, 2, 1.
What better way than to accelerate energy onto 2 Pokemon at the same time? There is a few clauses around Glass Trumpet, sure, but when you get energy in play, you're allowed to attack, and you need to attack to win. So if you can put energy in play quicker with Glass Trumpet rather than that 1 attachment per turn, it breaks the mechanics of the game and sends you into the driving seat to win every game you can. Normal type attackers right now, amazing. You've got Blissey, you've got Terrapagos, and the future, every single time you see a good normal type attacker, you're going to have to remember Glass Trumpet is a card. And I think pretty much covered everything. There's a few clauses, but don't worry about the clauses. You'll find a way to make it happen.
Very well timed there, Mike, because like you knew, you just like...
I think I ran out of stuff.
I've got everything. Oh, well, regardless, it was very good. Well done. Very good case for good old Glass Trumpet there. We haven't seen much of it yet this weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did.
Well, one thing we have seen a lot of is Fan Rotom. Whether it be on stream or on those top tables. So I'll give you 30 seconds here to argue for your case. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, Fan Rotom. A, ability, amazing. Let's see, can use it only going first turn, but does that matter? Absolutely not. We have enough ball search, baby. You go ahead, get that Rotom, use the ability, take 3 colorless Pokemon from your deck. They could be evolutions, they could be a Noctowl, they could be a Bouffalon. What do you want? You've got it. Next, attack. Oh my goodness. Stadium in play. Everyone runs stadiums. This could be yours or your opponent's in play. 1 energy, 70 damage, Charmander gone.
2, 1. There we go. Well, I think it's safe to say, based off the rest of the tournament, we're on one of the weaker quarterfinals here, but there's still a chance for one of them to make a bit of a run, whether it's Fan Rotom or Glass Trumpet. I think Fan Rotom right now is underrated. I think a lot of people think of it just for the fact that you can get those cards out of your deck, but it's also great as an attack.
It's a fantastic attacker.
So
I don't want to overstate it because I've already spoken about it, but it's pretty good. 70 damage, very relevant right now, right?
And
now the voting is live on Twitch, so if you're not over on Twitch, why?
Get stuck in, start voting now. Which one of them do you prefer, Glass Trumpet or Fan Rotom? I think for me, Glass Trumpet is one for the future. I think we're always going to be looking out at every single colourless attacker in the future and go, I wonder if that could work with Glass Trumpet. And there's also lots of ways you can synergize it, like with Blissey, to move that energy onto other things, and with the challenging attack costs we're starting to see with these stellar Pokemon. One to watch for the future, but the clause of having a Terra Pokemon in play is adding a lot of challenges in the format right now with the Area Zero Underdepths and then Briar as well. So they're not as easy to get off as you might think.
No, absolutely. And I think the thing is, we've both got choices that work with colourless Pokemon. So in a weird way, they're quite similar, but equally incredibly different. And it's whether whether people are going to consider the longevity of Glass Trumpet or whether the here and now of Fan Rotom.
Well, we've seen Terrapagos do very well at this event so far in a way that we weren't expecting, and I think Fan Rotom brings it all together early on for those Pidgeys and the Noctowl engine, so good work, Fan Rotom. But we're just waiting for the round 7 pairings to work out which game we'll be showing you, but it is paired right now, so we'll find out which match we'll be showing for you. So we'll have a little look and see how everyone's doing up to now in their first 6 rounds here in Dortmund. And there's some players of familiar faces, let's put it that way, who keep making their way to the top at events, and there's no different here in Dortmund.
And we have the results ready, though. So let's have a little look at who managed to squeak a win. Fan Rotom! I finally got a win!
That was quite a convincing one as well. Look at that, 86-14. I don't know whether that was down to you or the card, maybe a bit of both.
I'm gonna make myself feel better about the last one by saying it was me.
It was you. Yeah, it's a combination. It's always a combination, especially when you win by that much. But we have a lot of players right now on 6-0. So we'll be seeing some of those making their way through to day 2 in the next round. Of course, you have to get 18 points here. So 6-2 or better will get you through. Sometimes 5-0-3 will also make you there. So let's have a little look and see the standings of those top players, the top trainers competing here in Dortmund. Oh my goodness, there's still a lot of people on 6-0.
So many familiar names as well. We've got Rahul Reddy, who's one of our players to watch this weekend. Stefan Ivanov, who is repping Shay's deck choice of the weekend, which is very exciting. Any other familiar names for you there?
Oh, just remembering Mateusz's game after seeing him 6-0. And there's also a few of the other Polish players all playing with the same deck, all on good records. One on 5-0-1, I believe, 5-1-0. Another one 4-1-1, so look out for those. And I think that's the key here is people have gone away as groups and found out decks that they think will work well into this and come together for this event to use it here. And I think someone like Rahul Reddy, he's been using the same deck for a while now and just trusting that it's going to do what he needs it to do. You know, playing Lugia V-Star to great success recently. And I think that's a great way to look at this format is you don't need to change much if you trust the way you're playing that deck.
Absolutely, and he's mastered it, and it really shows. And that's really the kind of compliments of a good player, is that we see these very consistent results through trial of fire almost. They've played so many events. They've really learnt their stuff. They know every matchup, and even going into essentially a brand new meta with Stellar Crown only being legal as of yesterday. Wow. To be having results like this is exceptional. These players are best of the best at this stage.
And with that 6-0 record, they're going to be making their way through to day 2 guaranteed. But at this stage, they want to be getting as many wins on day 1 to try and put them as far ahead as possible. Now that you're trying to compete for good finishes across less events with that top 125 player cutoff rather than CP threshold, these players really need to prove themselves at a big event, win a regional, that will just guarantee it, or get a few top 8s, get some big top 16 finishes, and suddenly you're in the top position to guarantee Worlds.
Absolutely. The World Championships is setting up to be the best, the very best that there ever was. And that takes a lot of skill, and because we're going to have a leaderboard this time round that moves, it's like the pop charts. We're going to have different players overtaking one another per event, and even between those events, going to local level events, anything can happen. Things can change drastically. from regional event to regional event, but even in between that, players will still be working hard, and we may see people overtake each other in between. So it's going to be really fun to see that interaction and how the players and names that we've known to grow and love interact with each other on that leaderboard of this style.
Especially around April, May, June, the jostle of the top players as they reach that top 100 area. They'll start to make themselves safe from the changes that will happen in the last few tournaments.
Yeah.
And NAIC, those last big CP earning moments for some players to jump up the leaderboard. And as you mentioned about Cups and Challenges, some of these players probably haven't even got any CP from Cups and Challenges yet. They're going to get them as they go through the tournament. So they might look like they're behind right now, but once they hit that 4 best finish limit of Cups towards the end of the season, they'll jump up a few spots. So lots to look out for throughout the season, and keep an eye on your favorite players as they climb into that top 125.
Absolutely. And the 125, it may seem harsh, but that really is what the World Championships is all about, isn't it? It's the best players and the ones who have really put their all into this. And even a best finish limit of 4 for local level events. You've got to just climb and keep trying and do your best. And even then, okay, I might have got my best finish limit. Well, there's still playmats to win.
Yeah, well, I think we all want to know how these players will get this CP and where they are placed in those leaderboards. So let's find out a little bit more about the CP for this season. As you can see, each region has a different number of players that will be making it. There will also be the top 4 from international championships and the #1 player from each regional, as well as the 125 in Masters from Europe. And you can see on the screen here all the different age brackets and the regions and how many will make it. But you can see how much the top end is heavy for CP. It makes a massive difference if you make it into first, but realistically, the biggest jump is when you make it into that top 8, really valuing a top cut player at this.
Yeah, it really does jump up at that point. And with the new asymmetrical top cut system, it gives more players that opportunity to fight for that spot and not risk kind of bubbling out and not being able to even fight for their opportunity at those really big numbers.
Well, we'll see which players are making the first top 8 of the first European regional here in Dortmund, starting the season off. Amazing city. Rich with culture. We've been enjoying it so far, and hopefully you guys have been enjoying watching the Pokemon content from home and getting involved on socials as well, letting us know how your event's going, if you're here or if you are watching from home, what you're enjoying so far. I think the decks have been the highlight so far. Bennett, Gouging Fire, Terapagos.
Honestly, and we've had some superstar players as well. Luke Kirkham's been back with some of those spicy Gouging Fire plays. And honestly, we've just had some amazing players, some real highlights to start out our season. Make sure you're remembering these names because they're going far and you're going to see them a lot on that leaderboard. So make sure that you use #PlayPokemon in any of your interactions on X or on Instagram so that we might be able to feature them and we can just have a little look at what's going on in your world, whether you're here at the event or whether you're enjoying from home.
Do you know what? I've been looking through people's threads of how their matches have been going, and I've been surprised that some of the top competitors, what they're coming up against in those top tables. It really is a format where any deck can do well here. I thought Dragapult EX was going to be everywhere, and it's not really performed as well at this event as you might expect. And then the opposite is true of Terapagos for a lot of people. They weren't expecting it to necessarily do well based off of the findings in Japan and how that's gone. And then now they're here looking like they're one of the strongest decks. Some of the best players in our game are showing off how good Terapagos can be.
Right, and Ross was thinking maybe it would be an underdog, but I don't think so. I think this turtle's got a lot to show. And speaking about showing, we actually have some of your interactions online to have a little look at.
Well, you guys have been busy, and we'll have a... Dortmund, are you ready to rage to my bolt?
That's fantastic.
I hope they've been taking names. You could feel the energy there. They have arrived. They've stomped into the hall. They have not just walked in.
No.
And they've sat down.
That's incredible. I hope that Dortmund has been ready to rage to your bolt because I'm ready. Are you ready?
You're a Raging Bolt fan as well.
Always.
I dabble in a Raging Bolt every now and again.
Okay. Oh, that is fantastic. I hope it's gone well for you today, Margarita. Thank you so much for using hashtag play Pokemon so that we could have a little look about how your day's going.
Getting involved. Anyone else getting involved on socials? Let's have a look here. Pokedad and Lad. Time to start the journey to Dortmund for the first European Pokemon TCG regional of the season. Looking forward to catching up and seeing all our friends. Safe travels and good luck to everyone else going with 3 exclamation points. And that is the energy you want.
That is exactly what we want. And honestly, I hope that you have had the best time, Pokedad and Lad. Some lovely friends from the UK there. So I'm very happy to see them popping up. And I hope you've both had a fantastic time and had safe travels as well. And absolutely, good luck to everyone. It's a tough competition out here today.
And that's the advantage as well. Even if it is a tough competition, you don't do well, you're still here with your friends who you haven't seen for a while. It's been a while since we've all got together here in Europe for a regional. For those lucky enough to go out to Hawaii, you got to see your friends out there. But for a lot of us, this is the first chance to catch up with everyone since way back when, before the summer. And we'll be seeing how some of those players go on to do in the competition side while their friends are cheering them on from the sideline. I think a few of our good friends are doing well at the top, which is always nice to see. And that's the fun of it, right?
Absolutely.
Speaking of good friends.
Oh, wow. Okay, then. I wasn't expecting that at this stage of the tournament, but there we go. Incredible.
Yeah, which one of these is your good friend?
I'd say, yeah, good friend is an understatement. There we go. Ethan Wild. Yep, did very well in some of the German events for the last couple of regionals as well, and not too shabby at Liverpool itself.
Yeah, a great player as well, one that's definitely finding stronger events as they go on, and to do it in Germany as well. So maybe there's a little bit of German energy pushing Ethan forward to do well. But then on the other side, we do have, prizes going down straight away.
Ooh, okay, Dragapult.
We did mention Dragapult. We haven't seen much of it, but Dragapult, utilizer of 2 new cards in Stellar Crown. As they kick off, Ethan and Clement going to be taking each other on here in round 7, both 5-1-0. So if they win this match,
win and in.
They are in.
Here we go. Very exciting, and very exciting kind of matchup, because it really can go either way with Dragapult. I think, it has had that kickstart this set finally with its brand new ace-spec friend.
Yeah, the Sparkling Crystal did seem to be in the prize cards, which can make a massive difference. One of the huge advantages to it is it allows you to get that first attack off easier as you're able to tutor it out with Arven. But if it's in the prize cards, you need to start taking knockouts before that's possible, and especially with the Radiant Alakazam in the active.
Yeah, absolutely. Radiant Alakazam, not an ideal Pokemon to have in the active spot with a 2 retreat cost, not the best. But we're starting out on Ethan's turn to begin with. We got Lugia V-Star, Minccino Pass. Okay, Capturing Aroma not coming through yet.
Well, Lugia going first. As long as you've got the Lugia in play, the Lugia V, you're in a strong position. You do have to do a few more bits, discard those Archeops. But if you can evolve into Lugia V-Star, at least you know you're on the right track. The problem with this format right now for Lugia is how many matchups it's vulnerable to being knocked out early on. Lugia V, a prime target for Raging Bolt, for Miraidon, for Terrapagos decks if they manage to go first. So being able to know it's in play against Dragapult definitely allows you to set up more consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, going first, not necessarily bad, but not the most ideal looking start. But let's move on over to Clement's turn where, okay, yeah, a nice strong start. Rotom very strong in a, Dragapult list, but I've got to say I'm not loving the look of this hand, Mike. That Nest Ball went to get the Rotom, but I think we're kind of drying up other than that. We can, go ahead and Ultra Ball, but this looks like it could be a slow start from both players.
Yeah, not ideal. Does get a Dreepy down. Normally you want to be seeing multiple Dreepy, a nice draw engine built in with that Dracloak as well. But if you've only got the one Dreepy, you have to try and find a way to rare candy that into an attacker. I think there will be an energy attachment because there was one discarded, so then with the Sparkling Crystal not available, you'll at least be able to get that. But for Ethan, at any moment, is going to be able to pop off and set up that amazing energy acceleration through the double Archeops. And at that point, it's very difficult for Clement to keep in the game.
Yeah, Clement does run one Crispin, so that's where we might be able to find a bit of utilization, but with no Pidgey down, just drew into the Pidgeot. Ethan's going for a Mesagoza. Here's our first coin. Oh, no. That was a disappointing Mesagoza, to say the least. And again, the hand is not looking too fresh. I suppose we have double Luminion in hand. So, yeah, it's going to have to be the Luminion. Here we go. I wonder what supporter Ethan's going to go for. He's just going to check. Yeah, of course, going for the Jacques to go ahead and find those 2 Archeops. Might be looking to read the wind, one of them, which would be a shame, but considering Clement's slow start as well, wouldn't be out of character for Lugia.
Exactly. And, yeah, a slower start for both, but Ethan in the stronger position going forward. But now the Mesagoza's in play, what is always classic of Lugia V-Star. You put the Mesagoza in play, you flip a tails, and then you watch your opponent flip heads for the rest of the game. But for this occasion, it might be all right due to the slower start anyway. And there you said, the read the wind to discard the first Archeops.
And we're off. Now, the nice thing that Ethan's got in his advantage right now is that Dragapult, does 200 damage. Lugia will be okay. So hopefully we'll see a full game progress here rather than Lugia getting knocked out to one of those bigger threats like you mentioned earlier, like Miraidon, which would not be quite so fun here. But going for the Hisuian Heavy Ball, allowing Clement to check his prize cards and make a little note there of what they are, which is an incredibly advantageous position to be in at the beginning of the game, knowing exactly what your prizes are because you took a peek.
I love a Hisuian Heavy Ball for the prize check benefits. Back when I first started playing with it, I was thinking, you know what, I'm just going to include this in every deck because I'm not a fan of prize checking. I never quite get it right, and it guarantees you it there. And it can help out with the consistency as the Pidgey was removed. And, interesting, looking to attack here with the Alakazam.
That's awesome. You don't see that attack come up often, but I believe it's called Mind Ruler. And it does do an okay amount of damage, all things considered.
Yeah, 20 times the number of cards in your opponent's hand.
Oh, heads on the Mesagoza! Let's go!
Well, that's always nice, isn't it?
Oh, when it actually works in your favor. That never happens to me, ever.
Well, there we go. The Lugia in the active is looking pretty damaged up, so we'll be in range of a future attack. And now that you've got that energy almost locked up on the Radiant Alakazam, this is where you can almost play around it, knowing your hand size can be decreased and all those kinds of things. So a basic Pokemon going to be taken off the Capturing Aroma here due to the tails.
Yeah, not too shabby. I'm not too mad at that. I like the Iron Bundle. The Iron Bundle we haven't seen yet today, I don't believe. And again, just using that as a way to kind of force Clement into a non-desirable position in almost like a very, oh my goodness, there's so many basics, in almost a very efficient way, not having to use an item or a supporter to force Clement to switch a Pokemon.
Yeah, the Hyper Blower ability is certainly underrated, and there's a lot of players who sprinkle it in every deck. It tends to work best in those super aggressive decks, but where you've got so much Bull Search in Lugia, it can be something that can almost replace the boss's orders that you want to be using most turns in the end game on a later turn. So it can, yeah, there's so many ways to get a hold of it. It makes sense to include it here, as the Lugia V-Star will be coming down there. And that Iron Hands looking ready to be taking 2 prize cards.
Oh, and there we go. There's the Professor's Research. We got rid of the second Archeops, the second Luminion. So that's not going to be available to Ethan for the rest of the game because both Luminion are now in the discard pile. But we do see the Jet Energy and a Ursaluna, Blood Moon. Yeah, a Gift Energy. Not too shabby overall.
There we go. The Summoning Star V-Star power, one of the strongest V-Star abilities in the game. Able to get those 2 colorless Pokemon that don't have a rule box on your discard pile. Archeops, the most common use of that. And with that Jet Energy in hand, we'll be able to get that Iron Hands EX attack off nice and early. What a start here for Ethan.
Wasn't that very hands-on of Ethan, managing to get that Iron Bundle, knowing that it was very likely that a single prize Pokemon was coming into the active, because if Clement would have promoted Rotom, this play wouldn't be possible.
And now you can see the energy being more efficient because of that Jet Energy, and so able to start prepping the Minccino for when it evolves and can start taking those big knockouts as a Chinchino and potentially a Dragapult EX with that huge 320 HP, and also a single prize option. It's so much so many different ways that this deck can threaten, whether it be 2 prizes on low HP Pokemon with the Iron Hands, or it be 2 prizes on those big Pokemon like Charizard EX and Dragapult EX.
Looks like Ethan's going for the Ultra Ball away, a Lugia V and Lugia V-Star to get the Chinchino, making it a much more difficult opponent for Dragapult to deal with. With the 110 HP, Dragapult isn't going to be able to maneuver enough damage counters in one turn onto Chinchino, whereas before it might have been possible because of the Radiant Alakazam. And there we go for an amp. You very much, Mike.
There we go. First one of the stream, I think.
I know, honestly.
Well, what a card it is, and it seems like it's been forgotten a little bit, and there's so many different ways you can play it, whether it be Lugia, Shenpao, or Miraidon, even things like the Lost Box decks where we would be playing Iron Hands. But maybe Lugia V-Star is the best Iron Hands deck right now. Ethan showing exactly why. And it's also only worth 1 prize card because that Legacy Energy.
Absolutely, which makes it even more of a threat. You don't want to leave the Iron Hands, especially if you've got vulnerable Pokemon on the bench, like Clement does currently, with a Pidgey and a Dracloak, which could both fall prey to Iron Hands, amp you very much. So it's still a big threat. It needs KOing, but is it going to be possible? It's got 230 HP. It's only worth 1 prize card. There's so many ifs and buts that you kind of want to dodge around the Iron Hands, but you can't.
Well, this is the situation where that Sparkling Crystal not being available makes things very tricky, as you won't be able to attack with the Dragapult here after using the Ino. And that Fire Energy, it can go down, but again, we've spoken about how vulnerable so much of the field is here. You know, you put energy in play and it could be gone just off the back of that Iron Hands with a Boss's Orders, of which we know Lugia plays a fair few Boss's Orders. If it could, it would play 5.
Yeah, no, absolutely would. But we also know that, obviously, we don't have any Lumineon left. So Ethan is a bit out of luck with being able to kind of gust targets into the active spot, as we usually say. So and Clement probably is very, very aware of this. Not only is Ethan's bench full, so no Lumineon could come down from that, but also there's 1 on the bench and 1 in the discard pile. So where's that fish coming from? Absolutely nowhere.
Well, for Clement, he's going to have to try and work out a way to stabilize the board here. It's always very tricky when you go behind against Lugia. Does have Rotom V and Pheasantipity in the X in play, as well as the Iron Hands, which can take 2 prizes on single prize Pokemon.
And a Forest Sealstone. So actually looking pretty good here. I like Clement's comeback. Potential is looking relatively strong now. We've got a Fire Energy ready on a Dracloak. We're going for the counter catcher on the pesky Chinchino. And of course, Alakazam's attack knocks out here.
Exactly, and that takes away the...
Oh, does it not? Wait, does Mind Rule a 30?
Oh, yeah, well, because of the Ino.
Oh, it's 20 times. I was completely aggressive. I thought it was 30. My word, I can't believe it. Not taking out the Chinchino feels bad.
Yes, that will be, you know, an attempted knockout in the future, maybe, with the... once the Dragapult is in play. And at that point, everything is kind of out of range of a knockout. And, I mean... Ethan's getting further and further ahead.
Oh my goodness, I've just seen Ethan's hand. I didn't realize he had 2 Boss's Orders in hand. Is he absolutely joking? What luck is that, getting Ionoed into 2 Boss's Orders, as if?
I mean, if you play 4 and you've thinned out enough energy, it starts to feel like that with Lugia. It just never misses Boss.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted. Honestly, whenever I play Lugia, this never happens. Give it to Ethan and look.
Look at him go.
Oh, and there we go. Bossing the Pidgeot, taking down Clement's reliable search. Now, we do know, of course we know, but Ethan doesn't know, that there is that Forest Sealstone. So we get a one-off. We get a one-off quick search, essentially.
And with that Dracloak being able to onto the Dragapult, the energy available, we've got the Forest Seal, you know, there is a comeback potential here. It's going to be tricky. And I'm sure Ethan is aware it's going to be tricky, knowing that he's only got 2 prize cards remaining, and we'll have to find a way to find that knockout on either the Rotom or the Pheasantipity, as the Dragapult EX will probably be too large for Ethan to deal with, unless some shenanigans with Thornton. Then this is going to be a boss for game situation.
It very much will be. So unless there's any major disruption, but I imagine Clement's kind of feeling like very much I always feel when I'm playing against Lugia is there's gift energy everywhere. What do I do? If they've got a boss, then they've got it. If I disrupt them and then knock something out, they're going to get more cards anyway. So it's really difficult because the gift energy are on the Cinccino and the Iron Hands, which I'd argue would be my main targets if I were Clement right now. The gift energy allowing you to draw up to 7 cards into your hand when the Pokemon is KO'd really makes Lugia a tough matchup because we always talk about how Lugia's draw power is weak. Not anymore.
Well, Forest Seal Stone going to be utilized here to try and find any card from the deck. Star Alchemy, a consistency card found across the board, and Disruption, another great card found across the board. In this situation, the gift energies can be removed from play, or that they could be, the Pokemon with gift energy on can be knocked out if it's done by the damage counters of Dragapult EX. And that's going to be the ultimate goal here, but it's so difficult based off of the cards you're going to see off this Iono. No tutor with the Pidgeot EX gone now. Everything is going to be relying on this Iono right now. And what do they have from these 6 cards?
Let's see, there's a rare candy. Is that 2 Arven, a Pidgeot, a Boss, and an Earthen Vessel? We still have a Dracloak, so we still have 1 Recon Directive and the Mesagoza. Let's go, Mesagoza.
Now, what are you going to find with this? Another Dreepy, maybe? You know, you can use Horlucha to get some more damage in play.
Okay. Horlucha deals two sets of 10 damage counters to benched Pokemon. So I wonder where these are going to fall.
Yeah, and there's no way to get the Cinccino out of the active, so that unless there is a counter catcher.
That's a Dreepy and a rare candy, so we take the Dreepy. Yeah, we take the Dreepy, get consistent, keep things moving. I like it.
I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, seeing how reliant Dragapult is on Sparkling Crystal. It makes you realize how important it is to the deck, but it also shows you how when it's not available or you haven't got a way to get it, the deck struggles to find that early pressure, and consequently you find yourself in this scenario where you're attacking very late into the game and now maybe too far out of the game. We have got through his game fairly quickly, so it's not too bad to play it out in full and learn a little bit of information about what your opponent's playing. But it hasn't gone as the Dragapult EX deck now plans to go.
Absolutely, yeah, you're so right. And that's, I suppose what we've seen is that Dragapult had faltered in favor before Sparkling Crystal was around. And it's come in, made Dragapult great again. And unfortunately, you're so right. When we see that card in the prizes, we can't go and get it. There's no cards in format that we can get item cards out of the prizes without just simply taking your prize cards, which might be kind of what Clement's kind of feeling like they might be able to pivot on here, is taking a knockout, hoping Ethan doesn't have it, putting a single prizer in the active.
Oh, interesting. So,
top deck the boss for game. Absolutely ludicrous.
Trying to find the unusual win condition there, using the Radiant Alakazam to put the Cinccino down to 10 HP, but it didn't matter in the end because Ethan found that boss off the top. 4 in deck, not that unlikely, but with just 2 cards in hand,
Madness.
A sneaky way to top deck victory.
So sneaky, but took the win. I definitely think that we could see an interesting set of matches here, though, today, because we might have that Sparkling Crystal online this time. What do you think?
I mean, if Sparkling Crystal gets prized in 2 out of these 3 games, you got to feel for Clement here. This is one of the most even matchups, I'd say, in the format. These kinds of games, they can go back and forth. They can be so heavily based off of early setup. But then with Dragapult, you've got the disruption available. And with Lugia, you've got so many boss's orders in the deck. You can always work around the active Pokemon. So we'll have a look and see how that game went down.
Yeah, let's Summoning Star ourselves a replay and have a look at what just happened. For anyone who wasn't watching, yep, we got those Archeops out nice and early while Clement's board was still relatively fresh and full of Dreepy, managing to use Archeops' incredible ability to search your deck for special energy, using the jet to zoom Iron Hands right into the active spot where Dreepy sadly met its match.
There we go, boss's orders. Choose your perfect target to knock out. and dismantle the board state. And that was what happened. As soon as that Pidgeot EX went, it became a whole lot trickier to get exactly what Clement wanted. And there was a way to victory there. It required a lot of disruption and a lot of hope. But these top players, they always see there is a route in those final moments. And maybe 1 out of 10 times, 1 out of 20 times, it works. But a lot of people scoop too early in those situations, especially when you've got plenty of time on the clock still. It's worth having a gander and seeing if that route is possible.
Absolutely. Clement might have had a bunch of EP-dreepies who didn't unfortunately achieve much in that game, but taking the time to learn what your opponent's deck consists of can be really helpful. We saw Clement taking notes. If they can figure out what Ethan's got in their list or some of the counts of cards, then actually that can come in really handy when you're facing your opponent in game 2. Ooh.
Well,
those are some prize cards.
There is a tool in the prize cards for Clement, but it's not the most important tool. It is the other tool which helps with consistency with the Forest Sealstone, often being everyone's least favorite prize card. How many times have we all gone, I can get it this turn with an Arven if I get the Forest Sealstone to get this specific card, and then you find out it's in the prize cards. And I think that was a flip for capturing Aroma, getting an Archeops.
I can't believe, was that an attached pass from Clement? Because there's an energy on that there, Dreepy.
Hang on a moment, I think you're right.
Oh my goodness gracious. And Ethan started Squawkabilly, and I've got to mention one more thing. Clement runs a 1 of Temple of Sinnoh, and it's in the prize cards. Clement's just getting no luck with these prize cards, I swear, because that is the one trip station to making sure that Lugia's gift energy don't work and that your disruption sticks. And that's what Clement was lacking last game.
Temple of Sinnoh will be in there with Lugia at the top of the list of decks to target with it.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's in the prize card, so really a struggle town here. And the Squawkabilly, an interesting inclusion for a Lugia deck.
Yeah, so yeah, we tossed and turned with the idea of the Squawkabilly, but I think it really helps with Lugia's consistency, especially when you're trying to discard those Archeops. Well, we researched 2 Archeops into the discard pile, get new cards. Squawkabilly still can Squawk and seize. The potential here for making sure that you're discarding them early is so crucial. And yeah, Ethan's put a lot of work into this list. He actually won 3 League Cups this week.
My goodness.
With Lugia. So he's had 3 Dragapult mats come home. And so he decided that it was time to give it another go, but this time in Dortmund rather than at home. But yeah, 3 cups, 1 week. One was a Thursday night cup and then a Saturday and a Sunday. 3 in a row win. So he's on a very hot streak with Lugia right now.
Yeah, trusting the list. And even though a lone Dreepy doesn't seem like much setup, if you can turn it into a Dragapult and attack with that Dragapult turn 2, it's actually not that bad, as you're going to be finding yourself with a very strong Pokemon in the active that is hard to knock out. And, you know, there's a world where the Minccino on the bench could get knocked out if a Hawlucha comes down. So keep your eyes on the board right now. Clement has a way to a very strong turn 2 here, despite the start being slower.
There's a reason Clement is 5-1, guys. They are incredibly talented, and Dragapult is the key. So if anyone's going to pull it off right now, it's Clement, and they're going to make that comeback. But you're right, it is all down to that Hawlucha, that extra 10 damage, those 2 damage counters that are placed on 2 different Pokemon on the bench. They are huge. That makes so much math correct.
Hawlucha at the moment is a very underrated card when you've got things like your Dusknoir and Dusklops being able to put damage in play, but it often feels like it's 10 damage short. Same thing is true of this attack right here. 6 damage counters will be placed on the bench after a successful Phantom Dive, and it will be looking to knock out the Minccino in the future, but it's only going to be 10 damage short, so this turn could be a return knockout if the cards play right for Ethan.
If they do. So we've got an Ultra Ball. We've got 2 Ultra Balls. So we can get the Minccino, and we can get the Lugia V-Star. But, and it's a big but, there's a lot of energy in hand.
That is true. And to get enough energy to knock out the Dragapult, you do have to go for the full 5 energy. And so it has to be a full reach, but it's possible right here.
There's 2 gift in hand. I think that's what's really stifling me. So Ethan's really wanting to keep one of those. So unfortunately, the Ursaluna is the one going to the discard pile so that we can guarantee the Cinccino, so that we can, oh my goodness, there we go. Here we are, Summoning Star. We meet our old friends Archeops back from the discard pile to Primal Turbo his way to the top.
There we go, the 5 energy here. One of them could be a double turbo, so you have a little bit of damage to play with there. Just going to be working out which of the energies to place there. So a jet and a double turbo. And then for the other one, a mist energy and a jet energy, it seems.
Looks like it, yes.
Gift from hand, and that will be Cinccino ready to swing high.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it does leave Ethan with a 0-card hand, but
rough.
He will be taking 2 prize cards. So hopefully there's some good prize cards.
Yeah, and you look on the other side, that hand is full of potential from Clement. It just has to be a top deck to start the motion that will trigger a powerful turn.
Look, Mike, no hand. Oh, now there is.
See, there's a Forest Seal. Is that
Oh, yeah, there's a Nest Ball and a Forest Seal.
So there's a lot that can be done here. So you've got the Arven, the Forest Seal, Nest Ball, and you could set up another attack here, but by using the Arven, you remove the Crispin. So you have to try and find a way to get 2 energy in play here.
Mike, you're so right.
So he's going to have to try and go for the draw with the Pheasantipede EX beforehand, flip the script. This is a hard turn to play out.
It really is. It's the one of Crispin. That's what's really tough, because we need the Pidgeot to be able to search the Crispin so that we guarantee ourselves the energy, but then we also need the Dragapult and the rare candy for that too. Is it going to be too much to ask?
Well, this is where we look back at that first turn and we said, if you can get a Dragapult in play, not too bad having a single Dreepy. But if that Dragapult gets knocked out, suddenly you wish you had all of your Pokemon in play and set up a little bit further. Oh, rare candy and an Ultra Ball. So the rare candy will allow for the Pidgeot EX, and then that will allow for all of the cards required here to be brought out of the deck.
That was a good flip the script. That certainly did flip the script. We are gaming now. Clement could make a huge comeback here.
Right, well, you could see the energy as the turn was being played. Very excited. Now just pausing to make sure everything is done in the correct order.
Sequencing is so important with decks like this. When we're needing to do things in a certain order, to not only reassure ourselves that we're going to get the kind of correct cards in hand at the correct times, but also just to make sure that you're utilizing every resource for its full potential.
Oh, going to be playing the Arven here. I guess
I am surprised.
The advantage you've got with this is you can still get the knockout on the Cinccino.
Oh, we could go for a TM Devolution turn.
Yeah, this is fascinating.
But you'd need to push the Cinccino onto the bench still, because you'd need to Holucha it.
Yeah, wow. I think there was a moment there where Clement went, I know exactly what I need to do, and then went, hold on. There is other things I could do here. Let me think about it for a second. And we're seeing that right now.
Ooh, I'm curious of this play, because I'm not the Dragapult expert, Clement is, and I'm not 100% sure where this is going, and that has me tantalizingly curious about everything right now, because I just can't decide what I would take if I was Clement now. Oh, Gravity Gemstone.
You got the Mist energy on the Cinccino that's certainly adding challenges to what you could or couldn't do in this scenario.
Yeah. So
you can't do things like Devolution to get rid of the Cinccino.
No.
You can't put it to the bench and put the damage counters from Phantom Dive with Dragapult. So you have to start really thinking around it, and that's what that Temple of Sinnoh is also really important for.
Absolutely. I've totally forgot about the Mist energy. With all the colourful energy, with all their different effects, it's so hard to remember what absolutely each and every one of them does. And because they're tucked behind that Cinccino so neatly, you forget that pink little mist is there doing some really troublesome work, like you say.
And with the fact that the cards in hand for Ethan is so low, you don't want to be triggering that gift energy if you can, because you want to keep Ethan out of range of doing all of those big game strategies. And that Gravity Gemstone working very nicely as a discardable card for the Ultra Ball.
Going for another Dreepy, keep that board strong. We don't want no Dreepies being too sleepy this time. We need them in their full force, full potential.
Yeah, trying to set up the board for stability a little bit.
Absolutely. And card draw as well, because Dracloak is such a great engine for that as well.
And I think that's going to be it. Is that just a little jet headbutt to knock out the Cinccino?
Oh, okay. Jet headbutt dealing 70 damage, but that is enough. I often forget that that is a very useful attack. However, it does proc that energy, so Ethan is able to draw up, but nothing could take out a Dragapult that's currently in play for Ethan.
Yeah, and a lot of energy was discarded. A lot of energy was put onto the Cinccino, so a lot of resources gone for Ethan here. Lot to think about.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about.
See the 8-card hand now.
Massive, absolutely huge. So Ethan does have a lot of options, and we see the Weird Ear there in his hand. So maybe, I don't know if we have enough energy in deck to maybe launch a really ferocious Weird Ear with Frontier Road into the Dragapult. I'm not sure that he can attach enough. I'm just not sure it's possible.
Yeah, well, it's a great card when you build up a lot of energy in play and your opponent plays around certain threats thinking, oh, I don't need to worry about that Lugia V-Star with the energy on because it can't knock out something. And then suddenly at the end they go Weird Ear, steal all that energy from Lugia V-Star and go forward. But all the energy was removed from play through that Cinccino knockout. And that's where we're looking now as a Gust needs to come through. A boss's orders to get around this Dragapult EX that is taking up the active spot.
Looks like Ethan might be going for a slightly different route. Might be going for a knockout on a different Pokemon. What do you think? What do you think he's going to boss? I think it has to be Pheasantipity, right? Or maybe the other Dreepy?
Yeah, it's tough because it maybe just a attack into the active and then say you'll do it in the future. There's
okay, Legacy Energy on the Lugia V-Star's interesting.
There's lots of routes you could take here, and that's why, you know, someone like Ethan has piloted this deck to several cup wins, as you mentioned.
Absolutely.
Is now in a position to recognize the scenario and hopefully find a way to navigate it. But it is tough. The Dragapult EX is challenging to knock out.
It really is. The 320 HP really can only be dealt with by a Cinccino in one hit. So he's going to need to certainly make some interesting plays. We are bossing the Pheasantipity, which I think is a great play, to be honest, because, again, it's limiting Clement's card draw. One quick search per turn rather than sort of a quick search and draw 3, which we saw was very powerful last turn, and taking those 2 prize cards. Ethan really putting the pressure on and saying to Clement, look, you are going to have to really work hard for this.
We mentioned about Dragapult EX being hard to knock out. Lugia V-Star, when you don't have a lightning-type attacker, is also quite bulky. You know, 280 hit points.
It's massive.
Is a lot, and it's currently a 1-prize Pokemon because of the legacy energy there.
Honestly, not an ideal situation at all for Clement. Really, I mean, from a prizing perspective, Clement has 3 prize cards to take. Lugia is currently counting as 1. The Lumineon would be best if they're able to get it into the active spot and attach another energy to Dragapult. That would be incredible. Oh, we're going for the Horlucha. Okay. Oh, maybe we're going on a little Archeops run now.
Interesting. And I think that the challenge now is the energy in play is going to start building up. And that's where that Weird Ear you mentioned before will start getting in range. It's hard to know the numbers here, how many energy left in play, as Ethan's probably gone through 7 to 9 energy with all those discards.
Here we go. Let's have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I counted 8, but that was really quick. He needs to slow down.
Energy in hand as well. There might be some in the prize cards.
That's the thing. Lugia runs so much energy that you think they're out, and they're not. Ethan's running 16 energy. That's a lot.
All right, let's see. Clement, what have you got planned here? What are you going to knock out? Maybe even focusing on the Archeops to be taking away the potential for a big knockout from the Weird Ear. And that's where the foresight in this matchup is so key for both sides. Lugia having to find a way to navigate those tougher prize cards like the Dragapult EX. For Clement, finding the right places to put those damage counters, as is will be putting 200 onto that Lugia, and then all 6, it looked like, onto an Archeops.
Okay. So I obviously know a little bit about Ethan's deck here, and I feel like I know where he might be going a little bit with this.
Interesting.
The Weird Ear, obviously, big play. We finally have the Iron Bundle as well. His options are open. We also run the Thornton, which he could get with Luminion. He can make that Luminion that's on bench into a Cinccino.
That would be incredible.
So if he were to want to go that route, he could Ultra Ball this Wellspring and Jacques for the second Luminion, Luminion for Thornton, and then if we have the cards available, make it into a Cinccino. But I don't think the deck is very forgiving of that right now.
Yeah, Thornton just opens up so many new avenues, and an amazing card in Lugia. Probably the strongest deck to use it currently, especially with the juggling of the energy, as you mentioned.
Absolutely.
You put energy on one attacker and you want to put it elsewhere. So the Iron Bundle to start with, and doing that first to find out what the future decision will be. If it's the Pidgeot coming forward, then the Weird Ear might be able to knock it out. And if it's either the other two, then you might be right with that. Iron Hands Thornton might be the strategy.
Well, he won't be able to make the Iron Hands Thornton play this time because Lugia V Star isn't a basic, and you need it to be a basic to
But with the Weird Ear,
oh, with the
combine it with the Weird Ear.
Maybe, yeah, we can make Weird Ear into an Iron Hands. Yeah, absolutely. So it's so crazy. I think the Thornton plays here that can be made really do set Lugia up as a really scary deck right now.
And the question is the Luminion available? Because that was
He
a
didn't
failed
take
Ultra
it
Ball,
with
so
the Ultra Ball, no. So I don't think it is available. But the Weird Ear play is seeming tempting to him. Going for the Iron-O. Okay, restricting his opponent. I don't know if it's that strong, though. I think it might just be to try and draw more cards for himself because Clement's card draw is quite okay right now.
yeah, 100%. And I guess the hardest bit of that whole play would have been maybe trying to string it all together with all the different resources that could be prized or discarded early on.
So there is a Cinccino,
So
but
we'll,
didn't look like we had the little fishy.
yeah,
Ooh.
potentially that's what it was. So the energy going to be attached to the active here. And the Weird Ear is great because it's 220 hit points. So by
Once again.
moving into the active, you're going to have a strong Pokemon that can hit big numbers, but is out of range of that Dragapult's 200 damage of the Phantom Dive.
And the Iron-O maybe restricting Clement's kind of draw enough that they might not be able to quite maneuver other Pokemon around. Ethan just deciding which energy he's going to move over there with Frontier Road, considering what might get KO'd, knowing that Quick Search is still online. Clement can tutor one card out of the deck per turn. They can take anything they like. So Boss's Orders and such is very much on the table.
One prize card remaining for Ethan. Clement needing to take 3 here. And with a healthy Weird Ear in the active, 220 hit points, and the missed energy on the bench Lugia. There's some challenges now for Clement to try and work around. That Temple of Sinnoh, I think, is still in the prize cards.
It is. It was quite high up in the prize cards. Now, do you want to know a fun fact that I didn't want to mention until at least one game was won by Ethan? Ethan has never won one of his stream games.
He has never won a stream game.
And
This could be the time.
This might potentially break the curse.
Wow, hopefully, as this is looking to be an interesting story, does manage to get the knockout onto the Archeops.
Game 3! Let's bring it home!
What a play from Clement at the end there, just finding the Archeops damage over the turn, seeing so far ahead. That is beautiful foresight with the Horlucha, a little bit of damage move with the Radiant Alakazam, and 2 lots of the 60 damage of the Phantom Dive. That is incredible maths and great planning throughout the game.
Planning, and that's what makes a great Dragapult player, right? Making sure that you're meticulously placing those damage counters, knowing exactly what your outs are, and, you know, just having, like you say, that foresight to say, okay, I know I'm going to need to take 3 prize cards. What can I set up?
I hate to break it to you, but you may have cast a curse right there by bringing up the never winning on stream. And then now we've seen him lose a game.
He's won 1 though, so I'm happy.
You've won the 1.
I'm happy.
Let's see how that game went for them both. Clement taking it right at the end there, managing to start off with just an attach pass on the Dreepy and turning it back into a fantastic endgame result. You can see here that was the first lot of damage addition. putting 70 onto that Archeops and set it up for a Radiant Alakazam combination with a Phantom Dive later on.
It was just beautiful. Poetry in motion, making sure that all of that damage add up perfectly, including the Hawlucha. And there it goes, just taking the 3 prize cards Clement needed to win the game from there. Last 3 in 1 turn.
Well, let's have a look at the prize cards for Game 3 right now. Look to be all right, but some useful cards in both prizes as we see an early start for Ethan. 2 Lugias in play and a double turbo energy attached.
Not great prize cards on either side. Clement having a Dracloak, a Dreepy, and a Rotom V, but then Ethan having his one of Minccino.
Yeah. Oh, that's always a tough one when you have a one of in any kind of prize cards, but to have it be part of your attacking line that was so key in the previous game, we're going to have to find a new way around it.
Yeah, so when Ethan gets his first deck search, we're really going to have to see how he reacts to that, how he responds, and how his play differs. But on Clement's turn, we, of course, have the Pidgey and the Buddy Poffin. Getting all those good buddies.
Well, you said about the one of Minccino. It's a 1-2 line.
It is a 1-2 line, yes, and that's because of the Thornton plays that can be made.
I love a 1-2 line. In any deck, whenever there's a 1-2 line, you know the deck builder has been cooking to try and come up with something ingenious.
Oh, yes. That's what he's been spending a lot of time on, and he seemed pretty confident that that was going to pan out. And so far it seems to have been, as he's on this win and in. So we'll have to see who gets there as we move into Game 3. Just fantastically INOing there. Let's see what each player manages to have a little look. Okay. Oh my God. Ultra Ball double Archeops. Okay, Lugia player.
And you see the other side, a little bit more of a setup compared to most of the other games.
Yeah, here we
had
go.
a tough time setting up in each game, and this is finally an opportunity to go a little bit wider. Have a look at those prize cards with a heavy ball. 2 Dreepies, a Pidgey, a little bit more on the board than has been previously seen.
Fishes out that Rotom.
Perfect combination there. Pursuing heavy ball is one of those cards, when you see it, you're like, I hope I've prized something. And then when you don't see it, you're like, I hope I haven't prized something.
It very much goes like that almost every time. Mezagoza. Oh, heads. Okay, maybe grab the Pidgeot here.
I mean, you're just setting up nice and wide.
Yeah, so maybe just a second Pidgey to guarantee it, just in case Ethan takes out this initial Pidgey. There's a lot of considerations.
Yeah, very good start here. Both sides, I think, would be pretty happy with this. So we're going to see a Game 3 go down to the end game. It's going to be that mid and end game. Who can disrupt, who can take big knockouts, who can find that right route. But the Minccino is always going to be in the back of Ethan's mind. I can't access my strongest attacker in this matchup.
Not yet anyway, but will it come out of those prize cards soon enough? Let's find out. We're going for a heads there. So we get to take an evolution Pokemon. Oh, a Lugia V-Star will do quite nicely, thank you. But of course, having a little prize check while we're there. Now, Ethan is going to get a strong start here as well. So I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to bring the action with a fun-filled, action-packed Game 3 of this showdown between 2 familiar decks.
Is that a Tails there on the Mezagoza? That's not ideal, but the Ultra Ball of 2 Archeops, very much ideal. As we see, oh my goodness, what a card to see at this moment.
Hello, Wellspring Mask. Okay, 2 Archeops. Tell us about Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX.
Well, I think we're going to be seeing a torrential pump this turn, that's for sure. Acting like Radiant Greninja of the current format and more prevalent in past formats, it works so well in this deck as a user of that legacy energy. Not only are you going to be hitting 100 on the active, but you get to shuffle the energy back into the deck, and if you do, you do another 120 damage to your opponent's bench Pokemon.
Now, I think I remember there being a boss's orders in Ethan's hand. Do you reckon Ethan will go for double Pidgey, double Dreepy, or a mix?
You've got that interesting debate of, if you use the boss to do double Dreepy, you've lost the boss. If you do the double Pidgey, then you keep the boss. But
double Dreep
is just too powerful, especially as you know your opponent doesn't have Radiant Charizard. The Radiant Alakazam build relies so heavily on having a Dragapult in play, and when there's no Dreepy available, it's going to be near impossible for a Dragapult to come out.
Yeah, let's Let's go. Stalling Clement down, making sure that it's going to take longer for a big threat to come about. Ethan's taken 2 prize cards. I wonder if he took the Minccino, because this will give him the time. He's bought the time successfully. If the Minccino is now in hand, let's see.
Maybe you won't even need the Minccino because this Wellspring Ogerpon can do the work, taking out all these Pokemon. No mana fee on the other side. So these Dreepy will be locked at their lowest stage.
Unfortunately, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon does discard the Legacy Energy, so it is no longer able to use that attack. It can sob, but unfortunately, Torrential Pump does mean that the Legacy Energy is now in the discard pile.
I think you shuffle it back in, no?
Oh, is it shuffled?
Shuffle
so we can just go ahead. Oh, it's a shuffle. We love that.
Conserve that energy.
I would argue that's stronger than Greninja, especially for a deck like this.
Yeah, in this deck, you want to conserve that energy, keep it available. We saw what happened when a lot of energy got discarded before. Makes it really tricky to chain big attacks. And now, another Wellspring Ogerpon can be done. And that counter catcher just trying to stall things out here. Recognizing that Wellspring Ogerpon is too dangerous.
I see what's going on here, Clement. Very clever, very clever. Using Pokemon League headquarters to mean that basic Pokemon need an extra energy to attack. And then bringing the Lugia V forward is forcing Ethan to use more resources than he wants to get the results that he's going to get.
But you see these 2 prize liabilities, Rotom and Pheasantipity in play. There's every possibility that a different way to get through this game will be possible, especially as a boss's orders is in hand for Ethan. So we'll see the next turn how it goes. Right now, Clement is just trying to stabilize that board to make it possible to set up a Dragapult after this hopeful disruption keeps the Lugia V in the active spot.
Hopefully so. Let's see how it works out. Now, we've got the quick search on board now that we've rare candied into our Pidgeot, skipping that troublesome Pidgeotto stage and going straight to our big Pidgeot. We're able to quick search for 1 card, any card, out of the deck. And because it can be any card, Clement doesn't have to reveal it, so can keep a super secret from Ethan.
I think he's going to be playing it fairly soon after. I think it was a Night Stretcher managed to get there. So we'll be looking to potentially get another Dreepy.
Yeah, I imagine he's going to, like you say, really try and stabilize that board, prevent Ethan from being able to kind of be a one-trick pony and only be able to and carry on with that Ogerpon onslaught.
The fun thing about Lugia is you've got the Wellspring Ogerpon to take out 2 knockouts, you get 2 prize cards. You've got the Iron Hand to take out 2 prize cards on a single Pokemon with 1 prize. And you've got all these attackers that can knock out big 2 prizes. You have options for everything. And if you get set up, it's such a powerful deck, if not the strongest deck in the format right now, once you've got everything on board ready to go.
Absolutely, and we've said it before and we'll say it again, Lugia is its own worst enemy. One of the weakest points, not being able to kind of draw too many cards or just kind of having things stuck in the active and not being able to do much. But once you're set up, you're rolling, you're so strong, and you just keep going. So here we go for our first Primal Turbo of the turn. And attaching these energies is so crucial and so important to the deck because realistically, you need to make sure that you're using those resources well.
And it looks like we might be able to see another double Dreepy knockout. A boss's orders is in hand for Ethan.
Can you imagine?
And we're setting up that Wellspring Ogerpon. And right now, Clement knows.
Oh my gosh.
If he's setting that up, he must have a way to get this knockout here. So we'll be attaching onto that active Lugia to retreat it into the Wellspring Ogerpon.
Oh my
boss's
gosh.
orders in hand. Double Dreepy
No,
one,
you're
and that could be the writing on the wall.
Oh my gosh, you're absolutely right. Here it comes. Here's the double Dreepy turn. I'm going to be sobbing with happiness in a minute, Mike.
And there's going to be a torrential pump shortly after, shuffling those energy back in, not even worrying about the stadium, as there is enough energy on that Wellspring Ogerpon, able to attach another energy. Gift energies everywhere, and this will be a huge follow-up turn from Ethan to prove that Dreepies are locked out of the game.
This will certainly be a gift to Ethan if he finally gets that big win. So 2 more prize cards, 2 more to take. We're going to take the... Come on, take the little guy. Do it. Come on. He's shuffling. Come on.
I don't even think he needs them in tune at this point. You can see the Clement is struggling to find a way to get Dragapult in play. And as we mentioned, no Radiant Charizard to follow up with attacks with a single prize that isn't a Dragapult. You rely so heavily on getting it out, and if you don't, you're locked out of the game.
Absolutely. So with very little to come back, I don't know if there's much Clement can do, but I'm not, if anyone's going to pull it off, it's going to be Clement. We do have the Sparkling Crystal, but there's a world where Pidgeotto can attack. Pidgeot, sorry, can attack, but it doesn't do enough damage. And I don't know if there's much that Clement's going to be able to do to kind of stall this out or maybe kind of make a comeback unless they can do some really heavy disruption here.
And with the Archeops in play, you can always find a way to get 4 energy in play. So retreats are always an option. I think this is going to be really tough to find a solution. And that is always a tough thing when you're playing a deck that is very effective at taking knockouts, but can take a little bit of setup. If you don't get past the setup phase, it can be very tricky to pull off what you want. And that's what we're seeing right here. Dreepies have been denied.
Absolutely. Dreepy, what's that? They're gone. But we have gone for the Crispin so that we can accelerate the energy to the Pidgeot. Going, oh, okay. Still trying to go for this disruption. I imagine that they're going to leave the Pokemon League headquarters in play so they don't have to... So the Lugia has to do more to attack. But like you say, Ethan is going to be able to retreat still. But is he going to be able to take that final 2-prize knockout this turn or not?
Well, a boss's orders off the top.
My gosh.
I think
that's it, isn't it? Surely. Because now Ethan can just retreat the Lugia V into the Lugia V-Star and take out the Rotom V.
Could even attack with the active one if they want to use the Ultra
Ball. You're so right! Oh my goodness! Lugia is so versatile right now. I think it's been really overlooked in this meta, to be honest. I've not heard a lot of talk about it. And now here we go, seeing Ethan's first win on stream. I'm so happy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be biased, but that's my fiance, so I'm allowed to say that, okay?
Well, congratulations to Ethan and yourself. Ethan will be making his way through to day 2 here in Dortmund. Successful journey at Stuttgart before, so another German adventure for the man himself. Ethan, a great player, piloting a deck he's very familiar with, has shown the success there on the stream. His first stream win. How are you feeling, Amy?
I'm literally crying. I'm so proud and I'm so happy. He's really put a lot of work into this deck and he's just done everything right and been working so hard and so diligently, coming home this week with 3 cup wins, coming to one of his favorite countries. He loves Germany. And then doing so well day 1, and now he's in day 2. Like, that is just, that winning in was everything it could have possibly been. Clement did amazing. That game 2 was so strong and really showed how Dragapult can make a huge comeback, even in times that are tough.
Yeah, I thought it was for sure Ethan's game in game 2, but Clement found a way around it. Doing that clever maths, you have to do clever maths with Dragapult. But if you want to do a deck that can do everything, Lugia has that. It just has to set up, and as you saw there, once it was set up, it was firing. There we go. Ethan's made it, and let's have a look at how Ethan made it there in game 3. What a performance from the Englishman, coming through with the Summoning Star early in all 3 games. Not perfect, it wasn't the perfect start, but where Clement was slow, Ethan was slow, and so it felt like Ethan was always 1 step ahead in pretty much all of the games.
We didn't get to see a Spicy Thornton play, but we did get to see this fantastic play with the Jet Energy on the Iron Hands to amp you very much for the first time today.
Boss's Orders, key to every one of those victories, and it's one of the best users of Boss's Orders as a deck.
Absolutely.
4 copies. And that Sparkling Crystal Dragapult, this is why the deck is doing well now. Sparkling Crystal opening up those early swings and making it so much more possible to get big attacks off sooner.
And really, really flung Clement into the lead in that game too. And we thought it was all over as Ethan went down onto 1 prize card, but Clement clawed it back with a ferocious Dragapult flurry of attacks, taking 3 whole prize cards in 1 fell swoop.
Discussions around Radiant Alakazam or Radiant Charizard. Obviously, when Dragapult's set up, Radiant Alakazam is the better option, but we saw what can happen without the Radiant Charizard. You are limited on your options as you're not able to take any knockouts in the final stage of the game. But there, speaking of knockouts in the final stages of the game, this was a knockout fest from the beginning. Double knockouts on turn 2, double knockouts on turn 3, and finishing strong with a big one-hit knockout with that Lugia V-Star. Ethan found the route, 2-2-2, Dreepy's gone.
Honestly, absolutely spectacular. And you'll notice that every single game, we had a different line of victory, which also shows not only how accomplished these players are, how much thinking there is that goes into this, but also how well they have trained to make it here and do so well. And it wouldn't surprise me if we saw Clement in day 2 as well.
For sure. One more game for Clement. 8 rounds at Dortmund today, so we'll see whether the final round can go in Clement's favor, and we'll see another Dragapult making it through. There's loads of decks here doing well. It's a very versatile meta, and Lugia on a lot of those top tables, so definitely one to watch right now after a successful tournament out in Baltimore.
Absolutely, and it's not stopping here as Lugia continues to Summoning Star all over Dortmund, bring us many Archeops and many different routes to victory as such. Like you said earlier, it's just so versatile, being able to continuously bring different attackers in and just kind of have your way with your opponent if you need to. Like, you're taking those Dreepy, taking different knockouts, taking 2 prize cards with Iron Hands. What next?
What next? Well, round 7 has been somewhat completed here. There's obviously people outside still completing their round 7. And I think you guys will want to make sure you stick around for round 8. There's so much more to play for now, with day 2 being a huge part of everyone's journey, needing to make their way to the top. Let us know what you're finding at this event, whether it's your own run or whether it's your friend's run. Tell us how they're doing. And of course, let us know what you've enjoyed on the stream so far using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on socials. We've been checking out a lot of your posts and enjoying them too. And I think that's what we're really looking forward to now with this event.
Honestly, yes,
is those
so
big
much.
moments for these players, as you saw there with Ethan, making it to day 2 on stream.
Honestly, could not be more proud. Hopefully Clement makes it too, because I'm always gunning for a second chance when you've done a bit of a loss on a win and in. It's always nice to then come through and kind of come out on top yourself as well. So best of luck to Clement in the next round as well. Keep fighting, keep those Dreepies strong. Don't let them get got by that Wellspring Ogerpon.
Especially on stream, people forget how much losing a winning in firstly affects you.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really tough game. You know it's all on the line there. And to do it on stream as well, there's that added pressure.
So much.
So hopefully they can bounce back. And I think that's the key now for every player, is they cannot let a loss affect them.
No.
Because you get 2 losses in day 1 at max. So you need to be able to bounce back straight away and not accumulate frustrated losses.
Yep, don't let it phase you. Get ready, go into the next match fighting, and just play to your outs. Play as best as you can, as I'm sure Clement will. But there is really some premise and some, a lot of praise that I give to the players who can just pick themselves up, dust themselves off, get on with it, and get into day 2 regardless. That is what it means to be a pro player.
Do you know what I also enjoy is listening to winners after they've won their winning in. So let's go find out how Ethan's feeling right now. How you doing, Ethan?
All right, well, I'm joined with our winner, Ethan, torrential pumping his way into day 2 here in Dortmund. First question for you, my friend. How are we feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling good. I mean, it's nice to finally win a stream game.
Yep. Yeah, Amy was saying that on live, saying that. I don't want to jinx anything. Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here. I think this is after your game 1 victory, but
yeah.
Ethan's never won a stream game, and then unfortunately game 2 didn't go your way, so got a little bit dicey. But talk to us first. After that game 1 victory, what was going through your head then?
Yeah, so like game 1 was a bit sketch because we prized the Wellspring, and that's like just carries the matchup. But like we still managed to claw it back. Going first just helps. It lets me get enough energy into play that I can kind of do what I want. Game 2, obviously, prized the Wellspring and went second. So it kind of fell apart. We had to discard a fair amount of energy early as well. So that kind of didn't help. But then game 3, we had the Wellspring. We went first. We got everything we needed.
Yeah, that game 3, that was poetry in motion watching that Lugia. If anyone at home wants to pilot Lugia, I feel as if just watch that game 3, or if you're on the fence about Lugia, watch that, because golly. But I want to talk about your list a little bit, because there are a few cards that, aren't traditionally seen in Lugia. Let's start off with the obvious one, that Wellspring Pokemon. I've seen it in some lists, haven't seen it in others. What makes you want to play it?
Well, like going into Stellar Crown format, Area 0 under depths is a stadium that I was expecting to see. Wellspring allows me to bench more Pokemon as well. And then with Lugia's Tempest Dive, you can discard the Area 0 and get rid of your bench liabilities. So I can use Squawkabilly, I can use Lumineon fill bench with kind of all the liabilities and then just get rid of them turn 2 with Tempest Dive.
That makes a lot of sense. That's why Ethan's doing well here at Dortmund. Another card we got to see a little bit, actually. I think it might have been game 1. It's a card I adore in Lugia, but not a lot of other people seem to, apart from you, of course. Is that Jack? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so going second isn't fantastic with Lugia. Like, you want to go first. But if you go second, you can, like, Luminion for Jack to get double Archeops, and then Squawkabilly them away to just guarantee 2 Archeops in the discard, like on turn 1 of the game, and it kind of helps you give yourself like a fighting chance to claw it back after going second.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel that, Jacques, like you said, if things haven't gone your way, sometimes just grabbing the V-Star, grabbing 1 Archeops, get rid of it, and then you're off to the races. Love to see it. So, talk to us about Dragapult, then, because obviously, you know, this was your winning in. Your opponent flips over a Dreepy. What's going through your head then?
So, like, I like Dragapult as a matchup. Like, I can, if I go first, I've got the Wellspring play. Any stage 2 deck, I can use Wellspring and it's really good into the matchup. Iron Hands also carries, like it can just take extra prizes. Anything that takes extra prizes is great. But then I've also got Mist Energy, which stops their damage counters on the bench. So like half of the reason their attack is good just gets negated by Mist Energy.
So you was pretty confident when you flipped over the Dream.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got one more question for you, and I promise after that I'll let you go. You're in day 2 now. Obviously, you've had a top 8 regional before. What is your goal moving into day 2?
Just keep winning. Go as far as possible.
Keep winning. Go as far as possible. That's a great goal for yourself. I'm sure everyone at home will be cheering for you. You know some of the casters are. We know that. But that's what we got in that time now for. So we're going to throw to a little break. So get yourself a nice cold beverage, as Ross would say. And we'll be back for our last round. Winning in action. Don't go anywhere.
Anna Prosser here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでください。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had to start a Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2016 U.S. National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokemon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item-locking cards. With Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format, players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item-locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item-locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item-locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item-locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board, utilizing several Shaymin EX's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's B-Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flare's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn and had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no cards to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item lock. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that?
Uh-oh.
Bring up
Oh my goodness.
That's the whole game.
What? Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a Floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Well, it's an adventure out here in Dortmund. My name is Mike, and I'm joined by Shay, and we've had some great action here on the stream. 7 rounds are complete. We'll be going into round 8 shortly. How have you been enjoying your time here in Dortmund, Shay?
I've been having an absolute whale of a time. Let me tell you, watching that last round, I was in the sort of car style watching area. My eyes were glued to the screen. I was like, Ethan, you can't give another torrential pump. That's ridiculous. And then getting the boss's orders off the top. Golly, it's been so much Pokemon action. And the best bit is, Mike, we've still got 1 round to go today. And we get to talk about it.
We do, and there's a lot of decks we haven't had a chance to show off. Just looking through some of those top tables, I don't think we've seen Regidrago V-Star, have we?
No, not yet.
We could get a chance to see that. We haven't seen any of the controlling archetypes, of which there's plenty up in the top tables.
There is.
And I think we haven't seen a few of the more niche picks, but we did get a chance to see Gouging Fire and Burnett earlier on.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Both amazing decks. Mateusz has continued on 7-0. Rahul Reddy 7-0. Stefan Ivanov 7-0. Some of these top players making their way all the way through to day 2 with 7 wins, maybe 8, depending on how their round 8 goes.
Yeah, maybe. I'm intrigued to see how their journey pans out. There's something else I'm intrigued to see, though, and that is some of your social posts at home who've been using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We get to have a look at some of these on stream, so I think we've got some lined up, and I can't wait to see what they are. Here we go. Hey, wait, who's that then? Who's that? I wasn't expected to see me and you. Talk to us about this one then, Mike. That's your tweet.
Well, we did have a little bit of a flight problem where we were trying to make our way here on Thursday and ended up having to travel in on Friday, but we got here in the end. And thankfully, there's a lot of places you can fly to in Germany, so we managed to find a different route.
Yep.
But at that time, there was definitely mixed feelings. I was sat on my DS playing Black 2.
Yeah.
You were contemplating whether we're ever going to get there.
Yeah, I was, yep.
So we eventually got there, and that's why we're here now.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on. I just look at my phone. All of a sudden, I'm getting a lot of notifications on Twitter. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? And I see little Mike Ellis, the little cheeky, got this picture of me looking a bit glum because the flight we did rebook onto got delayed a little bit. And I thought, oh no, here we go. Not again, not again, not again. And that right there is the expression of a sad bird. You don't see it too often, sad birds, but there it is on stream there for us.
Enough about us. Let's find out a little bit more about our next Play Pokemon tweet.
You says it. I set this up. When I have to be honest here. I saw our graphics person lining up that first tweet, and I thought, you have to let me get him back. So let me talk to us about this one. So after that tweet was going around Pokemon Twitter, I thought, I can't let Mike get away with this. So I thought, Mike had the middle seat there, so I got the cheeky little picture there. And look at that face. He is not a happy camper.
You didn't have anyone sat next to you either, did you?
Nope.
And we're both wide boys, so we benefit from a spare seat next to us. And there I was, sat in the middle, while Mr. Burt's had a spare bit of space. But it is what it is. We got here in the end. That's the key message.
We did.
So make sure you use #PlayPokemon. We do as well.
Yep.
We'd love to get involved here. We'll be sharing some of your tweets. Let's see the next tweet here.
Okay, what else we got here?
Oh, look at that little Giratina. That's the cutest Giratina I think I've ever seen.
And I tell you, it's hard to make Giratina look cute when you actually think about what's going on. But here we do have a tweet from Draconium Z. I think I got that right. List locked in for Dortmund. Actually nervous for my first regional in months.
Well, Gino, let us know how it went. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, the day's not over yet, but it is a lot of games of Pokemon. You're going to be playing against some really good players, and hopefully, the more you do them, the less nervous you get. That's what I tend to hear from a lot of players. They say the first one, you got to get it through, and then you carry on, and it gets easier and easier each time.
Yep, so I'm intrigued to see, Draconium Z, how your day panned out. Maybe get another tweet out using the hashtag, and maybe it'll come on tomorrow. I like to see. Giratina's not a deck we, sort of fallen out of favour a little bit, but...
I mean, it's bad.
But, I'm going to say, with the right pilot, anything can happen, so I've been intrigued to see how that pans out. Do we have any more? Posts?
We've got another one here.
Oh, we have? Okay. Wow, okay. Talk to us about this one.
That is some stash right there in the boot. They have gone to as many Pokemon centers as possible. I actually have that bag and use it all the time. Ready! Round lunchtime, we pick up the girls from school and co-driver Steph 5001. I assume some kind of relation. Then off to the first regional season 2025, Dortmund. And yes, the big Pokemon Center bag is filled with drinks, candy, and snacks. This to me sounds like the most amazing day where you got all that excitement built up. You get your snacks, you got your drinks, you're ready to go off. So Sylvia, I hope you had a good time. Pokemon and girls, I think your username summarizes how your events go. That's a family affair, coming along and enjoying yourself here together.
Really is a family affair. So I got a little bit of intel about Steph 5001. That is our current head judge in the junior division. So that is a real family outing there. Jesper's brother as well, funnily enough. So, yeah, Stefan Eriksson flying the flag there. A top-tier player now in the second season, I believe, of judging. And now currently has his first head judging role in the junior division here at Dortmund Regional. So there's a little bit of lore behind that post.
There's a lot of families at these events now, whether it be with the kids. I know one of my locals has come along as the dad with the daughter and seniors. And we often see it with the judges or even just support from the sideline, right? Sometimes helping your junior or senior make their way through the tournament is a full-time job at these events. Make sure you get those snacks, drinks ready for the next round. So everyone here having a lot of fun, and I know the juniors and seniors having a strong tournament. I think they're all in round 7 right now. I heard the announcement earlier on. So a lot of Pokemon going on here in Dortmund. Thousands of Pokemon players travel to this wonderful city to try and see if they can crown themselves as Dortmund champion.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a tweet that I believe if you was to pool all the games together, so Go, VGC, all the divisions, Dortmund, don't quote me on this, I think it's correct, the biggest EU regional we have to date.
Do you know what I love about the fact you just said that?
What's that?
Is I have a sneaky suspicion that number is going to go up and up and up throughout the season and in future seasons. Amazing space right now, growing so fast. And if anything, it's the fact that we're growing so fast, we're trying to find bigger and bigger places to play.
Yeah.
And thankfully, Dortmund could fit all of you Pokemon trainers in it at this event. So definitely make your way along to an event. If you can, it might be a bit of a far travel. If there's one local to you, you do not want to miss it at all.
No, you think how big that venue is. It can fit all those players, and then it manages to fit us back here as well. We have some wide set cast of duo here. So yeah, make sure you get involved at your regionals whenever you can. They've all been revealed. We all know where they are. So yeah, make sure to get involved because it's just so. I've actually been chatting to quite a few people actually. I've been walking around the venue, and it's sort of how they're saying it's their very first regional, and that must just be an amazing feeling. I remember my first regional, I was just stunned. You know what I was most stunned at? All the vendors. I was like, I swear that's like a Japanese plate mat I can go and buy now. Oh, that's those sleeves that I've seen. Oh my goodness. And there's always stuff to do. So, you know, if you're ever a little bit nervous or on the fence, I always say, you're not just here to just play Pokemon. There's a lot more stuff you can do, vendors, chat to community members and all that jazz.
Side events, of course, but we're here for the main event. So let's see how our top players are doing in the main event. They are currently a few at 7-0. My goodness, there are, what's that, 6 players still on XO, and some big names, as we mentioned earlier on, but Luke Doran as well joining them, Nina, Anthony, and as we start going down, there's a lot of people who have a chance of making it the whole way, all the way through to these 6 winning players who've already qualified for day 2, just looking to try and increase their win, their points at this event and their win rate to try and make it as far as possible.
Yeah, you know, Rahul already 9th place at Worlds.
Good streak recently.
Yeah, I was about to say, imagine that. You get 9th place at Worlds and then immediately follow that up with a nice, well, regional, currently 7-0, could be 8-0. Stefan Ivanov. Yeah, come on now, back-to-back NAIC champion back in the day. So he knows his way around the top tables, playing my Carter prediction, might I say, as well. So hopefully Stan continues that winning streak.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of creativity here in that deck. You mentioned Palkia V-Star, and that's one of the cool things about this Stellar Crown set. We've got cards of old that were very popular back in the day, but lost their favor in the format. Now able to do new and innovative things with Stellar Crown cards. And equally, we've got some cards like Dragapult that they've got improvement. On the other end, Terapagos surprised a lot of us. It's going to be looking to sit in those top tables. Had a little bit of a fall off in the last few rounds, but early on was racing to the top. Many of the top players here playing Terapagos, looking to try and make it through that winning in right now. So a high variety of decks. The familiar faces of last format, old faces and new. We're going to be seeing a great variety of decks going through to day 2.
Yeah, and that's just, I think that's the hallmark of a fantastic Pokemon set. Like, not only does it bring you, you know, I can't say 1 or 2 new archetypes, in this case it would be the Terapagos, but it also invigorates older archetypes, like you say, the Dragapult as well. And you know, we were doing our little community bracket, and we had our last round was the Rotom Fan versus the Glass Trumpet. I haven't even seen Glass Trumpet yet on stream. An absolutely incredible card. And you know what? There's some other cards we couldn't even manage to fit in the bracket. Like that Grand Tree, for example. We was all debating, should Grand Tree get in there? We decided probably not, but that's an equally mad card. And Stellar Crown's just shaking up the format so much. And I love a set like that. Because quite honestly, I'm sure there's card combos and card combos that we haven't even thought about or seen yet that, you know, when you actually sit in front of you, you think, oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? That's crazy.
But.
What's that?
I've got something exciting for you.
What have you got excited? What's that?
I'd love to have a little look right now at the meta overview. It is time to check out what is at the top. And that is Raging Bolt and Charizard matching each other 17%, slightly more with that Raging Bolt. As we go down, Dragapult with that new Sparkling Crystal.
Tell you what, honestly, viewers at home, who would have predicted Dragapult would have been the 3rd most popular deck here in Dortmund? And don't lie, I don't think many of you did, but I guess that A-Spec Sparkling Crystal edition, I mean, we saw it on stream last round, you know, wasn't able to win, but maybe puts it over the top. Regidrago as well, really having a hefty slide as being the most popular deck in the last format, tumbling all the way down to here to 4th, and then Lugia, V-Star, and Gardevoir coming in. Gardevoir even being at 5%, that's a surprise for me.
Yeah, I think that's the lowest percentage we've seen on the day 1 top 6 decks. Yeah. 5% Gardevoir EX, but we also have the best of the rest. So the Gardevoir EX leading the charge for the best of the rest here. And what will it be?
Oh, the suspense. Oh, okay, yeah.
Raging Bolt at 17%. I mean, we've seen most of these decks on the stream so far. We just got to see Dragapult EX and Lugia. We haven't seen Regidrago V-Star. No. Gardevoir EX, we kind of saw it with Burnett. And let's see if we can find out what the rest is.
Ooh.
We might be able to. If not, we'll get it to you later on.
It's not. Keep it in suspense. Make sure you just keep watching around so we can see that best of the rest. Because when you see, you actually alluded to that, right? When the first page had decks as low as 5%, do you know what that tells me? That tells me that unclassified section, that's going to be rather big. So there's going to be a whole host a whole treasure trove of funky decks that we haven't even managed to see yet, and some of them might be bobbing and weaving their way into day 2.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of Snorlax with the Cornerstone Ogerpon. There's loads of variations of control decks, whether they're more Mimikyu-based, more Pidgeot-based, whatever it is. They're going to be all over those top tables, as the strongest players in our region tend to be the ones who pilot those controlling archetypes. We have a lot of decks that, you know, they kind of fall under multiple brackets. Like I said, Gardevoir EX kind of encompasses that Burnett deck that we saw Mateusz piloting earlier. But then there's also more of a Duskmar version of Burnett. So even amongst the single archetypes, Palkia V-Star, some playing with Area Zero, some without. So there's a high variation amongst the different archetypes.
And I think that best of the rest is ready now. So let's have a little gander, have a little deep dive what else we got. So there's that Terafkos coming in at 5%. So actually, 5% could have made it onto the other graphic, right? Because the 5% was the lower one. Roaring Moon at 4% and Snorlax Control at 3%. So realistically, there's only 2% separating all these decks here from being on the first page. And then, the Miraidon coming in at 3%. Fair play to you, fellas. And then that Ancient Box coming in at 2% as well.
Speaking about the variety, Miraidon, I scrolled down to see what the best Miraidon lists were looking like. One of them had the Area Zero with the Mewtwo EX, one of them without. And so there is no set way that we know how to play Miraidon EX. There's no set way to know how to play Terapagos, Palkia V-Star, Snorlax Control. They all are such varied lists. And as we progress through the Stellar Crown format, we'll certainly be refining those lists. And I'm sure this event will inspire a lot of you competitors at home as to what you'll be playing at your next Challenge Cup or Regional. And this is the event to find out what the best players have cooked up.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see any Iron Thorns there, actually.
Yeah.
The Iron Thorns
was... Or Palkia V-Star.
Or Palkia... Oh, goodness. Or the Palkia V-Star, so those numbers... Surprising, Iron Thorns being a current World Championship deck, but I guess, coming into an unknown meta, playing a deck like that, that really wants to target Pacific decks might not just be the way to go.
Yeah, so much variety here. I'd just love to see that go on forever. We could in theory go on forever, but for you guys at home, you always want to find out what those top decks are. Just because there's a lot of Raging Bolt, just because there's a lot of Charizard, doesn't mean it's necessarily the best deck in the room, but what it does mean is the decks that are strong into them will tend to rise to the top, and we're definitely seeing that with Lugia V-Star has really looked strong into a lot of those top archetypes as long as it's able to set up. It's looking the most consistent it's looked in a while, and the same is true of Raging Bolt. It is the most stable it's been in a long time. It's been very consistent at setting up early on, but then in terms of going all the way through to the end with the Pheasantipity X and some builds integrating the Mew and so on to try and get that draw at the end, a very strong deck in the end game.
Really, really is. So Raging Bolt, I can introduce that Briar, can't it, to attack with the Tilmar's Ogerpon to take 3 prize cards against that, like you said, that Charizard, that grass-weak Charizard, as it were. So even in a deck that seemed, straightforward and linear, still has some new additions from Stellar Crown. Just go show you how absolutely crazy that set is.
Crazy format, and it's crazy because we've been waiting for round 8 for a little while here. We got to show you some cool stuff like the #PlayPokemon social post, as well as what we just saw there with the meta share. But our players for round 8 are currently setting up on the table. We won't have any spoilers just yet as to who it is, but we will be getting ready with that very shortly for you. Round 8 kicking off in the hall, and it will be the final round of the day here in Dortmund, as we have seen 7 rounds completed. Many of these players will be looking to push as far forward into day 2, where it will be going all the way through to 12 rounds. Then that asymmetrical top cut and crowning our champion at the end of that. Here they are.
Wow, okay, star-studded there. On the right, Isaiah Bradner, 2nd place EUIC last season, and the day 2 Worlds competitor in Hawaii just gone. And then on the left, we have Sylvan D. Water as well.
Wow, this is winning in 5-1-1. Not only is it winning in, but with that tie, it really helps you push through to the top. You say day 2 competitor, world's top 8.
I apologise, yes.
With Regidrago V-Star there, and looking to continue that strength-to-strength deck. One that can adapt to the format, choosing the right Dragon-type attackers for the room. We'll be looking to continue doing that here. And I think we can safely say this is where the pressure really kicks in. Not only are you doing your winning in game at a big event, the first event in Europe, you're doing it on stream.
And doing, just goodness gracious. when you know when you get these star-studded players who just seem to just go to every event and do well. I just think you guys must practice and play so much. I remember at the World's interview for Rahul, actually, when he managed to get into the Ace Metro top cut, he basically said, what would Isaiah be doing, or what would Isaiah be playing? And I'll play something that beats that. And that's why he played Lugia, just showing the testament to how much he loves and respects him there. And as you can see, a little bit of flash there of the hand. Isaiah is still piloting that Regidrago V-Star deck, which you said got top 8 with.
Yeah. High meta share. Ooh, these prize cards.
Ooh, goodness gracious, actually.
That is really tough.
Squawk, 2 Regidrago V-Star, Prime Catcher, Dragapult, and a Fez? Goodness gracious me, Isaiah Bradner.
He's gonna have to work around that, and winning in is kicking off here. Round 8 at Dortmund. Ogerpon facing off against Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt, our most played deck, day 1 of Dortmund, into its fellow Ogerpon EX user in Regidrago V-Star. And a prize check will be happening here for Isaiah. We'll find out what they have. 2 Regidrago V-Stars in the prize cards, a Prime Catcher, a Dragapult, a lot to work with there. Pheasantipity as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Fez might be the most important card there to be currently in the prize cards, right? I flipped the script. We know how important that ability is for these sort of 2 prize decks to sort of keep chugging through the whole game. If that's not available, then it could be quite difficult for Isaiah. He's currently conducting a prize card check. You know, having the 1 copy of Dragapult EX in the prize cards isn't too bad because you only really need 1 to attack with. So, yeah, looks like Isaiah's going to do a little prize check there, Earth and Vessel. Now, if you've been eagle-eyed and watching Isaiah go through the deck, you can see he actually plays a 1/1 line of that Noctowl. So, been able to use that Jewel Seeker ability to get any 2 trainer cards he likes from his deck when you evolve into Noctowl if you have a Terra Pokemon in play, which, of course, Teal Mask Ogerpon is. As it looks like that Earth and Vessel is going to be concluding, grabbing 2 copies of basic Grass Energy, shuffling up the deck, and then away we go. I haven't had a chance to see what else is in Isaiah's hand. Hopefully it's some good cards. Otherwise, we do have one card draw minimum off that Teal Dance.
I mean, discarding the Dragapult EX.
Yep.
The Dream card to discard off the Earthen Vessel. And also, interesting how it's pretty much always featured as a 2-of in this deck. Just how vital it is as an attacker in case 1 is prized, as it is here for Isaiah.
Let's see. Ooh, we are going to see Teal Dance now. Attach that Grass Energy, draw 1. What else did I had? Mew. Oh, goodness. I don't think that's that very good, Mike. I see a Mew. I see a Basic Energy. I see Canceling Clone.
And you need to get set up quick in this matchup, as Raging Bolt can very quickly dismantle your board if you don't go wide.
Oh, goodness.
That's it. Pass.
Now, this could be devastating for Isaiah. If Sil can just announce a Bellowing Thunder for a big KO here, Isaiah will be on the back foot. Has even got a Regidrago down. Does he play a copy of Thornton? Doesn't play that either, so there will be a Regidrago V-Star next turn. Looks like Sil's going to start the turn off there with that copy of Trekking Shoes. Oh, another copy of Trekking Shoes. Here we go. Let's see what that is. Oh, iron. Oh, now, do you want to use that Iron when your opponent has done a whole lot of nothing? Nope. Sil's going to take that and grabs a Nest Ball instead.
I mean, what a start to have with the Trekking Shoes. It's such a nice way to kick off a game. The only downside to Trekking Shoes is when you're going second and you're looking at your hand, you don't really know what you're going to see because you're about to see a whole load more cards.
Yeah.
But to have those in those early hands and start digging deeper, potentially discarding some energy is always a dream. And going to look to try and set up this Bellowing Thunder on the first turn, if possible.
Now, we did see, I think at Worlds, Isaiah, it might have been in a mirror match, but this strategy would also work in against a Raging Bolt deck as well, where you can announce Curum's attack 3 times to win the game, because you just KO 3 2-prize Pokemon by using that attack 3 times. Now, that it could be an option that Isaiah looks to utilize here. Could be quite hard to do when there's no Regidrago in play, but that is a strategy we've seen him use before, so that could be something to keep an eye on.
This is really tough starting off. The thing about Raging Bolt is we all just assume it's going to get a first turn attack off. That is the default of the deck, especially when you start seeing things like Nest Balls, because then you can get Squawkabilly and so on. So I feel like Sil is in a good spot here to try and get a first turn knockout, but there's still a little bit of work to do, and the expectation is still there. But from Isaiah's point of view, going to be crossing those fingers, hoping that the Raging Bolt goes slow for once.
Yep, because if we see a 2-prize KO here from Sil, that's going to be really hard for Isaiah to sort of get back in this game from, especially when you haven't got a Regidrago down. But let's see what Sil can do. See a lot of basic energy in the hand. I see an Earthen Vessel, so I can at least get some in the discard pile for Professor Sada, which I do currently see in hand, I believe. So we are going to see Till Dance here, Mark. Going to draw one. Earthen Vessel again. Ooh, that could be rather good.
I mean, just a lot of energy into the discard pile is a great way to thin the deck. A discard pile is a great place to have it, as you have energy retrievals to get it back, and also Professor Sada's to accelerate it from the discard pile. And this deck is very much like a motor deck, a blitz deck. It goes fast. And consequently, you do move through the deck very fast. You've got things like Poker Stop, Trekking Shoes, Poker Gears to dig nice and deep. So we won't really know how this turn is going to fully pan out until we see the conclusion of various draw cards in action.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we draw off the Professor Sada. As it stands now, I believe there's definitely a KO on board, because you can, well, you attach that lightning, you attach the fighting, you discard all three for a KO. We do see a Pokey Stop and a Till Mask Ogre Punch. So we can see one more of that Till Dance. Maybe doesn't want to give Pokey Stop to Isaiah if you can avoid it. Another Earthen Vessel, oh my goodness.
You want energy? You got the energy now, and that's 4 energy cards there. 3 required for this knockout. Oh, a Bravery Charm as well.
290 hit
Solid
point
start.
Raging Bolt now. That's a basic Pokemon with 290 HP. That's a ridiculous amount of HP. So here we see Bellowing Thunder here, Mike.
And a basic Pokemon swinging for that much damage on the first turn.
Yep.
This is what we said. If you're slow against Raging Bolt, it will punish you. And Isaiah has felt that right there. First 2 prizes to Sil.
There's no playable cards in that hand apart from energy, I believe. I mean, well, I guess you can play the Canceling Clone, but yeah, that's just a pass. So we can just see a fighting. Oh, wait, hang on. Do we even have? I don't think we have it in hand yet.
No.
Raging Bolt. Oh, no, there's a Professor Sada in hands. That's game. That's game 1 wrapped up. Sil takes the game 1 feature, well, game 1 in this round 8 feature match, I should say, and does it in very, very fast fashion.
Wow, Isaiah just not getting set up well. You can see the frustration in his face as Sil, calm as anything.
Yeah.
Knows the matchup well. Raging Bolt and Regidrago V-Star have been in the format together for a little while now.
Yeah.
And we're all familiar with how it tends to go. Raging Bolt can disrupt the board by taking early knockouts. There's often just one target in play, whether it be a Regidrago. In this case, there wasn't even one of those. You just take anything, and you quickly dismantle the board.
Yeah, and that's exactly how this matchup can go. You know, traditionally, when you've got two prize decks fighting off against each other, the one that's a basic tends to be favored. Now, we can't write off Isaiah here. You know, just come off world's top 8 with this deck. So if anyone can pilot him out of this 1-0 hole here, he's going to be high up on that list. But currently right now, Sil does have the advantage. And the thing is, do you want to go first with Regidrago? Obviously you do, so you can evolve. But then you're letting Raging Bolt go second, which is exactly what it wants to do.
I guess the fact that Raging Bolt doesn't always get the knockout.
Yeah.
Going first is the dream scenario if you can set up wide enough. But yeah, once you start thinking, I've got to go second to set up wider, you're going against what you want and playing into the fear of what is capable of this Raging Bolt. And Isaiah knows that is exactly the case. It could go horrifically wrong if Raging Bolt swings early, hard, and gets loads of energy in play. As a Regidrago start, Isaiah opting to go first. Let's see if another one can find its way to the bench.
Well, at the very least, we have a Regidrago in V now. So a Regidrago V in play, I should say. So that's one step better than last game. If we are going to see an Ultra Ball being played, they're going to search the deck, going to get rid of a Giratina V-Star and a Temple of Sinnoh. 2 cards. Well, I guess you could use Lost Impacts in this matchup, but Temple of Sinnoh, definitely not.
And you got to remember that Radiant Charizard's so key in the matchup, being able to use a single prize Pokemon for a knockout, especially towards the end game. If you manage to miss out on your Regidragos, you can find a way to get that swing, and the Raging Bolt never wants to really knock out that Radiant Charizard. I guess that's where the Briar, in combination with the Ogerpon, could come in useful.
Yep. Do we see Briar in any of these lists, actually? It doesn't look like we do, no. So there's no Briar available, at least at this moment in time. But traditionally, some decks can play it, or some lists, I should say. But yeah, interesting card, though.
Yeah, no Briar. I think a lot of people would have assumed that was the thing making Raging Bolt a more favorable deck in this format, but still playing a very similar list to what we've seen for the last few formats.
We do see the Ultra Ball concluding, going to grab that copy of Squawkabilly EX, pop it in the hand. You do see Isaiah, you know, conducting a little prize card search there, you know, just working out what he has available to him. Prize is not as devastating as last game. We do see another Ultra Ball being played, getting rid of Boss's Orders and Super Rod. And let's see what this takes. I'd imagine either a Teal Musk Ogopod or another Regidrago.
Yeah, 100%. And this is the kind of setup you want to see. You want to see multiple Regidrago in play, lots of energy in play if possible, using that Teal Dance. Squawkabilly allowing you to dig a little bit deeper too. And I think the deck right now for Isaiah is doing what it must to survive early aggression from Raging Bolt. It can do well in the end game.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Radiant Charizard here. This is something we've seen a little bit with Regidrago, playing both Regidrago. If they knock it out, you've got Radiant Charizard. So sort of setting up for a counter knockout, as it were.
Yeah, don't mind it. And if there's any way to maneuver that Regidrago at the active, it at least forces Silda and start using Pokemon Catcher to try and get a 2-prize KO. But you're right, it's a nice little soft defense. I don't mind it at all. Squawkabilly does hit the bench. Squawking Seas is live. We'll probably see it here. Then you discard your hand and draw 6 if it's the first turn of the game for yourself. And let's see what Isaiah grabs here. Fantastic card, that Squawkabilly. You can even use Motivate if you really want to. Start attaching energy if you like.
Wow. Sil's going to be watching this and worried about the Radiant Charizard more than anything. That is the scariest potential for Regidrago V-Star. But realistically, this matchup is dictated by Raging Bolt early on with the aggression. You're always worried about what is possible with that Bellowing Thunder. Regidrago V, being 220 hit points, forces a 4-energy knockout with the Bellowing Thunder. But it is still very possible, as we saw in that last game. And here we go, Sil has a chance now to take it away. And a Radiant Greninja off the top is certainly going to help.
Tell you what, that Radiant Greninja was actually really important there, because Sil didn't have many ways to draw cards outside of that Teal Dance. Okay, here we go. Nest Ball as well off that Teal Dance. All of a sudden, Sil can start to motor his way away with this here. He's Lightning Energy getting discarded. Brave
and
into the Squawk. Are you having me on? What is going on here? Gee, oh my goodness gracious. Nest Ball, I imagine, grabbing that Raging Bolt. Then we can pick Professor Sada as well. All of a sudden, Mike, Sil has started off with an okay hand and is now off to the races.
That's the advantage of all this draw. When you have a Nest Ball in hand and you need various basic Pokemon from it, if you start drawing with it in hand, you can always get the other basic Pokemon to the one you draw. So Squawkabilly ventures into the hand, and the Raging Bolt can be acquired from the deck. So both of them making their way into play. And so just doing a little deck check here, finding out what those prize cards might be, and we'll proceed with the turn to try and get that big first knockout if possible.
Now, we did see, like you said, Isaiah try and defend it against the turn 1 KO by having the Radiant Charizard there, but let's be honest, you'd rather not have your opponent take a 2-prize KO if you can avoid it, as we do see that Nest Ball concluding, going to grab that Raging Bolt EX. Oh, that is, here we go.
It's so much draw still. Squawkabilly, Professor Sada's Vitality, still hoping to try and find 2 energy off the Sada's Vitality instead, but might end up just having to use it for the 1, and that's still absolutely fine at this stage.
Has a Bravery Charm to attach to it as well. Bravery Charm will push it outside of range of the Combustion Blast on the Radiant Charizard, actually. So that's something to keep a note on as well.
So many things going in Sil's favor at this stage. And that's the advantage of this deck. Very consistent, not a huge amount of variance in your early game plan. So it does it most games as that Lightning Energy will be attached to Professor Sada's Vitality. A little bit of draw, Trekking Shoes still, Earthen Vessel, another Nest Ball.
As well.
Just everything you could possibly want on this first turn.
Wow. Goodness gracious me, Sil. So going to grab another Raging Bolt. That's my favourite artwork of Raging Bolt, actually, that full art. And a little bit of trivia there for you.
I prefer the alt art.
Do you?
Yeah, just beautiful in the canyons.
In the canyons. We're going to see the Earthen Vessel being played. They're going to get rid of that Pheasant Dip. Don't mind that. If you're going to go so far ahead, being like, well, I don't plan on you knocking out any of my Pokemon, so I don't need Flip the Script anymore, as we do see the basic fighting and the basic grass energy being taken off that Earthen Vessel. Remember, Sil hasn't turn attached yet, and will still be able to use Teal Dance to get that extra grass energy into play as well. That Bravery Charm could be so impactful if we do see that turn 1 KO from that Bellowing Thunder, because that will push it outside of range of that Combustion Blast. There is our turn attachment, though, and there we do see another Teal Musk activation. Still see Squawk and Seas available, by the way. Another grass energy drawn into. And Trekking Shoes, Mike, the turn just continues.
Just keeps going on and on and on. And there we go, the Super Rod available, maybe looking to get some stuff back, but to be honest, the only thing maybe would be the Pheasantipede EX.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I don't think you mind getting that back into the deck. You want to leave the energy there, though, I think, so you can grab it off. Energy retrieval, if you like. So there we do see Super Rod being played, Pheasantipede getting liberated back into the deck, shuffle them up, and I imagine we still got Squawking Seas yet.
So much still left to do for Seal. Looking to find a way to move the Ogerpon out the active without having to retreat it.
Yes.
Because if that were to be the case, the Regidrago would survive on 10 HP. So looking to find a switch
cart or a prime catcher would also work. Squawking, oh no, is this Pokegear being used or Squawking Seas? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's got to be Pokegear then.
Yeah, there we go. I think that's the Squawking Seas.
Squawking Seas, I apologise.
Needs to find that switch cart
Needs to find the switch cart here, though. Don't really want to have to retreat if possible. Oh, here we go. Haven't got any other job on board, so it will have to be Pokestop here, Mike. Do we see a switch cart? 1.
Trekking Shoes.
2. Not yet. 2 energy gone. Trekking Shoes then, no, Mike. Here we go. Another 2 cards to see.
Just keep digging. You've got to just keep digging.
Oh, I can't use that. Oh, and it's a Pokegear. So close, but yet so far.
Well, still a possibility to get a knockout. Going for that Squawkabilly. And that will be possible now. Could even go for the Radiant Charizard if you're worried about that as a threat, as it gets rid of the energy as well.
Surely you go after 2 prizes. Yeah, okay, you have to. So we do see the Pokemon catcher heads. We're going to see a pay retreat from that Teal Mask Ogerpon into Raging Bolt. And we'll see a Bellowing Thunder for 210 damage. 10 short of being able to carry that Regidrago V.
Isn't it crazy seeing that turn and thinking, oh, they didn't quite get everything they needed there. And yet still a knockout on a bench Pokemon, able to take those 2 prize cards, leaving a Raging Bolt in the active with a Bravery Charm on. So much now for Isaiah to do. What is the response at this moment?
Yeah, Bravery Charm pushes it outside of range of Lost Impact as well, right? So I'm trying to think, does Isaiah have a way of dealing with this in 1 hit? I actually don't see it. So that Bravery Charm, oh, actually, tell a lie, it does play 1 copy of Jamming Tower. So we could see that to turn off the Bravery Charm into a Combustion Blast. That is possible. Let's see what let's see what Isaiah does, as he does bench the 1 copy of Mui X there, Mike, and plays an Ino.
Well, the Ino is going to have to do a lot of work here.
Yep.
We will still have potential access to the Regidrago V-Star, which is so consistent. We even saw it in Philip Schultz's Rapagos list. It's that important to consistency with Legacy Star. So that will allow the dig to continue if found off of this Ino. A lot still to do. Energy required. We need to find energy switches amongst many other things. And that is reasonably good Pokestop, except for that final Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, you'd love to have that in your hand. Does get the Curum in the discard pile, though. Don't mind see that there. That Triforce attack, obviously really strong, doing 110 damage to any 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. You have to discard all your energy, of course, but, you know, doesn't really matter as much when you're doing 110 damage. Nest Ball looks like they're going to grab the Pheasantipede, so does still have that available. Restart is still available as well. Unsure if the hand can get down low enough to use it, but that could be an option. Pheasantipede just being such a staple in the format here, though, Mike. Obviously, being able to draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn.
Yeah, with the Radiant Charizard taking a swing into the Raging Bolt, there is potential to knock it out later if you were to put the Jamming Tower down.
Yeah.
With switch carts about, you don't really want to be leaving damage on board,
good point,
as it can be taken away. So Pheasantipede EX, the play Isaiah goes for will be dictated by this flip the script here and what 3 cards we see.
Yeah, those 3 cards are going to be really impactful there, as Isaiah's going to consult discard pile. So flip the script activated, 3 cards drawn. I see a switch, I see a knocked out. I think the other card was a Pokemon. Here we do see a Teal Dance being activated, though. Was that a V-Star or was that a V?
That's just a V.
That's a V.
I think there's
a Regidrago V, I should say. So we're going to see a turn attachment to the top.
There was an energy switch in hand, so we'll be able to swing here.
Oh, true.
Not quite doing as much as would be wanted in this scenario.
There's the energy switch. A Combustion Blast is currently live, thanks to that Excited Heart ability, reducing that Combustion Blast attack cost by 2 colorless energy, since Seal took 2 prizes last turn. But you're right, I think it's going to be a Combustion Blast into the active and hope that Jamming Tower can come up to try and pick up that KO at a later date.
Debating whether to put another Regidrago down, as the Regidrago V-Star might be so key going into the next turn. But yeah, this is tough. Isaiah having to really find a way back into this game, despite knowing Sil is in such a strong position, such a stable board state. No energy in play, but with how much draw we've seen, I think it's a very real possibility Sil will be able to set up the next attack, especially with that Raging Bolt surviving. And it will be Sil's turn now with not a single knockout, so that means no Pheasantipity EX available.
Yep.
And Sil will have to find another knockout.
Professor Sada off the top! My goodness gracious me! Look at all the energy in the discard pile as well. Does actually have the Prime Catcher and multiple other Pokemon Catcher in hand as well. So if Sil can flip some heads and get the energy in play, he could go 4 prize cards up.
Supporter off the top. The most important supporter in this game.
Yep.
Not only will it get energy onto the Pokemon, but it will allow to draw more cards and potentially keep Sil going forward. Switch card as well.
Double switch card and a Bravery Charm as well. Oh my goodness gracious me! Oh, I'm excited. You can't see back here. I'm struggling. My heart can't take it anymore. Sil is drawing absolute fire.
Yeah, what a wonderful way to turn around that INO. It was an INO to 4, so there was still a lot of potential there, but to find it off the top as well with the Professor Sada's Vitality. Now just looking to power pad back in 2 of those vital supporters. And this last energy is the key. Is the energy available? Yes, Earthen Vessel in hand.
Vessel. Can even switch card to heal off the active as well to get it out of harm's way. Goodness great. I guess that would open up some potential plays for some Trifrost later on, but I mean, looking at Isaiah's board, very far away from that. That's just, Mike, Sil is doing so well right now.
With the Prime Catcher as well, we'll be able to knock out something on the bench.
Yep. Could go after the Pheasantipity to reduce some draw. Could go after Regidrago. Could go after Teal'Mas to turn off as much energy acceleration. Quite honestly, the world is Sil's oyster, or Shelder, I should say, as we do see the Bravery Charm getting attached as well.
But will Sil think to do the switch card to get out of this scenario? Because it's not something you necessarily play around, the Jamming Tower.
True. Not a card you always see in Regidrago. Sometimes you do, but it's not like, what's the word? It's not super normal.
And if you try and gust around the Radiant Charizard, you're just going to find yourself in a position where they can put it back up and take a knockout. So maybe removing the energy from play is more important for Sil here than trying to take a knockout on a 2 prize card.
It looks like that is what we're going to see. Bellowing Thunder for the KO, going to remove that Radiant Charizard. It does remove 3 energy. Does it? It's not a 2 prize KO though, so it is down to 3 prize cards now, but it's definitely still in the driver's seat. But Isaiah has got time now to try and develop a threat.
As we mentioned before that turn, the Jamming Tower, removing the Bravery Charm, extra HP for the the Raging Bolt in the active would lead to a knockout there. So Isaiah has a way to take 2 big knockouts this turn.
Yep.
But the problem you've got with that Jamming Tower, and one of the reasons why people always are uncertain about these powerful stadiums in Regidrago, is there's no way to search for them. You have to find them through draw. Not normally a problem for this deck, but it is still a way that you could miss a vital one-off card in your deck.
Yeah, I think if you're going to try fishing for the Jamming Tower, I think Legacy Star will be the best way, right? Just discard the top 7 cards of your deck, hope it's in there, and then you can just take it straight back out. As we do see Super Rod shuffling in that Radiant Charizard, so that's not going to be too gone for very long. Could just come straight back. But let's see, a Jamming Tower here would be brutal. Let's see what Isaiah can piece together. There's a Regidrago V-Star. So Legacy Star is now live.
And you got the INO as well, which you got to start thinking, do you want to do research instead of INO to try and get more draw to guarantee getting that Jamming Tower, or is the disruption important here? And for Isaiah, he values seeing the cards over the disruption, recognizing that the 2-2-2 route to victory does not require disruption at this stage, so more important to find all the cards needed. Okay, and Radiant Charizard back into the hand. Okay, we've got a Nest Ball there, so this is a chance now to build up that board state. Might not even use the Regidrago V-Star to attack during this matchup as the Radiant Charizard's so powerful.
Yeah, it's a good point. Could just attack with that again. Want to see flip descriptors. Look how many cards we're drawing here. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Still has Legacy Star available as well.
Still no Jamming Tower, though.
Still no Jamming Tower. And that deck is starting to look small, so you have to be careful that Legacy Star. You don't want to, you know, discard everything. That's not what you want to do. So it looks like Pokestop.
Discard the Legacy. Oh, if you discarded the Jamming Tower off of that Pokestop, that would be detrimental.
Yeah, then you'd be forced to use Legacy Star to grab it if that's what you wanted to do.
Is it in
So I was trying to think, have we seen many energy switch? We have started even considering, is an attack even live right now? Maybe it will just have to be the Combustion Blast potentially. But then if you give the Combustion Blast up, Sil then gets onto 2 prize cards remaining. As we do see, looks like a Tilmas Ogerpon going to get benched, Mike.
Well, Legacy Star will guarantee an energy switch onto a Radzar, but now with the Ogerpon in play, it's going to probably have to be a Regidrago V-Star swing this turn.
Dragapult, yeah, it's going to hit the discard pile, so Phantom Dive is live.
Could finish off the Raging Bolt with the damage from Phantom Dive, but it's tough because you've got such a small deck now. Do you rely on the Legacy Star? This is what we said, it's a deck that draws, so if you don't draw into the right card, sometimes you can't hit the combo that you need, so you have to play safe around it, and Isaiah might be thinking right now to play for the guaranteed option.
Is jamming? Oh, yeah, it is still in deck. I can see it, yeah. I wasn't even sure if it was in deck there for a second, but yeah, it's still there as Ultra Ball does conclude for that second Regidrago V-Star.
All right, we pause and we wait. What's the Legacy Star going to reveal?
Going to see a Teal Dance first. Going to draw 1. Earthen Vessel. Not a Jamming Tower. Not Energy Switch. Not any of those things. Let's see. Earthen Vessel looks like, yeah, because this is where using Legacy Star could come back to bite you. Having to discard top 7 cards of your deck is kind of costly when you haven't taken any prize cards yet.
You also got to think how useful it can be later in the game to get back vital resources. The dream scenario is to keep it throughout the whole game, so you've always got game on board, given the scenario requires it. But you can see there's an energy switch.
I think there's 11 cards left in deck right now at the top.
Maybe looking to try and guarantee it here with the Legacy.
Yes, 11 now after that Earthen Vessel taking that fire. 11 cards left, Mike. We haven't taken any prize cards. That's just a testament to how much draw power you've got, really.
Wow. Here we go, Isaiah. What are you cooking in this turn? What are the final maneuvers taking you to a knockout? It's going to be a Legacy V-Star. What do you discard here?
There's a Jamming Tower and the Prime Catcher.
Oh, you have to take the energy switch.
Yeah.
So energy switch for sure. Will the Prime Catcher be prioritized? Okay, so we're in a position now where the Jamming Tower no longer available as an option.
Yep.
It will be a Regidrago taking a knockout here. And the Prime Catcher saved as a resource, or going to be used straight away onto the Squawkabilly.
Yeah, so now you can KO 4 prize turn, right, with Phantom Dive. Going to KO the active and then KO the benched Raging Bolt with the Phantom Dive damage on the damage counters. And all of a sudden, Isaiah will be 1-2 prize KO away from winning the game.
And with the last turn from Sil, having to take out the Radiant Charizard, Sil cannot knock out this Regidrago V-Star and win the game. It might put them in a strong position. But it's not going to win them the game. This is always going to be an option, especially with the Radiant Charizard available with such a low energy cost towards the end of the game.
Yeah, heads up play there. You're going to use that Prime Catcher. 4 prize turn is actually kind of strong. I mean, the only saving grace here for Sil is that Isaiah will struggle to get through another Raging Bolt with a Bravery Charge. I don't think he can do it in 1 turn, but, you know, that doesn't matter. We are going to see the Phantom Dive. There we go. Oh, off in the cut first. There we go. So Phantom Dive going to carry the active 200 damage, and the other damage counters on the Raging Bolt, and that should be a KO.
There we go. Just trying to do the maths real quick. Where else makes sense for this damage? Could be on an Ogerpon. Could be on any of them, I guess. Just trying to work out if the Ogerpons are both on 200 left. Both of them are in range of a Phantom Dive. And Isaiah taking 4 prize cards in the same turn, setting up the damage with the early Radiant Charizard into a late-game Regidrago V-Star. Not the way you often see it done. It's normally the other way around. But consequently, Sil now has to try and find 3 prize cards across 2 turns where Isaiah can win it next turn.
And let's see what Sil can do. Oh, wait a minute. Hasn't got a very good hand here. There's no Professor Sada. There's no energy after this. You have to use Earthen Vessel to maybe grab some energy so you can try and start using concealed cards to try and, well, draw into some stuff, really.
Poker gear, though, and there was some Sadas put back in with Pal Pad, so...
Oh, was there gear?
I guess there's a high chance of a Sada off of a draw, and with 2 targets, plenty of energy will come into play. This is going to be a lot to ask of Isaiah, but I think Isaiah set it up.
Yeah.
Played this deck enough. He knows what the cards in his deck and his hand are to be able to finish off this game. So it will be on Sil trying to take this knockout and hoping Isaiah doesn't have the resources to finish the game.
That's one of those advantages to just playing the same deck over and over again, as Isaiah's been playing Regidrago for a while now, is that you've seen so many scenarios before. You know when certain things happen, I have to play towards this. I have to do that. This is my out. So I'm sure Isaiah knows exactly the line he's working toward, and it's up to Sil to see if he can stop it. As we do see Earthen Vessel concluding. We'll see a Teal Dance first, draw 1. Energy Retrieval.
Very nice.
Not bad. He needs to use Teal Dance again. We do see concealed cards as well there, Mike. Draw 2.
And trekking shoes.
Oh, there's Professor Sada.
Yeah, the attack's going to be coming off here. I guess what else is the plan of this turn? Do you want to try and stabilize the board?
You'd love to try and see another Bravery Charm on the bench to Raging Bolt if possible. Not sure if that is possible. How many does he play?
Two in the deck.
2.
Both of them been in play or taken out of play. So this Professor Sada Vitality, the attack is coming off here. The Regidrago V-Star will be going down for Sil.
Yep.
But still needs 3 prize cards to win the game.
So let's see. So we're going to see energy being attached there to bench and active, draw 3. I think it 2. Trekking Shoes, Earthen Vessel, Teal Mask Ogapon as well. Here comes Earthen Vessel, not Earthen Vessel, Energy Retrieval, I should say. It's energy flying everywhere, Mike.
Get some of those grass energy back to help with the Teal Dancers. Just going to go for the 1 grass energy. I'm looking to get the lightning energy, which will fulfill the attack cost of the other Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I think you do want to try and get back the fighting or the lightning there, just make the Professor side a lot easier. So you can just attach one of them and then for Professor side and attach the other for turn. Pokemon Catcher off the Teal Dance. I don't think we'll be playing that anytime soon. Trekking Shoes as well. Pokemon. Yeah, I don't think you need that. Into Professor Sada, though.
Just to thin that deck in case a disruption is the only way for Isaiah to win. I mean, in this situation, if Isaiah is able to get a Radiant Charizard attack off with a Gust, remember, with the Bravery Charm on the attacking Raging Bolt, there would be no way to knock it out.
Yeah.
We'll have to go around it.
To another Trekking Shoes into another Professor Sada, by the way. So, yeah, can Isaiah get around this very, very brave Raging Bolt? Sil's done everything they needed to do, realistically. Just try and respond on this Regidrago. Obviously, there is no hand disruption in Sil's deck, so we won't be able to disrupt it all. All you can do is just keep attacking and just saying, can you do it? Can you Gust, swap my active, and KO a bench Pokemon? If you can, you win this game. If you can't, I win. It's that simple.
Yeah, 4 energy required here. Just working out which of the Raging Bolt energies to discard. Going to be 1 from each, it seems. Going for the lightning off of each. Well, lightning and a fighting. And so we'll look to try and get an attack next turn and hope here that Isaiah doesn't have an answer. And it's now down to Isaiah. 2 prize cards remaining. Have you got it possible? Radiant Charizard, I believe, was in the hand from last turn.
It was.
Can draw the whole deck with Pheasantdip DX.
So it must have. But there's a boss's orders in hand. There's Radiant Charizard. There's the energy. There's the boss. And Isaiah Bradner takes game 2 here in our round 8 feature match, evening it up here. So that means we're going to a game 3, win or go home. Isaiah Bradner with a big sigh there. Oh boy, game 3.
That's the Raging Bolt effect. It gives you that feeling of relief when you get to the end because you know how powerful it can be throughout the game. And there was that turn where Sil had to decide, do I knock out a 2-prizer?
Yeah.
Or do I knock out all the energy off the board on the Radiant Charizard, which is a 1-prizer, hoping that then Isaiah won't be able to get the next turn's attack off. Isaiah, afterwards, was able to just go through so much of the deck, and with that Legacy Star, find the next attack, and consequently finish off the game. So a strong performance from Regidrago. We saw what both decks are capable of in these first 2 games. Early pressure from Raging Bolt, comeback potential from Regidrago. Isaiah winning game 2 here and are winning in.
And yeah, let's have a quick look at how that game 2 panned out with some of those key plays. There were quite a few, in my opinion, here. So it looks like this is the Legacy Star there. Grabbing that Prime Catcher was so impactful because then Isaiah was able to go from 6 prize cards down to 2 with just 1 attack with that Phantom dive there, well, from the Apex Dragon into the Fighting Dive, Phantom Dive, I should say.
And it's nice to see lots of different options. Regidrago, a box deck with various attackers, various power cards like Jamming Tower, but in the end, it was just a traditional Radiant Charizard, Attach a Fire, boss the vulnerable target, and that finished off the game as we see Isaiah's deck showing it has various routes to victory, one prize attackers, all the different dragon attackers, and in the end, it came out on top. But will the consistency be available? We saw game one, inconsistent start. Will that happen again here for Isaiah? And can the Raging Bolt take an early knockout for Sil? As we go into game three, winning in round 8 in Dortmund, as we see the season kicked off with a North American player trying to cause an upset here against the best of Europe.
As it is going to start to turn off there with the nest ball. So that means Sil was able, well, let Isaiah go first. And if you saw in the last game, Sil actually did go second and lost. Sil actually did prize as well, the Prime Catcher. So that's something we are going to have to keep an eye on. But Isaiah, you know, did prize the Squawk ability as well, actually, Isaiah. So there will be no Squawk and Seas available this game. But led the one copy of Mew EX and playing a nest ball here. Mike, what do you think that nest ball is going to grab?
Well, you have to get a Regidrago at some point, but maybe having to lean into the Ogerpon to draw more cards. There's a whole bunch of routes you can take early on for Regidrago. One of them, you mentioned, the Squawk and Sea, is no longer available. So upon checking the prize cards here for Isaiah, might have to dodge and weave through the strategy initially intended when going into the deck.
Yes, I'm intrigued to see exactly what's going to happen here, Isaiah. Just going to consult the prize cards while working out what is in the deck, and that way you can work out what's not in the deck. So we are going to see the nest ball there. We haven't actually seen the Noctowl Jewel Seeker here. I wonder if we'll see it in this game. Fantastic ability, and you grab any 2 trainer cards when you evolve into Noctowl, provided you have a Terra Pokemon in play, which, spoiler alert, there'll always, well, for the most part, always be a Tilmosk Ogerpon.
I guess with the stretch of resources for Isaiah having to set as many of these basic Pokemon up, not really got the room to dedicate a nest ball to a Hoot Hoot. Typically, the Raging Bolt matchup, you're using your last Nest Ball or Ultra Ball to find the card you need to protect yourself in case of Raging Bolt taking a big knockout, and Hoot Hoot just doesn't do that for you. So Regidrago going to be off that Nest Ball. Mew EX in the active is a great starter because you can always retreat it for free, and it will just be final little check here of the prize cards and trying to wonder what's in the rest of that hand to see whether they can stabilize the board here.
And worth noting, Mew EX could definitely attack in this matchup, right? Genome hacking to copy Bellowing Thunder could easily come up. Not sure if it will, but it's definitely an option. You know, when you're playing colorless energy and you've got a ton of energy to accelerate via Tail Dance and Energy Switch, is definitely an option. But normally there for that restart ability, then you draw till you have 3 cards in your hand.
Yeah, we were mentioning how the Isaiah's deck wouldn't be able to take the knockout on the Bravery Charm Raging Bolt. One of the ways would be to use genome hacking and copy it and discard 5 energy. Hard to get that much energy in play in this matchup due to how much aggression Raging Bolt tends to have onto all of your primary attackers which have the energy on. There's an Earthen Vessel here discarding a grass energy to find a fire and a grass typically. Could be 2 fire here and start setting up that energy for future attacks.
Okay, so let's see what this Earthen Vessel does grab. Haven't had a chance to really consult Isaiah's hand much.
He's got fast hands, moving so swiftly, we don't get a chance to see what's going on.
So looks like that Earthen Vessel is going to grab 2 basic fire energy. Like that fire energy is obviously really important for that Apex Dragon because it does require 1 fighting energy, fire energy. I'll get there eventually. As we do see it attached into the active. All right. Sil, here we go. What do we see? I see a Nest Ball, I see a Sado, I see an Earthen Vessel, I see a... Oh, goodness. I see... Oh, yeah, this is... Sil can definitely attack. That's for sure. We could even see a catcher. Was there a catcher in that hand? There was a catcher. Okay. It's possible.
One thing to note for Sil, not playing the Iron Bundle. And this scenario right now is the perfect scenario for Iron Bundle to be effective. Often played in Raging Bolt for this exact case where there's 2 Pokemon in play. The one you want to knock out is the bench one, but Pokemon catchers can do that exact same effect. You just have to rely on the coin flip. Prime Catcher, a valuable resource. You might not want to necessarily do that. But this hand has the potential to turn into something crazy after we see all of the energy in play and all of the Sada draw and so on throughout the rest of this turn.
The potential is here from this hand, as Sil's going to do a little prize checking of himself, as we are going to see the Earthen Vessel being played, going to discard that fighting energy. And Sil, as you can see, is eyeing up this Pokemon, working out what is prized and what isn't. I think the Prime Catcher is prized for Sil, so we won't be able to see that at least until it's taken out the prizes. But, you know, if there's any deck in format that doesn't mind stuff being in the prize cards because you can take them fast, Raging Bolt's up there.
I mean, even a knockout on the Mew here wouldn't be too bad. And I think with the hand we've seen, I think that's guaranteed to be able to take a knockout on the Mew.
Yeah.
So it will then just be down to whether more energy can be put in play, whether the knockout on the Regidrago is possible. And that's where we're going to have to start seeing some cards drawn to work out what is possible for Sil here.
So we do see that Earthen Vessel concluding. Going to grab the 1 copy of Basic Grass and then 1 copy of Basic Lightning as well. Now, I know Sil did have a Professor Sada. I think there was a Nest Ball in hand as well. Let's have a look. Another Earthen Vessel, Pokemon Catcher, and a Sada. Yeah, so, yeah, Sil is doing mighty fine right now.
Right, chance to breathe before cards are revealed through draw. What are you going to see here? You got the Nest Ball available to be able to find any Pokemon you want from your deck, as you only play basics. But it is going to be down to whether you see them off of this Sada here. If you see another basic, you can choose multiple. And there's one, not the basic you want. And there's another Earthen Vessel. Plenty of energy available, but none of the Pokemon. So that Nest Ball is going to be reaching for a second here.
So we're going to see a manual attachment of a Lightning. So we could see Nest Ball for Till Mask Ogerpon, Till Dance, and that's how you get your 3rd energy in play. That would leave you with a very dire board state, but it would catapult you. Oh, Squawk Silly. Don't be a Squawker Silly, Shay. We've got Squawker Billy left, so now we can Squawk and Seize and draw 6 as well. The turn continues.
We said there was a guaranteed attack with that Ogerpon. Now with a Squawk and Seize, this is thinking ahead. Sil's going, I could get an attack off here. I could knock out the Mew EX by getting an Ogerpon Teal Dance, as you mentioned, but that would leave me vulnerable for the future. Squawk and Seize will almost guarantee in general. It's not guaranteed, it's never guaranteed, but make it more and more likely to see something later on. Catcher flipping tails, no Regidrago in the active, and now the other side of this Squawk and Seize is going to reveal whether the knockout is possible here on either of the Pokemon on Isaiah's side.
So at minimum, we need to see a Till Mask Ogerpon and a Grass Energy to carry the active. I see another Pokemon Catcher, I see a Nest Ball, I see a Trekking Shoes, I see a Raging Bolt. Not quite actually what we need yet.
A lot of energy was discarded, and a lot of Earthen Vessels. So energy retrieval or energy will be the key here off of this Trekking Shoes.
Did see another Pokemon Catcher as well. So if you want to roll the dice again, try and pick up that Regidrago. That would be a phenomenal. I mean, that is still possible if you get enough Till Mask Ogerpon and Till Dance activated. You could still carry that, but I'm not sure if the hand supports that at the minute.
Right, we'll see. Trekking Shoes, a great card for consistency, but holds an illusion as to what's possible.
Oh, it was a Grass Energy. We needed to see that for the Till Dance activation. So now we have an effective 180 damage to play with via Bellowing Thunder.
So now the Pokemon Catcher is almost not the right option because you want to be knocking out the active Mew. And there we go, 3 energy discarded, a knockout taken.
Okay, Isaiah Bradner. It looks like Sil is going to take the Switch card and the basic Grass Energy from the prize cards. Now, Sil did bench that Raging Bolt, so we'll have an access to an attacker next turn. Let's see what Isaiah does. Going to start the turn off there, Mike, by evolving that Regidrago V-Star. Attack your Grass Energy to it. And let's see what happens. And an Ino. Okay.
Yeah, what a Trekking Shoes to finish off that last turn.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, it can be elusive as to what's in your next few cards, so you almost have to play it to find out what's available. And when you find exactly what you need, it's the dream card. When you don't, you sometimes wonder, should I put more of the card I needed in this moment in the deck?
Yeah.
But Regidrago is sitting in a position where you've got 6 fresh cards from the INO and a Legacy Star to potentially see more. We'll almost definitely see attack here for Isaiah based off of the consistency of this deck. It is then more about what will happen after that.
Yeah. And we'd actually need to use Giratina V-Star to reach into that Raging Bolt. That does obviously 280 damage via Lost Impact, because Phantom Dive will not be getting it done there from Dragapult EX. Flip the Script has been activated off that Nest Ball, though. Going to draw 3.
Sometimes you don't even need the knockout, though, right? With the Phantom Dive.
Yep.
Hit 200 in the active, sprinkle some damage elsewhere, finish it off later, get rid of the Pheasantipity EX potential for the Raging Bolt player.
Yeah, that is true. We could be seeing that as well.
No dragon yet, discarded.
Oh, hopefully this Legacy Star gets some, though. Oh, well, that is a dragon type. Not probably the one you want. So, those cards are all in discard pile now. Isaiah can grab any 2 cards he likes and pop them straight back into his hand. Now, I saw an Ultra Ball in there, then. Ultra Ball going to be taken as the first target. And let's see what the second target will be. Looks like the Ironer.
So, yeah, the Ultra Ball to find a card to discard. I'm not sure what's in Isaiah's hand, but right now, the only thing Apex Dragon will be able to copy is Apex Dragon. And there is
the Giratina V-Star in hand. Yep, there it was. So that is now in the discard pile. So that means Lost Impact can be used from that Apex Dragon attack. Apex Dragon, in case you don't know, lets you use any attack of your Dragon types in discard pile as the effect of this attack.
We'll take energy out of play.
True.
Still needs to find another energy for the Regidrago. Right, this turn looked like it was going to be almost guaranteed, but Isaiah's really having to push for the final few pieces. There's the Ogerpon, Teal Dancing, an energy, and there's an energy switch in hand.
Catcher.
So it will be possible.
Does have an energy switch in hand actually as well, so that we can move that energy up there. So Apex Dragon is now live. We do know that Giratina V-Star is there in the discard pile, so a knockout is pretty likely. We do see that Radiant Charizard coming down there as well.
And with Raging Bolt taking knockouts where all the energy is discarded, it typically leads to a stretch as Ionos get played more and more.
Yeah.
So I think Isaiah's strategy here is take a knockout. If they get the return knockout, I'll take a knockout with Radiant Charizard and Iono them down to as few cards as possible and hope the disruption works. It's going to be an interesting turn now for Sil, not only to try and take this knockout, but set up as stable a board as possible.
We do see Energy Retrieval. We're going to have 2 copies of Basic Grass Energy and a Teal Dance activation into Trekking Shoes. They've been really well for Sil so far. Power Pad, I'm not sure if that's good enough right now. I'm going to have to send that. Oh, no, for a second copy of Grass Energy, not too good. I think Sil's going to have to do a pokey stop here and hopefully get him out of this. Let's have a look. Raging Bolt.
Stars.
Oh, no.
Anything? Oh, that's not what you need. You needed something to get energy in play, and instead you've discarded your Pokemon. And Isaiah right now, the Iono has come through on the first round, and Sil, with just 4 cards off the Iono, and a little bit of draw in his turn, not find a way to make the knockout possible.
I wonder if we're going to see a burst roar here, just to discard the hand and draw 6, because right now, that hand isn't going to be doing a great deal. It's like Pokemon Catcher is going to be played. Maybe bring up the Radiant Charizard, perhaps, to try and strand it in the active. That's got a 3 retreat cost. And it is a 2. Oh, we're going to bring up the Pheasantipity EX instead. Leave that one in the active. And I think, is it going to be a burst roar? I mean, that hand, there isn't a lot going on there, Mike, in that hand. That hand is a bit dire, to say the very least. Burst roar, not an attack we see too often, but letting you discard your hand and draw 6.
We are in an interesting spot as well, because for Isaiah, there's still quite a lot to do to get an attack off too, after putting 2 energy in the Lost Zone from the Giratina. And just switching into...
Ooh, we're going to see a Motivate, I would imagine, here then.
Very good way to restabilize the board, get lots of energy in play, but not the ideal scenario. And Sil's going to hope that Isaiah, without the Pheasantipity EX, will struggle to find the next knockout.
Yeah, if Isaiah can take a 2-prize KO here, that could be all she wrote here in our Swiss Round 8 feature match here. Because he can't be that many prize cards back. That's just not really ideal. So let's see what Isaiah can do.
Well, an Ultra Ball to get potentially an attacker for the Regidrago. You can actually go for the Hoot, looking for stabilization. Prime Catcher in hand, Research in hand. Lots of ways to get a knockout here, whether it be on the active, whether it be on maybe putting the Ogerpon into the active and start sprinkling damage. There's all sorts of ways this turn could pan out. And Isaiah, probably one of the strongest pilots of this archetype, having played it so much recently, especially after Worlds. The one player we know to find a route, will find a way in this matchup. Sil, 4 prize cards remaining. Isaiah, 4 prize cards remaining. Going to be a final reach to try and stabilize the board, set up an attack, and end this winning in.
Must be worth noting the time right now. It's currently Just under 2 minutes left. Now, chances are the game would be able to end in time. We do see a prime catcher into the Raging Bolt on the bench. Now, if we can get another 2 grass energy onto that active Regidrago there, Mike, we will be able to Apex Dragon into Lost Impact again. We do some Professor's research. These 7 cards are going to be huge.
Got to find the attack now. Committed to the attack. No Legacy V-Star available.
No.
No energy? I don't think he's found any energy off of that. They got the energy switch.
Obviously, there is no flip the script available, as we did say. Did obviously commit to getting this Raging Bolt in the axe. You really, really want to be able to KO it if you can. Ultra Ball. Yeah, there's no energy in that hand. None at all.
I mean, there's Pokestop for an Earthen Vessel.
There is.
Available still.
So I'm guessing this Ultra Ball will be used to sort of thin, you know, as thinning is winning. Plenty of energy in that deck. There's like Iron Up Noctowl to kind of avoid that this turn because who was benched this turn, but Noctowl will be great next turn, as it were.
Is that 1 Vessel left in deck?
Maybe, actually. The deck's very thin. Without the Legacy Star being able to pluck back exactly what you need, as you say, you really want to try and sit on that Legacy Star as long as possible. You don't want to have to use it for situations like this. This could be a very important Pokestop here. Earthen Vessel, Temple of Sinnoh, Grass Energy, Cleffa, all sent to the discard pile there, Mike. Not very helpful. What can Isaiah do now this game? Energy switch being used, going to switch that off onto the Radiant Charizard. And a pass. Oh my goodness, Mike. Seal might be able to get back in this game.
And with that Motivate last turn, there is enough energy in play to take the knockout. Now it's about getting more energy in play and setting up for the future. Time has been called here. Seal looking to step up, take the knockout, and stabilize for the end game.
Trekking shoes, going to go into Professor Sada. That seems mighty fine to me. All you want to be able to do is get energy in play and then Boss's orders around. Boss orders currently is already in the hand. Professor Sada up to the active, draw 3, energy retrieval, Earthen Vessel, and a Fez. That's a fantastic card to have here as well.
And get that one down on the bench, and you can see now 6 energy in play. So with a knockout here, there will still be energy remaining, and wants to try and find another Raging Bolt, but that's becoming harder and harder as this turn goes on, and there's no ball search. You want to try and get that next attacker available for the end game. Pokestop's still an out. It's just going to be tricky as Pokestops have not been kind to both players so far this game.
Really haven't, actually. Especially when we get to these sort of late game winning scenarios. Do you even want to use the Pokestop? And it looks like Seal might not actually want to. He's going to see a Bellowing Thunder. Going to discard, is it all off the active? The 2 off the active and then 2, oh no, 1 off the Ogerpon and then 1 off the Squawkabilly as well. That means Seal is going to take 2 prize cards here, be 2 prize cards away from booking himself a slot in day 2. Might be taking the Prime Catcher there off the top, off the prize cards as well. He does, and it is over to Isaiah now. What can he do?
Well, leaving that Raging Bolt with the energy on, you almost know it's getting taken out by the Radiant Charizard. But in that case, the Pheasantipity X is still available, so you keep that. And with the Prime Catcher being taken off the prize cards, a strong position. So Isaiah will want to Ino here if possible. And the Noctowl we know is in hand. There's disruption is the key here. We know it's possible for Seal to take the win with the right set of cards. So disruption has to be brought into Isaiah's game plan here.
Yep. We did see the Ino. Maybe that can be plucked out via Dual Seeker from the Noctowl. That is an option. But you're right. The only saving grace here for Isaiah is that Seal hasn't got a Raging Bolt down. So we'll need to grab a Raging Bolt, attach to it, maneuver it into the active. Not the easiest thing in the world to do when you're trying to preserve all this energy. And ideally, try and maneuver in a Pokemon Catcher or a Prime Catcher as well to get around this Radiant Charizard. So let's see what Isaiah does here. Flip the script has been used as well as 1 use of Teal Dance.
We are in the final stages here. This is turns for our players. The final round of the day at Dortmund, and the players are tensely working out how they can make it through to day 2. Sil and Isaiah in game 3, in turns. Both of them have routes to victory, but it is in Isaiah's control now to try and find a way to make it as hard as possible for Sil. The knockout will be taken, and Sil might be able to find it from the hand. It is now down to Sil to try and take this knockout. Ogerpon to the active. What can Sil do off of this turn?
We need Raging Bolt. Really, really, really bad. That's what we need. Earth Investor, energy retrieval to get some grass energy back. There's a Super Rod in the hand as well, so I can shuffle in some Raging Bolt at the very least. And we do see Flip the Script. That's going to be used first. Ogerpon. Nest Ball. And energy retrieval. Surely that should be enough. Nest Ball should be able to grab a Raging Bolt EX from the deck provided there. Is there? Prime Catcher can maneuver it into the active. We have a multitude, a plethora of basic energy via Earthen Vessel, Professor Sada, and energy retrieval. I think Sil has this game wrapped up.
A long day, fatigue kicking in. You just have to make sure you do all of your actions correctly.
Yep.
And in this final moment, we'll be looking to optimize the play, not make any mistakes.
Yep, for sure.
And find a way to take out one of those bench 2 prizes and take the win here in round 8 to make it through to day 2. Energy retrieval to kick things off, just trying to make sure they find the right set of cards in the right order to take the win.
So I think Teal Dance is fine to do first, right? Just get these extra little draws in just to see what we can do. Professor Sada, wait, is Professor Sada in hand actually?
I think there's a poker
Oh no,
in hand.
Of course, you don't want to use Professor Sada because you want to try and go around.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Professor Sada.
Yep, for the Prime Catcher as well to maneuver around the Radiant Charizard, Mike. I think Sil has the route to victory locked up.
Yeah, I was just trying to draw as many cards as possible to make the poker gear as effective as possible. Instead, drew the Professor Sada naturally off of the top of the deck. And there it will be, a Fighting Energy attached and Prime Catcher in hand to take the win. Sil will be making it through to day 2 of Dortmund Regional.
There we go, there's the handshake. Sil has done it, secured himself a slot in day 2 here at Dortmund Regionals, the first regionals of the season. Piloted that last turn, fantastic. You're right, Mike, what you don't want to do in that scenario is play the cards in the wrong order. You start to play them successfully to get yourself a slot in day 2. Big smile there and thumbs up. Well done there, Sil. Piloted that there fantastically.
What a feeling. The winning in is already a marvellous part of the day for any of these day 2 players. But to do it on stream against such a talented player in Isaiah, one who's got so many big titles recently, and often the gatekeeper for lots of people, as he's frequently making it through to that day 2. Isaiah, unfortunately, just couldn't find the right cards in the right order in that last game. The pressure of Raging Bolt took him down. And it's definitely one of those matchups where Raging Bolt tends to win against Reggie Drago, but a good player can always find a way, and we saw that in game 2.
You're right. If anyone could pilot the way out of that, Isaiah Brown's going to be super high up on that list. Played this Reggie Drago deck a lot. Played it to really high levels, as we say, top 8 at Worlds. But you're right, it's traditionally quite an uphill struggle. It's Raging Bolt's game to lose, but still had to close the door and get the win, even if you are favoured, and was able to do that. I went to game 3 of time as well, so it came very, very close. But in the end, Sil was able to close that door on Isaiah and then open his own door into day 2 tomorrow.
Let's see how Sil did it. What a game it was. So many great moments. And the match went both ways. Started off in favour of Raging Bolt, and Sil really coming out on top in the final moments.
Yeah, it really was. It was a really explosive game. You know, high damage attacks were flying here, there, and everywhere. So let's see how Sil was able to get himself there into day 2 with our replay. I believe it should be ready. Here we go. So it looks like we're going to consult the prize cards here. 2 copies of Reggie Drago V-Star game 1. It's not really what you want to see. Sil was immediately able to take big prize cards there via Bellowing Thunder turn 1. And that's the problem with playing against Raging Bolt, is you are immediately on the back foot. 2 prize cards down. Isaiah didn't really have a lot to do in that game 1 there, Mike.
Yeah, and then it saved the time for all 3 games. And it was such a struggle to try and find the option for Isaiah in that game 2. But when eventually found it, it did require a little bit of gusting at the end, find a way around that big old Raging Bolt with a Bravery Charm, but the Radiant Charizard putting in the work in game 2, and that is the key to this matchup for Reggie Drago.
It really, really is. And into this game 3, we saw both players actually be able to get into this game. Sil didn't have the super optimal perfect turn and wasn't able to gust that Reggie Drago, but still was able to grab 2 prize cards there off that Bellowing Thunder onto the Mew EX. Sil, you know, the unorthodox attaching a lot of energy to the active just so you can discard it, but that's what you needed to do to get those 2 prize cards there as well. And Isaiah was just on the back foot, wasn't, you know, missing attacks here, there, and everywhere.
I mean, that's what Raging Bolt does. If you give it an extra turn, it puts so much energy in play, and it becomes very difficult to break it down at that point. Isaiah tried with that knockout, hoping there was no way to gust around it, but still got the prime catcher off the prize cards.
Yep.
And with that Professor Sada's vitality, didn't even need the poker gear, found it through the natural draw of the deck, was able to get that final knockout and do it calmly to make their way to day 2.
Yeah, Till dancing his way into day 2 there still, because those Till dances were super impactful at the end of the game to draw into Professor Sada and all the pieces needed to close that game out. But there we did see the prime catcher for game as Sil was able to take that last 2 prize KO and get himself a slot there in day 2.
Well, that's it. Round 8 at Dortmund. Only 8 rounds today. We'll have 4 more rounds tomorrow. We'll start the stream at around 11 into round 12, and then obviously the top cut, the asymmetrical top cut. A friend of mine called it a wonky top cut. I love the way to describe it that way. There's going to be lots of games to watch all through tomorrow, but for now, round 8, what a day we've seen. So many different decks making their way through to the winning ends. Many decks already in by round 6. And that was the skill of those top players, recognizing the best decks taken to Stellar Crown format and bringing it here and showing it off.
Yeah, speaking of skilled players, as you so say there, I want to hear from Sil, our skilled player who managed to get himself into day 2. So let's kick it over to him for the winner's interview.
Thank you very much, Shay. Skilled player is right. I'm here with Sil. You've just booked your space into day 2. How's your emotions right now? What are you feeling?
Feeling very happy about that. Quite excited to go for day 2.
I know, you're on stream. That was not a straightforward game. Back and forth, best of 3. How confident were you during that match?
Well, Red Lego is a decent matchup for me. But it was they were very close games, every one of them. Like all 3 games were pretty close to the last turn.
They were. We had the big 4 prize turn from Isaiah there, which was impressive, but that put you on the back foot. But you got the win. You got it 2 games to 1. What's your confidence level going into tomorrow? How's the deck been for you today?
Well, I didn't expect to get this far. This is my first regional, to be honest. So I never expect to even reach day 2. So I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna hope to just win everything tomorrow and go for top 8. But I'm not the most confident about it.
I mean, that sounds good to me. I was speaking to someone earlier and I said, look, first regional, you're not supposed to win more than 1 game. You've gone and won 6. I mean, is this going to be the first of many regionals now?
Well, I do really enjoy it, so I do probably want to play more. Not sure how many I'm going to play this year or next year. I have to wait and see what fits in my planning.
I mean, that sounds fair to me. So I just want to ask you, you've got your Raging Bolt deck. What led you to that deck? Why did you bring that one here?
Well, I did look at a lot of different decks, and I did some testing and looked at like different matchups, which is good against what decks. And I just felt like Raging Bolt does very well against a lot of the popular top decks that are currently going on. And it was very difficult just because I was like going back and forth between like 4 different decks for the couple of weeks before the regional. But I did eventually settle on Raging Bolt.
And it seems like you might have made the right decision. Well, congratulations. 6 wins puts you into day 2. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go and round up the rest of our lovely casters. We're going to get comfy on the desk. They can't have Fue Coco. Fue Coco is mine. And we are going to be rounding up a fantastic day 1 of action. Grab a nice cold beverage, but don't go far because we're going to be right back.
Another day, another moment, you can't wait, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Triple Cross gets the knockout. It's game on the same day.
History from Duisburg.
Show them what you got. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they
All right then, so Ross rounded us all up here. Thank you very much for that. So we can have a little run through of our absolutely exciting day one action. Think about it, we had thousands of players come here and compete for that day one. And now they've been whittled down to just the day two competitors. I want to put everyone on a hot seat a little bit here now though. Ross, what's been your favorite moment today?
Oh, my favorite moment of the day. I really enjoyed watching Antoine Boulet play that Palkia deck in one of the rounds we had today. Just seeing that Palkia, you know, it was at game one where both the Palkia V are prized. And I'm like, well, what are they going to do now? What are they going to attack with? Turn two, Rare Candy Greninja, EX, and off you go. I thought, coming back, going, right, we don't have all the options available, but let's go for it. I quite enjoyed that. And I'm going to give that one because I know what you want to go for, and I'm letting you have it.
Okay, let me quickly say mine first then. Mine had to be, it just got to be, Shop It. Coming in on that turn one, Professor Churro, lone Shop It against the world. Flipped that heads, item locked, and got Matus the win. But Amy, I'm going to ask you now, I have a fairly good idea what your favourite moment to be. The floor is yours.
My favourite moment was definitely my fiancé Ethan making it into day two by using Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to knock out 2 Dreepy and then 2 more Dreepy right after that.
Torrential Pump coming in clutch.
Yeah, torrential downpour here and everywhere. Everyone needs to check the roof here in the venue after Ethan was torrential pumping all over the shop. Yeah. Mike, what was your favourite moment then?
I mean, it's tough because you guys have all said the best moments. So,
yeah, we have.
I've got to try and think around. I mean, honestly, just seeing that last game there and watching the draw for turn, I think with Raging Bolt and deck similar to it, where you're drawing 1 card, maybe 2 cards, trying to find the out, it's a really exciting format. We've got coin flips, we've got draw for game, and a lot of top decking bosses, not looking at anyone but Ethan. How have you managed to do that boss's orders off the top so many times? And I think that's really the fun of this format. I think the coin flip, the Shop It, great moment, top decking cards, but that final draw for game for the win in. That is the key to this format.
Really, really was. Let's have a quick look at the standings before going into the last round and sort of see who was in and about those top slots there. You know, we're already just coming off the, top 9 at Worlds, 7-0. I've been intrigued to see how that else panned out. Any other standout names for you there, Ross?
Oh, Stefan Ivanov also on Palkia at 7-0. We did have a French person going into day 2 with Palkia. That one absolutely stands out to me. Nina, and I'm going to butcher this, I'm sorry, but Nina Eisenblatter had a very kind of quiet day. We didn't mention her too much, but I was watching her playing Regidrago over on, over on the tables during the round I actually had to wander around. And that is a player I think we need to be paying a lot of attention to going into day 2.
Yeah, I agree. Any other standouts for you there, Amy?
I think Yella is one to watch as well, running a very interesting deck, but I'll leave that one to day 2. You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out what Yella's playing.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm intrigued to see, because I don't even know what that deck is, so I'm intrigued to see what it is. But I think we do have a list here of some players that have locked themselves into day 2. So how about we have a little look at that? And any standout names for you there, Mike?
Oh, give me a moment. Let me have a look through.
Have a little look. Go on, familiarise yourself, son.
I mean, a lot of similar names to the ones we just saw on the previous list, but Tord Reklev making it away through. I think we expected to see Tord come through with an interesting deck in this format. Always good to see them making it. I mean, Mateusz, we saw them making it on stream with Burnett. I think what an amazing story to have Burnett go top 32 at Lille and cook with that deck all the way through every format. And I spoke to him beforehand and he said, this deck is ready for this format. It's the right time, and Burnett is in a perfect position to take this whole tournament.
I enjoyed seeing Bayonet there, but I've got to give a shout out to Michael Cornwall, who is apparently here this weekend, who keeps kind of playing for a little bit and then disappearing for a long time and then coming back, and always seems to be good at the game. So Michael Cornwall apparently is here this weekend and in day 2. That is a surprise to me.
Love the way you're saying apparently. Like, yeah, we know he's there. He's there. It's confirmed.
That's why I say apparently. I'm being told by the telly.
You've been told by the telly. Oh, love that. Yeah, just fantastic. And I think what you were saying there about Mateusz saying this deck is ready for this event. That is some bold statement. So I'm intrigued to see how the rest of that pans out, because quite honestly, that deck was poetry in motion. One of the most fun I've had casting a game in a long time. You know, we had Shuppet, we had Burnett, we had all kicking off, and Gardevoir as well, a deck close to my heart. However, people, that's pretty much all she wrote here for that day one. But the best thing is, we've got a whole other day for you guys at home. So what I need you to do is make sure you tune in here tomorrow. We'll have the time pop up on screen so everyone knows that 10 a.m. CST, 1 a.m. Pacific time, I should say. That's the time there for you guys over there in America to get involved with that day to action. Because, Mike, they don't want to be missing that, do they?
No, I mean, we've seen a lot of new decks today. We must have had pretty much every deck in that top meta chart on the stream, and there's loads of them going through. It's not just the top decks here, it's the ones that you wouldn't even think of that are coming through and performing at this event.
Yeah, you know, it's just goodness gracious me. And let's have a quick reminder here as well of what else we have lined up, what other events here with our schedule. Amy, why don't you take the people through these lovely event lists and what we have?
So not only are we obviously here in Dortmund right now, but very soon we have an event practically every single month. We go from Lille in France to Gdansk in Poland, Sao Paulo for our first international championship, back to Germany for Stuttgart, good old Birmingham in the UK, then London for our next international championships for Europe, Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht, Bologna, New Orleans, wrapping it up with a nice bow on top, sending us right to the big one, the goal, Anaheim for the World Championships.
We do like clock towers in the UK, don't we? I was noticing that there.
Just Europe generally, it's just gold clock towers. And actually, in Europe, we have exactly one event every month from Dortmund in September through to Bologna in June. Every month, one event. How beautiful is that?
So really, really poetic, if you ask me, every month. So that means you haven't really got too long before you get yourself some more regional, special, or international action. Now, over the course of today, we've been absolutely blessed to have some of your social posts on stream, and I want to see more. Now, in order to get your post shown on stream, what you need to do is get involved in those socials down there. And if you're on X or Instagram, thank you, Mike, you can use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. If you use that hashtag, that means all the clever people back there, the production staff, will see those posts, and then you might get them on stream. And there's been some really fun ones. I want to make sure you guys do that. So make sure to get involved there on those socials. And also make sure you follow the channels there. You've got Twitch, and you've got YouTube. Make sure to get involved down there. If you want to get involved in those community brackets that we've been doing and you want to vote, got to be on Twitch, on YouTube for that as well. So I think, though, people, oh, no, sorry, we have our Twitch schedule coming up. So let's see what else we can see there on Twitch. What's shouting out to you there, Ross?
I mean, look, Pokeween thrills and chills. Halloween is fun, Pokeween is fun, so let's go through. Also, we've apparently got the 2023 Pokemon Latin America and Oceania International Championships from Go. And I was there for TCG. That was a fun time. I didn't watch much Go. I was a little bit busy, but here it was good. And, of course, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Sinnoh League victors. Who doesn't want to join in for a little bit of that for 3 hours on a Thursday? I might watch it. I got nothing on Thursday. Okay, I might pick my kids up from school. But apart from that, might watch a bit of that.
Apart from that, might watch a bit of that. Any other standouts to you there, Amy, on that Twitch schedule?
Honestly, I think I'm on it with the Pokeween. That looks like a lot of fun and very thematic. It's, you know, getting to the spirit of the time of year. Very excited about that. I love my ghost types.
Okay, loving the ghost types there. But I think, everyone, that's going to wrap up our day one coverage here at Dortmund Regionals. And I'm just very excited to see how that day two pans out, because quite honestly, you know, we're going to etch our first regional champion here into this season. Remember, and if you do win, you get that auto invite. So if you want to see who's going to lock up their invitation as early as the first EU event of the season, you're going to have to come and tune in tomorrow. We're all going to be there, and I hope I see you there too.